wait until he was self-sufficient before they could make that move, and now 33 gets his helm, and so they're going to be more free to roam around and try and make stuff happen.
I mean, Save's trying to do it anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is going to be very successful. If he gets spotted here, he's very close to the vision of BZM. He just skirts past him, so he's going to get a really deep observer ward here. There is a dire ward, but Save is skirting fully around the vision it gives. Oh, he sees a courier. He's going to kill that. That might give away the ward he just planted, though.
Yeah.
But, you know, wands, blood grenade, sentry.
And there aren't any other sentries right now on these heroes to go and get the deep.
And now he's stealing the Lina's camps. He's back here arrowing the tomato and finishing off the potato. So this is his solution. You know, if I can't gank the Lina and fight her, I'm going to try and take her camps. Unfortunately, he's killing your mid tower.
Yeah, this card is a little bit tough. And with 33 semi-mid, his creep as well, it does set up for IronWing to get this early tower advantage and transform this net worth lead into objectives. Now, can they do this in other places? There's an immediate smoke up.
And now the boots of travel are out for this Lina. So this is why they want to get aggressive here on the supports of IronWing. Moving towards their CK, since he's the one that has an ability to help with some disable.
Save. Get found. Already there. The solar bind and the hits. Looks like Save is going to be in trouble. Tries to escape. They're going to stampede for this one. Force that out. In the meantime, down bottom, going on to Katomi. He too is dead. Doesn't quite connect onto the stomp for Kiritich. So both supports falling. As IronWing
Ari
push this advantage.
After killing up top, Ari's already down here backing them up. And this is what you heard T on the panel talking about, this idea of just keeping you out on the map, right? He's throwing out these chakras, throwing out these heals. He's going to ensure that even though they just like kind of dove the tower a bit and fought this Bane, they get to stick around. So they're going to start bringing in some resources, but you know, the helm creeps here, it's just grabbing the wave. Nothing, you can't chase this thing as Kiritich.
No.
So what's the response? GBK coming in. His ult is running a little low, but he's got enough time for a fight.
33 going to be found. Oh, the Hurricane, he gets the Nightmare though. And then they use the stun onto the creep, and now BZM turns.
They kind of just committed for the creep.
Yeah.
They were like, there's no hope on the Centaur.
And in the meantime, Pure also takes the top tier 1 tower. Because when he is solo against Miero, I mean, Ringmaster is still in the area, it ends up being enough to take that down. 5k gold lead now at 12 minutes. Yeah, they really turned on the acceleration in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Miero, he got pushed out of his Ancients area as well. I mean, obviously he's a Largo too, so it doesn't feel that great to be farming in there. He's back on those only 2 camps he can access on the hero. It's rough. I mean, he's the same level as the Coddle.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Losing the Wisdom will also do that to you.
Yeah.
So, 12 minutes now, and BoomBoys, I mean, they're not a team that's super well known, again, for coming back from behind.
Yeah.
But they can extend the game for a long time, trying to cut waves and all the rest of it. Is there any hope at all still for that, like, timing of the Deso on Kiritich, or are we going to need to wait for a later one?
That's a toughie. I mean, the Deso Blink, I think you still just have to fight it, right? Like, you have a DK.
Right.
He's going for the Blink Dagger. I'll be curious to see what his second item is, if he sticks for the shard as well. I feel like he might just have to, just to like try and get some ability for wave push and maybe just like staying up in this game. But, I mean, there's no doubt that Iron have full control of this game at the moment. A lot of it's going to come down to the decisions they want to make and the itemizations they want to go for. Like, 3-3 is going for the helm straight into the heart. I think this is a pretty good game for it. Like, they've already gotten plenty of kills. They've secured a ton of space around the map. They've gotten their towers. They can, I'd say, go for the final push on this bottom tower pretty soon. Like, right now, the Wildwing Ripper is just down here solo taking it, and Katomi's too scared to go in. They're just pulling the wave off, and this tower's just dying to creeps.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable, right? He's going to have to pull it over now and try and pull that to Kiritich. But this is the danger, right? Things could go wrong, and if you lose this TA and any of her farm accelerates down, or decelerates rather, then you're just going to not be able to fight for almost at any point in this game. Pretty catastrophic late stage.
It is, as the last tier 1 tower falls. What they do have to work with, though, is the Blink Dagger, the DK finished, and of course, level 3 arrow. So that'll be the dream. Pure, though, he sees Save coming in for the 14-minute Wisdom.
Save throws out the arrow, connects now onto the sequence. They're not coming to defend this. Yeah, they're just going to give it up. Again, another one of these shrines dropped. And, oof, it hurts.
Again, they're just ganking the Wildwing Ripper. They have now killed it more times than they've killed heroes.
Atomi does have level 6. Grip the creep.
Get it again.
Listen, you got to keep morale going some way. That might be a morale breaker, to be fair. I mean, okay, so let's think about this. You're down...
Thinking cap on there.
You're down 2K on the DK. You're down 3K on the Largo. It feels bad. Like, how bad is it seriously, though? Like,
Real
is
bad.
there a way to fight back? What does Miro need to fight?
They need to pray that Whitemon doesn't hit Escape Act.
Okay.
That's what they need to pray, right? Because, like, the whole play is going to be, all right, we're going to smoke up, we're going to blink, we're going to stun, we're going to arrow, someone's going to die. And then if the Escape Act comes out and you hear the horrifying phantasm of and Pure just starts blowing up one of your heroes in 2 seconds, it's gonna be bad.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is take a fight when Whitemon is not there.
Yes.
Try and, like, find pickoffs, sort of.
Vision, knowing where Whitemon's moving through the jungle can be very helpful as well, of course.
Okay.
That's the best stuff you can go for.
Understandable. I mean, again, if you've got Bane Mirana, that has traditionally been a combo that's quite good at finding those pickoffs, but it also depends upon you sort of forcing IronWing to play in bad positions. Or
Well, part of that is happening now. It is nighttime. Bane gets a big edge during the night. You get more vision than other heroes. So that could open up the opportunity. Boom, another one down.
hey, they're killing us.
Another Helm Creep bites the dust here.
I mean, the TA's top net worth now because of that.
There you go. Doing something.
Nightmare, they force a TP. Like to see that. That's the other type of play that you can do with Bane, is maybe make these moves happen around. IronWing still seem to be playing very clean Dota, though.
Yeah, I feel like they're chilling a little bit until 3P finishes the heart, just because it's going to be such a massive upgrade. There is an Arcane Rune sitting bottom, and Whitemon's still able to just hold it for a while for BZM to rotate into it. BZM going first for the 4-step. Very good item versus any Bane, DK, Mirana combos. You try and just, obviously remove your ally from the path of the arrow before it connects. Right. So now they have a second problem, other than just the Escape Act.
And so the other question then is, for IronWing, are we going to be seeing this team try and, like, pressure quickly? What are their sort of item timings that they're looking for to sort of take this next tier of towers, or likely Roche, I guess is going to be.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. Like, how much do you force the Roche right now is IronWing? Because there's definitely a situation where you maybe greed it a bit too much. Like, you're gaining a lot right now. Like, you still control the map. I like Tormentor for them. Tormentor for them is very quick. Right now, they're just drawing the line. I mean, top is pushing in pretty well right now. Mid's an okay spot because you still have your tier 1 tower, so they're going to try and make their way down bottom. It's not the most, I'd say, like, advantageous smoke right now for IronWing.
Yeah.
Their scan did connect for a moment on Kiritich, so they know that someone is moving in this area.
He's backing away. Does look like some of BoomBoys is heading down this direction, as well as Kiritich, understanding that movement, is able to back away. Bane comes in, gonna try and break the smoke. Don't think he's getting out of this
arrow,
as the arrow will land, but no chance for anything big.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of sold it a little bit, right? Because, 3-3 has a heart, so he's willing to play more aggressive. So it's not necessarily like 100% guaranteed they're, like, moving through there, but that was a correct read there from BoomBoys. Only costs you your Bane. You're not too unhappy about it. I guess you could say, DK has also ulted. Right. Good call. BZM models up a haste rune as well here as they're chasing 2 heroes up top. Unicycle from Whitemon.
Hero's in trouble as well. They find him with Pure, move in for the kill. Save does manage to escape from that one. So they'll lose the Frog again. 1-7, 18 minutes in, a 6,000 gold lead. Now stepping forward, finding Whitemon. Is there any follow-up here? The arrow is going to connect. GPK looking for a kill. Now escape. Or stick around? Okay, they're feeling confident.
All right, is there anything you can really get off of this? Mid tower is really low, but you're missing your Largo. I mean, he's very close to Kai Assange on the Largo, and he's level 12. So honestly, Miro's in a pretty good spot.
He's recovered.
Considering everything, this is pretty good.
I mean, yes, he's, 3,000 gold behind the other cores, but it's like, there's something cooking a little bit.
Yeah.
I guess every minute that goes by where IronWing are not taking objectives is BoomBoys sort of slightly marginally cutting into the lead.
Very, very slightly. I mean, Pure is also about to have a Manta relatively soon here, which is quite frightening for a Largo who's so underfarmed.
And a Blink Dagger done for Centaur now, too.
Yeah, Largo, obviously a hero that succeeds a lot when he can get through the burst. of the enemy lineup, and currently he cannot. Alright, so they are indeed going to take away this road from BoomBoys. BoomBoys, they don't have any real vision on the dire side of the map, so not any clear idea this is going on. With the way the CK Legion is moving, you might have seen this happening, but there's nothing they can do about it.
I also really like the idea of doing this right before the 20-minute mark, because you see that line drawn, they can go immediately into the Tormentor after the fact.
Yes, this was a classic in some of our previous map metas here. They missed the blink here onto Miro. He's gonna get away with the hot foot hustle.
Nicely done. So manages to escape. In the meantime, TA, the glyph is there and has to blink away from BZM. So Kiritich not going to get found.
Now they do an observer ward here from Kataomi near the Tormentor, so this could be their moment.
I think, again, they're just trying to do anything they can to slow this down. Like, every nightmare you see where there's nobody around is trying to bait IronWing into a reaction.
Yeah, and do they want to just keep this pressure up? Looks like. I mean, why would you back away, right? Okay, you have the Aegis. I don't think you need to go back to the Tormentor now. It's going to be there for a while.
True.
There's no hurry. You can get an answer. I mean, they don't have an ult on GPK right now. Like, he was just losing his Dragon Form up top while they're pushing that top tower. Yeah. So the Radiant Catapult is hitting the top tier 1 right now, but they're just going to lose their tier 2. A very smooth game from IronWing.
Mid, they're starting to TP en masse to come in for this, as BZM shows up to defend their mid tier 1 tower. They are going to try and pressure all the way and finish off that bottom tier 2 tower.
I wonder if this impacts the tormenting at all, or no, they're just going to stay with the plan and immediately run back. It looks like they are. I mean, DK form is back up. They could twin gate in theory, but there's no way you get all the pieces connecting in time as BoomBoys. It's more likely the better play is to just do what they're doing. Farm up these camps, give away the Tormentor. I mean, how bad are the shards? They're pretty good, you know? Auto 2 charges versus Largo is really nice. Something to deal with one of the licks rather. So later, of course.
I mean, yeah, this feels pretty bad, but I can see a pathway out of it for BoomBoys, at the very least. They're spreading out, they're farming, they're trying to make that stuff work. And on the side of IronWing, I mean, you know, Moomiander was talking about this too. There is a fear of going high ground eventually.
Well, but not for them.
Well,
he said they're not scared.
You know, that's fair. The coach has to say that, though. I don't know if he was being completely honest. I think people respect high ground. But we'll see. Nero playing his little guitar for all he's worth. And in towards mid, you can see the movement from IronWing. Gonna try and make that pressure. The other one that we always talk about is TA level 25.
That's true.
Eventually get
every game is winnable with TA 25.
The blink back. Kiritich, good reaction. Arrow, not gonna land onto BZM.
Or sometimes level 30 if they take the instances instead.
PK, on the hunt, blinks away, mid-reality rift. Now they're smoked up. Are they gonna try and take this fight right here?
Ulti's back in 1 second for the Deacon. Just their better.
It is the big jump. He's immediately gone. Kiritich finds a target, and now Pure turning on to him, but the Moonlight Shatter, they have detection down. Not really. 33 gonna have to stampede out of there. How much damage was done?
Stay tight. Play the guitar.
Now looking, save, throws an arrow, not gonna land onto Whitemon. But this burst that they have could be pretty significant. IronWing up on the high ground, finds the stun onto 2, not bad at all. They have enough to get the kill. No, Whitemon gets the heal, and 1 shot onto Katomi from Pure. Save still running, and Kiritich aggressively moving forward, finds 33. He's in trouble, drop it down dead. Can they get some more? The catchy lick onto BZM. BoomBoys, they waited for their moment, they waited for their time. They are reaping what they sowed, and so are IronWing, as they find and kill the Coddle. A moment right there. In your moment of triumph, celebrate the fullest. Never raise an empty cup to the moon.
Yeah, the cup was empty once you lose the Aegis, I think. That sticking around there, a bit dangerous for IronWing, and they get punished. It's amazing because you see these incredible plays, like the healing coming up from the Calder, like 4,000 healing, and the two supports just saving each other back and forth.
He did use grip last time. Katomi got him. Kiritich, he's on top and going to take down this CK Pure. Well, wait, is he turning away, trying to arm a toggle, but GPK is there. comes in for the finish.
That's unbelievable to get that afterwards as well. What a find from Kataomi. I mean, this is why this team loves the Bane so much. Both their support players are extremely good on it, and he brings that element that we talked about in terms of like the bounty hunter or the tree. Like, you can really roam solo despite not being invisible and set up some incredible plays because of your long time durations on the stuns.
You know, I think BoomBoys, a team that at various points has been criticized for not being able to keep their cool. It's so awesome to see this type of, you know, growth and move from them as they are playing very clean. Even just yesterday on the main stage, Kiritich slamming the desk off the frustration of that loss. And now they're coming in, they fall behind early and start to make this a comeback. This is going to be a good game.
GBK having some very nice points. That's the second one where he's just getting away by the skin of his teeth on those. I mean, IronWing, you can see in that team fight too, though, like, they played so well. The saves between the two supports, like passing the heals back and forth with the lotuses, the escape back and everything, but at the same time, they almost played it too well, keeping the supports alive, you know?
Right.
Then there was nothing left for the cores at that point, and then they just get focused down. Again, coming in, Kataomi feeling brave.
This is a bit of a bait, though. They've got a couple heroes behind him.
GBK has Force Staff and BKB. They're not brave enough inside of IronWing to go for it. That lead dwindling down. Level 20 on the Templar Assassin. The minus armor is going crazy right now. I mean, the Centaur, right? You know, we have the helm into the heart build, very common. He's got that plate mail to help out, but it can still really chew through you when it's TA.
Well, and we saw the burst potential that came from BoomBoys. There is also the other burst that's going to be pure on this Chaos Knight. You get a Phantasm out. When he's got Heart up and online, this hero will shred. Does need to deal with, like, obviously all the instances of, you know, refraction from the TA and everything else, but it's going to be something to watch for.
Yeah, Psyblades can, like, single-handedly win this game. The angles that Kiritich takes are probably going to be the most impactful things in these fights, especially as we get tankier and tankier onto the CK.
Right.
Because he really is going to be the damage for the side of BoomBoys for quite a while.
Yeah, and unlike, you know, some of these other mids that transition, I'm thinking of like Snapfire the other day and stuff, where you turn into like a physical damage carry afterwards. You kind of seeing what you get from DK.
Yeah, he tends to opt in more for the Shiva's Guard and more like control-oriented vision for your teammates, which is really good with TA.
Right.
And like having a vision advantage is amazing heading into the late game. So if you can get into that Shiva's, it feels really good. You're going to have the Moonlight Shadow, which I feel like hasn't really been a tool that's been utilized very much by BoomBoys this game, just because of the nature of how the lead has been for IronWing.
Right.
But, you know, that could be the 1-2 punch where that second hit coming in from a nice Moonlight Shadow might fully eclipse the lead that IronWing have and actually propel them into a better standing here. Surely BoomBoys are just waiting for the next Roche, right? They have a Templar Assassin. They want to play for that. I'd love to see a trap.
Could be nice for them to get that going. Another 10 seconds till we're going to know how long Roche respawn is. And also next Shrine of Wisdom is up right now. But yeah, IronWing, now a 3K gold lead, still nursing that one, but feeling very close between these two squads that have had a penchant for going into the late game. I would not be surprised to see this one going 40-50 minutes again.
Yeah, it's tough when you decide to make one move that's a little aggressive, right?
Yeah.
Like sticking around after the ages and feeling like, no, we're still stronger. Like, we definitely win this fight, but you just get outplayed a little bit and suddenly the hesitation starts to loom in. Fear is the mind killer, they say.
Absolutely. You know what the problem was? They weren't afraid of high ground. They should have been afraid of the tier 2.
Fear is the mind stabilizer. Is that what you think?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. A healthy level of fear is very good for you. I mean, that's just evolution.
You know, you're right. You're not wrong. Blink Dagger for Whitemon, a little bit here too. But likely, as you see these traps coming out, there could be another play that we see later on if this TA thinks about going for an Aghanim Scepter. But looking at the item queue up that she's got, like, Kiritich is just going all damage. Daedalus first, Shard. I mean, it's going to be pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
Get towards that Nullifier.
Yeah, one plan on the mind for Kiritich, but I mean, that makes sense, right? You have a Largo, you have a DK, let them do all the other work. Currently, it's Miro who's considering going with the Shiva's Guard, which I like that idea. Obviously, going to boost him up quite a bit with the AoE bonuses, and instead they're going to have GPK go for an earlier nullifier as well, just to try and deal with the Ringmaster is the point here, guys. If you're dealing against the Ringmaster, you get the nullifier to make sure this escape act won't work. But it's a very expensive item, so we still have a big window here, and you're going to see it right here now. There it is.
Escape Act is already out. The arrow, long duration stun, had Fiend Script not wanting to use it.
And I think that brings up an interesting question in terms of the Aghanims for the Centaur. Because currently, you know, he's looking for the Shiva's Guard as well in 3-3 because he wants even more armor. He turned his first plate mail into a Lotus. But should there be a consideration for him to be picking up the Aghanims earlier in this game for BZM? Because if BZM survives, obviously there's a lot of damage, but BZM, you know, he's not the carry Lina. He's the mid Lina, much more magical focused. He's going Shiva's next, so he's not really a great target to save in that regard. And then, of course, you know, CK is based on multiple units for a lot of his damage, not just the individual. So it sort of hurts the Centaur in this way that their draft is constructed. And mostly how this game has played out, to be honest.
Yeah, it is a strange one because this has oftentimes been the thing that makes the Centaur feel better than all these other offlaners that buy Helm. Is that you have Stampede for the save and then also, obviously, that Workhorse. But no option for it this time. I think some of it, too, is that it's both drafts are just so heavy physically minded in terms of their damage. Obviously, Lina, as you're talking about, going a little bit more into the Shivas and the magic build, but still huge components of right-click damage there.
3-3's Creep's going to get found out. Couldn't find any sneaky spots to perhaps scout the Roche, but of course that doesn't mean that they're aware this is happening.
Smoke coming out.
They're going to hit it and move out.
Yeah, I think 33 and IronWing realized that there was at least a chance, and you take it very quickly with TA.
So he's got 31 armor on Cent.
Okay.
All right, he's got a Lotus, and he's got 3,600 HP. Can he die if they jump him first, do you think? Like, I mean, with an escape act and a backup, surely that fight goes well for IronWing if he gets jumped first, right?
I think so. I think you can lay him out as bait, and that's why he's playing so far forward.
Yeah.
I mean, the flip side of that is that if you start, like, spilling off the TA traps, it's still going to take a lot.
Yes, it might be a little scary to go for an escape act on that guy.
Yeah.
You don't want to walk too close.
Also, there is the full data list done, so if there are some big crits that come out, that's another way that things can start to look a little bit better. As for the moment, though, Kiritich, while everybody else was hanging out around the Roche pit, goes out to farm more camps and just trying to accentuate this lead right now.
Save has done a good job paying attention as well to the itemization environment. He's already picked up the dust with this Glimmercape bot, but not even used yet. So you don't even get that like one fight for Ari where you get to surprise him a little bit. Yeah, just instantly ready to pop that and make the fight a bit more difficult.
But this is more the type of gameplay that I was expecting out of these two teams. The early aggression in the laning stage kind of had me feeling like maybe IronWing were just going to be able to roll this, but seeing now the backing away, trying to play the map, dodge out from them, this is much more traditional of both of these teams.
Yeah, these are two teams that play for objectives and the big fights around those objectives. As Ari, great positioning to pop a smoke. Your question is, can he get out after? Nope.
Definitely no.
Not even a little bit. So had the right idea, though, you know? He is trying to figure out where they're at. Drops an Ob Sentry on the high ground here from Whitemall. Wondering if they're going, but they go into the pit.
They see the little mini Centaur, and now looking for a chase. They're going to buy back, but BK trying to finish this one off. Can they go into it in time?
They're committing here.
They're breaking this. 33. They're breaking the Blink Dagger, not letting him go in. Kiritich trying to finish it. Gets bashed by Roche. Looking for a wraparound, but they're not going to be able to get there in time. Aegis onto Kiritich. Jump forward. Stun. Hits onto 2. GPK finds the CK over the side. They're keeping him out of this fight. Kiritich, BKB is out. Is going to blink up to the high ground. BoomBoys. +1 Aegis.
Woo, nice Nightmare pullback from Cat Omegus to save that Aegis. Otherwise, Kiritich might have got locked down into the Wheel of Wonder. Turns his attention and pulls him right out of that one. And instantly picks up a couple of smokes. He's feeling it. He's got the Aghanims done on the Bane. So, I mean, this is classic save Bane, you know? He used to play position 4 Bane, rush this Aghanim Scepter. Now he's got his butt on his team doing it. And save, working towards his own Aghanims, but it's going to be a while because he's now picked up the gem. So, some map control. Oh, he might lose this gem, though. 3-3, he saw the arrow. He saw it.
Oh, jumps in.
Oh, give me that.
And immediately...
Wait, they didn't see it. They didn't see it. Oh, they pinged it.
No, they got it.
White Mom pinged. Guys,
they're on it.
Please.
Listen, the support's from IronWing.
Yeah,
they're on it.
Core players, you know. They don't notice that as much.
Good ward place down now. So the last couple of minutes have definitely been favoring BoomBoys, but IronWing taking out that gem in spite of the Aegis and getting a deep ward. There could be an opportunity for them to make some plays off of this.
Yeah, grabbing that tower in the mid as well off of that. Beautiful stuff here. Now, this top tower did not go too well last time. So, I mean, the waves pushed out to their own tier 2. You have to consider that a bit here. Still full damage on the menu here for Kiritich. This Aghanim Scepter ready to use by the Bane, and now we have the Nullifier up and ready to go here on the DK. So they're definitely set for a good smoke out here. Got to get some map control though. Miro has been running around and kind of just throwing his body into these lanes. He's willing to take the risk, being kind of the poorest scorer by a margin on the team, but this is helping him to catch up. Because he's not really worth going after. He pushes relatively fast, and he's opening up the rest of the map for his team to try and make some of these more aggressive maneuvers. As they're getting pretty close to Pure here. I mean, this is a guy with no BKB, but not enough of the catch is close enough here yet.
Another thing to keep in mind is that Nullifier just completed does open up kill potential. Pure can no longer just depend upon Whitemon saving him.
I mean, so many other tools too, right? Like the Force Staff potential to help out from the Lina, the Box, the Glimmers, the Force Staff from the Coddle. It is everything, so. Stampede, the best thing you got there.
Fantastic. Jump in, blows up Katomi. No grip for you. Miero trying to back out. Pure still on him. The double gems doing work. Miero does get the BKB and the back away. Frog Stomp slowing down the chase with the Stampede to there. Miero now also in trouble. IronWing finds the other. 4-second stun. Gone. Chaos Knight. When it's looking bad, you can depend on that guy to get some kills.
He is a big feast or famine hero in team fights. Like, he's one of those heroes that really needs everything to go according to plan and to have a really solid opening in the engagement, and then he just goes nuts, right? And then you see it right there.
I mean, this is really one of those games where the initiation from the Z-Fight, they find him! That ward placed down! Oh, they got it! That vision is all they needed.
LSA?
Oh, Kiritich, BKB tries to get out of there for the moment. They got the grip on the Centaur. How much damage do they have? Pure is eating through all of those refractions into this nightmare to try and keep him alive. Look at him, back away, force step. He's living. Kiritich survives that Aegis jump, but man, that ward, Whitemon got it down. Exactly what they needed to start that fight.
Yeah, looks like it's even been there a while, too. They had to drop a sentry. They get the Reality Rift.
Another one, Katomi needs to get there quicker. He can't save him. Oh, they get the kill. He's dead for 90. And now Save also in trouble.
For a ward.
They are not afraid to go high ground. That's what Moon said, and they meant it. IronWing take down, and that's all of their damage. Are they going to be able? Oh man, what's going to happen?
So much backup still behind them from this Coddle and this Ringmaster. It's so hard to deal with these two.
Why would you ever leave? Why would you ever not go high ground? What could possibly go wrong? Pure starts to hit the racks, and they're going to slowly and steadily. And I mean, like, all this chip damage just doesn't matter.
No, they just regen too much. I mean, they're double hardcore sitting in the front with a Ringmaster Coddle behind. The healing is too much. They get on the BZM, but again,
Nullifiers don't have the damage, and now he's in trouble too, and he's gonna go down. The chase is there. GPK is gone. Miero also in trouble. Stomped. IronWing sensing fear in their opponents, trying to close this one out. Triple kill onto the tier 4 towers. Oh, IronWing.
What a read. They know. They're not coming back. We got this one. Whew, it started out really hot for IronWing. So many great plays during the laning stage. So many kills, building into a solid lead. But then BoomBoys, they find that moment. They strike back. A tiny little hole in the armor.
Whitemon just unicycling and triumph around the Ancient. Yeah, drop the voice lines. That's what you love
IronWing,
to see.
get him a pair of Heelys.
Listen.
I want to see him doing it on the stage.
We've got 4 seconds left, but GG is called. BoomBoys know what's coming. IronWing come out victorious.
A quick, emphatic victory. Pure taking a bath in the well right now, going after Kiritich, making a statement as they take game number 1 with a beautiful last pick. They said they understand the Largo. They know what to do. I believe they were correct.
What a performance. And again, for BoomBoys, there were so many points in that game where it was starting to feel like maybe they could turn. You were slowing things down with Katomi on the Bane, and then in the end, it just was not enough. And again, that ward, it was these supports.
Yep.
The supports for this team are so good.
I think they deserve a lot of credit as well, because this is a hard game to win with this draft. I think you have to be very consistent throughout the game. Like, I mean, you saw it, right? They made one mistake, and suddenly the game felt tilted back in BoomBoys' favor. And you're like, oh, okay, ooh, this looks a little risky for IronWing. But it was that big lead they generated early with the help of the Chaos Knight. And again, BZM doing much better in the mid lane than he has recently. I feel like he really got a solid lead and helped control this game for IronWing.
Impressive performance by IronWing as they take the victory. See if they can do it again for game number 2. For now, they're victorious.
Thank you very much, Trent and Lyrical. The first game of this best of 3 elimination series goes the way of IronWing, and it looked fairly even for quite some time in that mid portion of the game, but at some point, Winter, it was just over, and it felt like BoomBoys had nothing left in the tank.
I mean, also the fact that the game started out with like a couple of kills, I think that kind of tilted the off lane for the Largo, kind of tilted also the DK's matchup, because I expected the DK against Lina to be more evenish, but he kind of had a hard time in the laning phase, probably due to the kill, the extra kill that the Lina had before the game started. It upsetted the balance of the game.
Yeah, I mean, IronWing at least had one mentality in this game, which was move forward, right? Because after the laning phase, even if the kill score wasn't really going up, they were always just trying to just be annoying and just make some move happen. Like, they were trying to go for kills, maybe it didn't work out, but they were just slowly chipping down, progressing the map. Sure, this wasn't the cleanest game, I'd say, from them, but I think they had the correct mindset of brush off a mistake, go again. And I think that mindset did allow them to eventually just pretty much close out the game in a very swift move. But yeah, IronWing, a couple of things might need to be cleaned up in the next game, but that aside, we get to see an unpicked CK show off some of its strengths within the tournament, even though other teams don't respect it. Against Largo, it did a very good job in the lane.
It did do a very solid job in the lane, and we are witnessing a part of the game right now where we thought, you know what, BoomBoys, they have a shot of making a comeback happen. They've got some items on board that we thought would propel them forward and have a solid success in the mid game, but it was very short-lived for you.
It was, and I also thought they were going to do well, because they got the Aegis right off it, and this was the fight that they took afterwards, which just went terribly. It felt like when CK could find the right target, the damage output was just unbelievable, and BoomBoys just get pushed right onto the back foot, because they don't really have like save supports. They have Nightmare, and they have like Largo's heal, but there's nothing that really stops the 1,000 illusions of CK from beating your head in.
I mean, it was also kind of hilarious because like before that clip, there was multiple times that both CK and Centaur would blink trying to stun people, but they're probably the worst blink initiators because of how clunky their stun is. So you got to see DKTA just blink away from multiple engagements, which kind of gave Kiritich, who was having an incredible game, right? Top net worth, pretty much the lifeline of BB, a potential chance to get back into this game. But then eventually, when you don't blink, dodge a stun, when you actually do convert on that initiation from IronWing, then you get moments like this where they're suddenly in your base and go, you know what, I think it's just time to end it.
I mean, I also want to add something to that. I feel like the other problem that I noticed throughout the game is this Largo and DK, they just don't really mesh together very well. Like we've seen Largo with Ember, Largo with Storm in the past, any magic damage, Spirit Heal, it works really well with the Croak, but with DK, it just doesn't really feel like it's the same. GPK kind of had a decent game, kind of great game, but I just didn't really see like the combination with this hero. They first picked the Largo, and I felt like the DK as a follow-up because they just wanted to have a good laning setup against the Lina. Just didn't really cut it, for the draft.
Yeah, and we talked about the laning, right? And the idea of Largo, he didn't have that natural pairing. Not only did he not have a natural pairing, but when you get completely shut out of the lane, let's remind you about that. At this point, Miro, he had a Midas in his quick buy. I was like, please, for the love of, do not do this. Of course, he then goes back for Sandra and Kaya, right? But like, this was just a complete outclass in one team understanding. As a Largo team, how do you beat Largo? And this was exactly it, because I didn't really get to see Largo ever enter the game. He ended the game, 0-5-5. Sure, he eventually did get to, the BKB, the Shivas, the Sanskar, like eventual items to be tanky enough to deal with a CK, but it was never in time. It was never at the right Largo timings that we're expected to see so far at the International. And yeah, I think the CK alone in laning phase did exactly what it had to do.
Maybe, Ray, we'll see more Chaos Knight. This was the first showing we saw of the hero here at the International, and it looked solid.
I really liked it as a last pick. You know, they pulled it out of their back pocket. Moon Meander said that it was their Largo counter, and it did. It did do that job, especially with having Ringmaster such a strong laning support. You know, you can just pressure him so hard because Largo wants to be able to dispel like one thing, but Ringmaster's playing with multiple charges on his dagger. It's like really hard to deal with that amount of damage and kill threat, and they just keep going on him. But I think it's hard because now they are aware of it, and I don't think CK thrives if you have to pick him earlier in the draft because there are a lot of heroes that can deal with him, and there are other supports as well, and heroes in this meta that makes illusion heroes like that like struggle. It's like one of the reasons I think Meepo is so bad is because you have like Underlords and Wyverns every game, so it's like CK kind of struggles from the same. He seems very niche. I'd like to see him maybe picked now that we know that he exists.
I do wish we saw Orchid though. That's my one critique, dear Pure. I feel like CK is built on the burst, the wow woo woo, you know, that oh wow, and no Orchid doesn't allow to do that. I think he went a little bit greedy, going for like Echo and Manta and Heart. It's a lot of like strength and clunkiness, and maybe some of the mistakes that they made in that kind of 20-minute mark could have been rectified by having an Orchid. But that aside, I can't complain. They picked an unpicked hero. I'm being greedy now, critiquing itemization on an unpicked hero, but I know CK though, absolutely wonderful hero.
Yeah, how can you critique the Midas and say that, you know?
Day one of my TI, so I'm...
And we saw it, of course, an answer to that Largo, and it had great success in BB's offlane. And to dive further into that offlane, we're heading over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the impact that lane had on the game, because it was gigantic, actually, with that CK pick. Now, the reason it was so effective in this game as a lane winner is because of these two combos here. He throws the first stun, and then it allows Ringmaster to land his follow-up stun as well. So tons of damage, tons of disable, and every time they decide to spend 100 mana each, Miero loses almost all of his HP, which means he basically can't lane at all. The impacts that this has on the game is gigantic, because his net worth is way worse. Here's the first thing. IronWing easily takes both Wisdom Shrines. That means the levels for the enemy supports on BoomBoys are going to be super neutered, so they're going to be harder to play the game. They end up taking the mid tower uncontested. BoomBoys don't even show up to this because they know that they're not going to be able to do that. It was just a Helmet Dominator creep headed over, two supports in the mid. They're going to end up taking this tower by themselves uncontested, so that's a gold advantage. And in the meantime, Chaos Knight, who loves staying in the laning stage because he doesn't jungle extremely well, he basically gets anything he wants. And when he ends up pressuring here, we actually do see a really cool scan that spots out the enemy support rotating over. So Miero again knows I can't be here either. So this tower, which normally is ignored in almost all games, is taken completely for free because they're like, well, they can't contest it. We might as well take the gold and the map control. So all of these things cascaded downstream. Even this pressure that happened on the reaction to seeing them pushing the tier 1 tower didn't produce anything for BoomBoys. So this is all downstream of that smart Chaos Knight pick that pressured the Largo, that put BoomBoys so far ahead that their Tricore combo, which should be amazing, they've got Dragonite here to set up a stun. They've got an arrow setup. They've got a Nightmare into arrow. They just can't use these heroes in their draft the way that they want to because of that lane going so poorly for them. And ultimately, they did a great job not bleeding more. They only lost like the Bane in this example at a 17-minute smoke, but the downstream cascades of that pick was gigantic, and it was the reason truly that IronWing was able to win this match.
And when they did, and it was so important for them that they did, as this is elimination. We're in the lower bracket here of the main event of the International, so this is pressure on. Now for BoomBoys, they are with their backs against the rope, so I'm sure they have to find ways to deal with that pressure. Let's learn a little bit more from Miero and Save and how they feel about this main stage.
Our journey in the group stage was starting from a little bit problems, and we got some mistakes that we need to work on, so we'll keep improving on it.
But eventually we knew that in the elimination match in Decider, Aurora picked us. We knew it's going to be a different game, you know. So we won, and we were super happy.
Of course, everybody in this tournament want to win TI. As for me, this thing is the same one, but for me, going through the playoffs and play on this arena, my family watching me and our fans, most important thing,
I mean, it's my dream to win a TI, so obviously it feels very special all the time. It's my 5th TI, and obviously I want to win so hard.
That's my 4th TI in my Dota history. So for me, it's the most important one, like for every player. So for me, it's just my aim and purpose to achieve the ages.
I think our expectations were always the same. Like before the tournament, we wanted to make it to the top 3, something like this. I think it's kind of the same, even though we didn't have a really good group stage. It's still like the same.
Playing on the crowd is really good, and it gives you more feelings about this tournament. So this tournament, it's different between other tournaments, of course.
I'm super happy that we have this possibility to play in front of the people that cheer for us. So yeah, I'm super happy and grateful for the support from all the fans.
Third, second, and fourth. That's just the last 3 placements that BoomBoys have gotten in the last 3 tournaments they played before TI. The last 3 Tier 1 tournaments. So this team getting top 4, that's normal. They have had an incredible year. Top 4 majority of the events they played. And I think TGov then being faced here with potential elimination at top 8 is disastrous.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably the biggest shocker for them, right? That the idea, when you come into TI, you look at your previous form, you're like, you know what, guys, we're making it to Saturday, we're making it to Sunday. Like, you have that confidence. And I think just the group stage, it probably took a lot of wind out of their sail. Like, no, wait a second, we're not in the form that we were in earlier in the year. Like, what's happened? Like, nothing should have changed since, the tournament before to now being at TI. But of course, that is just the beauty of TI, the pressure it applies. And right now, it is hitting BoomBoys extremely hard because this is not the team that has been able to dominate and be a contender in multiple tournaments throughout 2026.
Yeah, at the same time, I felt they did really well yesterday against Vision. They were able to take a game off. So yesterday, I think they did well. But maybe you're right, Today, it's an elimination game, totally different series, and the pressure is really getting to them. Because they kind of go back to their lane dominance.
Yeah. The pressure was felt, and lane dominance has been something that every time BoomBoys is on stage, we talk about it because that is, in the past, always been how this team wins games. They win the lanes, and then they push that advantage into a successful game. This first game, Rhea, no winning lanes. This was not part of their formula at all. Is that where you would want to see things change going into game number 2 that is coming our way soon?
I mean, no one could have seen the CK lost pick coming.
True.
Let's just write it off as, oh, they got us, those guys, those funny little guys. And now we know that it exists. We're not going to get caught by it again. Like Winter said, their match yesterday was so high skill. They should have won the first game, which meant they honestly could have won that entire series. This is definitely a team we can see go all the way. So I think even though this one looked rough, I would just call it an off game.
Yeah, and you also kind of fell into a bit of a drafting trap, right? Like when you see from the bans of IronWing, like throwing kind of all these bans into heroes that BB haven't really been first picking compared to like the Coddle, the Largos, these other options, the Banes, and now suddenly it's like, wait, we have all these options that we love picking. Let's take the Largo, and now, many picks later, now CK appears, right? I feel like the entire time, this feels like something that was in the playbook from last night. Like, Moon Meander's like, guys, this is what we're going to do. When we get to 24 pick, we're ready to pick this hero. Like, we don't care about Largo at all. Let's test them in game 1. So I think coming into game 2, it can only get better for BB because you don't have this many, strats all perfectly prepped. That just felt like the perfect, playbook prep.
Yeah, that's why it's important to get the right pairing with the Largo, because the Largo's problem was the CK. And if the Largo had the conventional pairings, the Spirit Heroes, any magic damage, then the CK wouldn't have been a problem. Sure, it's also overall last pick, so you can't really account for that. But that's the thing with drafting. You need to have your drafts be prepared to deal with whatever your opponent throws at you.
And also, it's like when you think about these two teams, right? Miro honestly is quite a staple in BB's success, right? He often is the flexible offlaner that has creativity in his hero pool that will make moves throughout the map and just be a nuisance in the early game, utilizing what the supports do. And then you look towards Pure, probably one of the more inconsistent carry players, I'd say, in regards to laning. Sometimes he looks incredible, sometimes the opposite of incredible. Again, TI, love the game. But yeah, I feel like Pure's inconsistency is something that you should look to lean towards, and giving him that last pick, the perfect counter pick to Alago, showing us like that normally doesn't happen in drafts. So I feel like BB can draft in a different way to force, you know, Pure's hero earlier, give Mira the counter matchup, create that volatility in Pure that we often see in tournaments. And that's where we see IronWing in the lower bracket. Not like, again, the game we just saw, that's an upper bracket IronWing. That's a very dominant performance. Like, yeah, there are ways for BoomBoys to get back into this.
Maybe then don't ban Doom, let them have it.
Honestly, I think watching 33 play last game was actually really exciting for me. I think a lot of people find Helm boring at this point because they see it every game and they're like, oh, this super creep can do so much. I love it. I think it's amazing. And 33 last game was having so many good moves with it around the map, like he is increasing his net worth whilst having impact on a mid push to take that tower, that crucial tower. He's also blocking the ancient cap with his creep. And on top of that, he's also like scouting and giving vision. He's controlling the Roche, which he knows the TA wants. This guy did so much with his Helm.
He had tremendous impact. So that the team IronWing crushing that game one. They are in the lower bracket and they do not seem phased by that at all. That performance was stellar. As Tigov said, they played like an upper bracket IronWing. Whereas BoomBoys, they are left struggling. They are now one game away from elimination here from the international. They have still got a chance though, because of course it is a best of 3. One game down doesn't mean you're out. Let's see what's gonna happen next.
IronWing versus BoomBoys. Game 2.
We got ourselves a tiny bit of a repeat in the sense that BoomBoys for game number 2 will be on the Radiant side. Again, IronWing on the Dire side, but where BoomBoys was first pick in the previous game, this time around, it is IronWing that gets a first pick, and therefore BoomBoys get that overall last pick, so potentially they can utilize that last pick the same way IronWing did in game number 1 and setting someone up for tremendous success. We got a couple bans out already. First pick is coming in. Winter, what do you hope to see? We already cannot see the Largo coming out anymore.
I want to see Bounty Hunter, please. I'm sorry.
I don't know if that's going to happen on the side of IronWing.
That's fine. There's more series today.
There are more
We'll see Bounty at some point today. Don't worry.
I'm sure. I want to see a Bounty and a Spree Breaker chasing him.
Okay, all right.
Everybody can have dreams, Winter.
I mean,
I
if
won't take
LGD
it away from you.
We're still in the tournament, they'd be playing it, so.
Yeah, we got Lina. That's a lot more stable. Instant denial. No hesitation whatsoever.
This is Kiritich's best hero.
They have got some flex potential, right? Save and Kataomi both also play IO if required.
It's not a support hero in my opinion right now. The hero has to be a
GH
core.
just gasped somewhere a mile away.
It's not. You can play it as a support hero, but the hero just excels at a core role.
Yeah. No, again, I feel like at least within the openings, I think BoomBoys respected the ideas of Largo Coddle. They also were kind of, I think, happy to be on second pick now because they feel like they got a bit figured out in regards to the first pick, the Largo. So it kind of gets the full mental reset coming into game 2, and then 2 heroes that have just been dominating in the games that we've been seeing, right? So you can't really fault either team picking them up. It's now how do you complement them? Like IO, you know the Axe timing, the level timing that you're playing for. You need heroes to rally around you, play through you. And for Lina, it's about protection. Have that front line, have ways to initiate, kind of create that spacing so Lina can be that turret.
The Undying now banned.
Again, the pairing. Last game we had the Largo pairing. This game we have the IO pairing. I think yesterday when Saber was here, he also mentioned that whenever you have IO as a carry or mid, you want another core on the other lanes to be a good pairing. Like Slug was one of those pairings that we saw during the group stages, which worked really well.
The Slug was always good because it's been picked into an Ember response, right? In every game that I've seen so far, it's always been like, oh, we see Ember mid, I picked Slug, and now I's got a good time, so I don't mind the concept of Slug, but with Ember already banned out, maybe there's some other options in play. Maybe some like off-lane Night Stalker eventually down the line for Miro that you can also play on, where it's like this insane movement vision. But there's fun options available that we probably haven't seen yet at TI.
Oh yeah, I would love to see a Night Stalker. I really liked when WS played it in the group stage. I think he showed the strength. Even though they lost that game, I believe it was a little bit of a throw, and I think he showed the strength of a hero when a lot of people have written it off, especially since the change to Essence Distill that gives the vision of him and shares it. So I think that hero's great. I think it's really good against Io Wyvern, especially if IronWing want to look towards it. I don't know if 33 likes that hero. Oh no, he's played it, yeah. I do want to see Mirana picked again. Personally, throughout these games, I felt like the invisibility has been such a nightmare for everyone. This includes the bounty as well. But when you're playing so much invis, it feels like it makes the map so much harder to play for the team against it. And then we end up seeing teams carrying double gems. Like they'll steal, sometimes they steal them from the enemy, sometimes they just buy a second one. You invest so much economy into gem, into sentries, that it just makes the game so much harder.
And on top of that, maybe also with the map being bigger, means you need more sentries, mean they're out of stock a lot. So yeah, you do have to risk it with those gems.
It kind of secures the rune for you. Every 2 minutes you have MLS for the runes. So it kind of, I feel like generally the team with the Mirana has control over the runes.
Ah, Winter!
Nice. Nice. Bounty, Lina, Darkseer.
I think this bounty is so good into Io. Because something I was thinking with the Io is how he farms the duo camp, but Bounty's gonna be able to go and disrupt that so much because he can just block the camps with his body and then again like force sentries onto the camp. But Io can't kill Bounty, right? Bounty's just gonna run away. So he can be so annoying for Io.
Yeah. I also like with the Darkseer, picking it into Io, you're kind of just doing a trade of farm. Both heroes will happily farm their lanes. There shouldn't be any kill threat on either side. Darkseer will get to go pipe to deal with the eventual kind of magic, kind of damage timing of Io. So I feel like they're going to be pretty happy with the pickup on IronWing. Still, I am looking towards BoomBoys being very comfortable. The Kiritich Io, GPK getting his puck with pretty much no lockdown for him at the moment. That is a major question that IronWing needs to answer. Especially if Lina does go towards mid, now you're looking towards Pure, or the position 5 being that lockdown often isn't the best answer to a mid puck.
Do you like it though? When we have Io, we talked about wanting another core pairing, and now your mid is going to be a puck, which feels a bit bad in my opinion.
The offlane can do it, right? The Io can twin gate and go towards an Axe or Slaughter. Or there's so many
bans, so no.
I mean, type hero. You know, any of these offlaners that are aggressive and move forwards on the map will be the Io pairing. But yeah, I'm looking towards Miro to kind of activate the Io in that way. And the classic hoodwink, what, 42% odd win rate? Again, saves on the team, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it just gives them like the setup, right? They were lacking stuns, their Wyvern and Io, like Puck Pearl is not enough. So you need something else, and the pushback is the perfect spell to tie everything together. Whereas right now, I mean, if you're looking to find answers on carry against Puck, you want heroes that could either build Orchid or have some sort of silence against Puck. And I think like, okay, so they just go for the counter from the support role. They go for the Lion with the Hex. Not the most like a conventional hero on the position 5, but Whitemon does play this hero well.
Do you not need to be careful on IronWing for the old classics of like the Lycans and the Beastmasters right now? Like when I look towards Bounty and Lion,
yeah, Lion, Lina, so many squishy heroes.
It's like everything just feels squishy. And like as much as it's not like the best partnership for an IO, I think it in itself will break the map enough that you can like tether the wolf. You can just do these annoying things. So I'm worried for the Zoo.
Can they preemptively pick a carry that would deal with those heroes right now?
Sure, yeah. It could be 2 bans elsewhere, pick a carry to deal with the Zoo, and then you kind of cover yourself against 4 heroes. That is an option, but that's currently in my mind for how BoomBoys can make this draft go from just annoying to potentially just game-winning. But respecting the global play with the Underlord at the moment, of course with Puck, pretty much GPK, other than the Lion, of course you can deal with that with Aeon Disc or Lincolns or whatever. You are just going to be jumping around the map and setting a lot of things up. So again, I can see the Underlord ban, respecting the relocate plus the Puck setup, and then a Fiend's Gate on top.
Yeah, they possibly want Tiny because they're banning the Underlord. Underlord has a percentage damage against Tiny. Very good later in the game. And Tiny is something that could preemptively protect them against the Zoo heroes.
Did you guys see how... I missed these games. Did you see how BB utilized Legion in their games? because I feel like she would be a nice pairing with the Io. They have the burst damage to complement her duel, and it's like a really, really strong save against Lion.
Yeah, so that was like 8 days ago against OG, so I don't know how much stock I can put into a Legion.
Yeah.
No disrespect.
It was against a Mirana. I think they picked the Legion into Mirana. Like, you have something good to dispel. Like a save, and it's a pretty strong lane.
We'll see where they go with it. For now, it is BoomBoys, assuming that Lina is going to go mid once again in the hands of BZM, so they're banning out some carry heroes, with the Kez already mentioned being banned. On the other side for BoomBoys, Piero is looking for his hero. And it's Templar Assassin, that's the other carry that will get banned. Let's see what Pure wants to get for himself. Last game with the Chaos Knight, he got a hero that sealed the deal in favor of IronWing.
Yeah, the annoying thing is, like, because of the Winter Wyvern, okay, they do go for the Doom. I mean, against like Io and Wyvern, even the puck, like Doom is like, you kind of want to see it because it just deals with them really nicely. But with the way that they're drafting, it didn't look like they're going to go for it. But of course, you can just play it in the carry role. So, yep, nice pickup.
And I would call it one of his signature heroes as well. Pure plays this frequently, and especially when it was still very actively in the meta, he was very active on playing the Doom.
And they did bring in some pretty decent control that we were looking for. Right after the puck pick, the Lion and Doom, they are like the big answers for it. So a lot of pressure though on these two players, because it is pretty much those two players to deal with GPK, but also you want them to deal with the IO as well. So they kind of need to have an exceptional game, because they're going to be like having to bring the lockdown to pretty much everyone.
I think this also helps answer our question about like Lycan potentially, because when we saw Amar pick Doom as the counter to Lycan, to PL, sorry, because you can just buy this Radiance, you can buy the Shivas. It's like this hero covers a lot of bases for them.
Talk to me about the Centaur. Does it pair well with the IO? That's something that we wanted to come out of this offlane. It's a very different archetype than the Legion Commander, for example. It is a hero that's been very popular, especially when paired up with ranged carries, and Kiritich on the IO can be considered a ranged carry.
It's more utility than, like, if you compare it to like Stardust, it's obviously not the same, but they wanted something to disengage against the Doom. Like, Centaur is always very, very nice against Doom. And Lion, Doom, I feel like this is a lane where when you pair the Centaur with HULIGANI, you have kill potential. So I can see Miro being really, really farmed, you know, just from the laning phase itself.
I mean, honestly, BoomBoys draft, if they get into the mid game, it will just be beautiful, because like IronWing, to kill someone, it's like during the Earth Spike, during the Hex, during the Doom, and then you're going to have like Relocate saves, and then Winter's Curse or Cold Embraces to get spacing, Stampede as well. Like, there's so much kiting available that if BoomBoys can execute their team fight, they will just outplay IronWing with the limited ways that they have to kill heroes outside of them just fully snowballing the game.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a game 3 here.
We believe that BoomBoys has what it takes to force out a game 3, Freya.
I think it's exciting. We got the bounty, we got the IO. I want to see mostly the interactions between them and how much Ari is going to be able to disrupt this game.
Yeah.
We're going to have a bunch of unkillable guys against a bunch of guys with a lot of damage, so it's going to be exciting.
It is going to be exciting. Elimination on the line does add that extra layer of pressure to all players in the booth, as I'm sure that BoomBoys are able to shake off that loss from game number 1. This is a fresh game. They went for a completely different game plan. And as you heard my panel, they are set up for success, maybe a little bit more than what they normally are. And that is good news for BoomBoys. That is good news for Dota fans, as potentially that would mean that a game 3 is on the horizon. Let's see what's going to happen with this game. But first, some words from Coach Bull.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here with Bulk. So good to see you again. Very, very different coming out there from your first draft. It was more of a focused draft, you know, really getting down towers, getting down players, but this one more team fighty. Was this a big change just because of what you saw, or was this a change more for your team?
Ваш драфт на второй карте сильно поменялся по сравнению с первым. Тот был сконцентрирован на фокусе отдельных героев, а здесь намного больше АОЕ. Это адаптация к этому сопернику по ходу серии или в чем причина?
Мы просто набрали своих комфортных героев и хотим сыграть немного другую игру во второй карте.
We have picked our comfortable heroes and we want to play differently during the second map.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad to hear it. We have seen you guys do an absolutely fantastic season. You have had so many new fans come and support you. It's all on the line here. Elimination game. I want to hear it from you. Are we going to a game 3?
У вас был очень хороший сезон, вы приобрели много новых фанатов по ходу сезона. Что хочешь сказать? Добьемся ли мы того, что будет третья карта в этой серии?
Спасибо всем, кто нас поддерживает. И, это не может закончиться так, поэтому будет третья карта.
Thank you to everyone who supports us. It just can't end this way, so we should expect the third map to happen.
All right, it cannot end this way. I sure as hell hope that is true. Let's go into our game and find out.
Thank you so much, Slacks. And yes, it cannot end this way. After everything that this team has been through, it would be a catastrophe them to drop down. Again, you think about this team last year for BoomBoys, they were playing with Pure, managed to get top 4, and now potentially going out in that 8th spot would be a big movement backwards from where this organization has been able to go to. Trent, what do you think about the drafts? Any thoughts or things come out immediately?
I mean, I think the thing that stands out the most is definitely the Bounty Hunter. You know, you had a winner asking for it on the panel. We saw it win every game yesterday on the main stage. And we know Ari can play it. You know, he has tried to play this before in the past, maybe when Bounty wasn't seen as powerful. So I don't think it's any surprise to BoomBoys that IronWing are bringing this hero out today. I want to see what they have up against it, and if they're ready for this matchup versus the IO, because I think there is definitely an issue in terms of the body blocking and the warding of the camps. That is how you slow down this IO, and there's not much you can do against the Bounty doing that. We saw at the very beginning of the game, they did this group up at the bottom tier 3, then they smoked and they moved out, trying to find where the smoke popped, probably trying to get a kill on this Bounty, because we've seen them play very deep near the base to start the game to get these courier wards. They did pop their smoke near Ari's ward that he placed down there, but they didn't deward it. So that being said, you know, he hasn't sniped any couriers just yet. So far, so good.
You know, I'll say also coming into this tournament, I was not expecting to see 33 play a Dawn of Darkseer because while he has played that hero a lot, the hero has changed a lot too. And this type of move that he's making right now, going back to those 2 camps to farm them up while the Bounty Hunter stays in lane, this has been more the move that's been happening, and it's interesting seeing the Bounty get played with Darkseer. In the other games, Devi was playing much more in the lane, finding kills when they were trying to pull waves. 33 has definitely transitioned much more into just hard farming on this hero.
Yeah, there's definitely a very GPM-focused way to play this duo, I think, where you focus a little more on getting the stacks and then using the Iron Shell on the Bounty Hunter to farm multiple camps at once. So I'll be curious to see if they set that up. That definitely is more of 33's MO, to play it in that sort of a style instead. But, like, you know, farming the camps and running back to the base, this doesn't look like a great way to start the game as the Darkseer.
No, I mean, you get, you know, very, very farmed, but you think back to the other one, Devi was able to find multiple kills.
Yeah.
T mentioned that this is a more difficult lane to find kills on, the IO in lane with the Wyvern, but it's not impossible, particularly if they get caught out of position. But we'll see how that one plays out. And then, of course, up here top, the Centaur doing what we've seen Centaurs do a million times, playing together with Save. But it's against a Doom, which is a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, after farming those camps, like 3-3, sorry to keep going on Darkseer, but he's immediately back on the double stack and farming through it.
Yeah.
So he is going to take the top net worth here, just ignoring the lane completely, as you said. And if they try and contest like this, Kiritich, like, he doesn't have the damage yet on the Spirits. I mean, for one, they're on cooldown. And you've got this 9 armor on Bounty Hunter. This hero is absurd at trading during the laning stage. It's actually ridiculous. So if you don't have spells to deal with him, he will just right-click you.
Right. No, it will be an issue. And that's going to be something to watch for, is like if they come and contest this at all, it gives a very free game.
Well, up top though.
Arrow, double edge down, dead, Whitemon. Raw's first blood save, not able to do much to stop that, and does not get lucky with the bounces either. Very low, but not going to be able to find that kill.
I think in this game, the Doom is fulfilling a role that I think used to go to more like the Juggernauts and the Troll Warlords, where, you know, we know that IronWing just in general are a Doom team, right? Yes. Like they played on 3-3 all the time. Pure is no stranger to it as well. But he definitely helps carry some weaker support through the laning stage, and sometimes that's what Lion is. You know, he's not the best 5 overall. He likes to have a little more breathing room. So having something a little bit more reliable as your position 1 really helps when you need this Lion pick to deal with the mid puck. Because GBK was going to have a completely free game if they just went for more, you know, stock standard support.
This is the play that you can make once those waves are pushed underneath the tower. Iron Shell, the Bounty, run in a bit. They're not taking too many other chances, though, it looks like.
And now they can just pull the wave, too, because he just used the Arctic Burn.
Yeah.
So they're just out of here.
Right. It gives a lot to the IO. IO is having a free game. They're not trying to contest his farm, but it does sort of prioritize 33's farm, and he's going to get off to a good start.
And it should be that when he starts trying to go for the acceleration of the farm and the IO moves back in the jungle, that's where you're going to see the counter.
Whitemon low, not dead yet. With the rotation in from Ari, Miero going to be found. Finally gets the hoof stomp off, but with the bounty hunter there, Katomi trying to save a life. It's not looking like it's going to be there, though. So they get another kill. Miero dropping. Pure, again, not lucky with those bounces. Don't know if it would have mattered anyways.
No, Wyvern not enough with the TP. Like he said, you know, they didn't block these camps. Very Alk-coded. You guys remember the past year, obviously. Alchemists were abusing these two camps constantly. IO very good at doing that as well, so we might see a block come out here. The Radiant already scanning to see if Bounty's coming back through the Twin Gate, because that's probably what they're theorizing he's going to be up to. Instead, Ari's in the mid lane, trying to set up on this rune with, I mean, both supports so low trying to help here.
Yeah, if they're not careful, you could just end up getting caught and killed. The bushwhack out.
Crazy, bro. You're crazy.
Wow.
That is a greedy maneuver.
And I mean, it's sort of set up, as you can see, the GPK dive onto BZM, see if they can bring him down. Stun, not going to connect. So they back out. I mean, some of that is set up because they scan and don't see him coming through the gate, right?
Yeah. Yeah, very well done there, predicting his movements. 3-3, you know, he gets left alone down here. He's dragging away. He's starting to get very fat. Already has his Helm of the Iron Will, heading into the Helm Dominator. I think, you know, Lyric, I know you're very passionate about the Helm of Dominator and Darkseer. This game, though, pretty good. Can you agree?
Yeah.
It's okay, this game?
I mean, okay, so if anybody doesn't know, I have strong opinions about everything, particularly Helm of the Dominator. I think that it's also going to be an interesting game to see if they go for a Crozier.
I knew you were going to say that next.
That's the other thing I want to see.
Of course.
There's so much healing on this BoomBoys lineup, so much potential for turnaround and counter initiation plays.
Yep, I mean, Heart Centaur, IO, Winter Wyvern, it gets pretty crazy this game.
And they're going to need it because, again, this is a lineup that has a lot of damage from IronWing, but you got to break through that save potential that you've got. Cold Embrace, eventually the workhorse. You're thinking about those relocates. And obviously Doom is great, but if you can get somebody out of trouble, you need to make sure you're actually succeeding on finding those kills.
I think the two biggest wins strategy-wise on the laning stage for these two games, for me at least, like that you could have predicted and coming into this for IronWing, has been BZM in this mid lane. Because they're picking this Lina early, and he again has opened up a big gap over GPK, which you're not expecting. GPK is a lane winner. That's what he does.
Right.
And I was not theorizing that they would be able to get BZM any like really solid matchups, but they just go for the Lina. They're just like, hey man, if it's there, like that is our priority in this series. It's going to help us in a matchup that's not favorable for us with how we tend to play our lanes. And it's working out really well. Now he's trying to put that pressure on, and that, I think, is also where the Helm build comes into play, because then we're going to have this Boots of Travel Lina moving onto the Helm creep of the Darkseer with the Bounty Hunter roaming around. There's a lot of aggressive potential there for them.
Right, and there needs to be good reactions from BoomBoys that are not overreactions.
Yeah, that's the hard thing to do.
So they do have the Helm on the IO, 33 also pulling his over. You can see that separation between him and the Centaur. With Bounty chasing, this is where things get a little bit dicey. The Ion Shell gonna slowly whittle him down a bit here and just making him feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is the goal for the Bounty. You're not killing the IO, it is just trying to wreck his farm patterns, make like every little stun, every bit of slow means you don't get to this camp for a stack. You don't clear it before the respawn, right? Like those add up very, very quickly in these top tier carries, because this is their life. All they want to do is hear that little clink clink gold noise, right?
True enough.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And in the meantime, you're getting a triple stack on Ancients for this Darkseer. Double shells the creeps, can back away, feel very comfortable with how this is going. BoomBoys, they're gonna need to disrupt this farming eventually. At some point, this cannot allow to just stand.
And don't forget, you know, quick wit here, he's got 2 Ironwood nuts on Darkseer. So when he gets those 2 permanent primary attributes, that is plus 2 attack speed.
So strong.
Lyrical.
Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness. Unbelievable innate coming out here from the Darkseer. Too powerful.
A 2K gold lead. And, I mean, it's not often that you see Doom as the lowest of your cores farming, and it's not like Doom is having a bad game. But Kiritich gonna have to be the difference maker, going towards this Aghanim Scepter, also picking up Lotuses. As we're getting close to this 10-minute mark, can GPK find himself a rune? Oh, don't jump there. Save nearby. It's going to be an invis. Good bushwhack onto both. Ari running in, though, with this bounty hunter, trying to slow down, find the kill on the save, and will indeed get it. And now a relocate. Kiritich coming in with this creep, finding Ari for the moment. They're going to Laguna Blade the creep. Not sure about that one. Ari low, Ari dead. Kiritich now going to bring Katomi back with him, so they cannot find that kill on the Wyvern.
Yeah, 3-3 trying to kind of punish a bit here with Whitemon. Now they're going to move to GPK. Does he really get caught here?
Hex, they find him. Everybody joins in, and the puck down. This TP is not, oh no, save. This is not what you want to have happen. 33, they're just chasing him down.
That's such a preemptive tip.
Oh, he was so ready for that. Save is gone.
What?
Oh, man.
All right, Whitemon must just be a ghost. I thought they saw Whitemon. Maybe they didn't. I feel like the way they just played, they did not see the way Whitemon maneuvered in there. That's my only explanation. But I mean, they definitely saw by the time safety. I don't know, because right now 3-3's farming their ancient stack.
Yeah, this
just
is
so
really
you know.
Bad. This is really bad for BoomBoys.
This is a triple stack that he is taking away from them right now.
Yeah, this is quite bad. GPK comes in, and he can't really punish. Oh, man, there's nothing there. Lose so much net worth. Now 6,000 net worth on this Darkseer, who's had a hell of a game.
And Ari just keeping him tracked up here as he plays on this side of the map. They haven't blocked Centaur's camps quite yet, and I imagine that's probably what he's doing right now. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, very frustrating. Oh, Courier?
He's gonna wait for it, maybe? No, just gonna head out. Already on the hunt.
Yep, he's gonna find GPK. Oh, that was a fat Courier going to Katomi.
Throws out a track, runs away. Can't quite get that one. But, I mean, again, you're playing in an elimination game right now for BoomBoys. Your entire year of working to this point, wanting to make something happen, had good results, and to go out at this early stage of the tournament, be absolutely devastating for them.
It's massively lyrical.
Yeah.
It's like your dream is coming true, dude. It's a gargantuan Darkseer on the main stage. Like, he is 7K net worth right now. He's 800 ahead of BZM, who's also crushing this game.
Yes, he has been farming. There is no doubt about that.
They haven't even taken the bottom tier 1 in his lane, and he's the most farmed in the game. It's such an interesting way to play it. Like, it's just been a... I mean, he did steal so many of their ancient stacks, which is like his good aggressive maneuver, but typically, if the offlaner is this farmed, you must have taken the tier 1 by now.
Right.
Oh, he got Boots of Travel. This guy's playing Turbo. So we're going to have Boots of Travel onto the creep. We have Lena with the Boots of Travel. Now, this is kind of like when you buy a bunch of blinks and you fail to play, right?
48 minutes earlier than normal. That's crazy. He's like, I'm not dying, so I need a way to get new TPs.
I guess so.
It's the only solution. Yeah, I mean, all right. I will be honest.
Is this too much?
This is a little crazy. Like, they could go all in on him and definitely kill him now, because he's not that, like, survivable on HP.
No, it's such an expensive purchase on a Darkseer of all heroes.
But they are going to TP in with the Lena, and they're going to be able to play fast. That's the other thing about this. So if it pays off, it's amazing, but there is a chance it doesn't pay off. Boil down, catch butt, GPK, get back and away.
Have to curse the Helm creep to try and keep Katomi alive right now.
A wise decision. It was going to kill him otherwise. Okay.
I'm of the opinion he's gone too far.
I think he might have cooked a little bit too much, too.
It just, I mean, if he just keeps accelerating, maybe it's not going to matter, but it feels like there were more impactful items, but we'll have to watch, right? It all comes down to how he utilizes this map movement to his advantage. Maybe he's trying to keep up with the global potential of the item. Wants to always be able to respond, and they just want to make sure they're always outnumbering, because we've seen a lot of success from the Nature's Prophet. Maybe this is that same idea of, like, we don't want to be in a game where they just have more heroes all the time. But it's created this instance where they have a 5K lead, but stats-wise and like fight-wise, they have to get in the correct position using these items to actually have a lead. Because you do not, you're not any tankier from the boots if you're stunned up.
No, he has 1,500 HP, and you're getting closer towards Kiritich. I mean, Kiritich is going to be level 12 now, but when he gets that 15 talent, that's where this can really start to amp up, and that's going to be the timing that BoomBoys want to try and fight. At that point, I'm imagining 33 is going to be able to have his pipe already online.
Yeah, pipe going to be absolutely wonderful this game, obviously. There's a ton of magic damage coming here from the Radiant. I feel like the ability to slow down the farm of the IO has not been like fully realized in this game, which I think is very good news for BoomBoys, because I don't think they have the best like IO game this game. You know, there's none of these crazy combos that we've seen. I wouldn't say that the Centaur's okay. I think it's another game where the Centaur cart doesn't feel great, to me at least, until like really late when the IO becomes some insane like, you know, level 25 beast. So I'm not imagining that comes out very early either. Puck, you know, same situation. It's a bit of a slow burn for the Tricore here of BoomBoys, since their Puck didn't get off to any sort of a ripping start.
Right. And I guess that the thing about this too that will be a little bit interesting to watch is like, how do IronWing want to play this? Because they don't really have like great objective takers necessarily. Like Lina can be, but it's not a right-click Lina. And then it's like Doom is your other core. So are you trying to pressure towers, or are you just trying to accelerate your farm with kills?
Yeah, and like, I mean, he's about to have his Radiance on the Doom, which obviously makes him quite formidable, but he's probably just going to use that to farm into his Blink, I imagine. I mean, he might join for Tormentor, or he might walk into a Roach or something, but I don't think this Radiance is going to change the state of the game that much.
Yeah, they're just playing the map is what it feels like. You know, trying to just farm up everything that they possibly can, wait for their item timings, or wait for the moment when they want to battle, and then they can run in there and do it. Time will tell. Save Ari finds him, and I mean, again, these kills very, very easy.
Yeah, the bounty has not been succeeding quite as much as they would hope so far. They've had a lot of good sentries on their side of the map. In that case, I think he just caught the Vanish is what it looked like, and was able to instantly dust. And he's also going to have an Essence Distiller now, and just like 3 gold for save. So that is a big problem for the bounty hunter. See how he likes it. Being tracked up and watched as he tries to escape. Does have a Tumbler's Toy, that's going to help now. And of course, the greedy one.
The completed pipe is also being flown out right now. So what they decide to do with this, pipe, Radiance, couple big things online, and then for the Lina, you're sitting there with the 4 staff good to go. A wraparound coming through the portal. Will they be able to find it?
I see some pings here from BoomBoys as well as IronWing, so I think BoomBoys are in the know. Of course, that didn't save GPK last time. I feel like he also knew what was happening last time he died.
Backing away. Spirits, do they chase it? Save.
There's definitely turnaround potential with the Essence Distiller. It could give them the vision to fight this. Kataomi coming in first, has that curse ready. Grouped up between the Doom and the line, and they're way in behind. Save, gonna pop smoke.
Yeah, they jump for him. Gonna get an easy bring down. So they'll take out the Hoodwink, but that keeps the rest of the cores alive. The problem is you are playing against Bounty Hunter, right? So the track gold matters.
Yeah, and that's something they've been lacking a bit this game. Obviously, only 6 kills so far. They would love to rack up a few more. The ball's a bit of an issue, you know?
Yari.
If he happens to run into them or something, and revenge.
Yeah, they're ready.
Oh, buddy, you're running out of places to run to.
There is nowhere left to go. So the stomp comes out, and now Kiritich comes in for the finish on this IO. And completed Aghanim Scepter, working towards the BKB, almost level 15. They're hitting their timings on BoomBoys. How strong is it going to be, though?
Yeah, that is definitely the big question. It's going to be coming into, again, this Blink Dagger on Pure, so he's going to be trying to remove someone from these engagements. So even when they do catch back up, this Doom is going to be crucial.
Just camping a ward right now, waiting for anybody to step into this area and save.
Same spot.
Jump in, GBK, silence onto 2. Now the coil connects onto the Lion.
Doom, Pure.
Hoodwink, he's in trouble. Pure low, Pure gone.
Wipe on 2.
Gotta run out of there before things get even worse. Slowed down by the Croaker, chasing in with Kiritich. He finds him with the Sun. 33 is there, but does he really have enough? GBK suddenly alone, has to jaunt away, and is going to go for the jump. Good bushwhack save, but there it is! The Winter's Curse comes out and now taking down the Bounty Hunter.
Oh, that was cute. The Splinter Blast as well to finish the kill. Very nice from Kataomi, well played. And GBK narrowly escaping there with the jaunt into the Blink. And they were trying to control the space. IronWing, they felt like this is the formation they play. You saw at the end of last game, they're so good at setting these like perfect little formations when they have their ideas, but sometimes they get locked into those ideas, like this formation to push the tier 2 in last game, and they kept doing it after the ages. And in this case, they're holding this area of the jungle. And it starts out kind of okay, but it just wasn't quite perfect enough. You got a little bit outplayed, and now you've lost all this space. And every time you get pushed back on your side of the map, it just means that you're further and further away from helping out your bounty hunter to keep accelerating these kills. So like the waves are going to start pushing out now for BoomBoys. You're really going to need these boots of travel, I guess, to make your way to Ari if he's playing real deep.
Well, and I didn't want to bring it all the way back to there, but I will say, if you're leading by like 4K and you have 2 boots of travels, in the fights, are you really leading by 4K?
You got to run.
Not really.
Only if you're running.
Yes, exactly. And these heroes were very susceptible getting blown up. And again, you think about that Doom. You think of this as a big, strong, burly hero. Only 1,700 HP with the Radiance.
TP out from Kataomi save. Gonna get caught again here, though.
So IronWing get a little bit of retribution for themselves. BoomBoys finding some openings for themselves, but it is by no means out of the woods. This is still an incredibly strong IronWing team that has a tremendous amount of push potential. EZM shows it there for a moment, force out the glyph, back away on GPK.
And you saw Pure pivoting there. He bought the blink, instantly sold it, and is instead going towards that BKB. So it feels like that's the better option here because, probably because they can't afford 2 boots of travel on the blink tagger right now, stats-wise. We need a little bit of taggability on someone here. Like, we got to make sure that this pipe is actually useful.
The Darkseer went blink too. Yeah, so not a lot of stats on these heroes. They're still very susceptible to Kiritich, who has 2,500 HP just about.
Yeah. I mean, this is the complete, we are trying to outplay you item build.
Yes.
Like, that's what they're saying. We think we will play these fights better. We will be in a better position. We will get a better jump, which in theory you should be because you have this bounty hunter, but they're playing it really nicely on the side of BoomBoys. I'd like to see even more Observer Sentry combos if they could, because I feel like IronWing are constantly just like forcing this because they have to. Because they have these boots of travel, you can kind of guarantee that this bounty hunter is going to be roaming pretty deep.
Smoke up from GPK and save. And heading into this area, they're walking directly towards the pit where a high priority target is up on the high ground. And it looks like they're getting close to finding him. Oh, but a good blink away. Darkseer gets out of trouble.
Blink here from Whitemon. He's hit some pretty big stuns before in the past.
But no, 33, playing it safe, sends out his creep, not going to get found.
All right, so he gets pushed back to his side. They are under an Ob Sentry combo here as well, so I'm going to see them moving out of there. Don't think they saw the placement of the Observer wards, but good chance they get dewarded here if Ari brings in some sentries. For now, things quieting down a little bit. No Tormentor taken, no Roche taken by the 23-minute mark.
Elimination match. Playing this one safe. And Puck, I mean, very safe. Next item queued up is the Aeon Disc. Yeah.
That is the battle mode for sure.
Ari.
Just to me, that's like, I just got to get over the hump, and then we're going to be okay.
Arrow finds him. Big hit with the heart out. It's a long duration stun and Bounty dead. Now looking for more. The good winners. Curse connects, but a back wall even better from 33. Kiritich is already BKB, but not going to be able to get out of this one. The Cold Embrace will not save you. You're on the mark. They find and kill the Wyvern. That is the fight they're waiting for on IronWing, and Miro realizes it's not going to work. Has to cancel the TP. The stomp is there, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this. They got the Lina moving in, also an IronWing. Sensing some weakness, move in, find 3 kills.
GBK did get a pickup onto the line at the very least. Get them a little bit there, but I mean, they needed that blink play from 3-3 desperately. Well played by him, making use of this itemization here. Now they're trying to find something onto the puck down bottom. Gets out though, GBK. And now save.
The bushwhack
gets one.
They don't really have enough damage here. Yeah, BZM is going to live through it. In essence, Distiller, but like, I mean, just these right clicks, feeling desperate to get anything. It's not going to work. IronWing take the tier 2 tower. It's 10-10, but it's a 6,000 gold lead.
I can really appreciate that though. The use of the boost of travel to immediately move down here, almost open an opportunity onto GPK and get this tower. This is what they needed with the itemization they've gone for. And now, after the BKB, Pure has this Blink Dagger and Kiritich, man. These fights get a little hard. He's not this massive IO that you need to be to really dominate the game, specifically against the Doom. Now, that being said, you know, there was a Necrophos game last night. I was really worried for Nigma. Like, going late as a Necrophos versus Doom, it's a hard game to play. They managed to win that one.
Yeah.
So Doom is definitely not the end-all be-all to these like big healing-centric heroes. I think IO less countered as well than the Necrophos, you could say. But they are already into an objective now. That Aeon Disc ready here for GPK. Still 5-1-1, having a very nice game here on this puck. With the Aeon Disc, we're expecting that he wants to be pretty aggressive getting in there to make sure there's no good jump plays from this Blink Dagger on Pure.
And this is a very cool move, trying to get this done. And they're going to finish off the Aegis right as Roche leaves. So IronWing might have been getting set up down bottom for that Roche take potential.
Yes, they started circling.
This signals a little bit of a win for the BoomBoys, mainly just taking that Aegis away from IronWing.
It's going to be a really hard time in the game to play though for BoomBoys, because you have to be considering that you are going to get out-pushed constantly because of these double boots of travel that are here on the side of IronWing. So anyone who goes out to push a lane by themselves, like, it kind of just has to be safe, honestly. I mean, the Wyvern can go into it too, but it's quite a bit slower. Here just being focused down here by BZM, it shouldn't be lethal or anything, but it's definitely a little fearful. You know, your Aegis hero just being bullied a bit here, seemingly with nothing you can do about it.
Trying to get into Mjolnir is going to be the next ask for the BoomBoys. Still very tanky, but also you're starting to build up that HP on the side of IronWing. You have BZM finishing the Satanic. The BKBs are done now too.
Yeah, a bit of like a mixed build sort of, right? Like the Kaya, Hurricane Pike, Satanic, but just see, so the damage runs out, which is the case for BoomBoys. I was this weird sort of consistent damage. It's just the balls flowing out there until you get to the Mega Late Game where you have this Daedalus and like the multi-hitting and everything.
For Centaur, deciding that it is now time to go into that Aghanim Scepter. So Miero has that next on the mind for himself. Imagine it's going to be a little while before they're able to get it.
Sometimes the workhorse is also just for yourself in a lot of ways, you know? Like, it's not this incredible, like, Drow or Muerta or someone to save and then, like, play aggressive with it. Yeah, it was still fine. The puck is still fine, but the ability for you to also just keep moving with the additional workhorse in those fights can often just be the big difference maker anyway.
Heritage moving in, but they're bringing in numbers now. Lots of Blink Daggers on IronWing. Can chase this if they want.
Keep this guy for vision.
They're thinking about it. 33 opening up. Fine save. Now the silence. Not bad. Coil out. Big damage. He needs to get something off. 33 in trouble. 33 low. 33 dead.
One.
And still chasing. Finding the kill onto Whitemon. Pure now. His BKB is wearing out. Katomi's right there. Relocate the chase down. They've got Pure in their sights, and back and forth the pendulum swings. BoomBoys.
Something about like 27 minutes in the game, they really come online, these guys. And they start to figure stuff out. Beautiful stuff here, and showing again, like, Darkseer, you know, most 17k Darkseers, a little tankier.
Yep.
Like, that's just the reality of it. But he just barely wasn't able to get out that, a little bit of min-maxing, perhaps, thinking like, yeah, they don't have that much damage on BoomBoys, but if they link it together like that, if there's no save coming up from your line in time, you will get punished.
Well, it's why Dota is such a, like, beautifully balanced game too, right? Because, like, you have all these items. You've got Shivas, you got Blink Dagger, you got these things to try and help your team with the pipe, and it's everything to try and make the rest of your squad stronger, but then he's becoming a little bit more vulnerable and weak as a hero. And so it definitely, like, when you go out there and you're that front foot forward, BoomBoys able to take advantage and destroy him. And going in for the Hex next.
That relocate is ready to go here now. 40-second cooldown with the level 20 talent. Very frightening.
Oh, yeah.
So you must be very cautious. That, you know, it's kind of flipped the script a little bit now, right? This idea of, you know, how much do you want to separate on IronWing with all these boots of travel? Are you going to be a little bit more linked together than you want to be? Very quick pause. Katomi already ready to go here.
All right, let's take a breath, everybody. This is...
Okay, take a little stretch here, folks. Just stand up. Twist it around a bit here. Do your squats.
I mean, the panel said that they thought this was going to be going to a game 3. Now, that said, when this turnaround happened in the last game, immediately afterwards, IronWing took an amazing fight and started to blow everything
they just
up.
Ended it.
Yes.
It was just dunzo.
But that was CK. You know, that's a different dynamic than Doom. And yeah, look at the swing back, man.
It is how it's feeling right now, and some big talents still coming up here pretty soon. Level 20 for Puck and Centaur. Almost achieved. What do we have on Whitemon? He's got Blink, he's got Glimmer, he's going for the Aether Lens, so a lot of pressure on him in these fights for sure.
Okay, this is a nice little move for them. Lightmon, please don't die to this. Glimmer Cape, yeah, he's out of there.
Oh, they miss out on Ari. They get him with a dust. So Tormentor, but you know, Ari kind of scouting him out, making sure that his team is going to get it safely, which they did. But they will lose not only just their Bounty Hunter, but their Tier 2 in the bottom lane. And Tier 2 also facing some pressure. It means they're not going to get the outpost. So map control really moving heavily into BoomBoys' favor at the moment. There is an Iron Shell Croaker doing its best to hit the Radiant Tier 2. Not quite the same effect.
33 now having a Centaur for himself. There's obviously some big potential there for getting a big vacuum into a hoof stomp from the Centaur, and because obviously the Doom also has one. The team fight potential out of this lineup could be pretty nuts if they can find people grouped together, but BoomBoys have been doing a good job of keeping things separated.
There's an interesting moment that could happen though with like Lina moving in towards this Daedalus. She's only 100 gold away. Io only has 20 armor, which sounds like a lot, but you know, Darkseer wall gets him, like Io hits decently hard. Get the illusion out, it's helping. Get the puck illusion, anybody to help beating into this Io a little bit. Plus, of course, if there's a Doom, it's already hard enough just to play the fight without any sort of healing or regen coming out.
I mean, that's where Katomi is going to need to be quick on the fingers, definitely with either a Winter's Curse or a Cold Embrace. And, you know, the big be-all, end-all in this is going to be the Doom as well, right?
Yep.
If Pure is able to find that good target, things could start to look a lot better. But yeah, Daedalus done. Strong right-click damage out from IronWing. And if you blow up the Io, the fight is really hard for BoomBoys to take after that.
Yeah. There's also an issue where this is a game where if you're just looking at like 4 of the BoomBoys heroes, I think that the Doom Eggs looks pretty good. But versus the Stampede, it's a liability.
Yes.
Because then, you know, obviously the Stampede can just escape multiple people away from your Doom, and then, you know, it just ends. So the targeting of the IO can be better. That being said, you can also just use the eggs and still hit the IO. It's also pretty good.
Right.
He likes to play with his buddies.
Although he's just going straight for the heart on Pure.
Yes, yes he is.
The right click.
No, he just wants to be a little stronger, a little healthier. I mean, I've never seen so much value in percent-based damage, you know, as this tournament. Hearts all over the place. So heroes like Winter Wyvern are getting a big boost because of that, as you've heard many people talk about.
Now, last game, if we remember, it was these deep wards placed down by Whitemon, by Ari, to set up for a winning battle. There is a deep ward placed over by the offlane. Yes, what's that?
He was gonna go for a BKB, but 3-3 switched.
Oh, he did it!
Here.
Dude, this is what I've been talking about. I've been waiting for these guys to pick up the Crozier.
It's a pretty incredible Crozier game.
Well, because also, look, he was at like, what, maybe 2,000, 1,800 HP. Now he's up to 2,500. This item with the pipe, I feel like, is so nice in this game because it reduces all of that healing that they're playing around. The Centaur, everything. Gives him that tank ability, gives him what he needs to survive.
We'll see if that can be the difference maker here for them. Speaking of healing, that Satanic now out for Kiritich. So hitting for a solid 240 or so.
Yeah.
With a Satanic, that's a lot of health. The Doom is very, very valuable this game. And because he was a carry, as you can see, he doesn't even have the Shard yet on this Doom. No Midas required, no Shard. He is now considering it, just so he can get some better abilities, perhaps. Lincoln Sphere now done for the puck as well. They understand the mission.
You know, the other thing, too, is as everybody's been getting these Essence Distillers, it means there's less Spirit Vessels, there's less anti-healing. We saw this in the Liquid games the other day with the Largo Io, no Spirit Vessels, no Croziers picked up. They had a lineup where it was tough to do it on anyways. But the value of having this against the saves, I think, is going to be interesting to watch.
And I think BoomBoys are just playing for this, like, mega late Io.
Yes.
You know? Now, I mean, I'll be curious to see what happens with the talent. We've seen a lot of the relocate ones, but we have the tether.
Oh, do they know? Kiritich, he's just off to the side. Whitemon.
Oh, follow the courier.
Wrapping around.
The Wyvern will be a great get.
They're going to find one. Jumps on the GPK. That's not good enough there to the side.
What a card.
Perfectly fine and nothing coming out. TP's away on the Doom. And 33 dead.
Disaster from IronWing. They go deep with the smoke. Nero, look how stone cold he is. He's not even smiling. He just single-handedly saved his Io from being exploded. And he's like, yep, day's work.
Well, part of that
deal.
too was they went on 2 different targets. Like, one half of the fight was going up the hill, the other half saw the IO and a little zigged when they should have zagged, and it all fell apart.
Ari's got a blink dagger in an empty slot. He's gonna try and make this play. He is desperate right now. He's above the pit.
Ari does not want to have to play.
Oh, the dust is out. He's caught.
No, they got him. Ari goes down. BoomBoys, another Aegis in hand for Kiritich. 34 minutes in, BoomBoys have come up with the answers.
Relocate. Down for the wisdom. Easy.
Oh yeah.
Level 24, it's coming.
He's gonna be so strong, man.
Please take the tethered ally.
You think so?
Yeah, get the puck. Come on.
Oh, the puck would be interesting.
Right? He's got Parasma.
Hey.
You know, he's got 2,500 gold. GBK's just waiting to see which talent he takes. He's
Yeah.
like, hey, bud, come on. Like, let's have a little bit of fun here.
I mean, so a quick commentary too. You're talking about Miero not cracking the smile, not doing anything after he gets that big save on Kiritich. It speaks to the pressure in this game, right?
Yeah.
This team on the verge of elimination. BoomBoys, they started to bring back game number 1, and it kind of faltered a bit. It's not inconceivable. Like, Dota is a game where everything can shift so rapidly if they're for a second off their guard.
Yeah, especially against a team like IronWing.
Yes.
Yeah. And they still, you know, we talked about these tools a lot. The blink daggers, the boost of travel. Those tools are the kind of things that change games like this, where it's just one quick play and suddenly they're back on your side of the map. You lose a couple of heroes, they're pressuring your tower. You think, oh, I can shovel out this wave. You lose a third hero, and suddenly the game has just completely lost all the momentum you had built up in it.
Like, if you're at home watching these teams and saying, why are you doing that? It's like, it feels different in this arena, I'll say that.
The spaghetti Dota comes out in full force. And yeah, as we saw last night, I mean, those were some of the most spaghetti and glorious games I've ever seen. I think Malady put it well when he said, we played really poorly in that game, but luckily they played worse. That's kind of how we felt. It's just like, you know, obviously their worst is so far superior to our best, but they can feel that pressure. It makes them create more mistakes every single game than usual.
Well, we see another one of these items getting out now as well. Going to be the Eye of Scotty. You've seen that health restoration again. More ways to try and stop BoomBoys. And the question is, do they have enough tools now to deal with this?
It's interesting though, because I mean, BZM, he has no eggs.
Right.
He has no BKB. He is fully dependent on the Satanic to survive in these engagements. So the Stampede is a big point of pressure for him. And also, like, you know, just a curse. Like, just a bushwhack in the back line. The smallest little maneuver could wreck him. Even a coil.
Right, he took it. He took it.
The tethered ally?
He did. He
All
got
right,
it.
do we get the eggs? Oh, he's going Octarine on the puck? Brother, GPK. My sir, I'm going to need you to change that item quick buy.
We just want to see cool stuff. They want to win. He's letting the creep, the range creep, need the extra ones, but they jump and they find him.
Aeon this though.
Okay, fine.
Bit of a waste on a curse. I think panic there.
A little bit.
Not necessary.
Cart drops 2.
Time to back it up.
Are we seeing the spaghetti? Kiritich, he gets stunned right on the edge. Coil now onto 2, breaks the coil, backs away.
Coil gets them out. They can't chase after it. They don't have good options versus it because of the lack of BKBs.
Right now?
No, you leave.
Yeah.
You back it up. You got 2 minutes on the Aegis. Like, you're going to take panic back up, reset, take a breath. But IronWing, I think, could chase. I think they're going to smoke. Yeah, instant smoke. They're coming out here. Doom, blink in 1.
They're looking, they're thinking. Kiritich.
All right, he's ready for the blink. Can they find the centaur in behind? Does he blink past the IO? No.
Teleporting away immediately. Now trying to control. Do they have enough there to keep him alive? There it is, the save. Pure drops the Doom on the centaur. Not sure if that one's going to be good enough. We'll see. Katomi being chased by 33. They're going to find him down, but Kiritich surviving, but not long enough.
BZM's just in.
That's 1 life dead. 2 supports gone, 1 from each team. Kiritich kind of isolated. Miro pops that one now, and there's going to be a teleport back to the tier 2 tower as they decide no more chase. Miro going to TP away as well.
Gonna get out.
And he does.
An instant TP down bottom here from 3-3. He just wants to keep this pressure going.
Okay.
Can he find something here, though? Or is he just going to farm his way backwards?
No, I mean, that's... Oh, Aegis down. That will make you think for a second.
I mean, the time was running a little low anyway, so not the biggest loss. I think the fact they get out after is certainly a large win here. But you could actually instantly see the value that would have been in the relocate cast delay. He would have gotten out there.
Yeah.
If he had taken the other talent,
Right.
And they might have kept that Aegis alive. And it will be the Xtreme core here. So Dreams shattered for a little bit.
I mean, we're getting to the point where he's going to get nags. Surely. This is that feel to me, at least, in this game. I mean, obviously, things could turn around quickly and they could run it down, but it has had the cadence, this game, of big fight. Take a little objective, back out.
This feels so much later than 39 minutes.
Yes.
Like, looking at the itemization of these heroes, like, we have so many heroes that are just so stocked up on items right now. And it feels like one of those super tense late games. We got level 25s all over the place here. Oh, hey, he took the... Oh, wait, I think... Did they fix the Lena thing? Well, I don't know.
Well, they do
Surely
have
they
the
fixed
Waning Rift 25 on the puck now, too. Extra distance out for it, so more maneuverability, bigger AoEs out from the puck. A late game Raps picked up for Ari.
Yeah, he's had that cute for a very long time. I mean, it gives him a little bit of more survivability when he's moving around the other side of the map. Might just be enough movement speed to get him out. Slight barrier. I mean, he already has the blink. I feel like we did maybe a Force Staff could have been a choice instead for a similar idea and something to help his allies, I think.
I mean, my guess is also he's going to be going for that 15 damage taken in Shadow Walk. A talent as well. So if you're sort of doubling down on damage reduction, it makes sense to get a little passive one along the way.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's just, it's hard to play this hero this game. Like, your teams, they played in the doldrums for, like, the last 15 minutes or so, and Bounty Hunter is very bad in that state of the game, unless you're sniping a bunch of couriers, which Ari hasn't been able to do. Now he is trying it. Oh, he's got to have a very greedy track, but he gets back to his team.
And Bushwhack finds him. Lena in trouble. Broken, stomped, out, no BKB anything. They're going to back this out, and now the vacuum wall. Crozier for follow-up. Not looking amazing for IronWing as of yet. Do they try and go for more? In fact, yeah, Pure needs to back out. He's in a lot of trouble there.
Still holding his BKB, though. Good read that he gets out on that.
Bold move. And able to be surged away. But this is what I mean. These like little engagements where they don't want to fully commit, because if you go all the way in, you're either winning or you're losing, and they're not confident they're winning.
No, apparently not the team is. They are very tanky across the board here. So hard to get that final bit of damage. And BCM finally thinking, like, you know, I need something defensive here. I think when it looked like BoomBoys were going to be pressuring into the base, he was thinking about just getting the Yasha Kaya to just sort of like round out his build, but now he's like, okay, we got some time, a little bit of breathing room.
Yep.
I can get a BKB, slot that in instead. And there it is, though, the Aghanim Scepter purchased up for Pure. So we'll see how he's able to make use of it. There is, so interesting, because there's the Lincoln Sphere on GBK, so there's still this risk of ever casting it aggressively, but if you cast it on yourself, you're dealing with the Stampede. So he has to find this balance of, you know, what is the risk value worth? Like, right. if you try and go for the Ags cast onto the enemy and it gets Lincolns, you're going to feel so stupid. And you're going to be regretting it. Yeah. But if they Stampede out of it, you're also going to be having these same emotions.
I think that it's, yes, reading the fight, understanding when is the right time to go. If it's a late self-cast on Ags, if you're able to bait out that Stampede early, that starts to make more sense. And also, the other thing about the AoE Doom is then you're not going to be able to get the saves from the Centaur.
Yeah.
Right? So that's something else to watch.
Yeah, he does not have any cast range buffs at all. So the workhorse is a pretty tight one.
Smoke up now, wrapping around the high ground. BZM.
They don't see him there.
Oh, if they cut eyes. Yes, they got him. Oh my God, they found him. BZM brought down, does have buyback. Roche, a minute before it's going to respawn. It is capable of respawning now. Obviously, team's not aware of it yet. Although actually, I think they have a creep in there. Kiritich does, so he'll know. Yeah.
It has buyback, but massive pick for BoomBoys because they can just force things out here, scout out everything, get some really good wards down that are going to be very hard to deal with. That being said, they're actually walking through some wards. They don't scan the high ground with the gem, so they're just running under a dire ward at the moment. Bit of a mistake there.
They just, okay, they didn't get close enough.
No, they just, I mean, he didn't throw it up, yeah. Oh, well, they placed it after the gem had moved past, so they never secured that vision.
Let's hope that could not come to bite them.
We call this foreshadowing, everyone.
Honestly, that's something that could make a massive difference in a couple of minutes here. If this turns into a fight and they retreat back,
I mean,
under
Ari's
that cover,
using it right now with how he's playing, right?
Yes.
Like, he's got the safety to his left.
there is an anticipation that they are going to be okay. And now, Tower jumps forward, already backs him away, saves him out. Now the Doom there onto the IO. He's still got him caught, but the hits, they keep on coming. Good damage, vacuum wall up to the high ground. 33 finds him. Miro is stuck in the trees.
33's almost dead.
Things getting spicy. Things getting very spicy, but they're forcing down these racks. Now, Lina is respawning. They're retreating through that vision. Would love to be able to chase here, but it's just a little bit too late, and now they're going to be able to go back and take out the ward.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
There was a ward there, guys. Great play from BoomBoys to recognize they don't have the damage that they have.
Yes.
We can go high ground. I mean, you saw it, right? That was a giant wall vacuum. Doom got in there. He's dooming everybody. Nice spacing there from GBK to get to the edge of the Doom, so the saves could still come out there from Miro. But they know if there's no BZM, we're not going to die. They got one hero spot, all damage, but he couldn't get it, as he was dead in the grave. Now Pure picking up the refresher. We've had first Doom, but he's hoping for a second. 3-3, another cheeky home creep gets found in the Roach Pit as they send in Kiritic all on his lonesome.
They're pushing out mid first, and then likely we're going to see IronWing get together for some type of a move. They smoke up. GPK going to be the first person forward. Aeon Disc still on cooldown.
So clumped.
Ion Disc on cooldown for 15 more seconds. Kiritic not afraid of the jump, it seems.
Look at Miro.
Yeah.
He's so ready.
He's absolutely ready.
Off-sentry combo here from the Dire.
LSA hits. BZM backs away. Trying to retreat. GPK there. Immediately jumps. He didn't pick me at all. He's found.
He's out.
The right clicks are gone. There is nothing left there, but can they do enough with just BZM? He's hitting very hard. Kiritic just dropped it low. BZM trying to kill him, but there's just too much heal. Without the Doom, you're doomed. BZM is gone. No buyback. And with 3 dead, BoomBoys have put themselves in position to push this to a game number 3. Triple kill GPK. Give him another one.
The Bounty Hunter. He might finally lose a game on the main stage here, folks. And of course it's going to be to IO. BoomBoys. You know, they came in, they said, if that IO gets left in, we're ready for it. We can play it. Maybe they were trying to play with the Largo last game and got a little greedy. I don't know.
Oh, this is what you want to see. They step up, eyes on the prize, focusing it down now. The tier 4 towers, there is a glyph. There is a buyback that's there for the Darkseer and the Bounty Hunter, but I just don't think that they've got enough in the tank now to deal with this. They will go for the buyback at this point. They'll try and hold. Save is there. They vacuum him into the fountain. Nothing doing. They're not going to be able to stop this at all. And as they focus down the throne, 33 has already used his wall. There's the Crozier out. Not going to do a damn thing. BoomBoys take that lead, push this to a game 3.
Excellent work pushing there when they got that kill on the Doom. That completely ended the game for BoomBoys once they recognized, just go right now. All right, they got nothing that can fight us. First, it's when the Lina's down. Like, they need everything on the side of IronWing to win this. And BoomBoys recognize that they just don't got left in them. And you go back to this game early on, like, they spent so much on map control, on blink, on boots of travel, and they didn't progress it enough. They didn't get this big enough lead. They didn't get enough plays with the Bounty Hunter as you would hope for. And I don't know if we'll see them go back to it, because I don't know if they're ready as a team to play around that hero to the point where you need to.
Well, I also think that it was a tremendous job from BoomBoys of taking these like measured losses, reading the map, dodging away from IronWing. You have 2 boots of travel heroes, Helm of the Dominator, and they didn't end up getting picked off by the Bounty Hunter either. A tremendous performance of macro play out of the BoomBoys as they were able to take this one there. And as the coach said, they were not ready. It can't end for them like this. We're going to game 3.
It cannot end this way. We heard it indeed from Coach Book. What a showing of BoomBoys with their backs against the rope. And this is where this team in the past has struggled, where that pressure did become too much for them. But we saw it here. When that pressure is on, they are still able to perform, Rhea.
Honestly, great game. I mean, it's all of a slow build-up, but they certainly were being pressured. I think IronWing were playing so far up on their map, like even behind tier 2 towers, probably when they shouldn't have, to be honest. But yeah, no, BoomBoys did a really good job of keeping Kiritic farmed. I think they just mostly took really good advantage of some mistakes. You know, punishing mistakes in a game like this is the #1 thing you have to do to win. They did it great.
I mean, Kiritich in game 1 and game 2, he had the farm, but there was other things kind of going wrong for the team in game 1, why they were to lose. This time around, I think Miro, he stepped up, GPK, he stepped up, right? The Centaur, of course, from the offlane on Miro, like, he was able to do his job, constantly being a thorn in IronWing's side, providing those saves. Like, we already mentioned that the limited lockdown IronWing had between the Lion and the Doom, and I feel like the Centaur, and then even the Winter Wyvern to some degree, did so much work at just prolonging their survivability, whoever gets jumped, that we never got to see the big kills. On top of that, IronWing's initiation, there's some room to question. I mean,
bad.
33 and Pure, they were like blinking in different directions, jumping alone in the high ground. Like, I'm honestly a little shocked at kind of IronWing's mid game, but alas, we're not there yet. We are looking at the early game.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely one of the few key problems we saw yesterday when they played as well on the IronWing side. Whenever Neta has to play like the initiator, it just doesn't really feel like he's super comfortable. Like, even in this game, they started the game really well. Like the first 10, 15 minutes, it was great. They had like a 3-4K lead, and then there's this one fight at top where he actually just decided to dagger in. Like, I think the way he plays the dagger, whenever he needs to be the first point of initiation, he just does it in a way where it's too forced. Like, he doesn't see a very clear way. He just wants to start, but he doesn't really know how to start it. So whenever you look at their games, if Pure is the one starting the fight, usually the fight's great. Like when he's playing the CK or the Sven, but if Pure is not the one starting the fight...
Yeah, this is the one in question, right? Like this kind of the solo blink up by the Darks here. Now they're trying to like disengage, and now Pure's also by himself trying to jump the IO, and like it's this fight and multiple other fights where the same story happens, and at that point it's like, BoomBoys, they're not making these type of errors. They're playing together. They're always in a huddle. The support's in the right position. Puck is being super elusive, super annoying. Kiritich is kind of dangling himself in the creep wave, going like, please try and do me, because if you do, I trust my man Miro to save me, right? So it's completely different teams that coming into game 2.
Yeah. Super strong showing. Very happy to see them getting that success here on the main stage. And now for both teams, of course, with that win under their belt, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in game number 3. But one thing stood out from the way we were just talking about how this game went down, that BoomBoys, they had a lineup that made it very easy for them to capitalize on mistakes being made. And that also implies that IronWing was just making a lot of mistakes. And I want to focus on that part, because IronWing making those type of mistakes, Rhea, I feel like that's a little uncharacteristic for them.
I feel like it's quite characteristic.
Okay.
I mean, that's kind of why we're seeing them in the lower bracket, right? I think they just seem to be on different pages with each other. I think T brought up an excellent point. One of the clips we didn't even see there is another fight where half the team goes one way and Pure blinks on the backline for a hoodwink and doesn't even kill him and then ends up dying. It's like they just seem like their communication is all over the place. I don't think they have like a solid idea of what they're doing. This game, for example, in the panel beforehand, I said I wanted to see Bounty Hunter blocking the camps for Io and making sure that he literally can't do anything. They did the lane part perfectly. I think they won their lane. They got so much farm on the Darks here. It was fantastic. But Bounty Hunter left this Io well alone to just keep taking the double camps and then farm the lane and then get all the farm he needed. None of the other cores on BoomBoys had a game except Kiritich. Why were we not shutting him down in like one of the most simplest ways?
That's because IronWing, they play on efficiencies. So when 33 went to the side camps to farm, Ari then took the wave. So in the minutes that other teams might have played wave to block camps, they played for jungle camps and wave. So they were getting double the gold. So they played for money, thinking that double efficiency would outweigh the IO. Of course, in hindsight, block camps, but in the moment, the way that these players have played for the entire year, they think about gold and they think about their own levels and XP, not always trying to shut down the opponent.
I don't think it needs to be body blocking and expending like your resources to, you know, be sitting on him in invis. I think it can be as simple as a sentry. Like if you watch those bottom camps, there's never a sentry there either by either team, right? They're never forced to have to unblock it. The supports can go play freely in the other lanes because no one has to attend to dewarding this camp. I think it's like a small thing that just could have made the game better.
It's not actually a small thing. I think it's a very big deal. You have Bounty Hunter, so there's literally no excuse that you can't do it. You can do it, and it's not just about the goal, it's about the XP, because if Io gets to level 15 with the Aghanim's, it's just such a big power spike in the game itself.
Yeah, speaking of power spikes, this was one of them.
Yeah. This was a really nice mistake punish that we talked about. IronWing were just playing way too far up. They keep trying to kill the Hoodwink behind tier 2 towers, and I think BoomBoys this time were kind of ready for it. They set up, they had Wyvern in position, and also your puck is playing towards them for once, so when they step forward too much, they actually able to punish it, coil, fight, they bring in the IO reload, it's the first effective use of it, and then they just push them back. This is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, this is a smooth fight for BoomBoys there, absolutely. There were a couple of other fights where it was actually IronWing having a solid performance. Just a couple minutes later, Winter, there was a fight that you wanted to get some more attention on.
Yeah, I think this was the fight where they kind of like overextended. They tried to like push things too much. I think they got caught by the Winter's Curse and they didn't really get the right jump.
But also, it's like this is a fight for like BoomBoys where like you get the bounty hunter kill, and then you've put yourself in a position where IronWings, for a rare moment in the game, actually see the heroes they want to kill, and they can try and, you know, to some degree cleanly do it. But the problem is, they never could replicate this. It was kind of like a one blip in an entire game, where after this, I think BoomBoys then recalibrated really nicely, and then they were always offering up the correct heroes. So it's like one little mistake in the mid game from BoomBoys, but not enough to really give IronWing the ability to kind of close out the game.
Yeah, they did not close out the game. There were a couple more fights that led to BoomBoys eventually closing out the game, and one of them was, I think, the most damning for IronWing, where it was clear that they weren't on the same page.
Yeah, they were like just, as he said, in different directions. I honestly think something that was amazing for this fight, it was more of the setup of it. They snuck the Aegis. This Aegis is massive because it makes Pure confused on who to go on. Right, his goal every game, even disregarding the Centaur card, he wants to doom this IO because it means he can't heal, it means he can't give that healing to someone else on his team. It basically ruins their highest net worth carry. But when Doom can't do that because there's an Aegis, he's going on a Hoodwink instead. You have the rest of his team, Darkseer, blinking in on who knows what. There's no idea of what to do. I think
yeah, but this fight was started poorly though. I feel like Darkseer blinked up. They had no vision, and he blinked up the high ground, and he popped his Shivas, and then he exposed his own position, and he got caught by Bushrock, and then he just died. So I don't know how much of that was pure like he's not knowing what to do, because the Darkseer kind of forced him to do something, because the moment he blinked up, you have to go with him.
That felt like, you know, me playing Overthrow at 2 a.m. in the morning. You know, that was not a fight. That was honestly, that was kind of egregious. I'll be real, lads. So I'm hoping for IronWing's sake, they shake that off going into game 3. Because if they play like that, then we are going to be talking about BoomBoys progressing through the lower bracket. Because there are some weird things happening in the initiation from IronWings.
Yeah, I know, Winter, that when we were watching the game in the green room, you said, you know, give me some time to be a little critical about one player in particular, and you do mean a 33 on the Darkseer.
I think it's not just a hero-based thing. I think the way he plays the game, if he's the one that needs to be the first hero jumping in, it usually doesn't really work out. And then I went back to think about like the Bounty Hunter. One of the reasons why they don't really like Bounty Hunter and they like heroes like Hoodwink, they've already multiple times opened their draft with Hoodwink, because it gives them a way to start the fight. So it doesn't put so much burden on the offlaner to be the hero that starts the fight. So I think this is like a problem where it's not going to be removed, but they have to use the draft to kind of compensate. You know, they need more ways of starting the fight, and it has to be on the pause 4 or the pause 5 to start the fights.
But we also have to respect the fact that in both games, IronWing around the 10-15 minute mark has been having this like 5,000 gold lead, 6,000 gold lead. They've been super aggressive, so it's not as if we're looking at a IronWing or the previous org names that they were on earlier in the year was like the boring Dota. Like, they're playing aggressive, they're doing these like overlapping motions, like they're playing the Dota that is like honestly quite exciting. It is the fact that when they enter the mid game, they seem to like mute mics, go crazy, and something goes wrong. So it's like, if they can just solve that, I don't mind the concept of their drafts, the concept of what they're trying to achieve. They just don't have the discipline to execute on the pacing they're trying to go for. But it's also the pacing that allowed them to get through the group stage. So they haven't changed their identity. It's just they're so quick in nature that it's going to have mistakes.
Yeah, I think, Rhea, both games that we've seen have indeed, for the first like 21-ish minutes, had the same formula. Laning stage, IronWing as well. And then there's that one fight where the items are online for BoomBoys, and they take a fight, and the game is almost back to even again.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things that I noticed from when BoomBoys stabilized the game in the mid is that they had way better vision control. We saw that they were the only team with a gem for quite some time, and they had perfectly warded and sentryed their jungle entrances on top and bottom. So we saw the map go from IronWing playing behind their tier 2s and crushing their side of the map to a completely even split where BoomBoys do actually now have way more farming room and space, and you see the other cores that are not just Kiritich actually start to catch up and then have the net worth to take these fights evenly.
I mean, it's always the repercussion of like beating an aggressive team when they're at your tier 2. When you get that kill, you get the fresh air to then break back onto the map, right? So I think once you overcome that initial hurdle, an early gem pickup, you'll always be able to have that vision advantage if you can win that fight, which clearly BoomBoys are finding the fights to win.
Yeah, Winter, if you were on the side of BoomBoys, how much effort would you put in the laning stage and them being able to finally, maybe not even win the laning stage, but at least play it even?
I think the laning phase is not really as important as before. I think as long as you have a playable laning phase, you could lose the lane 60-40, it's fine, 70-30 in some cases, but as long as you have the lineup that can allow you to play the macro game, the map, like in this instance, I don't think they're going to get the IO because IO just makes everything so easy, but they need to try to focus on that. If they have a draft that can play the map, have good team fight, I think that's going to be a good recipe against IronWing, because IronWing has clearly shown that team fighting, initiating, that is their problem in the game right now.
Seems fixable, because we know that all 10 players that will soon be ready to take the stage, all 10 players are capable of winning these games, are capable of having that synergy, the coordination, the communication, and it just depends on which one of these two teams will play that little bit better on the main stage of the International. So this might be a good time to just inform people at home that these two teams, of course, are no stranger to one another. The last 5 series, they played against each other. It was BoomBoys that took 4 out of those 5 series, and a lot of those series were 2-0. So maybe there's also a little bit of a stylistic issue that IronWing has when competing against BoomBoys, because those later stages, even in the first game that they won, it was that one fight, the slip up. It was a very unique situation where the Chaos Knight was able to completely sabotage Miero's game on the Largo that allowed them their victory here. Would you say, Tigo, that going into Game 3, you have a team that you feel like, from the 2 games you've watched so far, would have that little bit of an edge going into this?
I think if you look at the overall polish of the 2 teams, I think BoomBoys just look like the more complete team. They are the ones that are making the changes, understanding kind of the dynamics of the best of 3, and I think for IronWing so far, it's like they've won because of like a draft and the CK, and they're making way more mistakes across the entire series. Even in the Game 1 win, they were making these little mistakes that even offered BoomBoys to potentially win that one as well. So I think as an overall team, BoomBoys are just looking to be better. But with the caliber of players that IronWings have, it just takes one conversation, one idea, one concept, BZM to step up a little bit more from the mid lane, and we will just see a Game 3 go their way. Like, this is not just a definitive answer of one team is better than the other, but overall, BoomBoys just looks a little bit more ready for at least Game 3.
Yeah, I know that you really wanted to see the Bounty Hunter, Winter. We just saw the scoreline of Ari. Of course, he played the laning stage well enough, but he is 0-11-4. Do you feel like he delivered the type of Bounty Hunter you wanted to see? I know the game is not as black and white as we just saw the stats to be, so that's maybe a little bit mean to throw the stats in over there, but overall, he did suffer a little bit.
It doesn't fit, I think, 33's playstyle. I don't think they're going to go for it again. I do feel like the hero is definitely very, very strong, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to be a hero that's comfortable for IronWing here. And I think you have one game left. If you lose this game, it's over. They're going to go back to what's comfortable, probably the Hoodwing, probably some support that can set up for them. So it's going to allow Neta to play his usual greedy style without needing for him to initiate for his team.
We've seen this position before from the team, right? Like, normally when you're a low bracket about to be eliminated, we're going to see Invoker and Centaurs or Dooms and Hoodwinks. Like, we're going to see all the classics, the Kez. Like, this will probably look like the draft of IronWing, but when you are in this position, often leaning to that will be your kind of saving grace. Didn't work in the upper bracket though, but maybe in the lower bracket it's a different beast.
Yeah, I don't know, Ray. I keep coming back to the Doom with you. and we did see it. Okay, it wasn't 33 playing the Doom, though, in that second game. It was the man on your screen. It was Pure playing the Doom, but maybe that's just a trap. Is the hero a trap?
I don't want to say the hero's a trap. I just think they need to find their win condition and then treat it more preciously. Because I don't really think they knew what they wanted to do in fights. They just had the bounty hunter running around with track and then a bunch of like nuking spellcasters, and they're like, okay, Doom, you go doom someone. But they don't know like who they're meant to focus and find. They're not like placing the wards or using the bounty to like, hey, this is our #1 target. Let's blow them up. They don't seem to know how to like translate the winning lanes into objectives or like proper map control, like how to hold spaces. I think that's the main problem more than the draft, to be honest. Is just not really having an idea.
I also feel like when you look at the player camera of Pure, right? When you look at all his previous events, like when they're in good form and they're doing well, like he's always just got that smile on his face, the love of the game. But right now, like you can feel the frustration on him. Like he's sitting there, like he's annoyed with his previous game, maybe even the previous playoff games, the group stage. Like there feels a little bit of frustration within the team, and that is something that you can't just fix instantly. And I feel like if he can overcome that in this next game, that's when they can, start clicking together as a team. But right now, based on just the general vibe of what Pure's given, I am just a little worried for them. Just a little bit.
He needs a speech, Tigo.
He does, yes. Are you going to give it?
No, I was going to ask you to do so.
Okay. All right, Pure. You are playing with the finest British Dota player to ever exist, a.k.a. Ari. You should not let down my British fellow mate. Like you, I can't do
really
this shit. Back to you,
that.
Shiva.
Oh, that's wonderful. I hope that they had a good talking, because one thing that is clear is that from the series that we've seen, they are not playing the best Dota that we've seen them play even this tournament. So we know they can do better. We know both of these teams are gonna be disappointed at the end of the day if they get eliminated in this spot, because both teams have had so many tournament podium finishes this season, and ending on a top 8, you might as well end up last. Like that's the teams are just not gonna be happy with that. So let's see who comes out on top. It's only one game to stand in between elimination or advancement. Let's see what's going to happen.
IronWing versus BoomBoys. Game 3.
For the third game in a row, BoomBoys will be on the Radiant side and IronWing will be Dire side. So the teams definitely both prefer that. It is IronWing that gets their hands on first pick once again, just like previous game. And that means BoomBoys gets second pick. And they were very happy with that last time around. They managed to get the IO in that position of the draft. Overall last pick for BoomBoys then as well with this upcoming game number 3. And we're all going to find out how the adaptations will be made. IronWing in that previous game, they went for the Lina as the first pick for them. Let's see if BoomBoys leave that in the pool. So far, their bans are exactly the same, but we already see IronWing adapting. We have still got their Ember banned out. This time, the man of the match, the MVP from previous game, playing the puck, has that hero removed from the pool together with the Lina, leaving 2 heroes in that they banned previously, the Slardar and the Bane.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see what BoomBoys go for next. In the previous game, it was Largo and Keeper of the Light that they removed at this stage, but I feel like it's an entirely different ball game, and they will use some bonus time to think about what's coming next, because IronWing seems to be looking to surprise them.
I honestly like the Lina ban. I feel like BZM right now, it's like you played 2 Lina games. Sure, you've won 1, lost 1, but it's like the draft has forced you to be a first phase mid pick. You are a player that likes to go for the Invokers, the Storms, a little bit more of a playmaker, and you're forced onto a farming mid laner that has to outplay. It's like, sure, you got it in 1 game, but you're not going to get it consistently. So get rid of that, give BZM a bit more life to the draft, and then just respect GPK immensely.
Give him Invoker, first phase Invoker BZM. That's what I want.
I think that might be one of the heroes that they might be considering banning.
Oh,
because I think one thing that was clear in that previous game for BoomBoys, that they went for comfort in that game too. And it worked out so well for them, and I'm sure that on an elimination game, as Winter said, they are going to go for comfort in a potential elimination game, and Invoker is just 1000% comfort.
Yeah, the caveat to that is the only hero I'll accept from BGM first phase right now, because of the puck ban, is 8-picking Invoker. That is the only one. Everything else, please give him some room to breathe in the draft.
Him first picking Invoker is something that
is a classic.
I would be happy with.
I feel like Invoker is like a 9-pick hero. Like 8-pick, it can be risky because there are some heroes that can totally ruin your game. I think Slada is a hero that it makes life very, very difficult for Invoker because of 2 reasons. One, the track, from the corrosive haze, and number 2, in the laning phase, he just kills the Forge Spirit. So I think this is one of the hardest matchups in the game for Invoker. At 9-pick, you can see the first pick, and then you decide your Invoker. So I think it's easier to pick Invoker at 9 compared to overall first pick.
They have not gone for the Invoker, and they have gone for the IO. And for the second pick we see coming out here, overall, it is BoomBoys that now get to show what they consider is the best pick against IO. And I think that's a unique situation, as we have talked about BoomBoys being the best IO team. So surely Kirtich know what is also the worst to play against.
Well, maybe they understand the need to block the damn camps. I would like to see that. I mean, the Bounty Hunter, right? I wouldn't even mind seeing that here.
I think Elk is very similar to IO. IO is basically like Elk. Whenever you're playing against a hero that jungles that quickly, you just need somebody to go into the jungle, infiltrate the area, and put vision or just block the camps, or at the very least, steal XP.
Yeah.
I mean, right now they're answering it with the Winter Wyvern. Of course, prolonging the fight against IO, trying to eat through a BKB charge or a Satanic usage, right? With the Cold Embrace, even then the Winter's Curse just to kind of open up, because IO naturally invites a lot of kind of clumpy style fighting. So I can see why BoomBoys want to go for the Winter Wyvern. Katomi has done an exceptional job on the hero. He's been, throughout his entire career, he's like the Winter Wyvern guy. Like, he started as Tree, he moved to Winter Wyvern. Like, he's just like the guy to go to, and I don't mind it, but I want to see other ways to now utilize what Winter Wyvern does, because like you need damage now, you need more pickoff, you need a lot of things to help Wyvern within the game.
I think something I genuinely love about the Wyvern pick is when we watched last game, Wyvern was so good with just disengagement. I think IronWing, especially, we noted that their initiations were so messy and quite poor. If that is a weak point of the team right now, Wyvern is fantastic, because when they do finally get that good jump, or they do maybe get a slight advantage, this Wyvern lets them just peel back with the curse and just reset into a better position.
And they go for the Slardar and Storm. Nice bans from IronWing. Of course, already mentioned that Slardar is an important hero for BoomBoys.
Yeah.
No matter if it's Invoker matchup or not, they still will probably look towards it. But they have pretty much said, GPK, you are not going to play this game 3. Out of pretty much every single ban is towards you, boss. We respect you immensely. We want to try and eliminate you, and we're going to do it through the bans and also hopefully the gameplay.
But his Snapfire is still in the pool. He's so good at Snapfire.
Yeah, you'd like competitive
you
players
can do.
nowadays have more than 3.5 heroes to win the international.
Yeah,
all right,
it's a bit
so
hard.
I don't think GPK is too concerned, but IronWing is trying their best to ban him out.
Yeah, the threat is definitely clear.
Okay.
As we will see the return of the Largo. With this, of course, they also deny IronWing from having that combination of both IO and Largo.
I mean, hopefully they have a better combination with Largo. The first game was Largo and DK. That did not look good at all.
Yeah.
They need something that can use the magic damage.
I love this because I think it's going to be so fun to see the comparison between game 1 and 3, knowing that CK is something that IronWing may be looking towards now and how you want to deal with it. I think the draft is already better against the hero as a core, but...
I mean, you have Wyvern. That kind of already discourages the CK a lot.
But they left it in the game. Like, IronWing chose to leave his hero in the game now, and they know that they're playing into Wyvern. It's like, do they still pick the CK? Do they still rate it that highly? Do they have to find another option to deal with Largo? So many people are banning Largo because they have no answer. IronWing have provided us with one. Can they provide us with
Undying's good against Largo, like in the game. Like in the lane, the decay, and then in the game you slow him, then you have the tombstone, he can't hit the tombstone. So I would say Undying is a pretty good answer against Largo.
Yeah, it's just really nice once you kind of just get on top of him, right? Like if Largo's dictating the fight and you're already in kind of the snowball kind of moment of the game, no.
You overwhelm him with the damage and from your flash column.
No, I really enjoy the concept of Undying against Largo. And then you put like IO together with it. Like, even if it's Undying support or core, no matter what, IO's going to enjoy tethering this Undying, because like he's the front line for you to then start, you know, throwing your Ags balls around and just going crazy.
And now they need like some catch because you have Io and Undying. You have two heroes that have no stuns, no catch. So you want heroes that can solve that problem.
And Lion definitely solves that problem.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we just seen it kind of, again, on different teams that we saw the heroes in play, but Lion and Io in the same team, it is very simple. Lion hunts the map like Ari loves to do, big map playing position 4. He will find a guy, he will say, please relocate onto me, you get a kill, and then you disengage, reset. So, yep, very kind of clean looking lineup of strong lanes into pickoff.
It's their setup as well. The pos 4 having the catch so that they don't have to rely on like or the off lane or the mid hero to be so much of the catch. And this Rubik pick, why is Rubik the choice here?
Think about just the layers of sustainability, right? You got the lift to lift people back to with the shard, you got the Largo, then the Wyvern. Like everything is about invite the initiation onto one guy, and whoever you jump on, there'll be 1, 2, or 3 people to save that guy in a different style.
And maybe with that, they also make sure that IronWing is not going for the Underlord, which would be a great global pair up with Dio.
Yeah, it could have easily been a
The
nice
support
little
duo just feels very lackluster. Rubik and Wyvern. It's very greedy for the start of the game. Usually with Wyvern, you want someone else that has damage because Wyvern lacks damage, and someone else that has initiation. Usually you see Wyvern with like maybe like a Willow. Like it feels more like a balanced duo, but with Rubik, they both kind of do the same thing. They sit behind, they want someone else to go in, and then they cast their spells.
Again, it's the type of lineup where if I close my eyes and it's 20 minutes an even game, I'll like the concepts. Sure, the journey there could be a bit turbulent, but I think IronWing have been turbulent enough that they've invited BoomBoys to get to this position. So maybe BoomBoys are just a little bit too comfortable. Like, yeah, it's fine. We always make this little mini comeback in the first 20 minutes, so we can be a little greedy with our support.
We'll just lose the laning stage. It's all good.
We'll recover, right, guys?
Also, we know that GPK is still lacking a hero, and sorry, Rhea, but his Snapfire is out now too. You got another one.
I mean, both teams potentially here need mid, right? So we're just gonna ban. Like, there's gonna be no mids left. Sand King's gone.
Okay, so GPK's got what, like a Pango? Is that still
Primal?
Pango is in the pool.
correct,
Void Spirit is in the pool.
Void Spirit.
Oh boy.
I know people don't like Void Spirit, but somehow the players do sometimes seem to still go for that regardless.
I mean, which one works best with Largo? That's the question. Like, what would Largo want? I feel like Largo likes like Lash type of hero, like a lot of burst, spell damage. Maybe with Void Spirit, still alright.
What do you think about Slark? You have a last pick.
For who, sorry?
Honestly, either team kind of looks nice. Better with Io though, in my opinion.
I'd rather see Pure play the carry Io, so therefore BZM picks up a comfort mid hero. I don't think he needs to play the Slark.
Yeah, but why not? There's nothing else.
I mean, if you're in this position and there's no mid laners, we have to start talking about heroes like, you know, OD, you know?
Oh no.
Shaker, that's fine. You can't pick it into Rubik though.
Yeah, but if there's ever, I mean, if you're banned out, then the meta dictates that the bad heroes have to become good because they're now the only ones available, right?
You know what a hero was that we saw yesterday?
Yeah.
It was a sniper. We knew the Pango ban was coming. Yesterday we saw a sniper coming out. I think this is really cool. Now, one thing to keep in mind, it's BoomBoys that get the overall last pick. So IronWing has to play some 5-head Dota 2 in terms of the drafting here to figure out what they want to pick, what the counter to that is, and then what the counter to that would be and pick that one instead.
The main
they
thing
can't get countered.
But IronWing have banned out pretty much every single gap closer that's very good in the meta. Therefore, if BZM wants to play the Arc Warden like he's already played, or he wants to play some silly OD that I keep suggesting for no reason, like if he wants to play like any silly hero, he can because the gap closers are gone. Like he can be greedy. You have a Tide in one lane, you have an Io in another. Like BZM now has the freedom, unlike the last 2 games of Lena, to actually pick whatever he wants. Like his draft is so clean that he kind of has freedom to go, pick me this hero, I will win you this game.
Do you think there's any possibility that Pure just plays a different carry? Like we just put Io mid? Because you can still have a double camp to farm. Like there's still silly heroes like Lone Druid in the pool, right? And then you can play some carry that's gonna synergize really nicely with your Io.
Oh, well, they respect that option because they ban out the TA.
Yeah, I can't remember if I've ever seen BZM play Io. If it does happen, then it's kind of cool to see it in a Game 3 lower bracket elimination. To kind of just go, you know what, TI meta, let's try it. But I still would rather see BZM take the pick here and just let Pure just play the Io.
I think even like an aggressive hero like Death Prophet could be good this game. Like you have the IO to tether you, and you have Tide plus Tombstone. You take the map, because if you look at like the BoomBoys lineup, it's slow. You have Rubik and Largo, Wyvern. It's gonna take time. And this is like the similar
all these
archetype.
options.
It's very similar archetype. They're gonna ball around the DK to take towers and take the map.
IO DK is also a good combo. You know, that's not bad. It's solid.
Don't try and hype up a DK, Shiva.
Yeah,
In all of time, DK has always been like
I know.
just vanilla.
It's a Timber game. This must be a Timber game, man. This has to be a Timber game. I know Timber is like not exactly like a mid hero.
No, the
anymore.
Viper.
Okay.
Right.
The break.
Okay. I mean, is that considered an exciting hero? No. Does it work?
It can
Yes,
be.
it can be.
It can be.
I mean, it's a nice hero here. I think it does a lot of things to deal with the Tide, the DK. You have the break. It's gonna cause a lot of problems.
We needed 2 more bans total, like 1 for each team, and then these 2 would have been banned, and then now we would have gotten the spicy mid matchup.
Don't leak the draft pattern for next season. Jesus. But no, I mean, BoomBoys, they reacted quite nicely with the Viper pick. To me, it's still a little volatile. I think mid Viper, it can win. It should win the lane. It can create tempo to play around, but it just takes one bad fight, you know, itemization from the Tide Hunter, like a Yules or something, to eat through that break duration. And now suddenly the Viper loses its value, and IronWing just kind of get online. You know the inevitable IO timings in play here. I think BoomBoys, they got a lot more pressure on them to now do well in the laning phase, rather than just play for a comeback. They have to play to win their lanes and to hold the game down.
Their supports don't really compare. I feel like they're gonna lose the 3v3. Like Undying Lion with the DK is gonna give them the edge in like maybe getting a couple of kills. I think you only need to be able to find one kill in the early game on the Viper. Like teams have already been known to do like some crazy, after the rune spawns you smoke and then you kill the Viper one time and then it totally upsets the balance of the lane. So they have to be very careful and anticipate moves like this. And even in the rune fights, the Undying and Lion, I would say that they will have the upper hand against the Rubik and the Winter Wyvern.
Rhea, what are you going to look for in this game at number 3? What are you going to look out for?
I mean, I want to know what BoomBoy's idea is. To me, the heroes have no way to properly start a fight. They have no real way to take towers. Like your IronWing, they have great initiation, great burst, great way to take tower DK. It has it all. So what does BoomBoys play? I
mean, BoomBoys also need to show really good BKB discipline in this game. I feel like if at any point, if Keratic wastes his BKB, then suddenly all the slows, the stuns, the damage amps will just break him apart. So he's had a pretty decent series so far, but this game is like he has to have a perfect game.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to happen, because game number 3, maybe everything is a little different with the pressure placed on the players, as we are ready to find out which team will advance in the lower bracket and which team will be sent home. We're heading over to Trent and Lyrical for game 3.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Man, the panel there, it was like the opposite of game number 1. They were excited about the early picks. This one, they're like, man, those last picks suck.
I mean, that's what happens when the bans come out. Very targeted against the 2 mids, for sure, in this one. I love the face-to-face of the 2 mids. Like, their expression is getting sadder and sadder as it continued through, as more and more of their favorite heroes were banned. But this is where the best picks come out. You got to dig deep into your tool bag here and find a tool you haven't taken out in a while, like the GPK Viper.
Man, speaking of a tool, Viper, God, I hate that hero. It's so annoying to play against. It's also one of those that like it feels either bad for the opponents or bad for you, because you can't do anything. You don't want BZM and GPK to have to play him, but it was what was left. And you know what? Maybe there's going to be some magic happening here. Maybe we'll see some of those early boots of travel, some Aghanim Scepters, people jumping around. There's a chance to have a dream. Also, I thought it was very funny. Ray was like, they're not good at taking towers. They're not good at fighting. They're not good at initiating. But besides that, it's great for BoomBoys.
You know, they can read the mini-map. That is what they can do, you know?
Excited.
You gotta find your talents where they are. And, well, I mean, the big question, is what's gonna happen to Whitemon?
Well, that was not great for them. I will say that. He did not manage to get the gold from the Observer Award, and he gave over First Blood. It's Katomi that takes it, though, so at least it didn't go to GPK.
Really hoping for a positive there. Ari will walk through the same spot. He's actually going to kill the mid-courier.
He's coming back. Wait a minute. Oh, they're cooking. Never mind. Oh, take down GPK.
The Ceaseless Dirge, I tell you. It's not ceaseless yet. It's literally just the 30 seconds. But for the whole game, Ceaseless Dirge does that to you. It's just the fact that we're, you know, less than a minute into the game. It's like he's ceaseless, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, a kill onto GPK, feeling a little bit bad about that one, and then DK grabs the wave and pulls it all the way over here. Is going to get a deny and take out the observer ward for the Dire as well. But this is a nice way to sort of mess with the Viper a bit, right?
Yeah.
And force him to tank the creeps.
They've made a decision of, just like, we took the DK. This is a hero who can do quite a few things in the laning stage against many opponents. You know, he gets pretty tanky. He's got breathe fire. He can also recover in the game with the shard and the blink dagger. So, but then you get the Viper and you're like, okay, we gotta help.
Yeah.
We really don't want to get him sent down to the abyss like we did to Miro in game number 1. So hoping to give him a bit of a match here as BZM just hikes the creeps around the towers. Kataomi in 3-3, duke it out in the bottom lane. 3-3 on this Tidehunter. The classic triple gauntlets to start with a little ring of regen just to boost up the health a little bit.
Who says that jungling is dead in modern Dota? 33 is bringing it there. That's what you want to see.
I mean, definitely what they did last game with the Darkseer and the Bounty Hunter. Lots of Ari just sitting on the wave here. And game number 1, Moomeander, coach, he brought up and he said, we are the Largo understanders. We're the best Largo team. We have the counter. I think they might consider themselves perhaps one of the better Kez teams as well with how much they pick it for Pure. You would think they must have a very good understanding of this hero. So I'm looking forward to see what sort of counters they have here, other than just this Tidehunter to maybe survive through the lane.
Well, yeah, that's going to be the thing to watch for, and if they actually do have a good answer right here for the Largo in this game, because the secret tech was the CK with Whitemon playing on the Ringmaster. This time around, Pure is playing the IO, is going to be paired with the Undying. As you can see, finding the double decay there, very nice to mess with these heroes. But it's not the same level of just demolishing that we saw. Like, IO is obviously winning this lane, but it's not like completely destroying finding. Well. Oh, goodness, that was scary. Whitemon actually going to take 2 tower shots while he's at it. Save, trying to finish off the job, will manage to.
All right, all according to plan here from the BoomBoys. Pure does back up and get the Lotus. Very nice on this hero, obviously. But does instantly consume it, so no help for his friends on that. And Save still just pushing him back, so yeah, he's going to need a salve brought in here from Whitemon, and indeed he will bring it, so. They'll get recovered here, but yeah, they have not obliterated Miro this time. I think in this case, rather than focusing on countering the Largo, they're instead saying, hey, we got a better trade.
Yes.
I'd rather have IO. And I think after that last game, the main concern is how do we just make sure that we don't, you know, get run over by the Largo like we just ran them, or by the IO rather, like we just ran them over. And I hope it has to deal with the camps. We brought it up a lot in game 1, didn't happen. Punishing the IO under your tower would be great.
A good glyph there, but not good enough. They take down Pure.
I feel like he used that Lotus really early, like had to use it in the pool there, and then still dives the tower with just a Fairy Fire. Very aggressive attempts here, maybe just feeling it from game number 2. Or 1, I suppose. Time's flying here, bud.
I mean, it's one of those things where you are now in an interesting position. IronWing, they make game number 1 look good, but it wasn't like completely clean, right? There was a moment where it felt like it was starting to shift into BoomBoys' favor. Then in game number 2, they get out to another super hot start, and then BoomBoys pull it back and eventually take the lead. There's some questions. What is it going to be like with Nerves on this big main stage? You know, I was looking at it and I'd sort of forgotten that Ari has not played a game on the main stage of TI up until this point. The only other time he made it to TI was in 2023, where he didn't make it to this high level. How's he going to be able to perform on this stage?
There's a lot of pressure on him for sure in this game as the Lion, already getting a few stacks up, which is great to help out the IO, obviously. And Tidehunter, a hero who's okay being alone, so he's taking advantage of that by trying to make this move up top, wrapping behind Save. Rubik, fairly vulnerable. They have a tether. Oh, they don't have a tether yet. He was almost level 4.
Yeah.
They kind of need the tether here.
I mean, they also have Wyvern in the area. So Save is going to spot Whitemon there. The turn, the stun. Niero might be able to walk out of this, but actually, now turning to hit, they're going to take down the Tombstone. And Whitemon in a little bit far, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 exchange, with the Tombstone also going the way of BoomBoys.
Yeah, IO's not necessarily wanting to take the tether this early here, so it kind of delays the attempt on the gank there, since you can't just rotate over. They have to wait for the wave to actually push in. That ends up costing them a life there. So in the meantime, though, I mean, 3-3, still totally happy down bottom. He is farming away. That being said, it is trading for a free farm Kez. BZM's been doing great mid on this Dragon Knight, constantly pulling the waves back. You're not having this Viper just like pull away. In fact, he's actually ahead of him in terms of net worth. So that is a big concern, I would say, for the BoomBoys. Because you do not want a Viper losing its lane. And then again, this problem of, you know, what can I do to give our team some action on the map as a Viper? Not much. Like, buy an Atos, brother. Like, I don't know. That's where your options go to.
I mean, and I think
near.
It's going to be an ulti out now on to Dragon Knight, save, ready to pull him back in. And this is what you were hoping to see more of. Obviously, that gank early helped, but when you get level 6 GPK, he finds the double kill. And that's more what you want to see out of the Viper.
Yeah, you can be really happy that you got your wins in the lane and everything, but you gotta know when to take the L, and then it is now. The 6 is there on the Viper. You don't get to return here as the Dragon Knight, so we're gonna see some stacks probably for both the Dragon Knight and the IO. Gonna have to be shared up. Tide also a big stack hero.
Is trying to bully back 33 off the wave with Lion moving in, realizes that's not gonna happen. So Ari gets the wisdom stolen from him. That can actually feel good, as he is only level 3 on the Lion.
That's all right. Save just picked it up on the other side as well. But yeah, you're right. That ain't great. To be getting it and being not even level 4.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
he's doing a lot of running around, you know, stacking up for his team. I mean, they have so many stack farmers, and I think that's an issue here for BoomBoys is what are they gonna do when IronWing retreat back to farm these stacks?
Right.
Because Tide wants stacks, DK wants stacks, IO wants stacks.
Going up top, maybe? Save? No, they can't do anything there. Nero's been playing with relatively low HP on this Largo as he works towards a Soul Ring, but they haven't really been able to punish and make any substantial move. Now, turning into the Tombstone, they go and they just try and hit it. Will be able to take it out. So Katomi gets it. BZM realizes it's not looking that great because Kiritich shows up and Miero has a lick to pull him back in, finds Whitemon, gets the kill.
Nice, level 7 for Kiritich. He picks that one up here. GPK was even wrapping on the other side, and now he is after the stacks. This is a great use of the Viper. Let's go in here and take their stacks. I can't chase you, but the camps aren't going to run away.
Yeah.
And I know they're dependent on it. Kiritich, he's back. He's checking these camps at the top of the map. He's like, do they make stacks here? Should I be like echo slashing through this? Should I be trying to farm something? So they have this on the mind as 3-3 pulls the camp into the small camp here, just to farm it himself, and Kiritich forced to pull it off the tower. Soul Ring done for 3-3, and yeah, so many interesting questions here for BoomBoys and how they want to try and push this advantage a little further.
There are more stacks being built for 33 over at the Ancients. Kiritich stops that one from happening. They're just battling over these couple of creeps. I mean, this really encapsulates how both of these teams play this game, right? Like, there's no interaction with each other really at all, but they're like, who's going to come in and get the last hit?
Yeah, Pure is in between two camps now with the Spirits going. Ari just double stack near the Ancients for 3-3. This is very much the machine of IronWing. Oh, we caught him getting hit by the Bruiser, a classic. Sometimes the Ogre be smashing.
I mean, but that also speaks to what this game is going to look like. Nobody's getting completely skunked in the laning stage. Nobody is getting wiped out here. And that tells us that it's likely there's going to be some type of a breakdown of how the battles go, right? How are the mid-game team fights going to work out? And that's going to depend upon items, positioning, when teams feel like they're stronger than others. GPK definitely feeling like the strongest here on the map right now.
Yeah, hopefully he can use that to bully, because that's what you got to do as a Viper. Make your presence known in the early game when you're at your peak. Just threaten to Viper strike anyone that walks too near.
Illusion Room taken by Miero, and GPK walks forward to take out that Observer Ward. BZM, they thought about it.
Yeah.
Decide not to go.
I mean, Save is closing in on level 6 as well. This is where Rubik's can have a big change in their game as he cracks into it now. Can you get a farming spell? Can you get a good ganking spell like this Earth Spike is always fantastic here as he moves in trying to find something, but can't quite get it. Omi actually smoked up behind, gonna pass it over to Save. So Save kind of shows mid, dives a little deep, joins the smoke of Omi, and we're going up top.
What can they do here? They have a TP on Viper if he wants to show up.
And they have Steel on Tombstone if Whitemon drops it.
Looking Catching the bully continues, and yeah, they've got the tombstone immediately, saving it for now. So they're gonna have tombstone if a fight breaks out, but they don't even need it.
Nice
This is
steal.
good from BoomBoys.
Yeah, I mean, they'll often comfort with the ulti on the Undying, but, maybe just didn't want to let it rip there instead. And even ulti, obviously, doesn't feel that bad to get Rubik.
Finding him, GPK pops the Ravage, but he's dead. Cannot get away. But that also tells you the mentality. Like, they're not thinking about a fight at all right now on IronWing. That was a Ravage to make sure that he can go farm more.
Yep.
Because they're not anticipating fighting. And BoomBoys, you can see they're coming online right now.
I mean, it's so funny because Viper obviously a bit of a slightly dead hero right now, but this DK and this Tide, they can't play the game they want to this stage of the game because you know where they're going to be. It is not a mystery where these two heroes want to farm, and GBK doesn't need a catch item if he's just going to walk in with a Mage Slayer because they can't contest him. They're not going to have the damage to fight him, but it is still the clock. It is the timer of this IO. What can you get done? And they haven't really disrupted IO's farm that much, I will say. I feel like this is kind of similar to BoomBoys' game on the IO itself, where he was still able to get quite a bit done. He's still pretty high up on the last hits at the moment, the net worth. But they've gained a lot for themselves.
Right. Well, and they're going to take out this stack right here.
Omegus in there. He stole something.
Oh, he did. He's taken a little bit away from him.
And so much XP, right?
Oh, yeah. Using the winner's curse with bringing over some more heroes, they get the break, and now he's in trouble and gonna go down again. Stolen Earth Spike.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, Save is gonna have a good game if they're not careful. So, I mean, look, there's a couple of things that still look good for IronWing. Like on its face, the way that BoomBoys is playing so far forward, it's solid, but
I'm concerned.
I am very concerned as well. The one thing I'll say is there isn't like a natural pipe builder on BoomBoys, and the magic damage when it eventually comes out from IO is going to be a lot.
That's true, but it is this like slow, consistent damage all time, which versus the Largo. If you don't also have heal reduction, isn't going to be that effective. That being said, they have a DK, and unfortunately, it's hard to get into a Scotty build these days, and Shiva's Guard doesn't work, so maybe a Tide Crozier could be good. Yeah, the heal reduction's a little hard to come by, actually, in this IronWing draft.
See what they decide to go for. Oh, IO Crozier. Now we're talking. There's no way that's good.
Or we'll find something, don't worry, surely.
Dare to dream.
That's right.
Well, yeah, I mean, IronWing, okay, they're going to go now with the Lion and the DK. We've got the Blink Dagger reveal here on one. Finger of Death, obviously, can really make or break these situations. Ideal target would be Kez. We'll see if they decide to take the Wyvern if they run into him.
Yeah, Kez very far back. Scans coming out from both teams right now, trying to figure out what their opponents are up to. And Tide is going to show.
Heritage shows as well. BZM, he breaks. Oh, he gets the stun off, but it's not enough. The TPs came in immediately. And now Tide pops the Ravage. This is not going to work. This is not good at all. BoomBoys, they kill 33 again.
I mean, GBK is just too happy to answer the call. If you want to start a fight, he's going to be there. They're getting Whitemon on the side of the map as well. He tried to get out. Not going to happen. I mean, the good news is that BZM retreats back to the Wisdom Shrine and gets that. That's the only positive that's going to come out of that engagement. Is Save very happy to start spamming the voice lines once again, as he's having a fantastic performance on this Rubik so far. A hero that we've seen plenty of heroes struggle with when they try and bring it out. These players, like, they love playing Rubik, obviously, but you've got to be so tight on your steals.
Has been, at least so far. But this is the question for IronWing, is how do they respond to this adversity? They're now down 4K gold at 15 minutes. They've been waiting for this timing with IO. He's almost at the Aghanim Scepter, still 4 levels away from finishing off that level 15 talent. That's obviously the timing that they're waiting for, but how much are they going to lose in the lead up to it?
And on top of that, I mean, you mentioned they don't have a good pipe builder, which is true, but we've got the Mage Slayer done on the Kez. We got the Mage Slayer done on the Viper, so they're finding other ways to deal with this overwhelming magic damage that's going to be coming out here from IronWing. And you're seeing the kind of sad items coming out. Like the Yules on the Tide. That's a sad item. That's not a feel-good item on Tidehunter. You don't want to be doing that.
I mean, it's very good in this instance. It's exactly what he needs, but the fact that he needs it doesn't feel good.
No, it's if you can wrap your head around that one, you've figured out Dota.
That's right. 12-2. That, I mean, I feel like at this stage, you've also got to start thinking about, like, as BoomBoys, do you want to go into the Roche?
I mean, they do have an amplified damage rune on GBK. It's a little early for my liking, you know.
Yeah.
I'd rather just keep bullying Pure while he doesn't do anything.
That's fair.
But this is where the catch comes into play. They don't have the Stolen Earth Spike anymore. Saves Rapid behind with a TP.
Oh, man, that was really close. Oh, just barely getting out of there.
Denying beaks accurate. Good. And look at Whitemon way in behind here. He's going to just try like decaying the wave from the fog. This is what they're reduced to right now. Hiding at the top Lotus Pool, spamming out decays. They are just playing off the map right now, trying to delay everything that they can.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of good things happening right now for them. And I mean, at least the gold lead is staying steady. You know, the farming is good. If they can continue to delay and keep this net worth lead sort of stagnant, then they've got something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doomering a little bit. Like, they've actually done a pretty good job so far. Like, Pure escaping there is big because now he gets his relocate.
Yes, and this one is nice. They move in, find the kill on Nero. Can they find any more after the fact? Pure relocate wearing out soon. They break and tether away. So that is the type of thing that we need to be seeing from IronWing.
Yeah. And a lot of that comes just from how Whitemon was playing. Up there, like, pushing out the wave. They had a ward in the lane from Ari as well, trying to control this space. So they punished Miro a little bit on this Largo. Is a slower hero who really wants to be farming up. And, again, lowest net worth of the cores. The hero's struggling so far here today in the series. Not getting into any sort of a dominant position. Kataomi is going for the Blink Dagger, so he's going to be their first real good way to jump into a fight. Not the best hero to start the fight. He likes to see a fight develop a little bit more when Kataomi's playing this Winter Wyvern, but just getting something forced and trying to lock IronWing into a fight might be enough because they just, you know, they have overwhelming potential to win these engagements in a fair fight for BoomBoys. I like the Force Staff too.
18 minutes, 3,000 gold lead, and going to be going into the BKB for Kiritich. The BoomBoys getting these items and then likely going to be playing together around a map. IronWing very clearly just wanting to play around Aghanim Scepter for IO, relocate plays, some pickoffs here and there.
Yeah, and this is a game where you're seeing Ari starting to fall behind this Lion, right? Lion is not good in a game like this. You're not good at pushing out waves. He's just trying to Earth Spike for the flag there. He's just gone. No chance to play.
I mean, they're sort of around this area with the Lion and the DK, and now it kind of falls apart. Ari is going to get jumped upon, and Kiritich is going to take him out in just a moment. It's happened so quickly.
Yeah, the two supports trying to do something down here. Meanwhile, 3-3 getting walked down in the mid lane. GBK just chalking the Viper Strike on him, reducing him to half health.
I mean, that's the thing that's weird, right? Like, you see that move come down. They were bringing in Whitemon, Ari. They're trying to make a kill happen, and it just didn't really function that well. You can see Dota Plus is saying we're just at 50-50. Even though it's a substantial lead right now for BoomBoys, this one's not going to be decided immediately.
To me, it's because there's a burden on BoomBoys still to pressure forward here, but they have the tools for it, right?
Yes.
Like, they have this Spirit Vessel with many charges on save, so if they try and fight them with the DK or with the IO or with, I mean, Tide obviously got the Dispel, the Blubber, so that's nice, but, oh, sorry, we can call it Kraken again now, my bad.
There we go.
Of the Kraken. that is, you know, that is the item you need to just kill this IO and DK. They got nothing.
Well, the only thing that they need to do is find those targets, get them into a fight, and IronWing is going to continue to dodge whenever they're at all possible to do so.
Yeah, they're a very frustrating team to play up against. They're definitely one of the best teams in the world at doing this, at both reading the map and doing this, as we call it, ghost pushing, where it seems like waves are disappearing, you're not getting the full vision of where they are, you're not getting this this pressure that you're expecting from what you feel like is control over the map, as we see a IO relocate into the mid here.
Yeah, knows that they were tormenting, so can come on out forward and pressure this. And get some damage there onto the building. Backs it away. Ari gonna take a long walk, try and steal a shrine, I guess. As yeah, the call comes out, he's heading that direction.
Yeah, that's nice.
Largo's over in that area too, and the TP over from Rubik.
I mean, this would be great news for Save if he manages to get a steal from this.
Well, they also are bringing in
the sentry.
The Wyvern. Oh, just walks into range and now they see him. Yeah, he got it again.
Oh, that's
Found
so
and
good.
killed.
They're both going to be level 12 now.
Yeah, that's nice.
No, not quite for Tadomi, sadly. He's a little behind. Gem picked up. Okay. BoomBoys are done, folks. They are picking up the gem on the Winter Wyvern. They're going to make their way to Roche. They have a stolen Earth Spike. They want to take over this game. They got 5 Spirit Vessel charges ready on Save. He is ready to play some Dota. He wants to fight. They throw the Viper Strike on a very low mana IO.
Pure, no man's land, tries to go for the tether to get away, but he's still being brought very, very low. And Kiritich right on him, finds him. You were waiting and farming all this time, and just nothing.
I love that BKB usage. I love that just to like guarantee this kill, you know? Yeah, he didn't end up needing it, right? He could have got it without it, but if there's backup, if there's something else there, suddenly the IO escapes and this Roche doesn't feel as good, but they are hitting the timings they want. That being said, the burden is still here. I strongly believe that BoomBoys still have a difficult road to follow here, and that is the strength of the IronWing draft. But currently they are on track. It's just so annoying, dude. Fuels into Ag Scepter on this Tide.
A little bit of a jump from BZM and then the back away. And now the Winter's Curse. Oh, this could go really bad, but there's no BKB on Kiritich. Keep that in mind. Goes for the Finger of Death onto the Wyvern. Kiritich low, but not solo. Ravage out, just barely able to connect. The big stun coming out from Save, though. That's what they needed. And Kiritich, he will live through it. Finally, they bring in the IO. Pure trying to do what he can. Could Yule Scepter lift up to stop the chase, but it's not looking like enough. Pure comes back in just to die, and 33 in trouble. IronWing, farm all this for what?
Save my goat, dude. The stun into the Soul Rip heal gets a gush at the end there as well. He's chucking out Spirit Vessel charges everywhere. The heals of the Largo, because they go into this fight without the IO, right? Like, he's dead for quite a while before they can relocate Pure into this engagement. He was pumping out the damage on that Rubik, second only to the Viper in that fight. Like, Save was a beast in that one.
Doing ravages of his own, and
they were close, right? Like, they almost had something, but just,
I mean,
it didn't fully connect.
This is a really tough way right now with 4 kills. IronWing on the verge of being eliminated unless they can pull something together here. This is not the way you want your TI appearances to end.
Well, it's funny because they just picked up the Kiritich gets a little aggressive here, but they don't.
There's no follow-up. Nobody's here.
There's nothing. They just got the Ags on Tide, which to me is like, okay, we're full rat mode, right? Like, we are just pushing waves, we are not engaging, and then they go for this fight, maybe thinking that someone had already left and they would immediately split and pressure out. Like, it reeks of desperation a little bit there, and rightfully as it should, I suppose. BKB up here on Pure, will it save him?
Oh, he can't afford to go in there right now. Or rather go down. But yeah, the BKB is maybe going to be enough to make people a little bit less hesitant, but Save. Wait, they jump in and kill him though. Okay, Save gone. Okay, GPK is doing a lot of damage. 7 seconds to get away. Miero tries to chase. How much can GPK do? Needs a few more hits, but Pure manages to get out of there. He's still burning down though. The damage, Pure. Oh, he'll survive. He has to pop the BKB.
Feel good. Moving down towards 3-3, but yeah, they're just gonna back it up right now.
What a scary Viper.
All that for a Rubik kill. You lose your DK. Not how they drew it up here. And Miro nearly into a BKB just as the recipe to go here on the Largo. So give him some staying power in these fights. Help out his team. You know, if he pops BKB before the Ravage, then he can help heal up everybody. Get some clutch dispels out as well. And very good Lotus game as well if he wants to go into that after. Like, he already has the shard here. We haven't talked about it either, but the combination of the Croak, right? Like, not a typical one in the Viper, but works great. Anything amplified by Spell Amp is going to get the bonuses from Croak Genius, and Viper obviously has plenty of damage that gets amped. So this is a totally doable combo.
I will also say, as much as both of these teams are known for their like clean gameplay and making sure that they're not overextending, this is TI main stage, it's an elimination game. this 10,000 gold lead that they have right now on BoomBoys can be undone in a second with bad positioning,
really can.
with a bad, just putting one hero forward when they shouldn't have. BoomBoys have to be clutch. They have to be clean to close this one out.
Right now, playing very aggressive here. CM on the tower with 3-3.
The wraparound comes. Ari spots them. Hex onto the Viper, but there's no follow-up. There's nobody there to help. BZM starts to hit on the save. The save is there. They go for the Cold Embrace Winter Curse combo. Pure lives through it. Whitemon is gone, but that's one support each out of there. Katomi in trouble from BZM.
Save.
More hits, but Hero is there. The Frog keeps him alive, tries to get out, not gonna happen, Pure. TP, can you do it? Oh, just barely, dying in the fountain damn near, but will manage to survive.
The Region of the Well coming in clutch on that one. We still have Ari actually in here with that catapult, as he's still lurking around where this fight happened. Has a TP out if he needs it. All right, 2 supports for a support and a core. Still ends up being relatively even on the gold and the XP. Nothing too crazy overall here, and that will be the end of this Aegis, expiring in 20 seconds here.
Yeah, that could have been another one of those moments.
The focus on the save, they really want to take him out of this fight.
Yes.
He has become a very large problem here for the side of IronWing, so focus him down.
Ari on this ward, heading up. Kiritich on the hunt. Does he pass through? Does he have an inkling as to where that lion might be? I think so. Hex is out, throws the Earth Spike, Tumblr's Toy, and a Blink TP.
At the same time, they were chasing 3-3 up top, but they don't quite find him. He gets into the tree line and TP's out. A couple of IronWing heroes escaping out of this one. And GPK losing a bit of his luster as the game goes later. You know, he's obviously still very high in the net worth, but this ability to just Viper strike someone and almost guarantee that they're dead is starting to wane here.
And worth noting that the IronWing reset that they've been able to do. I mean, you're going to lose Whitemon. He's going to have to go for the Tombstone. Unfortunately, you can't TP out while you're in the Tombstone.
Oh, next patch, you think? Or no?
Probably not.
That might be a little unbearable.
He is going to be back again with that Ceaseless Dirge. But yeah, like, the fact that, you know, you get this big lead, you've still got your greedy enchantments, you're still farming up all the lanes. They're not out of this one yet. But I would definitely rather be playing the game from BoomBoys' position right now.
And we did see what happens as the game goes later with this IO, though.
Yes.
It does become completely absurd. And even though DK is becoming sure that's not no risk, right? Like, still a good parent.
Then Kiritich, do they have enough to burst him? He's low, he's gone. That's what we're talking about. That move right there can lose you TI, get you out of this tournament. That's all it takes.
Yeah, nice maneuver in there. The chain stun there from the line always going to be powerful, and that's the gem.
Stun. Chasing for more, finds the follow-up, BZM. Oh, IronWing.
I mean, your lead just got cut in half.
BoomBoys
That happens real
humble.
quick, dude.
See that floor coming up at you. It's not what you want to see. 24-9.
BoomBoys have looked their best when they're fully grouped up, right? When they're pushing an objective, when they know that there's something to gain if they just all move together. In this case, they're getting a little pulled apart, again, because of this push that's coming up from IronWing. They're still smoking their way back through. They will not find the Largo. But Pure might run into Miro here. But shouldn't be able to deal with them. Yeah, I'll just peek it.
This is a scary moment right now. I mean, again...
And look at BZM's build here, right? Like, he sees where the game is going, and he wants to help his IO. He wants to become a powerful force to play with this hero and not just go down the beaten path of every single DK this game, or this entire tournament going like, blink into Shivas, you know?
Kiritich, he's waiting for him. Ooh, reveals.
I mean, it was hard to get that last kill. They had everybody.
That's true.
I don't think you really want to force this right now as IronWing.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, they needed the Ravage, and that is going to be one of the big limiters for this, is the cooldown on Ravage for 33. Obviously, positioning is immensely important.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get a shard here soon, too. He's currently sitting on 3k gold, trying to figure out what he wants to do. Bit of a tough call for the Tide.
Again, as this game slows down, this IO becomes stronger and stronger. I mean, so too will the Kez, but Like T was talking about right before we came into this game, that BKB timing, it's a limited window where you're able to fight.
Yeah. And you actually feel like this really strong force who can like lead the fight. Then it kind of feels like you're like the second jump in. You don't really want to be the focal point of any engagement as a Kez later on.
IronWing, take down Tormentor. Ari gets the shard.
He did so much off of this Kez kill. I feel like you could really just go back and watch a replay of this and just think like, what happened after that Kez died, right? Like they rotate in. They're able to just like clean up some of the space. They get the gem, they get some D wards down, they push out their waves, they make their way to the Tormentor, all grouped up, and that's 8K now gone from right when they jumped that Kez.
A little bit of daylight, and they'll run through it. Trying to work their way out of this pit. Found themselves in.
Miro is also in a bit of an ugly spot here on this Largo, where he's halfway towards his Aghanim Scepter. He's not going in towards the Lotus. He wanted to go for something a little bit larger here, but it's you know, at this point in the game, there's going to be some big engagements, but he might just be sitting with a point booster in his inventory.
33 having this Crozier almost completed. So now one of the other big things that we've seen be effective for the BoomBoys is healing up after the fact. Now this one right now could be the game decider. Less than 1,000 gold, just about separating these two squads. GPK trying to take down Roche. It has already roared. There's an imp damage bottom, but 33 ready to walk into this. Are they going to come and contest?
Forget about save though. He's waiting for this Ravage if they go in.
Do they know what's going to happen? Stun already out onto Miero and Aegis on Kiritich. They get it. They get out.
Too many cancels on the blink from 3-3. They're throwing those frogs up there from Miero. They find where the tide is and they lock them down.
Imp damage down bottom. You can see the Crozier. He's gonna be strong, but it only works if you can get on top of people.
Yeah, BZM's also nearby here, but he's gonna get out. And Kiritich really trying to find somebody here.
That Roche felt necessary for BoomBoys, based upon the way that the game was starting to swing.
Yeah, it was trailing. It was not feeling good, and still they're coming in here on IronWing. They want to find them separated. Maybe greedily farming with this Aegis. Maybe seeing some of these items, right? Thinking like, hey, they want their Largo to get towards Ags before they want to push or fight or something, but they actually haven't separated.
So what does the good fight look like for IronWing right now? Is it anybody separated? Is it particular heroes? Or
I mean,
on the other side?
look at their scan right now. This is what they think is happening. They think that someone's down here trying to finish their items and they're not grouped up. And I think that is the read, as you're saying. Like, the BoomBoys are worried about being found out like that. So they are playing quite a bit tighter. Save does show up in this top tower.
And immediately they kill him. Kiritich runs in. Might go here on to BZM. Spots him. Echo slash silence. Looking for the slowdown. The stun is there.
It's a lot.
Forcing out the BKB. TP away. Oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah. That ain't it. That feels pretty bad right now because now that Aegis is just nothing. Right? Like, he doesn't want to come and engage with no BKB for a minute and a half. That's half the Aegis. He might be forced to, honestly, because the rest of his team is pretty ready here, but BZM reveals the full Mjolnir, just puts it all together. Now, you know, in that time frame, we've got the Aghanim Scepter finished here from Miro, so he's quite a bit tankier, but Akez still can't go into this engagement without his BKB. And does this Largo Ags even change that much for him? I feel like it lets him farm and split push a little bit faster, and it'll feel great if he gets a Catalyst.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it's looking like at the moment.
They need that for sure. And obviously, being able to throw the Crooked Genius onto the Viper, that is something that can make all the difference in the world. Like, it's percentage-based damage. It's good stuff, but I don't know. It's scary. Scary, scary.
Yeah, and this is, again, it comes back to this idea of just like the pressure that was here for BoomBoys to keep going. The burden that you have in this draft is very heavy, but you must keep pushing on the map. You must keep getting objectives, and they stalled out. And they itemized to create the stall on IronWing, and they have succeeded. They have done this so many times against so many teams, and I'm sure it never gets less frustrating to play against.
Frustration. All it takes is a moment. Mess up. Now they scan, they hit, they find Whitemon, but he's Hex. Gets inside the tombstone. Living for the moment. Now in trouble. Kiritich, you went in far. The Radiant scanned, but they still get him.
BKB is back up here. Teammates are coming. They're not even going to try and do something after. A lot of respect here from IronWing. Just going to let him go down bottom. 3-3 is chasing after GPK a little bit here. Kind of bluffing, like, no, they're here. They'll be right here. And, well, here they come.
rest of the team moving in. GPK already goes for the back line. There's no save for GPK. He's got to run.
But now his teammates are here.
And they chase down Pure. Can they do anything at all? BKB already popped from Kiritich. He's in. On to Pure, and now turns on to BZM, and now trying to run in, but he's pushed away the Ravage to turn it. Niero, it's not meant to be.
3-3, the
GPK, but wait a minute, no, hold on, they take out Pure.
Not enough.
GPK comes in for the close, and now the chase onto 33. So just when you think with Niero dead, that's starting to look good, he gets the blink out. Save, not able to put the exclamation point on the kill there. Wow.
Man, they needed that kill desperately on that IO.
Yes.
The Crozier came out during the Kez ulti. That was Kiritich's big play, right? It was like to get off the Raptor dance, heal up a little bit, and then keep going that fight. But then the Crozier happens, it's like, oh, I'm not healing very much right now, am I?
Had to jump away from that one with the grappling hook. But you can see, back and forth we go. I mean, this is what you want out of a game 3.
Oh, yeah. No, it was looking problematic there, especially with that last play. Losing the IO on this path to level 25 maybe opens up one last window here for BoomBoys to actually force something decent for them, but I am concerned with a Mjolnir, Dragon Knight, and an IO about to hit 25. How are they going to fight this?
I mean, that's going to be the thing to watch for. Like, Viper no longer universal with his little ability there. But you do still have an incredible amount of right-click damage coming out from him, and I kind of wonder how strong the Croak of Genius Viper combo will be.
Yeah, it is good. I think it's, I mean, Kataomi, though, the weight upon him on this, like, he could just win this game with a curse. Likewise, you know, maybe a stolen Ravage here. It's very hard to get, though, as you already saw. Like, Save's trying, but he's just getting hit with the Kraken Shell. Big Tide buffs.
Oh, and Largo did not get it. Not get the Catalyst. Instead, Enchanter's Bauble.
Oh, game 3, he says. I be bobbling. Okay. All right, so basically, if he gets the Bauble, I guess not necessarily says he thinks it's going late.
Well, he didn't have an option for it. I checked. He didn't have an option for Conjurer's Catalyst.
Oh, no, but I just mean compared to other items.
I see.
But yeah, exactly. And likewise, though, the Tide Hunter did get the Catalyst. So throwing out the, I mean, these waves are just going to explode. All right, Shadowblade finished up for the Dragon Knight. New avenue into the engagements here for BZM. Satanic done for GPK. He is really going into the identity of the tower in this game. Very limited mobility. He's a very hard-hitting and tanky slug, but a slug nonetheless.
Now that is going to be the problem. I mean, the Hurricane Pike is nice at least. Kiritich, I mean, again, like, you've got these jumps that can happen from Lion, which hypothetically sound good in the late game, but, like, is Io really going to be able to kill Kiritich in the duration of a Lion disable? Probably not.
Sometimes I feel like you just need a Swift. I just think you need a Blink sometimes.
Oh, for the Viper.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like, you know, bring back TC Dota. The Blink Viper gamer himself.
Ari trying to run. Will make his way out under the cover of that Glimmer Cape. EZM, in the meantime, is in pretty deep here. He is a little surrounded. Okay. They find him. He didn't get it off in time, and Whitemon tries to salvage it. Not going to happen. Just going to end up dead as well. 2 down. BoomBoys find their target. 33. He's Croziering, but the winner's curse. They've got him caught again. The rest of the squad coming in, but I don't think they're going to be able to help him.
On Ari,
in fact, they've got him. Ari under fire with Niero chasing. Wait, 33 got out?
Made the space.
Oh!
In the stun, he's looking for a blink.
He's trying to get out of there. Let him escape. It's not going to happen. They find and they kill the Lion, but he got his Tide Hunter out of dodge.
Credit where credit's due. He definitely saved him on that one. And Pure takes advantage of this. He's pushing the bottom tower right now with a creep.
I mean, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it forces out the glyph. They're constantly doing these counter plays across the map with the relocate. It's very frustrating. That's, you know, the talent at 20 and the level 25 with the -2 seconds. He is just everywhere right now. It does mean you don't have to worry about this attacking the tethered target with the DK at the very least.
Well, Trent, I will say, I'm wondering, we've seen a lot of these games with some split push, some rad Dota coming out. Can you imagine? Is there a way? Is there a possibility?
A Stygian DK IO hitting the base?
I don't know.
I tell you, it'll be very fast.
Let's see. they end up going for.
He gets level 30 or something on this IO. When we get into that stage, it's going to be really hard to deal with. Of course, they do have the best solution.
Yeah.
You know, they picked it first after the IO. It is the winter Wyvern.
Well, the other problem, they're going to need to deal with this pressure coming into the base. The creep already very low. Stun out from Ari.
Yeah, I'm trying to sneak a bit here on the top of the invis, but there is a sentry down.
Building falling. They don't have great answers to this. They tried to take down that banner, but the banner still stands.
Kataomi way back on the Wyvern.
33 broken. Stun. 33 in trouble. 33 dead. And now Kiritic jumps onto the DK. There is no buyback on 33. There's no buyback on DK. Why did he go in right there? Oh no! Oh, the crumble, the crumble. He relocated nowhere. What is happening? We're dying. He's trying to get out of there. The save for the moment, the tombstone, but he's into the fountain. That doesn't mean you're safe, sir. They're chasing in. They're going to the fountain. Yes, they do. They take them down. BoomBoys say enough. We are done with this main stage game. We're going to end this now.
Nowhere is safe.
No buybacks, no answer. We're thinking about 15 minutes down the line.
They've just bought a death zone. This game is over.
This game. GG is called. BoomBoys knock out IronWing.
A haymaker to the face. They just sit GPK up there. You can run from the Viper, but you can't hide. You go in your face. I will come for your buildings. They won't move away from me. Give me the croak. I will do the rest. That's telekinesis plus the break from the Viper. Blew up 3-3. The fight was over.
He destroyed that one. That was nuts. And again, one of these moments where like it was looking sort of like maybe you had a way back into this for IronWing. Things were swinging back that direction, and oh god, it's gotta hurt. I mean, get knocked out like that this moment for 33 on the main stage.
I mean, you know, that's like our defense, Highlander. You're thinking like, yeah, you know, got these waves. I'm gonna come on with this Ravage. He's calculating. He's thinking about all the possibilities. The Rubik, my Krakatoa, and he was gone. He had a win. You know, he's got Krellos. They're saves all about, but he couldn't press any of the buttons, Lyrical.
BoomBoys, they managed to take them down, and while it's gotta be hard to go out in that way, former teammates shaking hands with Pure, who last year were able to make it all the way to top 4, now eliminate them here. A lot of respect shown between these two teams, but it is BoomBoys that were victorious, that come out on top and getting a little bit of love from the crowd.
I mean, what a clutch up performance by these players. That high ground siege, you guys have all seen it. You know going high ground's not easy. They had so many perfect plays there to break down the defense that was there from IronWing, and they made it look so easy.
Beautiful performance indeed. And again, one of these moments where like you think about the players and how much it means to them to be there up on the big stage, and just were not able to pull it together for IronWing. And BoomBoys, an immaculate performance. They were down so much in this series. There were so many times where we thought they were right on the edge.
There was a lot of ups and downs. They risked it. They gave away the IO.
Yes.
In that last game, after just dominating with game 2, they had the answer in this one.
We'll see now as we hear from the champs as they move on forward down on the stage.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访。那现在在我身边的是来自 BoomBoys 的 Critic， 以及我们的 Slugs。Thank you so much, Marshall. So good to see you up here, my man, Kiritich, Kiri Meow Meow, if you will. This has got to feel good. You have got to feel amazing right now. Am I right?
Of course.
Good to hear. Are you feeling a little better than yesterday? You know, the whole the incident, you know? What was it like getting through that to now having this incredible win?
Yeah, just yesterday, P-Vision destroyed me. It's a bit for me sad and I'm a bit tilted, but good conclusion from yesterday game. Right now I'm ready to fight, ready to lose, ready to win. That's it.
好了，首先上来的话也是问了一下 Kiri 的昵称 Kiri 喵喵，想问一下他昨天的话，其实看到他有用力的拍桌子，不知道他今天获胜了之后的感觉好一些了没有 ？Kiri 也说的话，其实昨天输给 Vision， 我们确实打得没有对方好，但是我觉得给了我们一个很好的复盘机会，我们现在已经做好了准备去赢，准备去输，准备好了 TI 上任何应付一切。Well, it looks like we now know who is the better carry IO. I mean, you gotta say, you put down Pure. Any words for that man? A bit of a competition for you here. 我们现在可能也知道了谁才是更好的 IO 大哥1号位，你也是
战胜了 Pure， 你觉得呢？
I don't know what to say. I think best IU it's Anna, of course. I'm after Anna.
我觉得最好的 carry IO 可能还是安娜，但我觉得我应该就在她之后了。
Yeah, absolutely. Talking a little bit about Anna, you've talked before about Miracle. You've talked about all these legends that have been on this stage before you and how you hope to gain to their heights. Do you feel like you're getting close, my man?
那既然你提到了安娜，那像你之前的话，你说过你也特别喜欢 Miracle 这些传奇的选手，你觉得今天你在台上，你有没有感觉自己离他们越来越近了？
I don't know what to say. Miracle, Matumba, it's my hero. I love them so much, but of course, I want to play better. I'm not on the level Miracle right now. I'm not playing super good. I just play casual. I'm still less than my like said. Like I'm короче. I want to say something fun, good, but my English is not high level. But okay, it doesn't matter. Miracle good. I try to be like him.
Yes, reach those heights. You know what? Screw it. Just say it in your native language. We'll get it translated too.
我觉得确实哦 ，Miracle、Matu 这些选手一直都在我的心里，但我觉得我现在的话可能还没有达到他们的高度，但是我永远会向着他们去出发的。
All right, my friend. Now, last question for you. Thank you very much. Pure's BB team made it to 4th last year. You took over this team. You gave it dedication. You brought the reins in, and now you are close. When will you be satisfied? Will you be satisfied with now 6th that you have? Will you need 4th? When will you be happy, my friend?
Pure 的 BB 在去年拿到了前4的成绩，那今年的话你战胜了他们，然后你现在是前6，还要往前走多久 ？Kurtage 觉得他才会满意
Can you repeat like?
Yes. When are you going to be happy? Is it 6th place? Is it 4th place? Or do you need the win to go home, baby?
Bro, I'm right now so happy. I'm playing on TI in Shanghai. It's so good. I'm so happy. If I'm losing, if I win, I don't care. I'm so happy to play here. So we will see what happens. I want to just play better, learn my lessons from game, make good conclusion, and improve every game.
我现在真的非常开心，能够在上海来参加我们的国际邀请赛。我不想管我的成绩，我只想打得更好，打得再好一点。我会不断的学习复盘，然后去进步。也是感谢大家对我们的支持。
Thank you so much. Incredible job. Thank you.
好了，也是感谢 Slacks， 感谢 Kurtage。我们把剩下的时间给到我们的分析台。
A lot of smiles and happiness on that stage as Kurtage and his team BoomBoys, they advance here and they have eliminated IronWing. A lot to break down here with this game because I want to talk about Kurtage, but can we just for 1 second? They banned out Ember, Puck, and Lina, Slaughter Storm, Snapfire, Pangolier, and guess what? GPK still beyond godlike, Rhea.
Yeah, I mean, his Viper was so good. I kind of wanted to know what would they do. They were going to win their lanes. Obviously, that is what you do. You pick your Viper, you farm your items, you show up and you say, no one touched my Pookie. You go and Viper roll any Tide Hunter that ever wants to step up and try and be a tank for his team. You don't allow them any map space and you ruin every single fight that they want.
Yeah, I mean, they just read IronWing perfectly. Like in the adaptations, understand like, okay, we pick our Viper. We're not going to sit back and just the fear of the break. It's like they went across the river, they broke the Tide Hunter multiple times, and they kind of shut them down to the point where IronWing thought they could maybe fight. It's like, come on, guys, you like lost the early game so hard that you're scrambling into the game. There's no IO timing to play on, and like you're gonna see it here in one of the team fights, right? Like I think the Tide Hunter had just picked up the Ags, like the IO's already dead, the Winter Wyvern's hitting the curse. Like this is basically IronWing's way of saying we really want to try and fight, but we've already made the mistake like in the first 20 minutes that we're already putting kind of the first nail in our coffin and the eventual elimination of our team.
Yeah, this is why I felt like even though I like the IronWing draft, but based on just like how they want to play as a team, this is not the setup that they're very comfortable. Whenever Pure is playing a hero that kind of AFK farms for 20 minutes, the team just doesn't really feel like they have a lot of moves to make, and there'll be a lot of random deaths on the map because nobody's trying to play the game. Everyone is just farming. So somebody's going to die somewhere.
Yeah, and a lot of people died somewhere. One thing that a lot of teams sometimes have very much difficulty with is going high ground. It seemed like BoomBoys did not have that issue whatsoever, and that means IronWing has played their last game on the main stage. I'm sure that they are going to be very disappointed with this result. This is a team that has had most Tier 1 tournament victories the entire year, and that's a lot of pressure to bear also from themselves that they put on themselves going into this year's international. So disappointment is where they are, and it's going to be a rough one. But of course, we got to have some final words. So let's head over to Perian.
Yeah, thank you. I am here with Ari. Ari, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I know it's horrible to talk to you under these conditions, and we're sorry to see you go out of the tournament. It felt like you guys had such a great season, and then things that were perhaps outside your control with orgs and stuff maybe unsettled you. Do you think that's fair to say?
队伍整个赛季的成绩非常亮眼，但是战队遇到了一些变动，你觉得对你们会有影响吗？
It's true that we've definitely underperformed in the second half of the season, which is very sad. Of course, we really wanted to do well this TI. We actually did feel confident going into it. But this doesn't erase the fact that the first half of the season went very well, and we're still very proud of what we achieved in this time. So overall, I still think we've had a good year.
Absolutely agreed. I can still remember giving you the trophy on the Birmingham stage, felt like yesterday. So many close series of this TI and so many great teams. Do you feel like you were unlucky that it could have gone a different way on another day, or was it just you weren't feeling it? Sorry.
而是说，整个队伍在这个赛季的前半段表现非常亮眼，虽然在第二阶段表现的不如意，但是也不能抹杀他们在整个赛季前半段的成绩，所以他对整个赛季的表现还是非常满意的。然后这次比赛的竞争非常激烈，这样的结果会不会觉得是缺少一些运气？
I wouldn't say unlucky because in the end, on the day, the better team wins. But I did feel like we were finding good form as this tournament went on, and we were feeling confident. And I do think we could have beaten any team in this tournament on a good day, but today just wasn't our day.
我不觉得是不幸运，因为强者为王。我觉得如果我们状态好的话，我们能打败任何一支队伍。
Ari, is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans and the fantastic crowd here in Shanghai that have been supporting you guys all year?
阿宇，最后有什么想跟现场粉丝，还有整个赛季支持你的粉丝说的吗？
Yeah, I'm super grateful to all of the fans and all the viewers that watch. The crowd is really what makes these events special. The lands we won as well as the CI, playing on stage in front of such passionate crowds is really what makes the experience amazing. So super grateful and super privileged. I hope to be here again next year.
非常感激所有支持我们的粉丝，还有现场的观众，你们的热情是让整个比赛变得更有意义。包括我们之前去参加过的所有线下比赛，包括本次 TI， 都非常感激你给我们这次的机会，也希望明年再见。
A heartbreaking loss, I'm sure, as Ari has still got the presence of mind, of course, to reflect back on a year that was still very successful in the first half. And I think actually, Winter, that is a little bit of a commemoration there. That is impressive to do at this stage after just getting eliminated, I think.
Yeah, it's very hard to like maintain your composure. Like throughout the season, I think it's very disappointing for sure. You know, from their perspective, they start out so well. They obviously feel like they should be able to keep the train rolling. Everybody wants to keep the train rolling, but you can't play every tournament at a 100% level all the time. There's patches, there's breaks. You need to take some rest on the team, and everyone resets. And unfortunately, Dota is a very, very tough game.
It is a very tough game. We're going to see what made it extra tough, because the game we just watched, There was one person in particular that might have flown under the radar a little bit.
Yeah, check this clip out. Sorry, bring the hype up. Watch that Wyvern. The way he plays this fight is incredible. The Lion actually broke the smoke from BoomBoys as they went high ground, and the Wyvern was able to catch the heal onto the Rubik, which delayed his death. And this clip is moving way too fast. It's really hard for me to point it out. But he is in such a good position on this high ground that the fight that they take over IronWings is just so in their favor. The delayed Rubik death means that Lion had to end up committing Finger onto it, so he couldn't use it on someone else. And then right after that moment, Wyvern then blinks down to the low ground and gets the curse off onto the Io, so Io can no longer enter the fight. Tide gets caught in the curse, and they also cannot like counter engage with the Ravage. And then on top of that, Kataomi Wyvern then flies over the Roche pit and kites the DK around, who's then trying to kill the Wyvern and just can't. So this guy single-handedly managed to disable at least 3 heroes by himself, which allows his team to clean up the Undying kill, remove the Tombstone from play, and then chase down the remaining 2 cores and turn a very decisive fight to look towards their victory. I honestly, absolutely sublime positioning and spell usage from Kataomi Wyvern in this game.
Yeah, I'm sure as a fellow sport player, Tigav, you also saw Kataomi like, yeah, that guy is going to go far this one.
I mean, it's Kataomi Wyvern, right? You say those 2 words together, you're going to expect plays like that, right? Of course, the best Winter Wyverns in the world, they understand all these little, minutiae of the hero, and I think that was a perfect display of what the hero can do, and a reason why BoomBoys do consistently pick this hero whenever they have access to it. Compared to other teams where they often quite ignore this hero, BoomBoys, they will go for it, they will pick it up. But yeah, you can see from the stats on screen, they had an excellent game. We pretty much said we want to see them win the lanes, we want to see them just own this game. Throughout the best of 3, they're kind of improving, shaping themselves to understand what they had to do, and I think in game 3, it just truly it was the perfect example of like why they are meant to be the winners here. Like IronWing, they weren't making these developments, but BoomBoys, the perfect game 3 from them.
Yeah, adjustment definitely there now, also with a total of 6 games played on the main stage. Looking fantastic, looking strong, and looking still very much alive in the lower bracket. We're going to give the MVP to GPK. He was heavily focused in this game number 3, Winter. He was targeted in the draft. He was a menace in the game. Well-deserved. 2 games in a row, we gave him this MVP.
Yeah, he made a very, very important ganks towards the Tide, the couple of Viper strikes to kill off the Tide. I mean, some of them may be avoidable for 33, but I think overall GPK, he understood where to attack. He can't really kill the Io on the top lane, so Tide was a very, very obvious target for him. And as soon as the Tide had to retreat and he can't really pressure the bottom side, the whole map became theirs, and they just kept farming, and they weren't really rushing. They were just playing for their timings, and they got to their timings, and IronWing just couldn't really fight them anymore.
They could not, and if you can't fight, you lose, and that's what they did. They are eliminated, and that is part of the competition. And it's beautiful because that's also what made Kirtic so happy on stage, because he did not get eliminated. We have one more in store for you today, one more elimination, one more lower bracket series coming your way, and it is between 2 teams that we all expected would face each other eventually, but maybe not in the first round of the lower bracket. I'm talking about Team Liquid and Falcons. So we are gonna see them going head-to-head. The series yesterday, that's probably, both of those series are probably part of the reason why so many predictions were ruined at the end of yesterday's 4 best of 3s. Yandex and Nigma Galaxy happy in the upper bracket after knocking these 2 down. And we're going to focus our attention first on Team Liquid, Tigov. This team, game 1 of the series against Yandex, it was very close. And we're like, okay, that can happen. And then they got absolutely smacked down by Yandex. And this is a team that we don't expect ever to see smacked down like that.
Yeah, I feel like game 1, all was kind of, the drafts are fine, is the gameplay in the moment, niche with an Aegis hitting a mid-tower, overextending at the high ground the entirety of Liquid and overplaying their hand. Game 2, you can just chalk it up to a bit of an outdraft. I think, the Slark into the end mid, the Io to pair with the Slark. So game 2, draft can be improved. I think you focus more towards game 1. That is the game where I think Liquid in form, when they won TI a couple years back, that is the type of draft where they wouldn't throw away that lead. They would just close out that game cleanly. So I am looking to them to just kind of look towards that game, improve on it, and today they'll be a better team because that first game, I think that was probably one of the best games from yesterday because of how well Yandex held on under the pressure that Liquid applied.
Yeah, and Team Liquid has had a great year as well, and I think that's worth highlighting here.
Yeah, they did have a pretty good year, but I think they picked it up just before TI mainly, right? I think they just won, sorry, my apologies. They just won the previous TI event coming into TI. So they kind of had a bit of ups and downs to some degree, but overall, as you can see here, they had some fourths, some thirds, some firsts. So they had pretty good results, but the general track record of the 5 tournaments pre this TI was a bit more of a pickup, as you see here. Yeah, it's the first at Essence, and then EWC, Blast, Dream League, and Vlahia. It's kind of like, it's okay, but for a team like Liquid, you expect a lot more. But again, critically, they got that first place at Essence, so coming into TI, they have that win. Is it a curse? Is it not? Who knows? Right now, it feels maybe like a little bit like a curse. Again, Tier 1 event wins pre-TI historically don't go down too well.
Yeah, so far also, we're talking about Team Liquid. We got to talk a little bit about sports there too, because they're a large region as why they do as well as they did, Rhea.
Yeah, I think they're fantastic. I'm glad that they brought Ace and Tofu into the team together because they have such synergy, even though they have split apart on the lanes. I think, they went through a lot of trialing of talking about what's best for the team, and at the end of the day, they really didn't want to disrupt Boxy's playstyle because he makes so many calls and he is very proactive with smokes and kills and playing with mid. But Tofu has been a fantastic 5. He's a lot more of an adaptable player. I think he mentioned that in the past, like Boxy doesn't want to play certain heroes. If he were to play 5, Insania also avoided certain heroes, but Tofu is much more willing to fit what is needed for the team. And he has been a massive asset since February. He talked about moving into the captain role and getting more into drafting as well. So this guy is honestly incredibly good. I think even like Eki was talking recently about how you watch 5 games of Tofu playing and you will learn so much about the support role. He was like solo carrying games against Spirit in previous tournaments. Watch this guy's gameplay. He is elite. He is so elite.
He is definitely a star player, and he swapped roles seamlessly, and that is very cool to see. Of course, it has been very cool to see Liquid, especially in the group stages where they did really well. Yesterday might have been an anomaly. We'll have to find out if Team Liquid can find that form again, but first we have to welcome them on the stage. They are historically known to take the long route in best of 3 series, so let's make it all 3 games. So there's a double elimination bracket. Let's go on the longest route possible to make it as deep as we can. And in the lower bracket, they find themselves. Let's see how far they can go. And their first opponent is Team Falcons. This time around in Shanghai, can they make that long route all the way back to the grand finals to defend their aegis? Yesterday, knocked down, but not out. They are ready to take the fight to Team Liquid, as I'm sure they've done a lot of preparation against a team that they are so familiar with. They have their work cut out for them, and a lot of rings to their name already. And I want to start talking about a player that has 2 of those rings, namely a Skeeter Winter. This guy is a pivotal player in the roster.
He's the glue of Falcons.
He is.
Think he is the person that puts everything in place. He's not a very greedy carry. He plays usually the blink stunners. I think in most of the games you see Skitter do really well in this team is when he's playing the Sven, he's playing the Elk, anything that allows him to be the lead, the initiator, because it also pairs really well with Snaking's hero pool. Snaking generally likes to play also very greedy position 5 heroes, which need the cores to go in. So Skater needs to kind of be on the Sven Elf type of heroes most of the time. And I think the reason why they have a lot of up and down results recently is because of the introduction of SF, Drow. And your carry kind of has to try or play the aggressive late gamers, and that doesn't really suit Falcons' playstyle.
I also just thought that if Skeeter wins this TI, his win rate of getting an Asia, this is his 5th international. He's got 2 rings already. 3 out of 5 is pretty darn impressive. 2 out of 5 obviously also super impressive, don't get me wrong. But that is quite the feat. This guy has what it takes to get through these sticky, hairy situations called lower bracket, you know, backs against the wall, Rhea, and he'll fight.
He will fight, and I do wonder if they will adapt throughout the tournament or if they'll just stick to what they know, because obviously the reason why Skier plays the way he does is because he wants to enable Amar, who I think Knoxville laid out the stat that he was the only offlaner who on average outfarms the enemy carry at 10 minutes, which is an absurd accomplishment. So this guy, I think a lot hinges on Amar's gameplay doing the kind of core carrying, but that also means that we need Crit to do really well, because Crit massively enables Amar. I guess what I'm saying here is this is a team effort. But
I mean, for sure, I think the entirety of Falcons and why they always do well is because they're a system-based team with 5 players functioning at a very high level. Of course, Crit, as you see on screen with the Lions, the SDs, the Clock, all of these heroes want to play through another hero. They're not independent guys that are going to like solo break the game. It's like, I'm going to go as a Clock to go get information for someone else to get a kill, a Lion to set up, an SD to save. Like, he's very much a systems type player, and that allows him to excel when everything's firing at 100%. I think yesterday, Falcons, the reason why they're in the lower bracket, they're a little bit kind of reminiscent of what we just saw from IronWing. The same type of initiations was what was happening with Falcons against Nigma, especially in that game 3 between the Tiny and the Doom. But I think in general, if Falcons are in form, of course, they will make a lower bracket run. Same thing for Liquid. Again, my fantasy is in shambles. Both of these teams are meant to be my upper bracket semifinals. I have at least both of them in my player predictions as well for my bonus points. So I'm a little upset that they're both in the lower bracket. I would like to get a new terrain, but it's okay. But yeah, I think both of these teams in form, easily lower bracket run teams.
I want to give hype to Crit again as well, because I think that he is so amazing, and it's kind of the Loki thing where, do you remember that game against VG and Amar got an 11-minute GG out of them on his Necrophos? Everyone praised this Necrophos. They were like, "This Amar is amazing. Best Necro I've ever seen." If you watch Crit play that lane, he set everything up. Like, every single cog, he got the maximum amount of efficiency on Clockwork to just bully them down to a point where Necro could get those kills. And then he rotates mid, and then he enables Malrine to get a kill. And then he secures your runes, he goes for the Wisdom Shrine, and all of a sudden, everything is completely in a flow state. I think if Crit reaches a flow state ever in these types of games, he will just dominate and set up his cores to look so good.
I mean, you just described Dota in a nutshell, right? The cores get all the praise always,
it's
right? So come on, that's all you just done.
Well, we've highlighted a little bit of how Falcons got to this lower bracket. Winter, how do you feel Team Liquid got to this lower bracket? Because yesterday definitely didn't go the way they planned.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit confused about what heroes and what type of like playstyle they want to utilize. And we know Liquid has been traditionally a team that wants to play really fast, but unfortunately, again, they have the problem where the patch doesn't really reward fast teams. You have to figure out how to balance everything out. You need to have late game security, and that's not really how Liquid likes to play. They both kind of want to play with a very active carry, but I think as a team, Liquid is less greedy compared to Falcons. Falcons is a lot more greedier. I think in this particular matchup, Liquid should have the upper hand in the early game because they tend to play faster. And the thing they have to accomplish is they need to stop Falcons from getting farm on their greedy cores. And if they can accomplish that, and they can, like what Rhea mentioned, they can stop Crit from creating the space, then it will put them in a very, very good spot.
I'm also intrigued to know if Falcons are going to continue trying to run the Centaur, right? Against Nigma, they did it, of course, against BoomBoys as well. They tried the Centaur mid. Like, it is like their kind of little strat and playbook that they're trying to bring to the tournament. Is it something that's going to carry over today in the lower bracket? If it is, what is Nisha going to be ready to play against it? Like, it's quite a clunky mid hero that just kind of ice sit and farm. Whatever you pick will also farm, but of course it provides other kind of properties later into the game.
they are trying to find like flex heroes, and a lot of them that I've seen so far, I like the Pango actually the most. Even though Pango is probably not the best hero right now, but I think for Team Falcons, it's a hero that has very high value. In the past, they tend to use like Razor, Husker as a flex pick, but right now I think Pango is probably a hero that would suit them a lot more. I agree with you, T, that I don't think Centaur fits the build that much, even though it looked like it might work, but in terms of strategy, it has a lot of weaknesses, it has a lot of holes, and it's not really that great on the mid lane. Yeah.
Are there any niche picks in particular that when these two teams appear on stage that we think about? Like, oh, I can't wait to see Nisha's... Well, I can't wait to see Nisha's Ember. I think it's going to get banned, which is a shame.
I think Enchantress might be a hero that would be good. Because again, like I said, the early game, the support battles, how can they control the runes, how can they make space for the core, is going to be very important. And what is the best support in the early game? Enchantress. Enchantress can win the lane, you can get the creep, you can dive the mid laner, you get the tower, you create a lot of pressure. So that is a hero that I would say that maybe would be the key hero here in this matchup.
And also, I just want to see potentially just classics as well for Falcons. You just mentioned the Razor. Like, you can still pick the Razor. Like, if Liquid's picking like Luna carries and trying to go for more like, you know, melee bro off lane with a range carry, why not go for Razor and just try and run through with like Manta BKB or whatever? Like, there's not a world where you have to just lock in these, you know, main event heroes that we've been seeing so far. But yeah, I think it's just gonna be just potentially maybe one of the best series today, in my opinion. I'm just, these are two teams that coming into the main event, like they could see the Aegis. Like, there's probably one point in the scrim or something, they're like, you know what? We can do it. You know, we can do it. Like 2 years ago, 1 year ago, we lifted it. And now they're down here. Yeah, exactly. So I feel like this is probably, again, maybe I'm just biased because I'm here, but it really does feel like this has the makings of the best series.
Well, this is a series that happened not too long ago. In essence, too, this was the grand finals, actually. 3-0 in favor of Team Liquid. And in case anybody remembers it, yes, there were like some long games and one really close game, but overall it was pretty one-sided in favor of Liquid. But before that, it was Falcons smashing Liquid with the 2-0, and it's been very back and forth this entire season. The record between the two, in terms of games, if we don't look at series, but in terms of games, it's 13-10 in favor of Liquid. But what's 3 games? You know, it's very, very, very back and forth. I love to see what's coming with the pressure of the lower bracket on their shoulders here on the main stage of the International. As we just saw 2 players on screen that I want to focus on. We saw Nisha and Malrine being compared to each other, and I think that's going to be a very telling story going into this one, Rhea, because both of these, they have a lot of pressure. We have such high expectations from them.
Yeah, Nisha is always an overachiever with his gameplay. This guy comes out, he styles, he gives everyone fantasy points, and he dominates the game. I think I always look to Nisha, but I don't feel like it's a solo endeavor. I don't feel like there's any like weight on his shoulders. I think whilst this team, when they have tripped up, it has been kind of like people overextending, including him. You know, Mike is also a very good, very reliable carry, and Ace always plays very solid offlaners as well to kind of round out the trio. With Malrine, though, I feel like Amar always wants to farm a lot, and Skit is going to be a little bit more sacrificial. It always seems to me that Malrine has a little bit more of a job to do with the supports. That being said, when Nisha runs over a game, he runs over a game. Like, he can 1v5.
That's why I want to see Nisha protected in the draft, right? I think when you look towards Malrine, like, you can throw his hero at any stage of the draft, and like he's going to perform. And Nisha, he can do the same, but he excels and dominates when he has a bit more protection. Like when he closes the second phase of the draft with his pucks, his embers, like when he sees his mid matchup or kind of knows roughly, he's probably going for that hero, he performs on some like ethereal level. But like when he's blind picking an ember, getting counter picked by Slark, when he's put in this kind of position of you have to play comeback the entire game, he does very well. Still better than often many mids in the world, but he doesn't truly shine to the point where he can just like solo lift Liquid to like another grand finals, right? So I just want to see Nisha a little protected in the drafts.
Yeah, it's the system again. We go back to the system. I think Liquid, they tend to put the win condition on their mid a lot right now. And sometimes it can be, like you say, it's very hard to do in the draft. And they need to figure out how can they actually open up with flexible supports enough for them to allow the Nisha pick to maybe come later.
I want to talk about the coaches of the teams. AY 2000 on the side of Team Falcons and Blitz on the side of Team Liquid. They've got, of course, a lot of work to do here with the draft that's incoming. I feel like they have also somewhat of a similar coaching style, Tigov. Is that fair to say? They are there. They're not always necessarily pressing the buttons, as we do see AY standing, whereas Blitz is sitting down.
So I was reading the lobby chat, I'll be honest. So your question was they have the similar coaching style?
Oh, I'm asking.
No, they have polar opposite coaching styles, I believe. I feel like Aui's very analytical, very like game directive and like kind of authoritarian, like how he wants to see the game played, whilst complementing his team's opinions. And then I feel like Blitz is more of like the let's try and link up our ideas together, try and facilitate good conversation, make sure that we have the correct vibes. But I kind of feel like if you were to kind of explain what coaches do in Dota, I think Blitz and Aui are kind of on two sides of the spectrum.
Okay.
And then the coaches kind of filter in between those two lines. But again, both do exceptionally well. I think in Dota, you can't always just have one type of coach do well. Like some teams need the Blitz, some teams need the Aui, right? And the reason why certain teams don't succeed is because they have a Blitz when they need an Aui, they have an Aui when they need a Blitz, right? And again, two exceptional coaches.
Let's not discount Jabs' existence as well, who's a fantastic coach alongside Blitz for Team Liquid. I mean, sometimes like if Blitz isn't able to attend tournaments, you see, like I see Jabs with the team and like how much he's like pouring over the drafts and trying to help them and work with them. Like this guy puts in a shit ton of effort, and I think it's been very good for them to have both of those people with the team.
Yeah, sometimes you need Puppy, you know, to tell you what to do.
I guess if there was a triangle, then there is on one side of the point is Puppy there as well as
he's not on the block. We're still trying to work out where the spectrum
where
is.
he fits in. Absolutely. Something I didn't ask yet. With both teams coming in, we've got a lot of good things to say about the teams and their records and how well they play, and they're so amazing. But surely, guys, one team must be better than the other. So who you got?
And based on playstyle, would favor Liquid. I think Liquid is going to have the slight edge here overall with the hero pool, because I think Falcons, they're kind of limited again. You know, they have the problem with the hero pool. So I think they're going to struggle here. Maybe they have some answers in the first game. I want to see what they decide to do. But based on the games yesterday, I felt like they're struggling to find answers.
Yeah, I feel like, again, Liquid's loss felt like they could understand it a lot quicker than Falcons, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Falcons kind of feel like, oh, this is the limit of the team right now.
Yeah. And like Liquid, it's like you make a draft mistake, you make a gameplay mistake. Like that's an easy replay review. That's an easy discussion with the drafter, you know? But for Falcons, it was like there were so many little mechanics going wrong and things happening that, again, they have the ability to have this conversation, but I think coming into it, it's very close. But I'd say it's like 55-45 to Liquid, but I wouldn't really go further than that. Like it's still a very competitive series. Unless you look at the Essence tournament, and then technically it's kind of very one-sided. But I'm not looking at that random online tournament.
No,
I'm at TI.
I think, I mean, when you're looking at both these teams, especially during the group stage, Falcons did not have a single game that went to 2-0. It was all 1-2s or 2-1s. Yes, they 2-0'd Vici Gaming at the elimination round, but other than that, they always went the distance. We're going to find out how things fare here in the lower bracket, and it's a best of 3. Let's see how things play out.
Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. Game 1.
The first game of this elimination game is having Team Liquid on the Radiant side and Team Falcons on the Dire side. We got ourselves a first pick coming out from Falcons soon as well, and that means Team Liquid get that overall last pick. We saw in the previous game, obviously, one player heavily targeted, and I know that in the past that is something that is also done by Puppy when he was drafting for Vision. Just ban out one player in particular, and I think maybe for some teams it works. Team Liquid does heavily focus on banning out some heroes for Malrine, and that seems to also be a trend here, team.
Yeah, of course, the Huskar, the Earth Spirit. I mean, Earth Spirit, it's auto-ban at this point. Like, just close your eyes and ban it. That's the start of every single draft, right? And they even still respect the Centaur, but Falcons promoting Bounty Hunter to first pick, which I believe is the first time they are going to be doing that in the tournament. So using the upper bracket information, the 4 best of 3s we saw yesterday, they see the advantage of what it can bring to a draft, the space it can bring in the opening, 15 minutes of the game. And when you have cores as farm heavy as Falcons, you want a bounty on your team to make that space, to buy time for them to get online.
Is it a crit hero though? Does it fit his playstyle?
I mean, we just saw the clockwork style heroes that he played, the information. I feel like, yes, I think he can run around and be a little pesky crit.
I agree. I think if his goal is to be able to assist multiple lanes and just be so annoying, Crit's got that. I think his map movement is a very big strength of his.
It just depends on what Amar wants to play, because there is a concern that if you pick Bounty Hunter, and then Amar has like a specific type of hero that wants to win the lane, and then you have a Bounty,
he doesn't play Darks here, so that's like an issue, because Amar is like a person that wants to win the lane heads up, and Bounty Hunter doesn't really do that, for you. You just kind of want to like survive the lane, and then Bounty is gonna roam around, and you're gonna be on your own device, and that doesn't really sound like what Amar wants to do usually in the game. And maybe, like you said earlier, maybe the Razor could allow them to do that, because if you have a strong lane Razor and Bounty, you can make it work, then it could be a different story.
That is just, I think, going to be the biggest kind of talking point in about 3 picks time, is just kind of understanding how they've thought about this Bounty Hunter. But if you're first picking it in a game, there's probably like, you already know the next 3 or 4 picks to the Bounty Hunter. You're not just like kind of cold going for it. So yeah, we'll have to see where they're going. Liquid, of course, goes to Lina. Tried and tested.
Yeah.
It's Lina.
And I think Liquid received the Yandex Saxa Bounty Hunter yesterday. And they're going to have that fresh in their minds. I think they're going to be way more aware of it and how to deal with it this time around. I'm sure they have thought back on how they were beaten and fixed that. But at the other side, Falcons might have just looked at how Yandex did that and just want to recreate what happened on the main stage there in that second game where Liquid did not stand a chance.
They also haven't played IO at the tournament, so if they really want to do first, it's first Bounty Hunter for them, first IO for them. They could just copy Yandex and see how that goes.
I think one point to the bounty with Amar that you were saying is he can always play an offlaner that can farm Ancients, because the carry just typically doesn't take that space for the first like 20 minutes of the game. You can just stack a lot and then he can farm that and come back. He doesn't have to win. He wants to win the lane. He doesn't have to win the lane. If you can pick some hero as well that can like buy and get a Dom, then he can just run that creep around 18 times in the top lane, farm up some big wave, and then farm it.
I mean, the thing with his playstyle is he's very different from 33. If it's 33, I could understand it working, because 33 just, as long as he's farming, he's going to be happy. But for Amar, because he's a very aggressive player, if he doesn't put himself, or the team doesn't put him in a position where he's allowed to win the lane and pressure and attack the tower, he would die, he would feed. He will make mistakes because he just keeps pushing it. So I think they're very different type of players, and you gotta try to bring the best out of them, and you wanna give them the best sort of position to play their natural play style.
Do you think that maybe they could?
Because I don't think you can change the player. You have to let them just be themselves and just give them the best options in the game.
So then in that case, do you think it's more important that they pick a safe lane where the 5 can rotate through gate and then focus on like deboarding gate? And
yeah, possibly. I think Enchantress would still be great for that.
Yeah.
Well, they'll get themselves a Spirit Breaker at the very start of the day. There was one wish that Winter had. I just want to see a Bounty Hunter and a Spirit Breaker against each other and charge against each other. And I know T, you're also a big Spirit Breaker fan already, so I feel like it's Christmas.
I mean, it is. It's going to be absolutely delightful. Spirit Breaker is, if you go back in the history of Dota, in this annoying hero that is ruining my day, you pick Spirit Breaker and just charge him on repeat, and then you know exactly where he's going. If you really want to be advanced, by the way, you backpack your boots and your move speed so that you charge slower to get more information to see if you place a ward. Just fun tip for you. And Falcons do actually go for the Razor. But yeah, for Liquid, I mean, Spirit Breaker into Bounty Hunter is going to be pretty good. I think the Shard has to be respected with the planar pocket. Being able to absorb utility and spells is going to be quite something to keep out. If Falcons go for anything single target, Spirit Breaker can counter that. But again, Cow versus... What is a Bounty Hunter? A cat?
He's like a rat, isn't he?
Is he a rat? Whatever animal he is.
He's a little rodent.
The cow should beat the animal, but then the electric thing should electrocute the cow. So yeah, that's why they're on the fence normally.
And one more thing to add with the SB is SB and Lina together is very, very nice. Because whenever, at least for me when I'm playing SB, I want a mid laner like Lesh and Lina, so it's easy, high damage. When I charge over, I can just instantly kill. So I always have the option to rotate to mid. You don't want to be like laning with a mid laner which doesn't really have a lot of damage, so you can't really set up kills. So again, this Underlord, very, very nice here. Pairs up very well with the SB. You charge, you find someone, and the Underlord connects to you. Very, very annoying. It's also bounty under counter. You see him on the map, you just pit him, and you Fiend's Gate and you pit him and you kill him.
Right, we come to a conclusion. The bounty has been dealt with. All right, I think we've found the answers. He's been shut down. I mean, also the main thing, Liquid, they just have the front line, right? Lina is very much protected through the Underlord, the Spirit Breaker. Like, there is no question, Lina will be very difficult to find. And Falcons right now, they have Moonlight Shadow, they have Bounty Hunter Track, so they have tools to try and get into good positions to maybe get the vision advantage, but they still don't have the way to consistently find the backline and get the kill. And then Liquid on top of that go for a Rubik, so they'll be able to utilize the shard that Save used in the previous series to keep Kiritich alive multiple times to also help the Lina. So right now it's like 3 protect Lina, and Falcons don't have the answers yet to stop a farmed Lina from just ripping through them.
Maybe the answer is going to come now.
Does it mean the Rubik is what, post 5? Are they going to lane the Rubik with Underlord and the SB is going to be on the safe lane?
I'd assume that would be the current setup, yeah.
And that is a Sven. Do we like Sven?
The blink stun on Skitter, yes.
That's it. Blink stun on Skitter, check.
Yeah.
Got him.
Yeah, see Lina, Skitter, go kill her. That's basically it. That's the simplest narrative for the pickup.
That sounds like a very easy script that's being followed. I'm always a little worried if there's a clear script that's being followed, that the team on the other side knows exactly what's coming and therefore has been able to prepare for it.
Yeah,
Gonna find out that. We got Wind Ranger banned out, so we're looking for hero for Nisha. Most likely we can swap the Lina to mid if we want to, but that's on the side of Liquid.
There's flexibility there. I think Falcons, the main, not concern, but I think Skitter just has a very good game, because if he doesn't, Spirit Breaker can just bash him throughout the BKB, and Sven is a hero that you are locked into. If you have BKB, you can kill. If you don't, you have to respect the ability to kite you, and you probably won't do as much damage. And then, of course, Rubik, like we already mentioned. So I think both supports on Liquid, if they have a good game, they may stop Skitter ever doing the perfect damage that you require from this pick position, where you kind of feel like the main source of Lina threat.
I mean, one of the nice things, though, at least, talking about Spirit Breaker and his potential, is the Mirana pickup in response is a support that naturally wants to buy Yules as a first item if it calls for it, and this is a fantastic Yules game. So Spirit Breaker, he's going to want to stand at like jungle entrances, break smokes, and play like that, but if Mirana is there in these Moonlight Shadows, right, she can just Yules and he can get that pick off easily.
Honestly, it could just be a double Yules game. Bounty and Mirana might just want to buy it. And it is difficult for Spirit Breaker.
It's good for Force stuff too. I think one of them should buy Force.
There you go.
Yeah, it counters the Rubik and the pit. I think having double use, it's nice, but I think in practice you want to have one use and one Force stuff, and they have to distribute the items accordingly.
Double use, double Force. How about we have everything?
I mean, if you're that rich, sure.
Hey, it is bounty.
I mean, your Falcons, they're going to be fine. They're going to generate the gold in the game. It's fine.
Yeah. I think they have a nice ball right now, because when I look at Liquid's lineup, when you play with Spirit Breaker, you kind of want to be on the offensive. You want to be chasing. I don't think Spirit Breaker feels too good when you're the one being pushed back, but Falcons have a really good lineup for that. With this like Warcry, buff, Razor, and Miranda that can capture with Deep and Yules, and your Bounty Hunter tracking in advance. I think if they are able to be in the right formation, Falcons can push the map a lot nicer.
I kind of feel like I'd rather see the Razor just go, I think, off lane in this scenario. Utilize the Bounty, who can either play the lane or skip waves really nicely, and then you find a new mid. I think Lina into Razor, you are kind of gifting the Lina just to farm quite nicely. Like when Razor was the dominant mid, Lina's
nobody.
Yeah, who can lead
You just want to farm. You get like maybe I don't know, like
you unplug their keyboard at the start of the game. Like run over to their booth and just
And he's gonna unplug the keyboard by playing something like Sanking, because you just go drag the wave and farm the jungler, so you don't have to be there.
Get the mouse click.
But that seems really hard into Spirit Breaker.
Yes, that is the value of having the cow on your team. Any wave skipping behind tower, you can just shut that down.
You see the question mark, on his face about what Melreen gets to play in this game. They took a lot of time before banning out the Kez. We see the Necrophos banned out by Team Liquid. And it's up to Falcons to decide what to play here. Team Liquid has overall first pick and near a minute still left in their bonus time, so they get a lot of time still to talk about how they're going to counter whatever is going to come their way. But that amount of time is not something Falcons is privy to, as their bonus time is only 10 seconds.
Let's make a press up. No Doom Midas. No Doom losing late Midas.
It's an Earthshaker! We like that.
All right. So Liquid into the Rubik.
Yeah. It's okay.
I guess.
Oh, you don't
I mean, this
like-
Rubik is having such a nice buffet of spells. The Razor, Nuke, the Plasma Field, the Stun from Sven, the Earthshaker. If Rubik ever gets a really good start, I could see the Rubik just carrying the team fights in this game.
But I can see a world where Falcons, they wanted another way to jump to the backline, and I think Liquid, they have exceptional fights where it lasts 15-20 seconds of kiting and saving and throwing out auras. So their answer was like, if we see a hero for a millisecond, Sven and Earthshaker will insta-blow that guy up with a slam into, Godstroke, whatever. We need to kill that guy. Of course, Lina will be the target the entire time. So I think Falcons kind of a scrambling for a pick at the very end. They identified a type of hero they needed. They have found a hero that kind of fixes the problem we were looking at. But again, it's an Earthshaker from the mid lane. I'm not too excited by it, but I understand the use case and why they picked it in this scenario, because they needed some explosive damage.
You can never stop Rubik from getting what he wants, really, but at the same time, you're playing Vision Heroes with Bounty, so hopefully the goal of him this whole game will just be to find Rubik and give his team the vision to jump in.
TI classic. I'm going to
It's so good. It's so good.
The clap. Thank God they kept that animation, actually. If they removed that animation... Nisha Invoker.
Spicy.
I really like it.
Against the Sven, against the Earthshaker, gives you a lot of like kiting with the tornado, and the EMP is so annoying for those heroes. Somewhere down the road, when you get to the mid game in the team fights, you get one mana burn off, and it means like the fight is over. But with the Invoker, it feels like Liquid are the ones that are going to be playing slow here, though. It does enable the Spirit Breaker in the early game, so you can charge and Sunstrike and get some kills. So it's very important that they are able to find some kills in that way, because otherwise all their cores kind of want to farm. Mickey is on a Lina, which is not like his usual style, where you want to come help the team. Lina, you don't help the team, you just farm and you hope your team survives.
I feel like Liquid will have a pretty good shot in the laning phase, but it's kind of how do they deal with Falcons inevitably getting the BKB timings. That is when Falcons will be extremely scary. All the saves and the ways that Liquid can kind of keep Lina alive, because it's 4 heroes that once again will amplify Mickey to just pop off. But that BKB timing for Falcons, that is the biggest window for them to play through.
I agree. They're all magic damage. The BKB is going to destroy them.
It's a big upside for Team Liquid that they have a position 5 that used to be position 4, because they get themselves Tofu playing his Rubik. Curious to see how the lanes will play itself out, if Boxy on a Spirit Breaker will still start with the Lina, and if we're going to have some moving about, because it's probably going to be eventually the Underlord that will be left alone if there's a Spirit Breaker running amok somewhere. But it is proving to be a potential very active early game for this first game of the best of 3. This active early game is probably going to be very exciting. Definitely going to be very exciting. You know what's also very exciting? It's an interview with Coach Blitz.
Absolutely, extremely exciting to have a legend like Blitz here with us today. Sir, that's not the first time Liquid has gone up against Falcons. Many times before. In fact, one of the longest standing rivalries out there. What's it like to play against this team again?
It's incredibly humbling. I believe that this is the first time that me and one of AUI's teams have ever met on the main stage. I think this is the first time. A lot of people don't know this, but AUI is a person that I've known the longest in Dota. This is 20 years now that I've known this guy. And so to look to my right and see him in this position, it's really emotional for me, and it's like one of the coolest full circle moments of my Dota career. I don't think we have a lot left in us, and so being able to do it one time at least, it's, have a good cry backstage, and it's awesome. It really is.
Well, it's good to hear that if you're going to go against anybody, you're going against a good friend and someone that's been around for a long time. Let's talk a little bit about that draft then and your guys' plan. Now, the panel has been talking a lot about this Spirit Breaker hero potentially being this counter to the Bounty Hunter. We're seeing this pseudo-global strat with Prophets and Wisps and all this. Is that kind of the plan against the Spirit Breaker? Is it specifically against Bounty, or did you have something else in mind?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you see the Bounty hero, you have to kind of address it. We took the Lina because it's a high-value hero, and then after that, You know, in Dota, as soon as you see a hero, you want to address it because it's going to be a support. You know, there's no core bounty hunter shenanigans, so it's kind of easy to one-to-one it. You know, I credits to them because they didn't really play it, and I think both our teams got our ass beat by it, so they're just like, we're going to YOLO run it. And I respect that because we have not played Breaker a single time, so both teams are kind of just saying, you know what, it's TI, let's throw caution to the wind, have a bit of a good time, and trust our players to be able to execute.
I trust we're going to have a hell of a series. Thank you so much, Blitz. We're so excited to see how this one goes, and we'll check it out with our casters.
Thank you so much, Sir Action Slacks. We are here, lower bracket international play. That means elimination on the line. Falcons versus Liquid. One of these teams is going home.
Yeah.
I don't know if and a lot of people would have expected that coming in.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you're one of the people out there who still has a flawless bracket, congratulations. I think you're in the top 1% already with these few series being played. I personally was not expecting either of the... Oh, actually, excuse me. I was expecting Liquid here. I did pick Yandex, but I did not pick Falcons to lose yesterday. But here we are, and only one of these teams will make even the top 6. And of course, keep in mind, there's TI winners on both sides. There's recent TI winners on both sides, as a matter of fact, the previous 2 champions.
That's right.
So this is a battle of who fluked the least.
Would you have guessed that they've never met on stage before? That sounds crazy, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming he means specifically TI main event.
Right.
Falcons versus Liquid. I can believe that.
It's more AUI.
Oh, AUI coach team. Yeah, that's true, actually.
That seems really hard to believe, but he would know better than anybody. But yeah, that's a pretty interesting storyline, I suppose, as we get into the early stages of the game. Let's talk about the lineups. Spirit Breaker, early picks. Talk to me about this cow.
I love this hero. I personally think it's been a little bit undervalued. It's not a hero I was expecting to see a lot, but I think it does have some games that it can be cool. And obviously against Bounty Hunter, you're inspired to try to run this. It's a historical classic counter. You see Bounty anywhere on a sentry, you can charge him across the map, you can keep track of him, no pun intended, and actually kill him at his own game. And also, in this meta, where a lot of the carries are ranged, you have this option that you're seeing Liquid exploit in this draft, where you pick Spirit Breaker, Lina as the first 2, and they could be, the Spirit Breaker could have been 4 or 5, the Lina could have been 2 or 1, so mid or safe lane, and they end up effectively doing a 180 at the very end, putting Mickey on the carry Lina to give Nisha a very nice last pick for the game as well. I think this is a beautiful draft from Liquid. I definitely favor them in this individual game. Also because Razor is a big question mark for me. Like, this hero we have barely seen. It has definitely fallen off a cliff. Mickey will be on the receiving end of said Razor.
Nice caster card. Will a dive.
Find a kill.
Tofu will get dropped by Snake King in the meantime in this top lane.
Both lanes going well to start for the Falcons.
Well, that answers your question about Razor, I guess. I mean, I'm more surprised we haven't seen Razor against, I mean, maybe it's not good anymore, against the Lone Druid, which we've been seeing constantly. That used to be an old counter at least.
I think that lane is still really tough now. That's what's surprising for this. Amar picked it blind, too. They had only seen the Lina. The Lina could have gone mid, so he knew none of his matchups. Or he knew a Spirit Breaker who he wasn't necessarily even laning against. It was like, we'll play Razor. If there's a team to do it, it would be Falcons. They are the Razor team of all time, playing it on all 3 core positions across countless patches.
Peter, Sunstrike's coming. He will drop inside of the Pit of Malice. And that is the scary part of the Underlord Rubik combination. Actually, I think the win rate with these 2 is not particularly good, but you can see the combo is excellent. Being able to telekinesis back in to basically ensure a second route. Fox able to TP back, and obviously will be able to charge at any point. I mean, how early do you want to roam, if at all? I mean, I'm guessing you do on the cow.
That's the downside in this game, is that I think it's very hard to leave Lina alone. This hero is super fragile when it comes to playing in the safe lane if you leave your support away from her, because she's just prone to being dove in the tower. And she's playing into Bounty Hunter plus a hero with high damage. He never really knows where Bounty is, can just get stunned and then into a static link, so I think Boxy is kind of pinned down a little bit in that sense, which is I think the biggest flaw of Liquid's draft here is it's not great for Spirit Breaker to have to play like that. Maybe when Lina starts semi-jungling, you can try to pivot away from that, but yeah, so far so good for Falcons still, in spite of that 1 death up top onto Skeeter. Still looking great on the core net worths. All their lanes are working out just fine.
Yeah, Malrine 19-7 in the mid lane with Nisha on his Invoker at 15-5.
Yep.
And what type of build are we expecting to see from the Invoker? Is there any variation these days? Because it feels like it's usually the heavy egg sort.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer. I think Isha's just going to stick to the standard here. I don't think there's any reason to deviate too much. It has been a little bit surprising to me, actually, to see just how one-dimensional Invoker play has become. This hero historically has always had different modes between Wex and Exort as the two primary ways of playing, but in this tournament, I genuinely believe every single game that I have seen Invoker, it has been playing Exort with Meteor Hammer, I think every time. And obviously, it's... Oh, hang on, Mickey.
Getting on. It's a lot of damage from Amar right now.
I think the Invoker build is kind of a consequence of, at least in part, the bigger map. You need to be able to farm efficiently, and with the Meteor Hammer, you're farming stacks in the jungle. You still have tower pressure, and of course, you are going to go for your shard to kill waves without even showing your hero.
Snake, a lot of damage. And we didn't even mention that he's playing his signature hero.
He is the best 5 Mirana.
I mean, people are playing Mirana these days a little bit more often, but even when this hero is completely out of the meta, you can expect him to still pick Mirana at some point during a tournament. So all of that experience over the years definitely going to be paying off.
He must have been super happy when this hero got Celestial Quiver, because I think that was what the hero was really lacking to keep up with a lot of the other heroes' buffs over time. Was Mirana's laning was just too weak. She had so little damage. Now that is compensated for, see Snaking run it when it's appropriate.
Yeah, well, Crit is now getting charged. Malrine will secure the first power rune of the game. It's a damage. As Boxy will successfully charge and then back away. Wasn't really any kill threat quite yet. Only a level 3 Spirit Breaker, in fact. Does have the dust, though. And you can see the Tornado into Fade Bolt. So Tofu making his way over here, which means it's a 1v1 in the top lane at the moment. Sven versus Underlord, which
they're just going to farm.
Yeah.
So not too interesting. Oh, bottom lane, though. This could be another attempt onto Mickey in the tower. They have creeps coming in and a siege wave.
Charge is coming.
This puts charge on cooldown as well. See. Yep,
Platinum goes, barely ticks Mickey. The stun coming out from Crit under the tree line will show himself. Gonna reset now as Amar still chilling in the south.
Here comes Malrine, though.
Oh, absolutely. Static Link is there with the Fissure to follow. Mickey dead again. Second death of the game. Oh, a good attempt on the Malrine ult. The damage is what matters there as Amar is able to secure the double kill. Sunstrike not going to be there. Was looking for the potential... Does he have after? Yeah, I was going to say, he's looking for the stun. It was out of range, but damage was all he needed.
And there's definitely something to be said about comfort, right? Like, there's a couple of things happening in this game already. Amar gets to play, I'm sure you would agree, one of his at least top 5 heroes of all time. It's hard to pick.
Skeeter, double root, Sunstrike does hit, so Skeeter down and out. Ace will be very happy with that, because Falcons were starting to pull away a bit with this 2K net worth lead.
Yeah, but that was what I was going to say about this bottom lane, is that you have Amar on extreme comfort, and then at the same time, I feel like Mickey Lina is not a hero-player combination that I know he can play it. It's not that, but that is not in his like absolute elite wheelhouse, and this definitely seems like an afterthought that they put him on it. So you combine the fact that he's playing that, Amar is on his Razor, and you're laning into Bounty Hunter, with Boxy playing in the safe lane as well, which is also a little bit unusual for the Liquid side. So there's a lot of like individual elements out of the ordinary for them, and it can compound sometimes. I think on paper this bottom lane doesn't go this bad.
Tornado with the Meteor on top of Malrine, but he has the haste, so he can run around. It's the Fissure, Snake King, not going to do too much. Did have to TP though.
Amar's game is insane, actually. He's doubling up Mickey at 8 minutes.
Oh, that's
Is
dirty.
this for real?
Wow.
What? 4,600. Venus 2,400.
Let me look at that Dota Plus.
I mean, this genuinely just can't hit. Yeah, by the way, here's
Wow.
the ability if you...
Wow.
I don't know about that, but...
It hasn't been wrong yet since we've asked.
Your sample size is 1 game.
No, it's been 2 now.
The other game, it was bugged and said 100% from the beginning.
And it was
correct.
correct.
It was right.
That's right. Don't question these things.
Yep, okay.
Brit's going to get a courier kill. Another benefit of having the Bounty Hunter. Of course, we've seen it time and time again in this tournament.
I do think it did deliver its stuff to Boxy, though, so does have a dust, but yeah, crit being super annoying.
I mean, what else? I'm not saying it hasn't worked yet, as we're going to see the Spirit Breaker with the Laguna Blade. Amar is there with the Plasma Field and the Static Link, attempting to TP his Lolina, not going to happen. Mickey dead. Looks like the Spirit Breaker does successfully TP out, but still the bigger kill going the way of Falcons.
I would actually love to see a replay of that. I think Boxy survived by like 1 frame because the arrow just narrowly hit Lina before she died.
Omar goes through the Fiend's Gate and greets Ace as a result. Using his own spell against him. He's getting charged from pretty far away as Ace kind of resigned to his death now. Plasma Field will finish the job.
This is such a rare thing to see happen.
And meanwhile, Falcons keeping the pressure on in this mid lane. Yeah, this is high action for sure. What we love to see. And I feel like a lot of this is set up just by the fact that they have the Bounty Hunter, which it's interesting because at the beginning of this tournament, have a look at the replay here. The Fiend's Gate was placed.
Arrow is coming here. I just hit it. He was going to die to the Razor, right? Yeah. And the arrow goes to the Spirit Breaker. So close call, but I mean, they still got the primary prize there.
Oh, this is some good leeching, although they do spot on Boxy with the Sentry.
That's the
bash as well.
Oh,
second bash. All right. Needs all the luck he can get to kill Crit, apparently, who has been owning this game, really. Like I was saying, the Bounty Hunter, it wasn't really here on anybody's radar at the beginning of this tournament. Now we're starting to see huge resurgence.
Yeah, it's like...
And what are the... what kind of counters do you think people will come up with? Because Spirit Breaker is obviously supposed to be the counter in this game. So far, not working, but of course, we're not at the level 6s yet for Boxy. Oh, I say that, he just hits level 6 now. Does he not skill his ult at 6?
I would say, historically, there's like 3 ways Bounty Hunter, whenever he's been in the... let's say the active pool, if you will, where he's a big part of the tournament. There's been 3 ways of mostly approaching this hero. One is the Spirit Breaker style, where you have 1 or 2 designated Bounty Hunter killers that just have extremely good ways of hunting him down. The other one is to play heavy 5-man, so Bounty Hunter can't skirmish and get track kills.
Yeah.
But Dota has changed a lot since then, so I don't really consider that a counter per se. And the third one is just deathballing, right? Which I would say you could say overlaps a little bit with the second one, but you could play team fight without having push.
Shadow.
But no teams are heavy pushing and winning in 25 minutes either. There's a lot of conditions that are good for Bounty.
The downside of having Moonlight Shadow in this game is they're already going to have so much vision for the Bounty Hunter. You might not get full value. Mickey continuing to get hounded by Crit, though. He's leeching this XP, getting closer and closer to that level 6. And I mean, he is the lowest level in the game right now, but he's been the MVP, I would argue, as well. As Mallory now has, okay, the Sunstrike just clipped Snaking. Nicely done. Right on the tail of the Mount. But yeah, Blink Dagger is revealed already from Mallory.
Paw, but I guess that's enough to kill.
Yeah, what's the hitboxes on Mirana's Mount? I don't know.
It's very close to being a miss, but doesn't matter. It's full damage no matter where you hit, unlike with an AWP.
That's true.
That would have been a leg shot in CS. That would not have been.
Original CS leg shot still killed. The OGs out there, shout out to you guys.
That's why you were good at that.
I just hit them in the toes every time. And this tier 1 tower actually taking pretty heavy damage from Liquid. It can be denied, though, now from Falcons if they choose. Malrine in the cover of the smoke. Crit. He's going to be taken out first, but it will be a trade, it seems, so support for support. Even Amar making his way over. Not really getting too much out of it, though.
Yeah, curious to see his build this game. Like I said, offlane Razor, this might be... if it has been picked before in this tournament, I want to say it's been once.
So far, it's casual Yasha into eventual BKB.
Yeah, pretty standard for him.
God Strength pop, so some farm for Skeeter in the enemy triangle.
Stealing away a double stack from... most likely Nisha was going to take that one.
Crit really needs to hit level 6 here. This is a little bit too active, maybe.
It's fine. He's done his job.
No, absolutely.
So
he's going to hit this 14-minute mark. Wisdoms will be up soon. It looks like, based on positioning, that it'll just be trades on each respective side. Meteor Hammer online for Nisha with the Boots of Travel, so he's farming quite well. But so you can see the separation with the Razor and the Sven for Falcons.
I mean, the vast majority of this lead is the bottom lane, right? That's what's so surprising to me, is that Amar is 3k ahead of the Lina still. When I said I like Liquid's lineup a lot in this game, it was obviously under the condition that the lanes go according to expectation, and I'm sure they would agree themselves that this bottom lane has just been a miss this game. Maybe it is just a lot harder than you would think, because they obviously chose it too, right? That's what's worth remembering. They knew this was coming. They knew it was going to be Bounty Razor offlane when they saw the draft.
Oh, Skeeter is actually running right into Liquid's potential gank here. Smoke. Do they have vision?
Oh, doesn't look like it. No. That would have been a big find.
Soon, Nisha shows up. Yeah, a little bit too far away now. Very close call, actually. Smoke's still active, but they won't get much out of it.
Probably worried about initiating on the Sven here with the amount of damage that they have. The kill will be so slow that if there's any backup nearby, combined with tier 1 TPs.
Skeeter is going for a Blink Dagger, which will align with the BKB on Amar. And
they have the same net worth.
Yeah, it's absurd. And Malrine about to finish his Boots of Travel. So they're going to be aligning some pretty juicy items for Falcons. And with the track online, you'd expect them to look for some fights here pretty soon. And for Liquid, what do we have coming? Because the big story is Mickey just off to an abysmal start.
Yeah.
That's Brown Boots Maelstrom.
I think his hero will just struggle to get involved until he gets Pike. There's just way too many pitfalls. You get caught by any of the stuns, you just die. You're playing without saves until Rubik has Shard, which it looks like is not on the early menu for Tofu. He's going for an Essence Distiller first. Yeah, not much to rely on in that regard.
At the very least, Ace is farming quite well. He's getting close to that Aghanim Scepter, so he'll have that global presence.
Also, a fun little detail here, if you look at Boxy's inventory on the Spirit Breaker, I haven't seen this much this tournament, running double Raindrop. This was actually changed in the most recent patch, that if you have 2 Raindrops in your inventory, they proc one at a time. Just to always proc both at once. Crit will die here. A little bit of Nisha combo. So when I heard about that, I was like, there's actually a handful of heroes that could be useful on. It's really cheap mana regen plus the spell block. If you have the inventory slots for it, and you don't want to do a Sage Mask build-up, which Spirit Breaker doesn't really, it's kind of cool to see it here.
Yeah, that seems pretty strong.
And I mean, there's some questions about whether it was intended behavior. I think it wasn't even documented in the changelog, if I'm not mistaken. That they suddenly
could be a bug, is what you're saying.
It could be.
Okay.
That they don't share.
They spot Amar. The Ags is now online for Underlord. And Crit might be the one spotted. Takes a full plasma field. Amar very close to the BKB, so definitely doesn't want to fight quite yet. As Skeeter and Snake are going to use Shadow. Nice tornado up from Nisha, and there's the Fiend's Gate onto Skeeter. Will have to scurry away. The arrow does hit the Invoker, but the action comes in from Liquid. Look at the damage right on top of that Sven. Absolute punishment as Liquid finally getting something going for themselves.
How did Nisha actually see them there? He reacted instantaneously to that blink stun Sven. I thought the vision advantage was in Falcon's favor there.
He's still a young kid. He's still 25. That's a youngster.
Turned out he's only 25.
You were shocked. Like, I thought he was 40 years old. My goodness.
I was like, I thought Nisha played in 2014. I was like, I did the math. He would have been 13.
He started in diapers, didn't you know?
Apparently he played...
True prodigy.
He played his first pro games in like 2017, 2018. So the more you know. Nice play from Liquid, though, setting that up. That was a huge counterplay. It's about half the lead for Falcons gone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, but they will have these items coming in pretty shortly.
Yeah, Amar's BKB is complete. He's not going to go for the Manta into Lincoln. So pretty standard Amar build once again. Wondered if he was going to consider Sanjin Yasha here, but probably thinks the Manta just has too much value against Pit of Malice in particular.
Yeah, for sure. Lincoln is interesting. Is that mainly just for the Spirit Breaker?
It's also just a feels-good item on Razor. A lot of the times, this hero is just about stick on a target and make the enemy team waste as much as possible on you. But yeah, against Spirit Breaker, it's a double whammy against Lina as well.
Cold snap into the tornado with the meteor, but here's a counteraction from Malrina coming to get it. The Echo Slam onto Nisha will run away shortly after. Starts out as a 1-for-1. Sunstrike does hit Amar BKB. Boxy, the Bash God, helps get the double kill for Mickey, who desperately needed something to go his way to get back into this game. And just like that, he's 4th in net worth after being the bottom of the cores not too long ago.
Boxy's high-rolling this game. There's been a couple of crucial bashes in the right moment. That one, I would say, straight up necessary for that kill, but Mickey...
Not over yet. That is a track kill onto Mickey. He thought he could get away with just getting a kill or two here and there. But back down into the bottom of the net worth of the course, just like that, with one death. That's how close it is right now.
At the very least, Nisha is catching up in a big way here. 4-0-5 on the Invoker, almost top net worth now. And how many games have we seen Nisha on this hero just destroy late game? There's a handful of heroes where I think Liquid feel very confident going late, even if their other cores aren't doing too hot. I think Invoker, I think Puck, Ember, you know, Storm occasionally. Nisha can just take over games. And they'll find an opening on Skeeter. No BKB yet.
Using the Fiend's Gate to get a little bit of extra move speed here onto Skeeter. We'll get the kill. Was not truly global, but a kill is a kill, and it's a big one again for Liquid. I mean, in terms of pacing, which team is happier right now, would you say? Let's get into the late game discussion here.
I would say, considering what happened in the last few minutes, I think Liquid should be feeling really good about this.
Boxy, you say that.
Not about this.
The typical caster
game
curse from
state.
Thunderant.
The game state is good. That kill is largely inconsequential. He got the Arcane Rune. It's honestly quite fine. Taking that away from Malorine. But yeah, just getting a breather, because this was one of those games where things could have gone out of hand real fast. Like, you're down 5k out of the laning stage against Bounty Hunter. We've seen the game like Vision yesterday, game 3, the game just felt over real fast. And Liquid have more than a fighting chance here. Connecting on crit, it's going to steal Shadow Walk, that's going to be another stun.
Absolutely, but Malorine jumps right back in onto Token. He's going to get track kills. Amara comes in as well. It'll be a trade of supports yet again, but Mickey in a lot of trouble versus this Razor. No chance at all. Double kill for Amara, and Nisha taking quite a bit of damage in turn. Looks like he'll be able to walk away. And something we didn't really talk about, and the panel brought it up briefly, but on paper, this is an insane Rubik game, as it looks like the Tormentor will go the way of Falcons.
It is, but it also requires net worth. And the way Liquid plays...
Oh, Fiend's Gate after the fact. They've already got the Tormentor. The charge comes in from Boxy. The fires from the follow. Another Pit of Malice right on top of this spin as Nisha's there with the Deafening Blast and the Meteor. It's enough to take him out. Nisha now another Tornado, keeping the Earthshaker at bay. Boxy desperately trying to get through the Fiend's Gate, and he does successfully keep the attempt. Malorine, the Echo Slam, the last moment to cancel it out. Beats him into oblivion. Tofu steals the Echo Slam. No kill to come from it. But he will get away safely, it seems, as Falcons are a little bit too low. As the charge is continuing on, but a little bit too far away to connect.
That was really, really close.
And Rubik makes these fights hilarious. Such an awesome hero.
That's what I'm saying. If Tofu gets the net worth, this could get very interesting, but the way Liquid usually plays, Tofu doesn't necessarily take so much space, and in this game, he kind of has to. His 4 is a Spirit Breaker. He's not going to farm much. And there's just too much value in getting items on Rubik here. Fissure is a semi-reliable steal. Track is great to have. Even if you have the Shard, Shadow Walk, I assume will be pretty nice too.
Yeah, for sure. That's like a ranged stun for Lina, effectively.
I do believe you steal both abilities when you steal Shadow Walk from Bounty. I'm not positive.
What do you mean by both? Oh, right.
Maybe you have to...
I think you would.
I think maybe you have to steal when he casts Friendly Shadow specifically. I actually don't know that for a fact. But, I mean, there's other great steals. Moonlight Shadow, Stormhammer is amazing.
Plasma Field.
Plasma Field is decent, but yeah, you mostly want stuns. So your Lina and Invoker can just stand and deliver with all of their massive output.
Well, if you steal Plasma Field, you can just farm.
That's true.
And you can get your items you've been talking about. And more working on the Lincoln Sphere that we talked about. Malorine on Earthshaker has the Blink Kaya with the Boots of Travel. Looks like he'll finish off the Yasha.
Yasha, yeah. Feels good item on this hero.
What do you buy after that on Earthshaker?
I think you buy a BKB this game. You want to have the...
All right, give me a better answer after that, then.
You want Refresher, I'm sure.
Hell yeah.
Octarine is also very good.
Okay.
If you go BKB, there is a world where you can consider Aghanims, because this is going to be a game with a lot of movement. He is queuing up BKB now, so I think that's going to be telling after this.
Rain going to be found immediately. Fiend's Gate again. Arrows trying to give him some space. Not going to hit, though. Tofu in the midst of all of this, as Ace gets another Pit of Malice onto 2 heroes, Skeeter and his God Strength, they find Nisha all alone. Double kill for Amar. Ace desperately trying to get through his Fiend's Gate again. He regrets his decisions. Stun locks are there. Liquid lose 3, Falcons nada, and this could be Roche.
Is real bad for Liquid. A bad place to fight, outnumbered, and you lose the Roche immediately after. And this is going to start eclipsing a 5-digit gold lead now for the Falcons side. All 3 top cores on their team. Not often we see Shaker in this position. Like we've had the hero picked a couple of times before, but he tends to not really get to shine. But Malrine on these melee mids, man. That was a lot of M's.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Pick up the haste rune now. And they're also going to take the mid tower. And this was largely a Liquid's initiative. That's what makes that extra bad. It wasn't like they were getting jumped. They were trying to go on Malrine, and the counterplay was just immediate out of Falcons. Mickey, a recipe away from BKB. A pipe dream to get to have impact in this game. It's been very quiet from him. I say that he's 5-5, which I think is actually kind of impressive given how much he's been run over.
He definitely made a bit of a comeback.
Not the carry scoreline you're looking for, regardless.
It's funny when I think of Amar, I think of Mars, obviously, but that hero obviously doesn't exist since even Amar's not picking him. Yeah. But you're right. I think Crystallis and Amar are the only 2 people that reliably will pick Razor, regardless of meta, which is pretty cool to see. All right, old school Razor was kind of just an anti-carry. I mean, it still is to a degree, but you don't have to play this position 1, which Amar has shown time and time again. Well, I guess it depends on your perspective. Yeah. Actually playing position 1 from the off lane.
What position is he in this game, really?
I mean, that's why he's such a great person to have on fantasy, you know? Plays position 1, or plays position 3 as 1.
Yeah, but you pick them as a carry. So in those games, you have Skitter.
Oh, yeah.
And when Amar is playing 1, Skitter is playing 3. You don't get both 1s.
That's
if you could pick individual carry and individual offlane, and they didn't have to be from the same team, I think Amar would be a really high-value pick, and then you pick a carry from another team.
Yes, that's right.
But yeah, it's one of the very unique things about Falcons that they have a carry that can play very selfless, but there's also been games, this tournament's a great example of it, where Skitter has just hard carried on a hero like Terrorblade. They can have it both ways, and a lot of teams don't really have that luxury, so it's pretty cool. And
They've
this
been
game
leaning on that a little bit more lately too, I would say.
Yeah.
Amar plays more traditional than we're used to seeing. He will show off his Manta here, pressuring the tier 2 tower. Aegis for 3 minutes. Crit is found. Essence Distiller, Dust, and Meteor. Nice meatball to consume for you.
There's always something funny about when they die from just the immediate connection of the Meteor. It's gonna lose the tower though. Amar will use the space, finish this off. Looking for a Pike next to go with his other utility items. Makes a ton of sense here. I think his job in this game is just ruin Lina. If he can mess up every fight for mid-game, Falcons are just going to win the game. Like, I think it's actually that simple. So he's going to buy all the items that give him mobility and tankiness, and then he's just going to run at the Lina, link her. If she wants to pike away, he's going to pike on top of her. And yeah, just ruin her fight.
Yeah, well, the Hurricane Pike is supposed to do something about that.
Yeah, but when you have the pike and she has the pike, who does it first?
Very true.
Who does it better? And even if she does break the static link, maybe her position is just pretty compromised then, right? Like or at least she definitely gets away from the fight a lot.
Poke from Falcons.
Dire's bottom tower is under
They
attack.
want to try to...
Might be the one they open up on. Fisher to block him up with the God Strength initiation. Arrow does hit. Easy kill.
That is an interesting BKB from Skitter. Just wanted to see if it still works. It does.
Right. Well, they're going to get the extra time on the Foxy. He's going to get to the other side of the wall, but it doesn't matter. Amar is there, as well as Skeeter's last right click. So they find the 2. As Tofu spotted on the other side of the map. Falcons are so aggressive. Arrow will be dodged. Use the Yules. So actually that was an offensive Yule. Still tracked up, so still have the vision.
Oh,
Mickey, he comes in to try to help apparently. Nisha's there though as well. They're gonna try to fight this out 2 versus 5 potentially. They kill off the bounty. No, I say that, the Lotus saves him. Crit is still wanting to die apparently. Gets off the track and now Malrine jumps in, destroys Nisha, double kill for Snay. Ooh, and Mickey, the last remaining member, attempting to TP out. He will.
Okay, well,
but heavy casualties from Liquid.
Help a friend syndrome there. Could have just cut Tofu. Instead, you also lose your Invoker.
Now what you have to do?
Maybe your Lina, you lose your mid tower, which you probably could have defended with Invoker. This is just bad, going worse and worse for Liquid. A very one-sided affair. And I think yesterday, also a rather disappointing showing from Liquid. Obviously, the game 1 felt like one they should have taken the win in against Yandex. Game 2, they kind of got rolled. Doesn't seem like they've made the right adjustments, at least heading into game 1 today. It would be a huge shame for them to, you know, you play the group stage, you go 4-1, go to the main event, lose 4 games in a row, and that's it?
I mean, we've seen it before though. Even with different formats.
Yeah.
And
Not a lot of people would have expected it, though.
I mean, it's an old adage. We bring it up all the time. The more you lose, the more you learn, Cinderin. You just get by barely.
Well, they've lost 3 in a row if this one is a loss, so it's time to learn and learn quick.
They have the time, though, is the question.
Yeah, and most importantly, what's the win expectancy here? 6%?
Dota Plus, huh?
Believe in Liquid to win 1 in 20 times here.
I mean, I wouldn't say this is 100% for sure.
No, it's not. You can, you know, late game Invoker with Underlord. Lina on the high ground defending. Stuff can happen.
As we always say, high ground is very difficult.
The thing that does not inspire a lot of confidence in me is I feel like the way in which Liquid are losing fights is a little bit worrisome. I think they're just not on their A game with their decision making primarily. The spellcasting is fine, but they're just selecting fights that I would argue they just shouldn't take.
Nisha, Echo Slam right on top of him. Nowhere to go. Complete stun lock. Snaking just racking up the kills on this support. Mirana has 7. He's leading everybody. He's tied with Amar with kills in this game. And on the other side, again, if somebody dies on one side, just expect to die on the other. And Skeeter just brings Ace to an end. Falcons just dominating this game number 1. And they're not done yet. Moonlight Shadow still active. They get the Yule's initiation. Arrow is going to be tanked by the Cow, but he's just going to get beat down by the Sven. As 2 last remaining members of Liquid will barely get back to base. They had to expend a BKB for Mickey as well. And this is likely to be some buildings. Despite there not being an Aegis, Falcons still keeping it extremely aggressive. I mean, are you a little bit surprised by that? Because they're notorious for just chilling with the lead.
I think...
Is it specifically this lineup?
When if you have a bounty hunter in your team, he's gonna make you look for kills. He will coordinate moves.
So that's what they've been missing all this time, huh?
Just needed crit on the bounty.
I mean, I feel like this hero in general is gonna start getting maybe first phase banned. I don't know how you feel.
I think so too. It's the responses that we've seen just haven't really worked there. So
this is your favorite shard in the game, right, for Nisha?
Very cool. Just walk through the creep wave and it dies. A lot of fans of that Ghost Walk out there.
I think there are. I would enjoy this myself. Marlin is going to be popped to the charge, into the runaway.
Yeah, I mean, they can't really chase him down. They don't know where anyone else is.
They will smoke, though. I mean, they have to try something.
This is a Hail Mary. If this fails, I think they're just going to tap out. So better find the right target. Although find Crit.
Crit is a target. Sven is another inside the Pit of Malice. Here's the damage rune, though. Laguna Blade comes out.
Oh, Mickey.
Already the Cow is dead. Mickey drops as well. The buyback instantly from Mickey to try to come back into this fight. Ace completely isolated now. Nowhere to go. They get the track at the last moment. It will be reflected, but it matters not. Just kill after kill, and they're all... Ooh, okay, nice fissure from Malrine.
God, there's something so satisfying about that innate, the slugger. Yeah, when you kill people with fissure and just send them packing. Oh, man.
Skeeter will get a shard from the Tormentor.
1K gold per minute lead for Falcons. I was going to say they don't lose these. Nobody loses these,
okay,
as a matter of fact.
Let's see if that's true. Dota Plus win probability on the screen, please. Let's make sure that that is accurate information.
98-2.
Two.
Yeah.
Okay. It's possible then.
It's the Invoker. Invoker hits a wombo combo factor, or Mickey gets to play the game factor as well. It's still been a tall order for him to really get into fights at all. I believe we have a listen in with one of the teams from the previous fight.
Like they still need to play on this guy running in and blink bursting and BKBs. So I feel like if we can drag them in a bit, if they don't finish us off, I think fight's easy after BKB. But we need to fight under vision, or the jump is too good.
Yeah, good luck.
It's true though. They have to fight in their own vision, and they have to survive the first 3 seconds, which has not been the case so far. But
have had the upper hand.
I mean, this is pro level though. This is the type of communication you're going to have in moments like these. Obviously, Liquid know that they're in big trouble, but you have to look for the one win condition that you have, which is borderline impossible to obtain. But that is exactly what Tofu was saying there. We need to play under vision. We need to survive the BKBs, because if they do that, all of a sudden, Underlord, Invoker, and Lina's net worth becomes really powerful. But while BKBs are running, they don't stand a chance. Like, they just can't kill a single hero. Look at Amar's inventory. 4,000 HP Satanic Manta Lincolns. He went away from the Pike idea and just beefed up even further. And now he's going for his classic Refractor.
Yeah, beef back on the menu. Skeeter.
Another track kill.
Get a nice burger out of that. Tofu with a very soothing voice, I might add.
Yep.
It's a nice person to have on your team. Always very positive, even in games like this where you guys are struggling big time. Amar spots Mickey. Just wanted to let him
my
know,
item
hey,
is bugged?
I was here the whole time,
Why
buddy.
is my item not bugged so I can jump over the wall? It was a cute attempt.
Is that still the shard?
He genuinely might have never tried to do that before.
Oh, that's sad. They got rid of that shard, huh? The walk the dog shard?
Yeah.
That was fun.
But yeah, I don't blame you for not remembering the Shard of Razor, because barely see the hero. It's been a while. It's always cool on the main stage when a team just runs, you know, some of their vintage stuff.
Teams game. Are they actually going to try to
There is literally no shot.
go through it, Amar? I dare you. Go through it.
He's taking the gate.
Yeah, that was just a scouting thing, I suppose. It'll be a free roach for Falcons in the end. Take the Aegis into the feed chase. I don't know where it is. Actually, would have been not too bad.
Oh, not again.
Go slam.
Oh, there's the shard.
Oh.
Okay.
Tofu keeping Mickey out of harm's way.
Keeping him out of death's way, I guess.
Peter.
He has the harpoon.
He does. Nisha's going to get storm hammered, but pops the BKB TP, the Nightfall. Shout out to Gork.
Okay.
The OG of that, apparently. I learned that today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He called it the Nightfall.
Yeah. Gotta give credit where credit is due, you know?
I don't know that.
Aghanim Scepter for Snake King now. He is so farmed. My goodness. He has Solar Crest, drums, 4-staff, and now a full Ags. What would you, when you were playing, which was a decade ago at this point, you saw somebody's farm like this on a position 4 or 5. What would you think?
It didn't exist. You couldn't. So
you'd be cheating back then, right?
It's like it's an interesting comparison, because I mean, the amount of items that Snake King has now is what you would have on a carry.
Yeah.
Roughly. In terms of raw net worth, 16,000 net worth at 37 minutes would be, I would say, probably an average carry game 10 years ago, or at least an average off-lane game. So his farm is just, a lot has changed. It's a different game. But if somebody was super farmed and a support position is in your team, I mean, what's not to love? Just feel super confident. You're like, okay, we have 4 cores.
Right. If you go farther back in time as a support, you buy Divine Rapier, you die, give it to your teammate. That was actually an old strat. Moonlight Shadow from Falcons, 3 minutes on the Aegis. They would love to get a pickoff into the eventual push. And Snake King's going to get initiated on by Foxy. Finally, they get the jump this time. Laguna Blade, it's still not quite enough. Finally, the right clicks come through. But Underlord is the trade. Oh, boy. So even when the trades come through, not in favor of Liquid. Well, I say that. Who has higher net worth? We're about the same. Which is crazy.
Tornado, that was really important.
And Alexei on the 2 here, but Mallory with the counter initiation with the echoes and right on top of the leader. Isn't enough damage. Another one comes out. He's dead. Does have buyback if he wants to expend it here. and he will do exactly that. Malrina Company now chasing Nisha. Pops the Shiva as Amar, thinking twice about it. Still has that Aegis though. And Skeeter, his God Strength has run out. Charge out to 2 from Boxy. Stormhammer for his efforts into the Harpoon as well. Getting slowed quite a bit. We'll get to the other side though, as a static blink will not blink for too long for Amar. So not super strong at the moment.
And
like Falcons reset.
Malrina is such a treat to watch on Shaker. He's just a beast. 4-0 and 18 so far. Been in 22 of the 30 kills. Perfect chaining of stuns there. Didn't give them a chance to protect Mickey whatsoever. I believe that was the refresher reveal.
Yeah.
I don't know if Liquid even saw that he picked it up until this point, but
they know now.
They know.
One would hope.
And also now with the level 25 talent, lower cooldown Enchant Totem, down to 3.5. It buys Octarine at sub 3.
Then Axe becomes real good.
Yep.
In theory.
Even without it, it's still really, really nice. Just have such a low cooldown on Chain Stunning. And it travels 2 onto Skitter.
It's still, they're still keeping up the 1K per minute.
Yeah.
That is absurd.
This is very rare. Even in stomps for this tournament, this is rare.
This is a stomp with a bounty. We haven't checked stomp with a bounty yet. This is what it looks like, apparently. Because usually it's relatively close or even bounties behind at the start.
I think yesterday, game 3 with Vision was also, but they didn't get to this point. Like, the game was over at 30, but they also didn't have as much GPM lead as there is now, even in that game. So, yeah, pretty crazy. I'm just trying to think of what the saving grace is here for Liquid, like what you can possibly buy to solve the problem.
I think that might be game 2 is the saving grace.
You have to buy damage. Like, I think the biggest problem here is that you, on one hand, you just get chain stunned to death, but on the other, if you get a good initiation, do you even have what it takes to kill a 4.4k HP Sven or Razor? I suppose if you chain stun them and hit everything, then maybe. But there's a Blink 4-staff Bounty Hunter that's always going to be able to offer some help. Mirana has Leap 4-staff.
I mean, we did see a nice comeback today with BoomBoys. Obviously, it was not a 42k deficit, mind you.
Yeah.
It did involve taking Roche, even though they were behind, which I thought was an excellent play. And then they took a fight with it, and they ended up winning, and that ended up snowballing them to the eventual game victory, series victory. Yeah, 43k is a different story, I would say.
Doing Invoker things. Currently sitting at 3 levels below the enemy position 5.
And we can talk about the 25 talents.
Snaking on the Mirana is same level as the enemy carry.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's getting up there. That's why I brought up the talents. I want to see what his 25...
I think it's taking multi-shot every.
Yeah, it is the one we see every single time.
It is so good.
I bet it's like a 9... It's got to be like 98% of games.
Yeah,
probably. God Strength. Okay, double tap on the token. Well, bye. Mickey gets to the other side of the wall.
And another.
Trouble. Beanskate's going to try to slow them a bit. Nice deafening blast into a couple of heroes. Sunstrike will miss. Crit on the enemy base will blink out. I mean, it's still kind of annoying to go high ground against this Underlord.
Yep, and they do not have their Aegis now.
You have Roche Banner, though.
Yep.
I mean, at this point, it's 2 minutes from when Roche could spawn. You probably wait for the next Roche. And then you have double banner. Then you can take at least 2 sets of barracks without too much worry, I would think. Nisha, he's here.
No.
Vision, no.
The Mars is either far.
He's not going to hit this time.
Yeah, so effectively, Liquid have, I want to say, oh, nice! Tofu actually drew it. This is the part of the map that we control, is what he drew on the minimap. Yeah, about 10% of the map is probably under Liquid's control right now.
I think Boxy's circling the lower sides. It's like, what about this?
What if we took this next 3%? Then we would have 15%. And Tofu's like, yeah, guys, if you want to come back to this game, I think we need more than 10% of the map. It all starts with Vision, and hopefully for them not dying on Nisha. All right, you'll be okay. Maybe TP out the Gork.
Yeah, we can start calling it the Gork, I guess. Sure, why not? It's a travel now for Amar. I'm not sure where else you go with this hero. I feel like And it's only 43 minutes in.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ags, I suppose.
Swift Blink is generally very good. You could maybe swap that for Refresher. Like ult, refresh, ult, blink in.
I mean, I would expect Refresher to... I mean, they're going to get Refresher Shard with this next Roche, and I would expect Skeeter to probably take that.
Yeah.
Because the downside of Sven is maybe you get a support kill with God's Strength, and then you get pushed out, and then it just runs out, and you can't really do much.
That's the multi-shot arrow now for snaking.
Yeah, this is...
You can fish for stuns on heroes. You could also just farm the entire map because your arrows all do Starstorm.
We need to do a tier list of 25 talent. This has to be top 5.
It's
right?
so good.
Would you say just right off the bat it's top 5?
It's really, really good. Because when you get to this point in the late game, a lot of the time what ends up deciding games when Mirana hits 25 is do you find that big arrow. And it just, you get so much vision, you get so much damage, and you have a death script. Oh, maybe not.
Echo Slam Jamma, not happening. Malreen's stuck.
Never mind.
Nobody saw it. Just
Never mind.
everybody watching the International right now. No big deal.
Great bait from Boxy there. That's one Echo Slam down.
That's just another form of taunt from Malreen. He's like, it's 48k lead, guys.
I don't even need this.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's too bad you can't tip yourself. I think he would have there.
Yeah.
I think it's just the way for the rush. So 20 seconds away from that.
Didn't see it on the camera shot there. The admin in the Falcons booth was looking at his watch. A little bit like,
This is their standard now.
Yeah.
Usually it's when they get to like 5k lead early on. They slow it down and they just expand their lead slowly. But this one, they had to get 40k first and then halt the brakes. You know, like, wait a second. This isn't the Falcons way. We got to get multiple Roches.
Oh, pardon me, it was in the Liquid booth. Well, that changes everything.
Oh, okay. Malreen. Cover of Moonlight Shadow. Link from Red. Nisha's going to show himself. He's going to get blasted with the Static Link as well. The Fissure stunning too. Still getting Static Link though, as Nisha is getting everything drained from him. Mika will have to pop the BKB. Now it's a 50k lead for Falcons. Malreen.
Well, that was riveting, says Snaking. Let me go to the jungle with my Sacred Arrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's time for...
I mean, that could have been the end of the game, but Malreen didn't have Echo Slam, as we all saw why that was.
Gentlemen, let us acquire more wealth.
Yes. Delicious treats from Roche.
I need a 7th car, another automobile.
This one will come with a second life. That's a pretty damn good seatbelt.
That's something you can't buy.
No, tell the billionaires that.
Well, they haven't found a way yet, as far as I'm concerned.
We'll see. I'm sure there's something. They freeze themselves sometimes.
Occasionally.
Occasionally they freeze.
So we're just leaving the goodies in the pit now, huh? Oh, okay, we're sending out a courier. No space for it. Just these pesky cheeses and banners.
Yeah, double banner's pretty nice.
The Squire will carry this.
Yeah, the Echo. Malreen uses Refresher, stun lock for days. Nisha dead for 80.
That's without buyback.
Indeed.
And that is 70 nice minutes for snaking.
Do you think Falcons go back to farming now? Is that the play?
Think or hope.
Do you think they want to get to a 100k network lead? Is that the play?
This team likes setting records, doesn't it?
It's true. Roche banner plays. It looks like they want to push. As a result, Bit of Malice covers the entire screen at this point. Peter waiting on the outskirts. BKB from Mickey wants to kill off the Roche banner. Will do so. They have another one though. If they want to use it, that is. Peter, God Strength jumps in onto Mickey with the harpoon.
Yeah.
Bit him out. Nice telekinesis save him though. Just put that work to the building.
Arrow
hit. They want to go for Ace. We have half health from that arrow. Fortification still online, trying to buy some time for Invoker to come back. 30 seconds. They put the Roche banner again. There's a jump from Skeeter yet again with the plastic field to follow. Ace getting drained. Lotus Orb's going to fly, but will drop to the deck. Does have buyback this time. It's going to be one lane for sure. As the lead expands to 57k. Falcons. Do you want to wait for the next Roche? You only have 3 minutes on this Aegis. Maybe the next Roche is a little safer.
I was about to say you'd love to see it, but do you?
Look at them. Just Waiting for somebody to farm this up in the top lane.
It is. We are approaching that point when Snaking is actually overtaking the enemy carry. So that would be pretty funny. He's only 1,000 now behind Mickey on this Mirana. He's about to finish a Wind Waker.
I mean, I understand it from his perspective. He's a support. He loves these late game situations. You actually get to play true late game Dota as a carry. Yandex pops, but Malrine jumps in with the boots of travel. They're able to kill off the bounty hunter, but now he's going to get completely decimated. Gets off the force step the other side, but a nice fissure blocking him in. Mickey stuck in a horrific spot on the point. A lot of damage to Sven. Skeeter actually won't fall for that fight number one. Needed the Aegis after all. Malrine with a 3-man enchant totem will beat Lina to death. And now Nisha will bite the dust as well. They do have buybacks onto a couple of these cores, but Liquid still losing this fight. It's a 62K network lead now for Falcons.
I think you could argue that Liquid played that better, but they can't beat the numbers.
No, big numbers will prevail.
You're fighting an uphill battle.
Jumping again, Lina. This with the force that back into the fountain. Skeeter not confident enough going to the fountain. They need a 100K network lead to do just that. Skeeter getting back out into the trees. Gonna be stuck inside the ice wall. Able to get the force staff away though. As Falcons resetting, realizing they can't handle this. Wait for Roche number 10 at this point. Foxy. All right, they get an arrow onto Lina.
All right, here comes a bar.
They do realize they can hit buildings at this point, which is shocking development because they won TI last year. You'd think they would have known this already. Nisha gonna get the Hex. All right, now the damage is coming for the LSA is gonna hit as well. Mickey trying to do some damage, but
not enough.
They just still so far away, and they will not even get to the second set of barracks, it seems. Falcons will run away with their 65K network lead, by the way.
That is a great hold from Liquid. I just had to check the win probability here.
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Currently sitting at 100-0.
Really?
That is a rare sight.
Is that real?
I will say that. That is a very rare sight.
That's awesome.
We have reached a point. Dota Plus has officially lost all faith.
Dota
which
Plus
would make the comeback the most legendary in TI history.
I would love to see it.
If Liquid somehow find a way to win this game, that will be unbelievable.
Dota Plus is looking at its watch right now. That's the equivalent.
Now, obviously, this is rounded. I think I have never seen a single pro game being pulled back from 100-0. I have played one singular pub game where it happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have
you
one.
had to look at the replay.
And I was like, this is unbelievable. I went and checked it.
Who threw that game?
We won. And it was 100-0. I was like, there is no way.
That's 1 in a million right there.
That's super
More than
rare.
that, probably.
Well, that's not really how percentages work. But.
That's right, Cinderin. It's gone on this game has gone on so long that Sven actually has an ag, something we rarely get to see. The treat, the Superman, is available for
Toggleable Stormhammer.
He has eaten a moon shard as well. That came before the ags, apparently.
Yeah. I kind of do miss this being a part of the hero's build, but it's very hard to make it not broken and still be good. So, in the way that this works, it's just a hard thing to figure out. Oh, Snaking, there he is. He's ahead of. He wants to end the game ahead of Mickey.
Yeah, that's good.
70,000.
They're not quite at 100K though, so you can have to wait for this Roche. I think.
Don't walk forward, young man.
Not so young anymore. Well, compared to us,
one of the older players in the lobby, but his experience is the best teacher, so he will not walk 2 steps to the right inside his own base. Tofu has yet to draw which part of the map they control now.
I think it's just the fountain at this point.
It's smaller now than before. They will go for another Hail Mary smoke.
How many Hail Marys do you get in a game?
Yeah.
I feel like we've gotten quite a few.
Yep. Falcons are just waiting for anybody to lose position. If Ace were to cast a Firestorm here, they back it off.
Great timing on the Firestorm. Incredible play from Ace.
Perfect play. Arrows will find their mark. Another wave killed by Snake. 340 CS. If you have this guy in your fantasy this game.
That's true, actually.
Well, I guess it depends what banners you have on him as a support. Can support banners even get creep score? They can't, right? Maybe they can.
I thought everybody can get the same. You're actually looking at that. That's the sad part about it.
Now they don't. Supports don't have a red banner, and the creep score is red.
Oh, I see.
I think they can't get it.
You are the fantasy expert.
No, I am definitely not.
I mean, I didn't say you're good at it. You're the expert. That's like your co-caster.
Okay. Well,
Keep up the good work.
0 for 2.
72. All right, what's the over-under here, Cinder? 100K. Are we going to get there?
Under.
Yeah.
Because it would require Liquid to get team wiped and buy back all their heroes, and they don't have the buybacks. Well, I suppose if it goes late enough, they'll have their buybacks again. Oh, Boxy. That's a gap.
And
Don't
kill.
live. Okay.
73K lead now. He does have the buyback. Mallory gets the stun onto Nisha. Telekinesis save. Killer Mouse coming out as well. Laguna Blade doing absolutely nothing. BK being a drop window from the Sven. Can they delete this Nikkei Lina once and for all? No more telekinesis save this time. Amara gets some good damage out. The cow is dead. Absolutely no way to get back in the game. Refreshers pop now. 2 dead for Liquid without buyback. 77K network lead. Hey, Roach might be up in 5 seconds though, Falcons. Let's take it easy here.
Torment.
Play a little discipline. Tormentor's up. Gonna get some extra gold there. Still creeps available to kill in the jungle.
And if we wait until 60 minutes, we'll get the tier 5.
Oh god, everybody needs a tier 5 items, absolutely. Goodness gracious. Like building might be on the menu after all. Nisha has to pop his BKB. Try to hold this 3 versus 5. Might have to give up some buildings.
Crit is literally standing on top of their heroes.
Crit forgot how to move his hero. Understandable in such a very lengthy game. Second set of Barracks goes the way of Falcons. I do believe this is going to be Megas. I know this is a bold statement.
Yep.
But I do think it's going to happen, Cinderin. Mickey up pretty far, gets fissured, gets arrowed. Amara is there with the right click. Skeeter still going for the buildings. There's the Superman, but instantly canceled by the Tornado. No buyback though, as Mickey has to stand his ground. Laguna Blade on the right click. Amara right on top with a static click, and now they delete Mickey, finally putting him to an end. No buyback for him. 2 versus 5, Falcons. Is this enough of an advantage to finish the game, or do you want to go for Roach because it's up to 35 seconds? Looks like the tier 4s are on the menu though, as Falcons should surely be able to take game 1 of this best of 3 with an 85K network lead. My goodness, just an absolute shellacking that never ended. Mallory wants 1 more kill for the road. Nisha in the tree line, storm hammered. Ancient exposed, killed off as well. 89K. Can we get to 90 at least before this game ends?
Am I nearing 90?
Let's get this. Echo Fan comes out. It's stolen from Tofu. Huge play from him. The GG's come out. 89K network lead's about to end. It does not reach 90. Falcons take game number 1. Very close call overall. Honestly, I had fun though. This was a fun game number 1.
I mean, I think they enjoyed themselves too. And
wait, you mean Falcons?
Yeah, probably one team in
no problem.
Liquid, gotta commend the mentality to hold on to the bitter end there. That game, realistically speaking, was over for about half an hour, I would say.
Yeah.
At least 20 minutes.
That sounds about right, yeah.
We've seen crazy comebacks at TI, especially on the main stage when the stakes are high. This was not one of those games where Liquid even got a single winning moment. For the last 40 minutes, I think every single exchange went in Falcons' favor, and they're up 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0, Shiva!
Thank you very much, Tasman and Cinderin. A 55-minute game with an 89K gold lead for a game that did indeed felt, for the longest time, solidly in the hands of Falcons. I think, Winter, maybe it's an odd mix of respect for Liquid and their ability to still make those plays, and potentially also the respect of being in the lower bracket. The pressure's on. You want to make sure.
Just want to make sure, why do you need to risk it when you already have all the lead in the world, all the farm in the world?
Yeah.
There's no point for you to risk it, just play it so soft, play it slow. I mean, they probably had one of the biggest lead I've ever seen at 40, 45 minutes, even at 50 minutes.
That
was insane.
Falcons, they're back, all right? They do the thing where they win the early game, and then when they win the early game, they're like, okay, how do we want to do this? Do we want to go for Roshan? Do we want to go high ground? Do we want to destroy the Ancient? The whole point of Dota 2? No. We want to build this net worth lead. We want to impress Winter. They are fully back in form if they are able to replicate this again, because, my gosh, this was a scary performance from Falcons in game 1.
And they did it with the bounty hunter that they stole from yesterday's games. They did it in a very solid way. I think, Rhea, this was the type of Falcons you'd love to see. This was their own style, and they crushed with it.
Yeah, I really loved the support play this game. I think the Bounty and the Mirana both did such an excellent job, both with their gameplay and their itemization. We talked in the panel about getting a Yules instead of the Mirana. Actually, it was the Bounty picking that up, and Mirana got 4-star. I know Winter was so happy to point that item out to being so good. But honestly, I feel like on both teams, this game was a game of 4-stars. Every single fight, it's like we're seeing people be repositioned non-stop into getting saved. I think it was way more impactful for Falcons in the early game because it meant that Liquid were never able to cinch out the kills when people got repositioned.
Yeah, and also, I mean, this game, Crit was just an absolute pinata. I think Liquid, they weren't seeing much in this game other than trying to just smack Crit as much as possible. 7 deaths to his name. A lot of the highlights was a Spirit Breaker charge into an Underlord ult, and oh wow, we then finally killed Crit. But on the other side of the screen, you've got Skidder getting kills, Marine jumping around, never dying in the game, Amar, 12, 1 and 15. So as much as Crit did tank a lot of that aggression, that was only the aggression that we ever really saw from Liquid, because the rest of the show was Falcons just running throughout the entire map, being so efficient with their farm, and how they just kind of closed it out and just took every objective and what they wanted to do on their terms.
Yeah, I think you can make a case for any player to be the MVP of this game for Falcons, especially because the game went as long as it did. Winter, who would you go for in this situation? And would it be Amar?
I think it has to be either Skater or Maureen. I think they are the ones that I think set out a lot of very, very crucial plays, especially with the dagger. They were able to make a lot of space, but of course, in the early game, the Bounty Hunter Crit, he did a lot of work. He secured the lane, and everything just felt it was very, very straightforward. And this Mirana plus Bounty Hunter duo, I think it's probably my favorite duo right now. It has to be the strongest duo, in my opinion, with Bounty Hunter. We've seen Bounty plus Wyvern, but it didn't really feel like it's as strong as the Bounty plus Mirana.
It was an incredibly strong showing, and I'm sure we're going to see it addressed later on in, of course, the second game we're going to see. We've seen a lot of Mirana already throughout the international group stage and main event. Whether we're going to see that again, we don't know yet. But one thing that we will see right about now is their action slacks.
观众朋友们，大家好！现在我们就在场馆内呢，在我们身后的话也是找到了一群粉丝，我们跟 Slug 一起要跟他们来玩一些 Dota 2的游戏。
Hello, that is right, my friends. We're going to play a little game in the crowd. Welcome, everyone. We are in the crowd here, and we found some folks that do not speak Chinese, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Let's fight. 0.
Fantastic. Now, in China, they have some very specific cool nicknames for some heroes, and we gathered some fans here. All right? The contest is, they will say a name of a Chinese Dota hero, a nickname. You have to guess what it is. If you get it right, you both get a delicious prize. All right? Are you ready?
没错，所以我们这次的话就是会让我们的粉丝来教我们的这个外国朋友怎么来说我们中文英雄的名字。如果他们猜对了这个昵称的话，他们都会得到奖品。
Okay, 我听得到。Here we go. Are you ready for the first hero?
准备好了吗？
蓝猫。
Oh.
It's a 蓝猫。
蓝猫。What? No cheating here. All right. Well, first guess.
Sven.
Sven.
是 Sven 吗？
No, Sven.
All right, what does it actually, what does it mean in English?
The meaning in English is blue cat.
Blue cat?
Blue cat.
Mirana.
No! All right, you are allowed now to do charades. You can charades and act it out for them. Good luck,
来，
please.
我们演绎一下蓝猫是怎么样的。
Oh. Oh! All right, any thought?
Again, can you do it again?
Do it again. Okay.
See.
Oh, come on, he's got a hat. Oh, you know? Oh, Spirit.
Storm Spirit.
Oh, he cast it unbelievably! Such a good Storm Spirit, I had to say. There we go. Well done. Okay, your next contestant, please.
我们下一位来，我们下一位走到我们的中间哦。
Oh.
He bring his own ages, man.
Thank you. The only Chinese ages will be given out. Okay.
Answer. It's a very sad answer.
Okay. Who was it? It is very sad. Who is he guessing?
我们来出题。
Okay. 大屁股。
大屁股。
Okay. Any guesses? Nyx Assassin.
是4叶刺客吗？
No. What's the English?
Big booty.
Big booty? Big booty like
Big booty, we both have it.
Big booty, baby! All right, big booty.
Queen of Pain. Biggest booty?
Biggest booty.
Queen of Pain. 是痛苦女王吗
No.
Okay. Act it out. Hold the ages. What the heck?
It's a very big hero and its shoe
要不要再试一个？要不要再试一个不一样的？
What the? Good luck with this big booty. Okay, what do we have?
Luna.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who was it?
Underlord.
Underlord! I give you the pity ones. All right, good try. I give you a pity one. Okay, last one? Last one. Pick one more. All right, this is a group effort, both of you. Okay, let's go. Last one. Fast. We gotta go.
来，直接给我一个名字。斧王。太简单了，换一个。奶绿。I really don't know.
Act it out.
Act it out. 再问一下。
Oh! The Muerta, baby! Right, yeah! There we go. There we go. Congratulations. Thank you guys so much. Hope you had some fun. There's some more. Yeah! And back to you guys on the panel.
I do love that you got two options to choose: big booty and you have to agree to pay Luna. Oh, that was a good one, by the way. I also got big booty next to me. It's a big Largo, actually.
Chill. Oh, no, sorry. Anyway, go back.
You got small booties.
How dare you speak of me like that? I do have quite nice sized booties in front of me.
And if you want to get yourself big booty or small booties, you can get yourself to the secret shop to get your own Largos. Or, for example, Rayo, what you got there?
I got a big ol', you said it's baby Roshan. Baby Roshan.
It's a small booty.
Small Roshan. Roshan of reasonable size. Carryable size. You can take him everywhere. To the park, to the movies.
Wait, do you think that I can't take this one everywhere?
It's quite a size. I have a confession. I may have bought that wonderful plushie, this one, that one, and that one, and I don't have any space in my suitcase. So if
donations are open.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to help me get a new suitcase in China and I need to buy a ticket, would love the assistance.
Or you can get yourself.
I have space. Okay. There we go.
All right, we have got a great series on our hands, of course, that we're going to continue talking about. As Liquid and Falcons, there was one thing in particular that I think already showed us how this game would end. The writing was on the wall, Winter, when we looked at that game, and around minute 9, something awkward happened.
Yeah.
I'm saying awkward.
It's very sad. It's very sad. And our main character, Big Booty, he was involved in some gank that he kind of set up for himself. He was trying to help, Mickey got ganked in the bot lane. He placed the Underlord ultimate trying to help. I think he's dead. And then he didn't realize Ama came looking for him and he dies also. This is basically the story of the early game. They just had so bad of a start. Both the side lanes just got, especially Lina, just got demolished, and there was no way for you to come back. And when you pick Lina on the safe lane, that hero does not like losing her lane at all. You cannot come back from a bad start, with that hero.
Yeah, we can take a look at the Lina versus Razor, because that was very much the story of the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and coming into the series, we wanted to see Amar have that presence to kind of step up into the game. And of course, here he's already got the Asher BKB. And for Mickey, like 4-4-1 scoreline, having Maelstrom and 4 stuff, like at 20 minutes into the game, like you want to look at your Lina, you want to see like BKB, you want to see the Pike, maybe even the Crystals, like you want to see like actual items to play around, because you've built an entire lineup where Lina needs to stand in the middle, protected by everyone to do the damage. And I think Falcons did just such an exceptional job just chasing down this Lina, shutting down the map so quickly. And because of Razor having that BKB, you see ranged here, you lock onto them, they will die pretty much every time. They have to TP out. So yeah, just an exceptional draft and really great gameplay from Falcons, putting Mickey into just a really awkward position that we don't often see him in.
Yeah, and I think that BKB that we saw on Amar, Rhea, that's just the beginning of it for Amar.
Yeah, I really liked his item build this game because we often see him try and be like the carry. And I mean, in a way, his item build did let him be a carry, but he's not out here trying to do all the damage by, you know, like Daedalus or whatever. This guy went a very nice build that simply allowed him to sustain in fights and live so he can get off his ult for longer periods of time and get more links so that Mickey just simply cannot play. This guy had a Lincoln's, obviously playing as Barra. He had a Satanic, and he had a Refresher. So when he's applying his Eye of the Storm in these fights, it's reducing the armor of all of the enemies around him, allowing his Sven to chunk and do even more damage, including crits, track, damage amplify on top of that. They're able to do so much just by having this Razor in the middle of it, and he's just surviving and surviving because he has a BKB, he has a Manta, he has a Lincoln's, he has a Satanic. How do you kill this guy? You can't. It's impossible.
You ban that guy.
I mean, how often have we seen Razor banned? Very rarely. It is soon time to see what's coming our way in the second game. These two teams both are known for taking series long, not just within the game that we just saw, but also within the series. Going to a game number 3 is in their MO, both if they're winning and if they're losing. So I would not be surprised to see that happening. It is, with this one, Team Liquid with their backs against the wall in this lower bracket, because I don't know if I need to remind you, but it is lower bracket here between these two titans of teams. Team Liquid and Falcons with a 1-up for the defending champions, Team Falcons, and Team Liquid now looking to scramble to get that W on the board in game number 2. And as we nearing the draft for this one, Tigov, what would you like to see different? Because so much fell apart with that laning stage that I don't know how much you can look at the draft and say, you know what, that's where we should have done better.
I feel like, at least for Falcons, because they have so many specialist heroes and that have been forgotten about or not touched recently, it now kind of reminds Liquid, because in the first phase they banned Tree, Earthspirit, Husker. There's the Centaur ban, which again, it's hit or miss personally for me. So if you want to utilize hindsight in this scenario, maybe you replace that Centaur ban if the pick order is the same, and then you respect a Bounty or a Razor or something if you really care that much. So I think the first 3 bans are fine, just the Centaur. But yeah, don't allow Falcons into this ultimate comfort, because when you look at these heroes, this is kind of what Falcons really wants to play if the meta enables it. And the meta hasn't really said these heroes are very good up until the point where it's like, nope, we need to survive, they're going to work.
I mean, the other problem is like having the Rubik and SB. It just feels like they don't have a position 5 hero, because both supports, they kind of want farm. They want to be greedy. They want to be on the position 4 row, so you get a little bit more farm XP. And I just didn't really like the setup, you know, as much as what Falcon had. It was the day and night. The Bounty Hunter Mirana is like up there, and then the Rubik Spirit Breaker is kind of like down, you know.
Well, he bashed the Razor mid lane that time and got the kill.
Sure.
Like,
he did so much that game.
Sorry, what percentage chance do you think they have to win TI right now, Liquid?
17%.
Exactly. That was the only answer.
There was only one answer to get there. One thing we didn't talk too much about is the man on our screen and his counterpart with the mid lane. We had the overall last pick going the way of Liquid, so it was Invoker that was picked into the Earthshaker. We knew it was coming, and yet this Earthshaker never died, Rhea. Never.
It's because he's just the best. He's the best Earthshaker in the world. I love seeing Malrine on these heroes like Shaker or Sand King when he can make plays by like he got a blink at 11 minutes. When he can do that and he can be around the map and enable everyone else, he gains his farm like on the way, like he'll farm on the way, kill someone, farm back. He's so efficient and good with it. I think it also comes from how good the supports are, right? Because we've seen other teams where the mid will just end up walking around the map and kind of flailing because the supports aren't setting up enough. But you have this super strong duo in Mirana, Bounty Hunter, and then it just means that anywhere Malrine goes, you have like a Svensson, you have your Mirana follow-up, you have like a Razor to do damage, you have everything. I think Malrine was perfectly enabled in the draft.
It definitely did seem that way from the way Game 1 played itself out. And I'm sure that Team Liquid has something in mind to come back in this game number 2. There's a lot of effort that needs to be put in this draft, though, because they need to start off well. They need to set themselves up for success, starting from the lanes already, as that's where it all went wrong in Game 1. But let's see what is coming our way.
Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. Game 2.
The second game, we're going to have Falcons on the Radiant side. We swapped that around. Team Liquid will therefore be Dire's side, and Team Liquid will be the team with first pick. Falcons overall last pick. And we got maybe a couple of changes coming out. One hero in particular might be missing in terms of bans, because Team Liquid does have the possibility to pick up the Ember if they really want to, but it's not just that, because it's been a little while since
wait a
this
minute.
hero make it through.
Wait a minute. Oh my god.
Yep.
This hero is back.
Oh.
Do you want to play Ember against that, or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the best answer, because you kind of stop him from moving around in the team fights. You build Mage Slayer. But then again, you know, I think ES just gets to a point where he doesn't really care. He's going to get there, you know.
There's a couple ways to try and navigate Earth Spirit. You need to have early ways that when he rotates, you just have the damage to kill him. Don't allow him to spread the Magnetize over a long duration. It's like catch him, kill him, stop him from using his ultimate. Or you just need to have really tanky heroes with dispels.
You know, sounds like a job for Doom.
Alright, can we?
What was the win rate on Doom? You want to remind me of that one? But yeah, tankiness to survive or just kill him.
Can we take a small step back in the sense that this Earth Spirit, I mean, we talk about it a lot and we see it banned almost every single time. What is the short version of why this hero is banned every single time?
Quick map play. You get to lane into pretty much most matchups. You don't really care what you play into. Even some of the harder matchups you can play, because you can kill off the range creep. You rotate nicely. You can buy Vessel. You can buy Shivas. You can buy like pretty much whatever items you want to continue fighting into the map. And Magnetize does so much damage. The talents also feel really nice. So your damage scales throughout the game. Your map presence is there. You can TP rotate quickly. Like everything you want in a hero, Earth Spirit has from the mid lane.
He's so hard to kill because he has so much strength gain per level. I don't know why the hero is so tanky.
Yeah. He also is like so good for mid lane because he doesn't even have to skill roll anymore. You can just skill your kick and pull, and you're able to just clear waves and farm efficiently. And then on top of that, his innate means that he gets extra damage depending on how many rocks he hasn't used. So in mid lane, where you don't even need to use your rocks, you can just kick creeps into other creeps, for example. It's like he just is dealing so much more damage than he should be doing.
One day he'll get nerfed into a point where he actually goes back to support again. But maybe this is the TI. This is the TI that will send him back to the role he was started on. I technically didn't start on that because it was kind of broken on release. But anyways.
We got a nice start for the draft for Team Falcons as well. The Lina and the Centaur are a classic duo and have had quite success this international.
Yeah, very stable foundation for the draft here. I don't know if the Lina is going to be a flex for them, because I probably don't want Skitter to play this hero, because it doesn't really fit the MO, which we discussed briefly in the first game, where Skitter needs to be the dagger hero. He needs to be the frontline hero. Do you think it might be a support? Do you think there's a chance that it could be a support? I remember Falcons did it before, a long time ago on Crate.
Sure, but I also could just see, like, I mean, there's so much flexibility with it that fundamentally, if it is cores, no matter what, Centaur will protect Lina core, done against the Earth Spirit. I prefer that to be the case. I don't really want to see Centaur to go to support and then everything goes around in different directions. But Liquid, they want the pace to be increased immensely this game. They now pick up 2 supports that don't just play just chilling, waiting for things. There's not a Rubik waiting for things to happen. It's not a Spirit Breaker chasing into the map. It's now a Tusk and a Hoodwink together, getting kills, making moves, and that's exactly what Earth Spirit wants. So the pacing will be very different to Game 1. Falcons, they need to be ready for this amount of damage in both the lanes and the early rotations.
Yeah. Something like Undying is still in the pool if they want to just try and focus on bringing lanes back to neutral, because right now it looks like Liquid is just going to go for murder after murder after murder.
And you kind of need supports that can match up against Tusk, like Wyvern with the Embrace against the tag team, or something like a Dark Wheeler to dodge the tag team. or the Wind Ranger. You know, I think heroes like this that provide you with stability in the lane, they need to pick their supports right now and ensure that the last pick would be easy. Because if they pick supports that are too greedy, then the laning phase could be a question mark. Then it could create a lot of problems when you're trying to pick your overall last pick. So the 2 picks here, 16, 17 on Falcons is very, very important.
Hey, you talked about the Enchantress already at
Yeah,
start.
this is the strongest support in the early game. And Bane as well, like very, very strong. Probably is Creed gonna be playing the Enchantress here.
They very much went for the we want to survive as much as possible, right? You've gone for 2 lane dominating supports in their own ways. And that alone is like, okay, if we can win the first 8, that will buy us time to get to 20. And by 20, we feel like we'll have a draft that will outscale Liquid. But it's now a lot of emphasis on both I was about to combine snaking and crit into one name there. But anyway, crit and snaking to kind of fill their roles.
I'm also kind of like a fan of the way they play the Ench, where you max the impetus early and you don't get heal and you just be a damage dealer.
You're one of those type of supports, I see.
Oh, wow.
You don't... I mean, I'm a fan of the enchant and heal, and you just get the creeps, you just body, and then when Earthrit rolls in, you just press heal, and it's like you just don't care anymore, because like, alright, great, I'm doing my job. But I can see the damage. I think if you just put some Tusk to half HP, there's no fight to be had, right? So
there's the big booty. I don't think I've ever said booty this many times on panel.
no,
I mean,
what a name for a hero, by the way. Especially at TI as well, Shiva. Come on.
And he's not even, you know, from old Dota 1, right? He's
No,
from,
he is from Dota 1. The name is based on his, if you remember his old Dota 1 model, he actually has a very big bottom.
Very big bottom.
That explains it. That explains it. Thank you for that.
Okay, this is probably Ace's best hero. The Underlord, he knows this hero inside out. It gives them a lot of global presence. You can connect to the Tusk. It's just a very, very strong lane with Hoodwing. I'm expecting the Underlord to go with the Hoodwing, and the Tusk will be on the 5. The position 5 with the range carry here to round everything up, you know, for Liquid.
What is a good range carry here, though? Because with Lina, I feel like she outranges a lot of heroes. And with Centaur, I'm worried about the ability to get on top of someone.
But
like
you have the ES, so I think you just need a draft that works, that makes sense in the lane, and you're gonna be fine. I think ES is gonna be your true win condition. Like even like a Nature's Prophet is still in the pool, which could be fine with the Tusk. Anything that's strong in the lane.
I mean, it's the Prophet, the Wind Rangers, the Lunas, like the super kind of generic range core that will do their role in the early game, and then you can just join the Earth Spirit, like Winter's already mentioning, join the Underlord with his axe timing. Like, you don't want a carry that like is out of sync with Underlord and Earth Spirit.
Yeah. The benefit about having the MP is you have a way to wake up the sleep, you know, from Bane. I think Bane really hates playing to MP.
We saw Nature's Prophet banned by Falcons in game 1. So it is on their radar. They might still ban it out. I feel like at this point as well, I kind of have to ask, like, is Lone Druid just ignored in this series? Like, is he dead? Is he done? We saw him be so impactful yesterday.
At the moment, it's ignored, but also could be a consideration for Liquid potentially, just because you see the kind of supports. The Lone Druid can always hunt them, and you are going to farm quite nicely in lane, so it is a potential pickup for Liquid as well.
They have a really nice 4 as well. So like whilst Lone Druid is farming up all those items, I think the rest of them can play really nicely together. I think Lone Druid Bear has insane kill potential on lane if you bring Tusk as well. I mean, it would be so nice.
The final pick for Liquid.
Yeah, the decision here is about how greedy they think they can go, you know, here. Can we go for the Lone Druid, or do we want something more team-based like a Luna? Like, or the Wind, you know, Wind is like a very team-based hero. This is a little bit, I would say, like a strange one, because Centaur is considered a very hard counter to win. But Liquid feels like we don't really care about that. All we need here is a hero that can play with the team, because the benefit of having a Wind as a carry is the rune fights are going to be very favorable for you. You can just come over, shoot a power shot. Usually it's going to end up with your team winning the small little fight there. So that's going to give them a lot of early game aggression, and Falcons have to decide as well, on their part, how greedy can they get? What type of Skitter hero he's going to be able to get his hands on here to stabilize the game and let the Lina farm. Like, what melee heroes are available here?
Tiny?
Unless you want to go back for the Kings that he's played quite a bit of. Very
Queens
successfully so.
Queens is okay. Queens is pretty decent.
I feel like this point, he has a lot of options that he could go for. He has deep pockets.
Yeah, if Ursa wasn't so bad of a hero, Ursa would be good here.
Yeah.
Until they pick no.
It traditionally is counted as the hardest hero for Underlord to deal with in the whole game.
I mean, also into Ursa, right? Just any way to just try to punish the Magnetizer always going to feel really nice, right? So, I mean, the lifesteal ban makes a lot of sense from Liquid to protect it. You're not really going to see Juggernaut in current meta. Also, Arme is not in the playoffs.
Didn't we see it? Like somebody, was it
tried
pure play? I think somebody played Juggernaut, I remember.
And then, we're just going back for the Sven. Why not?
Yeah. That's very solid. I think the way I see it is Underlord reduces a lot of your damage and Sven overwhelms you with too much damage. So you don't really care, and he still fits the ammo of a Blink stun. And it's very, very important that Skitter is playing the Blink stun hero.
And I think with Nisha playing the Earth Spirit, it just takes one roll into a Fiend script, Skitter will be there, or Mauer will be there, and you will kill the Earth Spirit off very quickly. So I think the Falcons have the tools to deal with probably the strongest hero at TI so far. But if they don't control the pacing of the game, Liquid have all the heroes to poke, to prod, to get an objective, to reset, get the resources, go again for another kill. They have a very scary lineup. It looks a little bit better for Liquid, but I think Falcons, they have the tools to just build that big net worth lead again, to play through their supports, to get their cores online.
Yeah, when I look at these lineups, I think Mickey's pick at first confuses me a bit. You now have the plus armor from Sven. You're playing into a Dispel from Enchantress. You're playing into a Maureen's Lina who doesn't care about win run in the first place. It seems like early they have a chance to really shut him down and give him no options. But the other 4 heroes are very, very strong to the point that I think they make up for his weaknesses. And then eventually when Mickey is able to have a BKB and can then join Nisha in going on Maureen's Lina, for example, and not letting him play the game.
So, main question is very simple. A game 3, yay or nay?
It's a tough one. This one is a very tough one. I think it's very equal. But according to stats, you can't go wrong with Earth Spirit.
Yep, what he said. I mean, to be fair, statistically, Earth Spirit very good.
Yeah.
But after that first game, it's hard to go against Falcons.
Yeah.
But I think Liquid, they're in a better position. They have the Earth Spirit, they have the aggression, they have the Liquid of 2 years past. Surely.
I think if Falcons is able to beat Liquid here, it's obviously very good for them to stay in the competition, and that's very nice. But I also think this would be a very strong statement of hey guys, we will answer your Earth Spirit with Alina, and we will win. And that will open up the draft for them moving forward in this international. So there's maybe going to be a lot of other teams looking at this to see if Falcons will get that advantage over them in the games to come. But of course, they have to perform first. They have to do it first. They have to beat Team Liquid and eliminate Team Liquid first. And so far, their history here during the international has been mostly going to a game 3, but maybe they can break that curse here for a second time round, as we first are going to hear from Coach AUI before heading in the game.
Thank you so much, Shaver. AUI, we got a chance to talk to Blitz in the last interview, and he was just talking about how much he loves you. 20 years together in the Dota Sushi, one of the biggest friends that he has. And then you walk out there in game 1 and absolutely trash his ass like it was nothing. Why are you so mean to him?
I don't know. But yeah, I've known Blitz forever. We've known each other since Dota 1. I respect the guy a lot, and it's honestly a pleasure. Apparently, this is the first time we played on the main stage against each other. He told me that. Gave me a hug backstage. It's honestly, I'm blessed.
Wow, you certainly don't care enough to not pick Sven again. Very rude of you. Let's talk a little bit about this Sven. Why you guys? Why Sven? Why so strong?
I think he fulfills stuff that we need in our lineup. Skitter's good at the hero, and he goes well with Amar and Maureen's hero pool, so it's just a good hero for us.
All right, you guys have already eviscerated everyone's bracket in this series, but at least tell me we're gonna go to a game 3. Promise me, Owie. Promise me like you would promise him 20 years ago.
No, I really hope not.
You don't hope that you don't make it to a game 3? You gotta reword that, Owie. They're watching.
Yeah, I want 2-0 for us.
Oh, come on. Okay, fine. Very well. Owie 2000, incredible job. I hope that you get that 2-0. My bracket. But thank you so much. But you guys, we'll get into the game.
Thank you so much. Falcons versus Liquid, game number 2. AUI, one of my favorite, I would call them personalities, I guess, of all time, Cinderin. He was a coach for us. First he was a player, though.
Us?
Yeah, DC, back in the day.
Yeah, you just say us, you know, people are going to be like, what Counter-Strike team did he coach you on?
He was my personal coach.
Oh.
But yeah, he's a really nice guy, very humble, and glad to see him have so much success. I mean, he's won 3 TIs, technically, 2 as a coach, 1 as a player. One of the most legendary people in the scene, no doubt about it. As we get into game number 2, do you think there will be a game number 3, Cinderella?
I think there's a pretty good chance of it, at the very least. I mean, the first game was obviously a complete beatdown, and when a game extends that long and one team is dominating, at the end, it's going to look like the worst loss ever, right? But in reality, you know, you could have argued that they should have GD'd out earlier, and they were just far behind against the Bounty Hunter lineup, and that was a very hard game to recover, is what I'm trying to say. But Liquid are the kind of team that can bounce back from a bad game immediately and find the right solutions. And obviously, they have very resilient players. They've been through everything. They've been through incredible win streaks. They've had the worst losses ever on the biggest stage. They've tried it all. So, and obviously their players are a little bit of a mix of 2 past teams, the old Liquid and the old Gaming Gladiators, and both of those teams had rivalries between each other and obviously with the other big dogs at the time. So experience is very key in situations like this, and they've got that in spades at the very least. And the lineup this time, I think, is just also better overall than the game was in number 1.
Yeah, they got the big booty on Ace. I think I would have guessed Underlord, but I didn't know that that was the answer. Of course, Pitlord is the original Cinderella, the OG of Dota 1. But yeah, they get to pick that again. This time it's again against a much different lineup. You have, I mean, Sven is the same, I suppose, from Falcon's side, so Skeeter will get a repeat on that. But Amar playing much different hero this time around than the Razor. It is Centaur, who has been... The funny thing about this draft is you didn't know where the Centaur was going until the very last pick, because it could have been mid, technically. They could have played carry, Lina. But yeah, that's part of the flexibility that comes with Falcons.
Yeah, for as long as this team has existed, they have been, I want to say, the biggest flex team in Tier 1 Dota. Like, they've just always valued having shared hero pools. That might be one of the things that AUI has been focusing on the absolute most in the draft, and has kind of had his players either train specific heroes to get them on a playable level, or just immediately recognize, all right, which heroes do we have major overlap in that I can use for strategy? Obviously, Razor is one that comes to mind from the beginning. Timbersaw, Huskar, Viper, and a lot of these heroes, what they share is an ability to absolutely destroy individual matchups. So a lot of the games that Falcons win, 1 or 2 of their lanes are extremely one-sided. Now, last game, that wasn't necessarily the case by draft. It kind of just accelerated very quickly. Or you could argue they stomped the bot lane, which I still think they shouldn't have on paper. But other than that, that game wasn't a game where they were just drafting to smash lanes. This time around, the hero that comes to mind for that is the Enchantress. This is a hero Falcons love. Played it countless times, but it's actually in the hands of Crit, which is kind of unusual. This is, I think Snaking has the highest win streak of all time in Pro Dota on this hero, maybe on any hero. I believe he won 21 games of Enchantress in a row in 2024, 2025 before he lost, if I'm not mistaken. I just remember it being this most ridiculous stat line. But they're still choosing to put it on Crit instead here. Crit plays Bane. But I guess they just want to keep their players in the respective lanes rather than in terms of the heroes themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Enchantress is such an ultra-aggressive hero, and this is a hero that can scale into the late game as well.
Yeah.
We've seen so many times before. But yeah, now that Snaking is on Bane, you're not going to be... I don't think you can get the same farm as Murano.
No, that is not happening. That is definitely not happening. But the thing about Ench is, in certain matchups and certain lanes, this hero dominates. This doesn't seem like the type of lane that's likely going to happen. You're playing into level 2 tag team with a Wind Ranger, and together with a Centaur. I don't think you are going to be putting all that much pressure, but you're definitely going to get a lot of farm. onto a Mar.
Yep, and we've seen the Centaurs kind of take. I mean, if he doesn't go Heart first, Cinder, I'll be shocked. Or Radiance or something weird.
They go Helm of the Dominator into Midas.
Okay, well,
a real Amar would
into
go
Midas.
That's what we real.
Wow.
That's a real Amar build, isn't it?
That's equivalent to double Midas. That's excellent.
Helm of the Dominator, Midas, Battle Fury.
Yeah, I mean, Helm is, I guess, standard at
Yeah,
this point.
you just buy it.
get it literally every single game. Understandable. Actually makes me miss Marcy a little bit. I can't believe I'm saying that out loud. That was the original Helm when that came back.
Yeah.
Be able to bounce off of that one.
I'd argue it's surprising that we've seen her, I believe, 0 games.
Would you, if she was picked, do you think it would be more likely to be a support or a core?
I think it would be more likely for it to be picked as a core, but I mean, she definitely has some shortcomings. It's not, I'm not super surprised that she's not top meta or anything, but 0 games on that hero is quite surprising, especially because there's a couple of players on the big stage here that are in the main event that really play Amin Marson and like specialized in it, but none of them are running it, so what can you do?
Bottom rune will be a regen for Malrine. We'll bottle it up. Nisha will take an LSA, snaking in the area. Not able to get anything off though. Crit also here, but Alpha Wolf a little bit too late to the party, but he'll be able to pressure the tower. Going to keep that siege alive a little bit longer now that this wave catches up.
Yeah, this is a key timing for multiple reasons for Falcons. As you mentioned, the siege creep. Malrine also cracked level 6, so they wanted to put the Laguna to use to get a kill and the tower. They're going to settle for Boxy.
Yep. Laguna is there. Boxy staying alive with the Lotus, but the Brain Sap and the right clicks are enough as Malrine will secure first blood and the tier 1 at 6.5 minutes. Very, very fast play here from Falcons. Nisha, first magnetized of the game onto Snake King, can get the roll in as well. That's a kill, so some good retribution. Actually gets a bushwhack as well onto Malrine, onto the single tree there. TP's out successfully. But they do save the tower. Thought that was a goner for sure.
It's a good response from Tofu, but you could maybe have wished for it to come a little bit earlier so that they wouldn't have lost 90% of the tower, but still, it's a good sign that they don't just have to immediately concede this to the first Enchantress move. And they get Nisha on the board. Now, he doesn't have Urn. He is going Treads first, so no pickup of that with the kill. But this hero, like the panel talked about, Earth Spirit's been one of the biggest heroes of the entire tournament. Insanely high win rate, and there's plenty of heroes in the pool that have high win rates. The thing that's most impressive about Earth Spirit is that he's been first picked in the majority of games, and yes,
He's getting gone on under the tier 1 tower. Will pop the God Strength to try to kill off Boxy. Not going to happen though. The Nightmare is there though. No follow-up, so Snake King not able to secure at least some sort of a trade. Good rotation from Liquid.
Mickey even made his way down there in case there was going to be a response from Falcon, so Liquid are sure to bring the numbers. But yeah, what I was saying about Earth Spirit, as he's going to pick up an Arcane Rune. This hero has been, I think it has about 65% win rate as a primarily first-picked core, which is very unusual. So, definitely one of the strongest heroes. Oh, he's going to connect onto Amar. Silence. No focus fire, though. Worried about the retaliate, I suppose. I mean, he has to use it if they want to kill it, though.
Yeah, well,
maybe not.
Jackal will be there. Yeah, doesn't need it after all, it seems.
All good.
For Malrine, though, with the Laguna Blade. Can they get the kill on the Nisha? Nice job with the Wild Wing Ripper as well. The right clicks are coming for him. The impetus, not quite enough, but Malrine, can you guess correctly? Into the north. Nisha gonna get hit by the Dragon Slave, kills off the Wild Wing Ripper. The Blood Grenade, right clicks do suffice. Might cost them though. Crit can take the
that's a nice LSA
onto the tier 1 tower with the Dragon Slave as well. Mickey now ticking out. So Malrine's rotation makes the world of difference. Very close call though. That could have lived on both heroes, technically speaking, for Liquid.
Really good spellcasting from Malrine. That looks easier than it is. And yeah, Liquid don't really get anything for free here. Begs the question, what if you just focus fired the Centaur right away? Yeah, you're going to take some retaliate damage, obviously, but I think you kill him first. And then...
yeah, that becomes a little scarier.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously dicey, right? And you know you're going to take a lot of damage, but time is of the essence in moments like that because you know the enemy team is going to rotate and put up some sort of a defensive rotation for Amar.
Is Blade Mail just dead on most heroes?
Yeah,
was nerfed too much?
It feels like you only see it purchased on heroes that have taunts.
This Axe, Legion, although we don't really see Legion, I guess.
Yeah. So by extension, because it is bought by 2 heroes and one of them doesn't get picked, it's pretty dead, yeah. We haven't seen much Axe either. It's been very...
Yeah, that's a shame.
It was one of the heroes that I would expect to maybe get a little bit more love, especially in a patch that favors hard carries a lot. Then Axe oftentimes goes up in value because you can actually kill certain heroes, 100 to 0 almost. But haven't seen him much. Malrine, not going to get found by the Earthbind. Oh, excuse me, Earthbind.
There's a Meepo in this game. Wowee!
It looks the same. I'll give myself a pass on that one.
You think it's the same VFX? You think Valve are lazy? Come on.
No, it's not. But you do remember that track through the concoction projectile, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or something. I don't know if it still does, actually.
It was, yeah. I mean, no, track used the actual alchemist bottle, right?
Was it? I thought it was the same. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter.
It is the same. I don't know if they changed it, though.
Yeah, maybe they didn't.
Next time we see an alchemist in the game, we'll pay close attention. Of course, we will definitely remember this conversation because we're very good at remembering things.
Yeah.
Stacks from Mickey.
Saw the Bane. Was not going to happen. It's actually time to evacuate for Snaking, or he's going to be on the receiving end. Mickey.
Stampede. Shackle into the nice shards from Boxy. Oh, the Nightmare though onto the other side. Snaking, very nicely done. It buys him a little bit of extra time, but...
Huge.
It was.
But not enough.
And we should mention, since this is an elimination game, especially for Liquid, this is Boxy's best hero, I think. I mean,
he is insane.
The original Tusk for me is Crit, and then it became Boxy eventually, if that makes sense.
There's a couple of noteworthy mentions. I think FY also had a couple of years where he was insane on Soxa, I think.
Oh, man, Soxa.
Soxa's Tusk was wild for 2 years.
When he tried out for us, that's the hero that he played. This might be a very big gank for Liquid. The slow is there. The Fiend's Gate's coming. Tofu from the other side. It's a 5 versus 1. And guess who loses his life? It's the 1.
Yep.
Either.
If he could have somehow won that exchange, I think...
That would have been an Arteezy special, I believe. Except he was playing Lifestealer.
Yeah, and he had a couple more items.
Just a couple.
Yeah.
Now let's say, but the grip is there with the Laguna Blade. Do they actually have the damage? It's a very tanky hero in general. One of the highest rank games in the game. Nisha will turn it around onto Bane instead. So Falcons, definitely not the same start that they were accustomed to in that game number 1.
Isn't that crazy to just see that unfold at 12 minutes? This is a Lina mid and a full duration Fiend's Grip. And the guy still survives on like 30% HP and gets to counterplay them and kill the support.
Does he still have the highest strength game in the game? At the very least,
he has one of the highest.
Top 3, I think.
It's 3.8.
Centaur might be higher.
Centaur is in the game. He has 4.3. I think that might be the highest, single highest. But, I mean, Earth Spirit's just something else. Spirit Vessel for Nisha.
Wow, already 1,500 away from Ags on the underboard. Good farming here. And Boxy's going to be found and destroyed. And now another tower will go the way of Falcons. So that's one thing that's going in their favor right now.
This is still a relative... I mean, it's an even game in terms of net worth, right? The biggest discrepancy from expectation, if you will, is that Skitter Sven is having a much harder time than he was in game number 1 with a similar matchup. He's laning into Underlord again. So this is something that Liquid have definitely improved on. Nice sharpshooter.
Again, going for the Nightmare to get some terrain walk action. Looks like he's going to end up dying nonetheless. Ace will bring him down. I think he was trying to go for a cheeky deny in the tier 1 tower, but was spotted by Tofu. Mjolnir next on the list for McKay. As we hit the 14-minute mark, looks like it'll just be a trade, although nobody's on that side for Falcons for the Wisdom.
And the good news this time for Liquid is that they are even, and they're not playing against an extremely oppressive map control hero like Bounty Hunter.
Yep.
So this time it feels like they can find their footing and get to play their own game.
Crit.
And Crit will...
Does get to the side of the shards, but it matters not. Another kill goes away with Liquid. Stampede. Amar. Want to get some sort of a trade. They'll get it onto Boxy.
Amar was about to stomp him, then he was like, I can KS with an ability that costs 0 mana instead.
Okay, I'm shocked here.
Now
Yeah, he's out of there. as Amar is working on a Lotus Orb. Man, this young man has grown so much, Cinderin.
Oh.
Good against what? Focus Fire, Pit of Malice, Magnetize.
All of Earth Spirit's garbage.
Yeah.
Very good against the Vessel, obviously. There's a lot of upsides. I think in order for Amar to buy this item, he needs to feel like there's really good reasons, because otherwise he could have bought a farming item. Know how this guy operates. It also is a hybrid item on Centaur.
The old Amar wouldn't do this, though. And by the old Amar, that's the younger Amar.
Yeah, the younger Amar wouldn't have played Centaur.
That is true.
He would have played Timber or Razor or Doom.
Or Mars.
Or Mars. Yeah.
Even in the current meta, he would pick Mars.
I really wish Mars was better. I think that hero is super fun to watch.
I mean, he got dumpstered with the facet removal, right?
Yeah, he's one of the heroes that suffered the most from that.
Going to be found by Box. He gets the punch up. Tofu's there with the bushwhack. There's a power shot coming from the other side. Even Nisha joining the party.
A lot of long-range artillery.
But the other offlaner in a lot of trouble. A full Fiend's Grip into the right clicks from Malrine. It's enough. So trade for offlaners.
Look like the Underlord is tankier than the Earth Spirit.
Yes.
Or excuse me, the other way around. The Earth Spirit tankier.
I know
than
what
the
you meant.
Yeah. Yeah, my bad.
We're just synced up, Cinder. Even
That's
when
right.
you're wrong, you're right in my
Yeah, and you finished my
sandwiches. That's right.
You
Love
always
that
do. Oh, he got out with
barely.
Vessel on. Yeah, he's fine.
Very close call for crit. Nicely done. As he's already he's already working on Aghanim Scepter as a first item. Is that normal on Enchantress?
It's an occasional build that we see. I don't know what exactly prompts it in this game.
So they're going to find themselves a Bane.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see it given these matchups. I would have thought this was a Pike game.
Yeah, Pike sound.
Underlord against Earth Spirit. Even against Wind Ranger to get position.
But it's a root, right? And I mean, nobody has a helm on the other side. As Liquid will go through the gate now. Not quite the 20-minute mark, though. No Tormentor up at the moment. They do scan out briefly and know that somebody is down here, and who else would it be other than Skeeter? This would be a massive kill. He's actually running towards them. Foxy, Mask of Madness, which means he can't cast anything. You know, we'll get stuck inside the shards. They're going to try to kill off Snake King instead, doing a good job of making them target him, as they're going to turn their sights on the Mickey instead, getting beat down by this Sven. Pushback just in time with a sharpshooter to follow and a power shot as well. It's 2 kills for Liquid. They save Mickey in the end. Another very close call. Could have gone either way.
That looked like it was getting real dicey when they started diving that deep, but no TP from Amar. And Malrine couldn't connect on the Wind Ranger together with Sven because she was so far south, so yeah, they end up getting away with that. I thought that was real bad once Sven got to hit, but clutch play from the Liquid Pause 5 Tofu, 5-0-6 now on the Hoodwink. This hero has a pretty bad win rate this tournament as a 5 and a really, really good one as a 4.
Hoodwink?
Yeah. But Tofu knows how to run it.
That's interesting that there would be such a discrepancy.
Yeah, I think it was massive. I think I looked at it and it was like, I think as a 5 it had like 29%, or it had 64.
How much more of a sample size between the two? Is it roughly the same as well?
No, it was definitely fewer games on 5, but still, I think it was still a decent amount. I don't know when you would consider stuff like that significant. Like
Anomaly, yes, anomaly.
How many games does it need to be before the chi-square is high enough?
Is that your vampire voice? I remember that one. As Aghanim Scepter up and running for Ace. So global at his disposal. And this is huge because the Tormentor, now that I'm saying it out loud, we don't really see Tormentor fights at all, do we?
No.
In theory, very good at contesting if there was to be a fight there.
Yeah. I think that's definitely something, the way that has developed over time is not the way it was intended. This was, I think, they were hoping for the Tormentor to be a fighting objective, not a whoever is in the neighborhood or wants to go out of the way to get it can just have it kind of objective.
Yeah. Or if you're
don't see many fights next
lower skill players / turbo players, it just isn't an objective at all. It doesn't exist. I can attest to that one. Blink Dagger. Who's actually building the Blink there? Pretty early Blink. Looks like Amar will be going hard into Blink, though.
Yep, Sven is queuing up dagger. Dusk almost has a dagger.
So, do you think he regrets the Lotus? Because he would have had Heart by now, and you'd be farming faster. Of course, he doesn't know if there's going to be that much aggression coming the way of Liquid.
I don't think the difference is that big between Lotus and Heart for farm rate. Like, yeah, it's a little bit. Maybe it's cost him a few hundred gold at most. And like the opportunity cost of going that route, if the Lotus could change a team fight, I just think this is even Amar. We'll see the value in that.
Get the Reaver now.
He will.
Messerschmitt's Reaver, our favorite. Crit inside the shards. Boxy, I don't think he's missed a single one of those yet.
He doesn't miss.
Masterful. I hear the Sven ult with the Fiend's Grip. Do they have damage this time? Absolutely. Finally, Nisha brought down. Boxy looks to be next on the list. We'll get off the snowball, but it's only a matter of time. LSA keeps him in place. So 2 kills for Falcons now.
Really nice Blink reveal from Skeeter. That's the kind of impact you want to see immediately. When you're having a bad game on Sven and you go the Blink, you're buying it to fight immediately. You're not buying this to jungle for another 5 minutes. He finds a big ticket kill in the Earth Spirit. I believe Nisha was on a streak there. Yeah, he was dominating, so a nice little bit of bonus cash going Skeeter's way. Keeping the game even still.
About 1,200 away from his Ags. Little friend. Little what?
No friends.
Yeah. Questioning myself. I shouldn't do that anymore.
What else would be Little Fiends?
Yeah, Little
Well, here's a big Fiend's Gate.
Yes, it is.
Well,
Crit in some trouble, and by that I mean he's dead.
Yep. They go and they little find him. Close enough.
Okay, just ignore that.
Snaking, you'll get out.
This Underlord Ags, I can't remember exactly what was changed, because when it was first introduced, I feel like we would see it as like a luxury 4th, 5th item. And I feel like it's always been really good. They're going to find Snaking as well.
Oh, since back then, I think Pit of Malice has been buffed quite a bit, just the spell itself. And the game has also developed in a direction where it's less about balling up around Underlord. I think it's just a natural progression of the bigger map that getting more value out of this while you're farming just seems to be more favorable than running pipe most of the time. Look, somebody was in the neighborhood of the Tormentor. Tofu will get a Hunter's Boomerang, so the 20% incoming spell damage amp on the target is really nice news for Earth Spirit. Underlord Firestorm against Centaur will hit like an absolute truck already. That's going to be even more now. Against Sven, of course.
Yep, that percentage-based damage. I mean, that heart is going to cost you more HP in theory if you're getting hit by Firestorm, but top net worth in the game.
Yeah, but when you take more damage, you heal more.
That is true, but Behemoth's heart. Punch comes up from Boxy. Easy kill onto Crit again.
Crit has played a lot of games on Enchantress in his career, but it's not the type of hero that I personally love to see him on, because it's less, less playmaky in the traditional sense of, initiating fights, setting up a great stun, or making a clutch team fight contribution, or it's more about early lane pressure and movement. And in these stalemate situations, when you get to this point, that's when it's perfect that Snaking is playing that hero, because he just loves to farm jungle, then he'll just go on farm for 10, 15 minutes. For Crit, I guess it's less of a preference for him, and they just picked it because they thought it was the right idea for the game. But obviously that does come at the cost of you're effectively relying a lot more on Snaking finding the setups in this game than in the average game. And he's found a couple good ones. A couple full duration grips, so not bad.
Very slow game, though. Yeah. I mean, 10 more kills for Liquid, but net worth-wise, dead even. As Amar is going to be hounded under the tier 1, all alone, gets off the Stampede. To get locked down, though, nowhere to go. I say that, he actually gets to the other side. The Bushwhack is going to find him with a sharpshooter to follow as Nisha continuing on. This is a tanky chonker boy, but they do find the damage eventually. The Snaking was just here, so he will fall as well.
Yeah, it seems like the communication was, I don't have TP on Lina, and then they just don't reinforce it. Sven had TP ready, Enchantress TP'd and then cancelled. So they obviously knew that was a 5-man move on the side of Falcons, but
Dota Plus
to show up.
Dota Plus loves Falcons, apparently. As the Kobold will die, as Malreen's going to try to fight despite not having their offlaner. He's going to get stun locked inside of this pit. Gets to the other side, though, just barely. He's ticking away, though, as Ace will continue with the Firestorm, and he's getting extremely low, and they do find the kill eventually. Meanwhile, Sven trying to fight it out against Mickey and the rest of Liquid. He might just find a Tusk, but it's going to likely cost him his own life. This was very questionable plays from Falcons. They lost 2 heroes and still took the fight.
Yeah, Malreen, I guess, just didn't expect so many heroes to be there, but that is a very costly play to go for.
I don't know if Dota Plus saw that one coming, because it was just showing a 67% win rate.
Oh, not anymore.
Snake King.
Okay, well, he'll find a setup, but for who?
Mars just going to chill.
Walk it off.
Nisha is extremely tanky. It will take a lot. Basically, you need Lina or Sven if you want to kill this guy.
Even tankier now. Assange is completed. Into the pit they go. So as expected, a completely different experience than game number 1. This time around, Liquid do get to play, and they've been playing. Their moves have been hitting. Almost all of them have connected, leading on the kill. And although it didn't lead to much of an advantage, this last sequence was really huge. Getting 5k out of it total, getting an Aegis.
Crick gonna dodge the roll. Okay, Nisha on the cliff, but they have Fiend's Gate coming. Tusk Snowball as well to help him out, but likely will fall. As you can see, Liquid here in numbers. They get the Aegis on Mickey as well. They go back through the Fiend's Gate. I think Malreen is actually maybe in some trouble. He's gonna show himself, goes for the 4-staff TP, should be fine. Imagine that Essence Distiller hits though. Very powerful. Boxy already showing off the blink, of course, with the 6k lead. Mickey has the Mjolnir BKB. And about to finish his 4-staff in the eventual Hurricane Pike.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Now, Reen's going in early MKB, so wants to deal with this win run.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think going right-click Lina here is, you might say it's not the right choice because he's playing with Sven and it's too much of the same thing, but I actually kind of like it. I think he needs to be able to pose that kind of a threat to the Wind Ranger down the stretch where he can actually be the one to kill Mickey. Still does need some defensive item at some point, it feels like. Don't know if Stampede and Nightmare are enough to rely on, but for the time being, I do agree with the damage approach. Tower.
Malreen, he's actually spotted. They cancel the TP crits to the north to try to save him, but the Fiends get still available, and the focus fires enough. Malreen is dead. Another huge kill for Liquid. And crit, collateral damage. Liquid in charge. 3 minutes on the Aegis. They want to force a game number 3. Do you have little friends yet? We've been talking about it for so long. He does. How highly would you rate this, Ags?
It's super situational, and I don't really see the purpose of it this game. I mean, maybe I'm just missing something. Could be. But I definitely would have leaned in the Pike direction for this one. And if nothing, I don't even think we've seen it cast a spell yet, but eventually.
Boxy and Snake King will join forces. Snake King won't be happy about it, though. 10k lead for Liquid. How much can they get out of this Aegis? 2.5 minutes left. They still have only a single tier 2 left.
Yeah.
They've been very aggressive so far this game.
Yeah, now Falcons get to try what it feels like, what they did to Liquid game 1. A little bit more delayed, I suppose. At this point, Falcons were up about 30k.
Yep.
Or, yeah, it was probably close. It was like 20-something.
I would say the game was effectively over at this point in game number 1. It is definitely not the case here.
This is more within reach. But Falcons will need to find some sort of key jump where they get to utilize all this farm on the Centaur, where they get to use the MKB, which is about to be picked up now on Lina. This is a crucial timing for them. For Liquid, just keep doing what you're doing, keep controlling the map. If you find picks on Earth Spirit, that's obviously great. You don't have to fight with your Aegis. Minute and a half left on that.
Yep, feels like one of those games where they just try to starve them out. The old, I mean, that's the Falcons strat, really. That was the Gaming Gladiator strat back in the day as well.
Well, the original Gaming Gladiator strat was to win in 20 minutes.
That's true. That was patched out pretty fast, though. As Snake King was killed off pretty fast here. Fight to death. Falcons want to fight. They find Nisha. He pops a really fast BKB. Laguna Blade finds him, though. Nice block off. He's taking the damage. They get the kill. Will it be at any cost, though? The Nightfall away, not successful. They cancel the TP of Skeeter. They kill off Malrine. And Amar going to be stuck in a 1 versus 4. And that is going to be another huge fight for Liquid. In the driver's seat, to say the least. Still with that Aegis intact for another 30. They can maybe poke at the high ground.
Crucial reaction from Nisha there. Getting that BKB off makes a huge difference. He would have died very quickly, and they could have probably got a much better position for the follow-up fight, but the reduced damage he took delayed that kill significantly, and then the reinforcements arrive. Now we're on to the high ground. Focus fire. Okay.
Doesn't have great range because of Bane, but they'll still kill him anyway.
No buybacks on the course, so you can do whatever you want. Obviously, Liquid don't know this, but they want to poke them out regardless. They had an Aegis to work with still. Mickey has a Satanic. He's a super tough kill.
Aegis expires, back to full HP, and this will be almost certainly a set of barracks. Melee barracks will refresh the fortification. Liquid likely to just back away, though. This is their game to lose. Falcons would have to have some sort of a massive comeback at this point. Being more and more out of reach.
Funnily enough, this game looked even for a very long time. The entire lead has been built over the last 10 minutes.
It felt like that one domino fight where Malrine showed up in a 3 versus 5. I don't know what that was about. Did not work out, that's for sure.
That was definitely domino number 1.
Are looking for the hook stomp, only finding one in the form of Tusk. Laguna Blade to the Underlord as there goes Sven pounding away, but Ace gonna get saved by the snowball. He's gonna go through the Fiend's Gate now, but they find the connection on Mickey. It would be a much bigger kill. Pops the Satanic, but it's not gonna be enough. Looks like he'll get chomped down by the Sven, but Nisha, look at the magnetized damage as Ace comes through with the Firestorm as well. And again, 2 cores dead for Falcons. So Liquid getting the better of that engagement yet again. Snake King. 12 deaths to his name, and Crit follows suit on the other side. Liquid, they don't have their Windrunner, but sure they can still poke at the very least at this bot lane. At least force out the fortification. I mean, it's 50 seconds for Sven.
Yeah. Should definitely be looking to hit at least a little bit. Amar will maybe be a little annoying. Might feel confident that they can't kill him because there's no Wind Ranger, but I'm not so sure that would be true. Even without Magnetize and everything. Let's see.
Into the double hoof stomp. Into a buyback from the Enchantress, who shows up, and now all the damage being applied to this half-man, half-horse, Amar, somehow gets to the north. I don't know how that happened. I guess it was the Lotus being reflected, but he doesn't have any reinforcements. He's dead. 80 seconds, no buyback. As Boxy picks up apparently a BKB. Didn't notice that one. Now the retreat for Liquid. Oh, the Ogre actually cancels the TP of Boxy, but he is still A-okay. They are sticking around as Mickey about to spawn.
Yeah, no, Boxy's still here. Now you can fight instead.
Snake King, goodbye. And Fiend's Gate right on top of Malrine.
Even the neutral creep's working with Liquid.
Another Pit of Malice right on top of him again. They get the LSA onto Mickey, but now the focus fire coming out. Malrine's just getting deleted right now. My goodness. He's dead for 60, and that is almost certainly going to be the game. Jumping from Sven, the last-ditch effort from Skeeter. Ends up being a wasted effort overall. God's strength.
Oh, they found him in the left side.
They're just going to call it GG as Liquid will force a game number 3. I mean, pretty clinical, I have to say.
2 back-to-back stomps, but in different fashion.
Yeah.
First game, the victory, or rather the snowball, starts way earlier but drags out very long. This one felt like was a dead even game at 20 minutes, and then Liquid are just like, let's win in another 15 instead of in almost a total of an hour.
How often do you see a support go 8-0. Tofu went 8-0 on Hoodwink.
8-0-22 as well.
Yeah, he was extremely
Great
active this
scoreline.
game. I mean, Liquid were just more active in general. I feel like game one, it was all Falcons doing the pouncing. This time around, it was kind of reversed. Do you think that's more of a draft thing, or?
I definitely think the draft played a massive role here. They didn't have to play against the Bounty Hunter. They got off to a better start in the lanes. And there's a couple of player-hero combinations in this game that just worked really well for them. I think Boxy on the Tusk was super impactful in this game. And Tofu, like you mentioned, just a great game from all of the Liquid players.
All right, let's go to Shiver.
Thank you very much, Satsvan and Cinderin. I think this one was maybe already written in the stars. If you have a series on the main stage of the International between Team Liquid and Team Falcons, of course we're going to a Game 3. Come on. That's in the MO of the teams. That's in the MO of the players. And we like that because more Dota 2 coming our way. Very good. I will say, though, both games so far in this series, Rhea, have been a little one-sided. This one, very much in favor of Liquid.
Yeah, and I am sure there's many reasons for that. I know Winter has a problem with one particular player. But I had a problem with Centaur. He went for this helm, he went Lotus, he went Hot, and then he went for a Blink Dagger. And I just feel like when your team is struggling so hard, it's put Bane's out here trying to do literally anything to make a play happen, whilst it feels like Centaur cannot be engaged in the game whatsoever outside of pressing Stampede when someone gets gone on.
I mean, Falcons were showing some efficiencies, but then there was a couple of games where it was like Bane plus Selena in the mid lane, Bane plus Sven in the enemy triangle. Like, they tried to go for some moves, but it didn't really work out. And at that point, things kind of just started crumbling. Sorry, I believe it was actually their own triangle. They went for the gank, but still, it's like it didn't really work out for Falcons in that way. And then once those pickoffs failed, everything else just kind of fell flat. And Liquid was like, okay, we are ready. We have Mickey on Wind Ranger. He's got the confidence back. After game one, the slump of Lina, now Wind Ranger in game two, like he knows exactly what he has to do. They're really pushing the limits of their heroes. Boxy and Tofu on the Tusk and the Hoodwink, exceptional showcase of what they can do. Sure, Boxy died a couple times randomly around the map, but like fundamentally, he was always like leading the charge in the aggression. And then Hoodwink, not dying a single time in this game. 8-0-22 on Tofu, on the position 4.5 Hoodwink.
4.5.
Yeah.
Calculated.
I thought we're not allowed to say numbers.
Roles are different, right? Draft numbers are another discussion, but with Liquid, they got 2 4s, 2 5s, mash them together. It is wonderful. This is what you want to see from Liquid. Also, you know, the Earth Spirit in the room. Why is it allowed during the draft?
Yeah.
I don't really know, but Nisha finally picking up some runes for all the fantasy enjoyers out there. 9-3 and 23 on Earth Spirit.
I don't think they lost the game because of the Earth Spirit. Sure, you can harp on why are they leaving it, you know, in this game, you know. But you can't just ignore the fact that Snake can't play his hero. I think he just doesn't really understand how his hero works because he doesn't play this hero. This hero is not something that he understands how to play, and he's a very greedy player. That's why he's not suited at playing a hero like Bane. Like, there's a couple of deaths and a couple of moves that he was making in the game that kind of grieved his team so hard that I want to say like he almost single-handedly lost his team in the game because of the things that he's doing in the game.
You can see the frustration on his face a couple of times as well in some of those deaths, but unlike Snaking with his frustration, he looked towards Tofu again. Like the stats that he was having in his game, right? On his Hoodwink, having the Yules, the Blink, just being really present, especially with the Distiller as well. Like, of course, that's simple support items, nothing too crazy, but 75% kill participation. Again, Hoodwink, super low win rate hero in TI so far, but again, another reason why you don't look at the stats. They all just lie, and Tofu is a great case of that.
Yeah, he played a fantastic game, and there was definitely a stark discrepancy between the two teams in this game, and potentially a large portion of that came from the supports. We do get some criticism towards Snaking in this game, and unfortunately for him, we're also going to take a look at some clips that don't really put him in a favorable light, Winter.
So we're looking at the evidence right now. I have to back the statement up with some evidence.
Yes, you do.
I mean, this was one of the few things that I felt like he was like, he doesn't really understand like the limits of the hero. He was trying to play with the catapult wave, but the heroes were like missing for such a long time. He died there and then he respawned and he came here because he died the first time. And then the enemy was able to enter and invade the triangle, attack his carry, and then he immediately TP'd to try and help him, but he couldn't get there on time. And those two back-to-back deaths kind of snowballed the game into a position where I think Skitter just didn't have a lot of space to farm after that. They lost control of the map. And it's all these small little things that just made the game so difficult. I mean, I agree with Rhea that the Centaur not getting a dagger is also an issue, but I think the primary problem they had this game was just thinking, being unable to play his hero.
Yeah, it didn't look too hot for him, I'm sure.
It's like the night vision thing. Like when you play Bane,
Yeah.
the daytime and nighttime cycle, you need to understand what you're doing. This hero gets really active at night, and during the day, what do you have to do during the day? You need to make sure that you're using the vision and you're trying to just play a little bit more defensively and trying to just block ganks and make sure you don't die. I think he had a lot of deaths where during daytime he died, and those deaths were deaths that weren't really supposed to happen. He was trying to do too much. He was trying to do the nighttime stuff during the day, if that makes sense.
Definitely.
And then he died because of that.
So it happens, but good news for us because it does mean we're going to a game 3. There was another moment in the game where Liquid was already doing quite well during the late stage, and as we already saw, it got out of control a little bit, but it also, Rhea, got out of control a little bit later on.
Yeah, I really liked this whole maneuver because this is where I take issue with the Centaur Iron build, right? He's meant to be really tanky here, and what he does is he forces out BKB on Wind Ranger because otherwise she'll just die to this retaliate. And he spends this whole amount of time. Bane comes, 4-staffs him into safety. You waste so much time, but no one is reacting to it. No one's set up to punish the overextension from Team Liquid. And because they get this kill, they're now able to snowball it into a mid lane fight where they're now like 2 heroes down. You don't have the numbers. Your Sven is going in. Like, why are we wasting the BKB at this point and taking this fight? It's just not good. There's no Centaur. And then they're simply overnumbered, outpowered, and then just feed away, and at this point I don't think they really have a way to win anymore.
But also in that clip though, it's like Amar had the ability to press Stampede or Lotus. He opted to Stampede run away rather than instantly press Lotus. So if he ate the snowball, then went to snowball himself, bought another, like, say 5 seconds, and then proceeded to take the fight, it could have been another story. So maybe a little misplay there from Amar. But also the whole theme of this game, the 2 clips both of you showed, it's like Falcons fighting with 2 or 3 heroes, whilst Liquid has 5, right? And it's like Liquid excels in Dota when they have 4 to 5 heroes and they have that aggression. In this game, they had it. Falcons, though, it's like both of you said, they just let whoever got jumped. It was like a Mars farm. You're dead, mate. I'm done. Marine's dying. Yeah, sorry, mate. You're dead. It's like they just let each other die. There was no like camaraderie. There's no hype from game 1. It was just a very weird Falcons game of like everyone just do your own thing. We'll eventually kind of sync up, but yeah, they were kind of
why are you letting your Centaur buy items that make him tanky to literally tank the gank, right? If you're not going to then punish it. It makes no sense. I don't know what their goal was with the game plan.
A lot of criticism towards Falcons here in this second game. I will also get some more highlights for Team Liquid on this one because we saw the win rate of Ace's Underlord when he was picked. It was like his 4th game. Well, this was his 5th game of the International, but before this, he had 25% win rates, only win 1 game, and it is one of his strongest heroes, and he has had a great tournament so far. And I think this game we just watched, it's a game where we see like, oh, that's why he's considered one of the best Underlord players.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see Ace on Underlords and Dawnbreakers and heroes that can just like be a farm and like farm the side camps, but still be present, right? Like, and of course, he's the farmy offlane who's going to be more greedy than the others, and like he's going to scale and do all this other stuff, buy auras, whatever, all the other stereotypes you want to give to him. But like, realistically, in this iteration of Liquid, there are 2 heroes I like seeing him on. Again, Underlord, Dawnbreaker.
And Dawnbreaker gets banned a lot again.
Yeah, and didn't he get like an ultra kill as well, like earlier in the tournament as well?
Yeah.
Like he pops off on these heroes, and I think it's not about him and his hero. It's more about what does Liquid draft the other 4 players to ensure that his Underlord looks good or his Dawnbreaker looks good. Because when he's on them, he can take over the games, but he needs the correct heroes. Like this is the perfect draft for Liquid in my opinion, because you have the aggressive supports, the offlane that can join, the mid that just breaks the game, Mickey on full comfort. Like, this is what Liquid needs to try and replicate.
Yeah, and I'm sure that there was some good talks that happened before going into this game number 2. I mean, with the backs against the wall, you have to, here in the lower bracket of the International, you have to get good vibes, good talks, and we have, potentially, I have no idea because I haven't heard it yet, we're about to hear, potentially, one of the good talks from Team Liquid.
Nish, in your predictions, did you at least have us beating them?
Yeah.
He was fucking Marvin mid. This is so sus.
Oh no, Spirit.
Well,
so much confidence.
I thought this was gonna be, positive. I remember the Singapore TI where we heard all the wholesome speeches, but no. No, Nisha might not have believed in the outcome of that game, potentially. But, you know, gotta respect your opponents as well. You know what? Actually, about that respect, we saw in game number 1, Falcons giving a lot of respect to Liquid and their ability to come back in the game. It's why the game lasted close to an hour and had 89k net worth in favor of Falcons when they closed, which, by the way, T, was the most ever.
It's too much. It's just too much, God. It's just a big stat, all right? Falcons, they were greedy, all right, in game 1. Too much greed. Maybe that's why they didn't play well in game 2. They were so gluttonous after game 1. They were having to deal with the burden of that.
It could be.
The sugar crash.
Yeah, the sugar crash.
The sugar crash was very real. Because in game 2, Rhea, it felt like Liquid had no issue going high ground at all here in this game.
I think that at some point they just had too many items and too many ways to fight. Like what is Falcons gonna do? They're also staggering their kills a lot. I think that like when we saw them go bot, it's because they already killed a bunch of heroes outside the map, and then there's only a Centaur to try and defend, and then Centaur's like, I'm strong enough, I can blink hoof stomp, and he kind of defends that tower for a bit to give time for the people to respawn, but then he's dead for 80 seconds as well. It just kind of kept snowballing where it kind of felt like a theme of the whole game. They were never as 5. They were never ready to take like coordinated fights.
I mean, it's also the difference between Mickey on Lina versus Mickey on Wind Ranger, right? It's like on Lina, you jump, she's dead, done.
Yeah.
On Wind Ranger, it's like now you have to deal with the Wind Run, and now it's like, do I want to buy MKB on Lina? My Sven can't really itemize to deal with the Lina until I've got like 4 items because you don't buy MKB very early on. And even when the Lina bought the MKB, when she was right-clicking the Wind Ranger, you didn't have like a Daedalus or a Satanic or anything to really stand your ground, so it kind of felt like wasted gold until you had another 10,000 gold. So I think I think just the hero alone kind of hurts Falcons quite a lot in the draft, so much that they even pick it into the Centaur. So maybe going into the next draft, I think that hero needs to be considered, and I wouldn't even mind Liquid promoting it in priority somewhere, because even if they don't play it carry, I'm sure Boxy or Tofu will happily take it to a support role if the draft dictates, you know, that needs to happen.
I mean, there's also something I feel like it's really important for Team Liquid, where right now they should probably have Tofu always on the range hero on the off lane. Like, he should just be the 4. I think because you are picking range heroes on the safe lane, and Tofu doesn't like or doesn't want to play melee heroes, and Boxy is always on the 5 with Mickey on the safe lane. Maybe that should be the way they'll be playing.
Just mid international main stage, let's just swap roles.
Not exactly swap roles. I think before they were already kind of like this, but maybe limit the heroes so you always have like the Tusk. I think Tusk, Clock, those are the 2 best heroes for this setup. I imagine they are probably going to be thinking about it because the game feels entirely so different when they have the Tusk or the Clockwork.
Yeah, we normally have a difference in farm priority between the 2 supports. That's why we called one a number 5 and one a number 4. But it's actually Team Liquid, like T-Gov said, it should just be 2 4.5s coming out. We got both teams coming back onto the main stage here, and it is 1-1 in this elimination series. Both games, the team that won, very dominant, very convincing, and I think we all can only hope that both teams have gotten the best from the games they won, and then they use that against each other, and we have a very back and forth competitive game number 3. I wonder how we're going to get that. Is there anything in particular, T-Gov, that from the way we're going to look at this, that we can tell like, oh yeah, this could be a lot closer? Because I felt like the games have been decided so early on in these 2 games.
Yeah, I guess it's a battle between, if you want to simplify it, towards the mid lanes maybe, because Nisha had quite a quiet Invoker game in game 1. That's where Malmarine kind of popped off his Earthshaker. Moving towards game 2, we had the same story where it's like the Lina was quite quiet, had some failed ganks, and then Nisha's popping off in the Earth Spirit. So if there is a way that both teams can kind of stabilize the mid lane, you get a 50-50, they have even rotations, and you feel like their presence is equally met, that's when the game will feel like it's going to last 60, 70 minutes, will be an epic game that we'll remember for years to come.
I would like one of
I think it's the support though. The first game is the Bounty and Mirana stealing the show against the Rubik and SB, which couldn't do anything. And then in the second game, I feel like it's also the same case with the Tusk and HULIGANI overpowering the Enchantress and Bane. Maybe not so much of the hero, like maybe the player as well, the player-hero combination. But I think the support duos are going to be also, again, very, very important for both teams to figure out what duo are we going to go for in our draft, in the early picks.
Yeah, maybe also a bit of more focus then on getting those supports on board earlier. Is the support pool really wide at this point, would you say, Rhea? Because a lot of the heroes that are getting banned out in this series in particular seem to be supports. I mean, on the side of Falcons this game anyway, they banned out the Mirana, the Keeper of the Light, obviously Tree and Protector. I don't think we can even... Like, I don't think we even mentioned Tree and Protector once.
What's the point?
Today,
He's not
just
getting
get banned every time. Ooh, wouldn't that be like throwing in a wrench, letting the Treant through, or is that a bit too risky for elimination?
That's way too much for a game 3 lower bracket at TI, right? Like the hero that gives global like damage block, insta vision, invisibility just to run around and do anything, BK piercing kind of roots and shenanigans.
Never mind. I never mentioned the Treant.
I mean, maybe there's some ulterior play where you trade it for a Largo who can lick double lowers with the...
Maybe.
No, sorry, no.
No, okay. No, I don't think we'll see it. But yeah, I think the support pool is extremely wide. I just think it's about having a combination of them that gives you
the right partnership, I would say.
Yeah, my problem is it feels like the Spirit Breaker was like too much of an overreaction to a bounty, and then this game you have like Enchant Bane and Snake King's not comfortable on Bane, and it's so often we see a bunch of other supports that went ignored, like Wyvern, Shadow Demon, Dark Willow have been great. I love Dark Willow, by the way. I think that hero makes your game so easy. I think she deals with so many mid heroes. I think she breaks smokes so easily because she can get out in a billion ways. She can itemize super freely. This support is fantastic and is going pretty ignored.
Yeah, I mean, Willow is always kind of the underrated hero. I kind of put her in the same kind of department as like a Grimstroke, where you kind of forget about what the hero does, but in team fights, it offers so much control and so much kind of random shenanigans you have to deal with.
Yeah, we saw it quite a bit in the group stages, but that was mostly against Lone Druids because it's good against the Bear, and then it makes sense. We, speaking of Lone Druid, have not yet seen the Bear here in this series, not in the bans nor in the picks. Curious to see if that's a trend that's going to continue. But I'm sure that if there was any strategies that the teams still had, they are about to come out.
Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. Game 3.
Everything on the line. Game 3, an elimination series here. Lower bracket of the International here on stage. Team Liquid and Falcons. One of these two teams is going home, and I'm going to repeat myself from what I said in that previous series. For both of these teams, getting eliminated here is considered a big failure. Yeah, top 8's great and all that, but these teams are playing for more than that. We got ourselves a draft. It's Falcons on the Radiant side, Team Liquid on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Team Liquid. Earth Spirit once again where he belongs on the bans. Bounty Hunter still removed from the pool as well. And the hero left in that we have seen every series so far, every game so far rather, in this series is Lina. We'll see if that's where Team Liquid wants to take this one.
Kotal has been freed from prison.
Freedom achieved.
Yeah. I guess they have a big choice now.
Ooh, they just go for the Centaur straight up.
I mean, it's also like a block pick. I feel like Liquid just wants to get it over with because Ace has like 1 or 2 heroes. I think he has a big hero pool, but there's also some heroes that would help the team a lot more. I know we mentioned like he's really good with the Dawn or the Underlord, but I think the Centaur is kind of like a hero where it would stabilize the early game a lot, allow him to like just get the Helm creep, you drag the wave. You don't really need the support on your lane, so the support can run around. I think the games where Liquid really struggle is when Mickey gets targeted and he gets bullied. So if you have the Centaur on the off lane, he doesn't really need help, so the support can actually go to the carries lane a lot.
Well, on top of that, maybe they'll prevent Lina from getting picked up because Lina doesn't like facing Centaur.
Yeah, I mean, it's anything with gap close or run away, right? The idea of, what if Falcons want to play another Razor game, right? And in the game 3, how well it worked in game 1. If you preemptively take Centaur, you have Stampede, you might push Falcons away from that flexibility. But Skidder gets all the way up to a first phase Lifestealer, a hero that has been banned out quite often as a response within the series, but now he gets it put here. Is there a world where Tofu will go Just give me Centaur pos 5. Let's do some weird shenanigans to try and beat this Lifestealer.
Let's put Nisha back mid with Centaur
No,
also?
no.
Okay, well, I tried, guys.
No
I
offense
tried.
to all the mid Centaur players, but I feel like Nisha is a bit of a mechanical button clicker. That Centaur might be, a step below his, his caliber. No offense, Maureen. But anyways, I feel like Liquid maybe could do some shenanigans. They might not even need to be fair.
They're gonna pick supports that can counter the Lifestealer. Usually the counters for Lifestealer are the supports. The SD, the Wyvern, the Tusk, the Clockwork.
Just buy time during Rage to then make him feel like he has to disengage or waste Infest.
And there are a lot of options here. We'll have to see. And Falcons, they're going to be able to ban some out and pick one of them, potentially. I think the Tusk is still a very, very big hero here. I think both teams are kind of like definitely looking at it. Tusk, HULIGANI, these are the two heroes that come to mind right now. Very good picks right away.
Yeah, if we're saying that we have a bit of more focus on which support duos are going to come out, you generally would expect them to come out in the mid portion where you can make sure you get the combo you want.
You have to break them apart because right now there's Tusk and HULIGANI. If you don't ban either of them, you do not want Liquid to have the Tusk and HULIGANI later. So you need to pick at least one of them. And I'm feeling that they might have a higher tendency of going with the HULIGANI.
Okay.
Ooh, the Crystal Maidens
okay,
making
special.
I mean, first of all, I like the respect ban on the Wind Ranger. We already said how it complicates the game. You don't really want Lifestealer to have to think about, again, MKB. Also, getting the Lifestealer to right-click it, impossible. And now Crystal Maiden. You Frostbite a Stampede. All right. You're not running away. You're rooted.
Now, good luck laning into HULIGANI first. You have to get past the lane. Crystal Maiden, not the best laner.
Yeah.
It's a very greedy hero.
Yeah. I mean, as long as the pos 4 has a lot of pressure, then yes, I can see Lifestealer. He tries to step up to wave. You get Stomp, Double Edge, plus whatever spells that 4th position has. You are going to...
I mean, I still just feel like they just picked the Tusk and HULIGANI here. Both supports are just really nice in this situation. And maybe you could decide the laning phase later. But most likely you want the Centaur with the HULIGANI. The early game is just going to be very difficult for the CM. Like, CM is just a very abusable hero.
They'll get the Lina. And the Centaur Lina is a combination that a lot of teams have been liking.
The nice thing though with CM is like you have incredible map play. Like with the Shard, you're always shoving waves, you're always like finding economy out of nowhere, and Snaking's going to be able to utilize that nicely. So he's not on a Bane anymore feeling lost on the map. He's on a Crystal Maiden. He likes being able to play these heroes that get that additional item that can have that 4-star. That
someone else has to fill that role, Like what other hero on pos 4 can legibly do it right now? There's no HULIGANI.
I mean, I kind of want to see something to deliver Lifestealer to the enemy team, whether that comes from their mid or like a Clockwork here is unbanned still.
Oh yeah, it's Clock, Tusk.
There's still Dark Willow as well if you do just want to go more spellcasting supports and like play team fight. I think it's annoying for like Centaur who wants to buy 1 billion items and get tanky to play into these routes.
Hard to run away when you're all rooted up for anyone. They'll get that Clockwork that you mentioned at the start though. Another signature hero from Crit. And a Razor to follow it up with.
Yeah, so they're protecting the Razor by having 2 supports have incredible containment against Stampede, be it through Cogs or, some hook shot, Frostbite. Like, there's enough tools now that Razor goes, okay, if I'm jumping a guy, support follow me and we will get this kill. And Lifestealer, he doesn't mind. There's so much aggression in the first 3 heroes that once he gets his Radiance, he'll slot in behind that and go, all right, guys, where are we going?
I mean, if there was ever a Morphling game, this is a Morphling game. Razor, Lifestealer. Yeah, I mean, you pick Morphling and then you finish the draft with an ET.
Do you think that's too greedy of a Tricore?
I see Morphling. It's greedy, but I can see Morphling like just doing so much in this game. And they have Centaur to hold out the early game. Like you are going to attract a lot of attention from the enemy. You're going to play the map. You're going to force them to rotate to you. And the Morphling is going to farm. And Lina is also going to be a problem. Lina is also another hero they have to address. So there's a lot of problems. So even though Morphling could be greedy, it might not be so easy for Falcons to actually punish the hero.
Would you pick that here, or would you leave that Lina as an option that is still flexible and go for another support player here? Never mind. It's
the arena like
similar to the Morphling because it's very good against both the Razor and the Lifestealer. I was also kind of thinking about it. Like, it's very greedy, but in the lane you have to jump, so you dissuade the Razor off lane to pressure, and late game you have the Chrono against the Lifestealer.
It looks like an XG draft, guys.
Yeah, it definitely does.
why the crowd liked it so much.
Ah, potentially so.
I mean, this
That'd
feels
be
like a
epic.
staple, like Faceless Void lineup. You have two heroes that are gonna be happy to nuke and do damage into your Chronosphere, and it counters the enemy team. I like this so much. The only thing I'm thinking is your remaining hero for Falcons is probably going to be Malrine, who is really good at playing these control heroes. Like we might see a Shaker, we might see a Sand King. I think both of these heroes could really pressure the map hard and make it uncomfortable for Faceless Void to play, who is typically quite slow.
I mean, they're covering their bases. I like this ban. They ban out the Doom because I feel like Doom is a really good matchup into Faceless Void in the lane in the game, and they could potentially move the Razor to mid. So they have to make sure that they cover all the heroes that could potentially punish the Faceless Void here.
It kind of helps though for Liquid that if they are to, let's say, hit a chrono where they don't get a kill and then there's some kiting available from Falcons, they don't have the heroes that instantly, break Roshan, go high ground, the game's over in one failed chrono, right? Like this feels like the type of game that it can go back and forth. It can go, the length of, a full 60+ minute game. Of course, Liquid being a lot more comfortable the longer the game goes.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be on Falcons once you have this CM clockwork though. You are the ones that have to, attack, and you have to try to make sure that Liquid does not get to just sit back and farm, because it's very obvious that they just want to sit back and farm. It's the deciding game. You do not want to put yourself in a position where you are pressured, to make plays, to attack. I think it's always easier to play the defending side when you're playing a tie-breaking game or a deciding game.
Yeah, I'd like a drop more wave clear though from Liquid. Because if the game does get difficult...
I actually think they just need damage. I still like the
more
ET here. ET into the Chronosphere and ET with HULIGANI and Lina. I think it's a fantastic pick here. Or maybe AA. I don't know if AA might work.
I wouldn't be complaining about that one.
If you want like pos 5 damage, then you go for like the Witch Doctor from Tofu, right? And then you just put like the Void together, you dilate, you maledict the guy.
Or you go for the Viper.
Yeah, no,
and you put the Lina support.
Centaur support?
Centaur support?
Viper? I don't know. We'll find out.
Figure it out later.
It must be.
It's all good.
It must be a Lina post for and Viper mid.
We talked about the center support. It's an option. We'll see how it happens. Falcons, they still need one hero, and they also will be thinking about where this Viper is going. They need a hero still, I would imagine, for Malrine in that mid lane.
Mid Rubik. Is this a mid Rubik game?
Spicy.
What time are you trying to put Falcons on? It's like, don't win by 25 and then, get the airport home. What the...
Oh, man. The Viper makes the Razor's game so hard because we saw in game 1, he just wanted to run around with Refresher and hit...
Yeah, it's so hard to pick the last hero here.
Yeah, Viper's really good.
They really put up quite a puzzle there on the side of Liquid for Falcons to try and figure out with their overall last pick, whereas normally an overall last pick is seen as an advantage. I feel like this draft from Team Liquid makes their position just a tad bit stronger.
Like the Pangos, the Slardars, the heroes that can give a bit more pacing to Falcons all get deleted by the Viper, right? Because he just goes to mid lane.
I mean, you have to choose either you pick a hero that's good for the draft or you pick a hero to counter the Viper. So I don't think there's a hero that can fulfill both at the moment.
I mean, it's Malrine, just like go primal, skip the waves, and just...
Sand King, skip the waves.
Sand King.
Hey, we'll make Sand King.
Just full skip the wave, full ignore everything in life, and then you come back into the game. But, I mean, for Falcons, like, in the back of their minds, they know it's like one mistake, one, like, misitemization choice from their team, like Skid or Omar not being on the same page, not connecting with the damage, their draft will fall apart compared to the amount of scaling available in Liquid. And it is a position for Centaur and a off-lane Viper, so it's a melee body to enable the aggression of a Viper.
So that still means we're going to have Sand King versus Lina in the mid lane between Malrine and Nisha. And we talked a lot about the mid lane, how impactful it's been in the last 2 series. How would feel that this matchup's going to play out?
So Sand King is going to not lane.
Okay.
He's going to try and grab the creep wave. He's going to try and drag it to the camps in the enemy's triangle and farm them. I think maybe you could see Tofu potentially like rotating to try and disrupt that. But when we see him play his best, he is able to just combine creep waves with camps, extra farm, get his items, and then rotate to the side lanes. It's going to be rough because you're going to have Skitter having the worst day of his life. Against Viper, so
that's a rough one.
Also, luckily for Malrine, though, it depends on the sentry warfare. Like, if he clutches up on the sentries, get the kill, and then there's no vision for Nisha, Malrine can just play the lane quite normally. It just really depends on How does Skidder survive the Viper shenanigans? Is Amar going to pop off again on his Razor like he did in game 1? So many questions toward Falcons because Liquid have kind of cooked up a draft that is like, if you don't answer these questions, we have the Void. Like a game 3 lower bracket Void, surely, probably statistically, normally wins.
A big question then, because this is a curveball, of course, that Team Liquid is throwing Falcons' way. Is there a curveball, Winter, that Falcons can throw in terms of where the heroes go laning? Because
Nah, I think they just play their game. I, on the other hand, feel like Liquid has sacrificed a lot of their draft integrity just to pick this Viper to try and win the early game and win the laning phase, where I feel that's probably the part of the game where it doesn't put... it's not as important for them to do that, and I don't really like the last period, so I think Falcons are going to come away in this game.
well, I think this is going to be a spicy one regardless of what's going to happen. I'm going to grab my support Largo and enjoy this one with the voices of Sunsfed and Syndrin.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Game number 3 here at the International lower bracket. The last 2 champions here at TI. One of them's going home, Falcons versus Liquid. Without talking about the lineups quite yet, Syndrin, who's going to win? Give me your prediction so I can pick the opposite team, because we know you're going to be wrong.
Liquid.
Okay, that's an easy one. Very good. Thank you so much. Did you put any thought into that?
Yes.
Okay,
but
double check.
But you told me to not mention the draft, so I didn't, but that was part of the logic of why I picked them.
I see. Wow, such a logical young man you are.
Smart, isn't it? But I just didn't have to mention.
Using your brain.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things here that are really cool, that I really like about Liquid's draft. Whether this is going to work out or not is obviously remains to be seen here, but I think this is a pretty genius Void pick. They saw that Falcons were trying to replicate what they did in Game 1 with Bounty Razor, and then they just swapped out the Bounty Hunter for a Clockwork on crit. So the idea is similar, where there's this hero that can flank and kind of box you in your own safe lane and dive you. So they pick a hero that has a relatively low cooldown jump, which is a classic solution to Razor. And in addition to that, they also... they managed to grab this Viper block pick, in a sense, in the end to kind of force Falcons into a pick that we haven't seen from them very much, the Malrine Sand King. And then the Viper just isn't mid anyway. Now the Viper is going to lane into Lifestealer, which is a tough lane matchup for the Lifestealer. So in turn now, Falcons are going to try to counteract this by sending Lifestealer off lane on Skidder to try to lane dodge and get him into a more favorable matchup into the Void. And then they will have Razor against Centaur.
I don't know if they're going to stick to it for
Centaur
any period of
4,
time.
Razor against Viper, I guess, more like it, but...
Try versus try right now in the bot lane, by the way.
I would love if this lane just stays a
This
tri
is
lane.
your
That'd be
dream,
awesome.
and nobody else's.
I miss tri-lanes. Can I just say it? I miss tri-lane Shannon. And I'm not the only one. There's dozens of us.
You probably should not admit that out loud, Syndrin. It's not a good look for you. But it is a tri-lane right now. Let's see how long that ends up being the case. It's already snaking. He's going to get first blood as Ace will take him home. And that is, I mean, talk to me about the Crystal Maiden, because this hero has not been picked very much. Snaking has played a lot in the past, but has a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah, I think Snaking forgot how tri-lanes work. Just never gets to play them. And if you're standing in that kind of position, you can get hundreds of zeros before you even get a spell off. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what guides Falcons when they pick this hero, if I'm honest. I think sometimes it makes a lot of sense. This time it almost felt like a filler. It was just, we need a solid lane 5 that is going to help Lifestealer get off to a decent start. But then at the end of the day, they don't even get to lane together. So, yeah.
Well, at the very least, the Sand King and Razor will get some nice mana regen from the CM, I suppose. One benefit.
Might also have been, you know, it's a pseudo counter to Stampede. Having a low cooldown route with long duration that CM has, it's good for the lane again. But there were so many layers to this draft where teams were countering the counter of the other team, so it never really... Now when you see it play out, the Crystal Maiden pick actually doesn't really look like it has much of an obvious CM-specific purpose.
Yeah.
Just felt like a, you know, placeholder okay-ish 5. As now the lanes are breaking down and we're seeing some movement. Looks like Lifestealer will get to remain against the Faceless Void, which I think this is a very good piece of news for Falcons. I think these lanes could have been a lot worse if Liquid got to place them the way they wanted.
Viper Centaur lane. Very normal, of course. We have seen a couple of support Centaurs in the past, in this tournament, in fact, and it's actually been relatively successful, at least from the games that we've cast. I don't know what the actual win rate would be. I've yet to see a CM, though. Not sure if that's the case for the entire tournament or not, but very low pick rate, I'm sure.
Love watching Boxy on these in-your-face fours. Saw him on the Tusk, now on the Centaurs. He's very good at taking initiative. Similarly, he plays a good Clockwork. Like, just heroes that go in, make stuff happen are his forte. So this makes a lot of sense to see on him. Mid lane,
we should speak about Faceless Void, Cinderin, because this is a classic TI hero.
Yeah.
And
we don't. It's a fan favorite.
Yeah, we don't get to see it all too often. Obviously, late game, complete monster. What has changed that matters with this hero versus, you know, older versions?
I mean, in essence, it's still pretty much the same hero, same strength, same weaknesses, right? Time Walk is extremely good against taking a lot of damage in a short period of time, but not dying, obviously. Chrono has the same strength and weakness as always. It's one of the strongest spells in the entire game, but it does no damage and has a mega long cooldown. So whenever it's not available, your hero is quite weak. And I think that's part of the problem that this hero has had for a long time is, depending on the pacing of the meta, if it's very slow, everybody just gets to farm, you don't have to fight for much, and you're kind of just chilling in lane and just farming 30 minutes, I think Void can be pretty good.
It feels like a lot of the games though, already, right?
It does, but it also has some atrocious lane matchups, right? So you also need to know your matchups. And if all of those conditions are met, I think the hero can be good, which is why I really liked it this game. You saw 2 core matchups that are good for you. You're probably anticipating the pace of the game will be rather slow. And your other 4 heroes, as you have ended up with now, can actually do quite a bit of stuff together. So I think it's fine. Yeah, but...
Yeah, and late game versus Lifestealer, I don't think there's really much of a contest. Obviously, you have the Chrono that can just bypass the entire rage effect. And the fact that it counters Amar, as we talked about. So
speaking of Amar, Ace
on the
is
Ace.
cooked.
Uses the Lotus, will fall. As Boxy doing a good amount of damage to Amar. Looks like he'll get the trade. But yeah, I'm very interested to see if... My assumption is if Liquid gets off to even just being even in the mid game, that they will be favored because they have Faceless Void. Is that a correct assumption?
I think there's a couple of X factors here. I think the Lifestealer matchup into Faceless Void is better than it used to be after you got the Ags Infest. I mean, now we're talking a few years at this point, right? I think Razor actually does okay against Void later in the game because you're so tanky, you don't necessarily die in a Chrono, and you get to make a turnaround play. And Sand King is one of those heroes that, with the right items, can have insane burst damage within a short window, and that's what you're looking for against Void. You need to either have overwhelming damage to kill him, you need to be survivable, or you need to do a lot of damage over time so he can't really just walk it off whenever he needs to. And I think between Sand King and Razor, you can actually kill Void even late game if Malrine is farmed enough. And didn't get to talk about that lane yet, but unsurprisingly, Malrine is just not laning, like the panel talked about. He's just going to be pulling waves and farming jungle camps. Nisha will be winning the lane as a result, at least slightly, and he'll get a nice little snack. Crit showed up and got Lagooned and Dragon Slave and just died. So that was a little freebie.
Indeed, Amar level 3, by the way, on the Razor right now.
That is
not great.
Oh, they're boxing him out entirely with this Tofu rotation. This is super high impact. They're going to need some reinforcements.
Crit.
Yep.
We'll spot Tofu eventually. Oh, in the tree line, he goes to Platinum, kills the spot him, but the Bushwhack comes out onto Amar, but the hook stomp to follow. The right clicks from the Viper as well. Amar certainly dead to the double edge as Ace is tanking the tower. Has to be a bit careful. Looks like he'll find the distance, and now Crit has to be the one to be a bit careful himself. We'll get to the other side, though, and Ace shall survive.
Is he going to try to just walk all the way north and try to steal the Wisdom? This is actually possible if there's no TP
Ace
coming
will get the Lotus, though.
There's a TP from the center.
Malrine has joined the party, gets off the Burrow Strike, and gets the kill. So a nice turnaround from Falcons, as Malrine will hit level 6.
It's also going to kill Tofu with a Rocket Flare. Stabilizing things a bit here. Looks to be a 1-for-1 Wisdom exchange as well. The Radiant one unclaimed for now.
Would you say Radiance is better against Void than it used to be, or just roughly the same? Just because the evasion's all on the specific hero now?
I would say it's...
Oh, wait. Oh. All right, that's one way to cancel a TP. Just show yourselves, but Crit will burn for it.
Man, it's so insane.
Ace, oh, nice double burrow strike from Malrine. Ace looks to be there. He's going to pop the Lotus to stay alive, but the Plasma Field enough to finish the job. Is Boxy now trying to head to the north towards his base. It's going to be close here. Burrow strike in 2 seconds. Looks like Malrine should get the kill, and he does. Cost him a CM, but Snake King's used to dying.
Yep. Did a lot of that in the second game.
He's going to have to get used to it on CM as well. I feel like that is her MO.
I don't think you pick CM if you're a player that struggles with dying. Part of the hero's DNA, basically.
But she has no move speed. She can't run away from anything.
Yeah, you commit and you do your stuff, and then hopefully you win. That's how it goes. Is Radiance better than before against Void? I think it's roughly. I think it's a slight bit worse, but not by a very big amount in the hero versus hero matchup directly. It's just that a lot of the time with the old Radiance that was blinding, Void would maybe chrono Lifestealer and a support together and then try to hit the other guy. So you're just not giving protection to the teammate, but for you yourself, I think the math is roughly the same. So it's between the two of them doesn't matter all that much. I was going to point out, is this just one of the most nothing burger lanes we've had all tournament? I think it is. Like Lifestealer against Faceless Void. Struggling hard to find a less interesting lane.
I think
they're both just hitting creeps.
Both players are probably happy, though, I would assume.
I think Skeeter is the happiest because he avoided a Nightmare matchup into the Viper plus Centaur. I think that lane would have been really rough. And the Faceless Void didn't get to play against Razor, which I think, that would have been a tougher lane for Mickey as well, but relatively speaking.
Misha gets slowed into the Frostbite. Malrine is there with the Sandstorm, and Crit making his way over as well. Nicely done from Falcons. Will it cost them, though? Bushwhack finds the target, so they do get the trade. Mickey has the chrono, but have a ton of follow-up.
Yeah, that's a real feels bad TP from Mickey. That's effectively going to cost him a full wave in tower, 100 gold for a TP scroll, and he gets nothing for it.
Bot lane already used the Hoof Stomp, so he can just TP in the face of Ace. He's level 5 on the Viper right now. So Mar catching up on the level department. And for Mickey, he is opting to go for the Battle Fury, which I don't even know what's normal anymore. But I mean, I remember there was a phase where people were going Battle Fury Ags pretty much right off the bat. Is that still in consideration, or?
I think it's definitely in consideration when you go Battle Fury. It's obviously not something you're going to consider when you buy the Maelstrom build. The reason it's so crazy is that you can just time walk in, kill an entire creep wave, time walk out. So it just gives you immediate wave clear. It's really fast for farming. And in terms of team fights, it can be quite interesting into lineups where it's hard to full commit. Then you're just playing on time walk, poke, and prod. You just jump in, jump out. 6 seconds later, you can do it again. You have an AoE stun, you do decent damage. And then when it's the right time, you can commit with the chrono. I think that's potentially kind of interesting here as an idea. Because hard committing can be somewhat tricky into the Razor, plus the BKB piercing stun of Clockwork. Speaking of, it's going to jump Boxy down bottom.
Yep, static link from Amar, and Frostbite holds the Centaur in place. Boxy taking a tumble.
Kurt's been really good at his cock pushes so far this game. Paying attention, he's hitting almost all of them.
You're a big Clockwork connoisseur, of course.
I am. I have to say, though, I do miss the good old days where Battery Assault was the default build.
Yeah, I saw you pick that up recently in a show match.
A lot of people
did not work out well.
A lot of people love the Power Cogs bowling. I like the in-your-face Clockwork more than the
easy solution. Make two heroes. One is bowling, and one is whatever.
Clockwork.
Yeah, Clockwork, I guess. Surely there's a sport. Rugby. There we go. In your face, aggressive.
Right.
I like it.
Could have gone with boxing too, I guess, but...
Yeah, that's true. That would have been better. Thanks for pointing that out.
No problem.
Malrine about 300 away from Blink Dagger.
Yep. I assume he still goes the same build that he did when he was popularizing the hero as a mid with Ags, etc.
Going for the epicenter. Oh, hook shot misses, but he's able to cancel the epi at the very least. And Snake King takes the haste. Boxy does get the hoof stomp, technically speaking. And for Liquid, I assume that they can't play nearly as aggressively with a Void on their lineup as they did in game number 2.
No, this hero has that clear weakness of when Chrono's on cooldown, you're just not very good. Whereas Wind Ranger, much lower cooldowns, much better utility. Even when focus fire is down, you still have a shackle shot. Power shot can be nice to finish heroes off in the early game. Void is just going to be chilling, and he's going to be farming. And like the panel talked about, this is an elimination game in a really important series, so if you feel like you're confident in your late game and your carry and your mid are reporting that they're happy farming, I think everybody's just chilling. And if you were to give me these two lineups 5 years ago, I would say the Radiant stands no chance if this goes to an hour. But Dota's changed a lot since then, and I definitely think...
First chrono of the game, Rage was placed, but Nisha, actually not hitting the LSA, but he gets the Laguna Blade instead of the epicenter counter initiation now from Malrine. That's a lot of damage on Nisha. He will get the kill. Might cost him his own life, though, as even Ace joins the party with that poison attack. Everybody joined the party, in fact. Static Link now a full duration onto Ace and Mickey. Try to do something with this bushwhack help. Has to be careful though. I walked right into Crit. The beautiful cogs right on his face. Double kill for Amar. Crit has been absolutely outstanding in this game number 3.
Damn, that was actually really funny to watch. I think he was trying to hookshot him in his original position on the Void, and he time walked in the exact same direction that the clock was in, so it was just destined to hit no matter what. And obviously, very easy to get the follow-up cogs every single time.
Malrine able to steal an illusion rune in the meantime. Close to 1,500 away from Radiance on the Lifestealer. Not too shabby at all.
And we haven't covered this all that much, but what do you think about Ace on Viper as a player-hero combination?
It's definitely not his norm.
No, so it
He's
feels
usually
like...
the big tanky guys that take up a lot of space.
I mean, Viper kind of does that, but it doesn't really buy auras in the same way that most of his heroes do. It doesn't really offer all that much teamfight presence through key stuns or, you know, utility.
Malrine getting a connection into the hook shot, but a nice pushback to keep some time. No! Mickey dies anyway. Falcons all on top of Mickey this game. That's back-to-back deaths now on the Faceless Void.
And he's going to lose his tower. This is a pretty important sequence of events for the Radiant team. The TPs are coming. No, they're not. Oh, they're a little bit unsure.
Bushwhack onto Amar with a Laguna to follow. They get the kill. The epicenter ready to go for Nisha, or Malrine rather. You see the freezing field coming out, but not a whole lot of damage done. Nisha on the high ground. Malrine still has the epi at the ready. Gets spotted now. Oh, he's going to try to go for the epicenter, but Nisha turns away. There's the blink into the burrow, though, and it's still enough damage, despite using half those pulses on creeps. Still finds the kill. And that was pretty blind as well. Didn't have a whole lot of vision at all there.
Process of elimination. He turns the corner. Lina isn't there. She can kind of only have gone right.
And Crit going for an extremely early Blink Dagger on Clockwork.
Yeah, this has become a more popular build as of a few months ago to go on Clock after you're focusing a lot more on... Hang on. They're going to go for this? Oh, they definitely are.
Frostbite from the Snake King.
Not.
He already has his shard. Trying to get to the high ground. Cogs will give him a little bit of space. Another nice bowling there from Crit. Snake King. So slow. Uses the shard again. Will get away this time.
Worth pointing out, though, Snake King is level 10. Crystal Maiden levels are extremely important and very hard to come by. This hero, despite the rep it gets for, you know, just being slow and frail, the spells are very strong when you get level 4 in both. And you can see this time around, Snake King is actually going for 3 points in the Arcane Aura.
The Infest Bomb right on top of Ace. Again, he gets off the Viper Strike, gets the stamp. Ooh, the hook shot just misses. Just about 100 range away, it feels like.
It's not going to miss next time when he has the blink. Coming up now. Counting his lucky stars, there is Ace, who is going for a Dragon Lance into Mage Slayer? Huh. I mean, it is a good Mage Slayer game. Sand King, obviously, big problem.
TP gets canceled here.
Yeah, Malrine was just baiting them. He blinked, or he ran in stunned and then blinked out onto Ace. Baited 1 TP.
2, actually. They canceled.
Oh, it was 2 TPs. All right. See if they put that to use.
Tofu going for a mechanism. Does this item still exist, Cinderin?
Yes.
I feel like we're never seeing it anymore.
He wants Greaves. There's a lot of AoE damage, I guess, between Maiden, Razor, and Sand King. But I think Pipe has quite a lot of merit to it as well for the same reason. Upside to going Greaves for yourself is you can dispel off Frostbite, open wounds, but it's highly unlikely that you will be the target for that ability.
Malrine, in the meantime, 1,000 away from his Aghanim Scepter. Ooh, another hook shot just
Reaction.
missing.
Yeah, they have a ward right in the middle of the river. Seeing that move.
Malrine's going to be... Well, he is infested, so they still want to get a little bit aggressive here. See Liquid just exiting, though. Back to farming Skeeter goes in all likelihood. So Amar at least starting out with a similar build to his previous Razor game with Manta. Although I think he went Yasha,
BKB, and then
Manta. Yeah. This game has slowed down a bit, so maybe feels a little bit more comfortable. To go for the Manta first.
Yeah, I think the main upside to playing BKB last game was that you were super eager to just run at the enemy team with Bounty Hunter, and you had an insane curve. This time, you are playing, like you said, a bit slower. It is the better farming item. There's some cool plays with Manta here if you're really clutch. First of all, you can get rid of time dilation, which is nice, but you can also Manta dodge Viper Strike. You can Manta dodge, I mean, in theory, you can Manta dodge anything if you're good enough, but especially the Viper Strike is very nice to avoid.
Well, we saw the Battle Fury on Mickey, and it's going to be the Manta first for him into the Aghanim Scepter.
Cool to see. I personally love this build on Void. I think it's really fun to watch and play. But yeah, the clear downside this build has versus the Mjolnir build is that your single target damage is a lot lower, but your AoE damage and your overall control is a lot better because you build into an AoE stun for your teammates to use, and you get the luxury of reverse time walk.
Oh, another miss hook shot. Britt not able to make the connection.
Yeah, shouldn't have bought the blink.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the reverse time walk this game especially good against the static link, right? Because you can take it off essentially with a time walk, go back in and actually fight.
However, it's way less likely that you just jump in chrono and actually kill the Razor.
Stampede, Boxy looking for a connection, but Malrine's actually going to try to counteract this with an Epicenter. It's going to be Infest Bomb instead, not going to waste the ult. They get the freebie onto Centaur. And which team do you think is the advantage, has the advantage going into Roche, generally speaking?
As in who can kill it faster or who controls the fight better?
Both.
Yeah, both pretty bad, I would say. Or at least not. Like, nothing stands out as being great. I think the overall AoE control, in terms of contesting it, I like Falcons better because they don't have to commit a big ability to start making things difficult.
Wants the Epicenter. Misses the Burrow Strike, though, as Nisha gets off an LSA, but it looks like he'll still be chomped down.
Still enough.
As Malrine gets the kill, and they're going to get Centaur again. But Mickey coming with the Chronosphere onto 2. Can't pick his target. Goes for the CM first, and now the Lifestealer doesn't have the Infest to work with. Skeeter just has to try to right-click his way out of it. Not going to happen, though. Big kill for Liquid. They're going to turn this around onto Amar. Gets bashed up. Cogs coming out from Crit to try to buy some space, but Amar looks completely dead. Although Mickey changing targets again. Amar getting a kill in the meantime as the double kill comes out from Ace. Eventually they do find Crit. And in the end, it's a 3 for 3.
3 for 3 plus 1, if you will. Yes?
Oh, yes. Sorry about that.
That's fine. All good. In essence, it was pretty much a draw, so...
Gold going in Liquid's favor, it seems.
Yeah, what was the big kill there? Why would they get so much more? Nobody was on a streak, right? I'm still a bit surprised to see it be that much better for them, but... Yeah, I mean, if this Burrow Strike hits, this kill is way faster, and your position is probably better. On the flip side, though, Boxy came in to help and actually ended up dying. But the really big thing here is Rage has already been used before he gets chronoed, so then they get to chain it with the Hoodwink stun. And take Skeeter down, no Infest, as you mentioned. They get to go for the chase here. A little bit scrappy. And yeah, this TP out from Crit not going to work with Bushwhack being off cooldown.
fact that Mickey was the one to survive all of that, pretty big. Nisha's like, no, apparently.
Shaking his head. I died to him even when he can't hit his spells.
So your team won the fight.
Yeah. It's a team game. Speaking of Nisha, he's about to finish Aghanim's Scepter. Just 700 to go. Multi-purpose item this game. Obviously, the offensive part with Flame Cloak is great, but also the magic resist against Sand King and Crystal Maiden is more than welcome for him here. You saw how he died in that last engagement. With Flame Cloak, he would have survived for sure.
Did Malrine have Ags in that last fight?
Yeah. That's why it was lethal. Otherwise, I don't think it would have been enough.
Another Infest Bomb. Doesn't look like a connection will be, unless they go to the south. That's where Ace is living right now. They will not redirect for the time being. You can see the smoke from Liquid going the opposite direction. Technically the same direction, but they're running away. And Lamar, he's going to be the one spot. Oh, nice BKB. Just in time to get the plasma field off as well. Mickey does have Chronosphere. Nisha taking a ton of damage to the static link. Here comes the Chrono. The epicenter's right on top of Mickey. Has the time lock away though. Lamar extremely low, trying to get the kill, but the Bushwhack isn't being enough to kill him off. So first death for Falcons. Boxy with the hoof stomp. Nisha on the high ground trying to contribute something here, but the Viper Strike now onto the lifesteal. Absolutely no way to get out of this. No way to use the Infest quite yet. The Bushwhack again from Tofu, doing so much work in this fight for Liquid, and they find 3.
I genuinely thought Falcons were going to smash that fight when Amar got to get a full static link off and force a chrono. But the timing of it could not have been better. It ends up happening just as Malrine is blinking in for a Blink Burrow Strike stun. So his entire epicenter gets completely wasted. Look at how much damage. Sand King did 2k. It all got mitigated. He just time walked it off.
Yeah.
So they just ran out of juice, essentially. They had a full link they couldn't use. Their biggest ability in their lineup right now, the Epi, did nothing. And Lifestealer just doesn't really feel like he can do all that much so far. Needs an additional item before Skeeter really starts hitting like anything. They also tried to chase down the Lina afterwards with a Burrow Strike. Completely, or just chasing after.
They're going to have another chance to kill off Nisha. He's stun locked for the time being.
Flame Cloak in action.
Absolutely, very tanky as a result, and will live. Falcons missing a little bit of damage in these engagements. Would have made a world of difference, and because of that, Liquid now with a 5k lead.
Yeah, true. As the observer is pointing out, didn't even go for the tankiness talent on 15. Lina can take Fiery Soul Magic Resist per stack as well. So if you have 7 stacks, that's another 35%. Pretty crazy. Might have been worth considering this game versus 110 Light Strike array damage, but I mean, they're both incredible 15 talents. Obviously, 110 damage is not 110 damage on Lina. It's 110 plus 64% from the slow burn.
Will she get a catalyst, ladies?
Oh, you know it.
Who's the best hero in the game for that neutral?
Something that was extremely broken. What was it? Lina is definitely up there. She's very good.
But not the best.
No, I'm trying to think. There's one that's insane. I mean, it's pretty crazy with Quap Ags.
Oh, yeah.
For example, I would say it's also really good on Snapfire. Invoker, obviously. There's a lot of good characters.
Just keep naming heroes?
Yeah, I can.
Very soothing, your voice.
You want to hear another one?
Sure.
Jakiro is a hero. Cute occasionally.
I don't really miss him, if I'm being honest. There was a period of time it was picked every single game. Tofu, though, I will mention, has had an outstanding game number 3 thus far. His Bushwhacks pretty much spot on every time.
This just seems like a really good pick for Liquid. So
they're actually going to go for the lifesteal. They get the stun lock. It is the kill off the Skeeter. Just a casual LSA, and that's enough.
And another one.
Yeah, that is a Crystal Maiden.
Unless.
Very fearsome Crystal Maiden. It is a wolf after all. Malrine shows himself with the shield room. Mickey showing up though, looking for the bash on the freezing field. They'll get the Bushwhack instead, as now Nisha taking some damage, but he gets thrown up there right on top of Amar, and this is disastrous for Falcons. 3 for nothing as the hoof stomp barely misses.
They're just too fragmented. They're losing their way in this game. Liquid are playing tight together. They're getting all the spell combos that they want. Falcons kind of just going one by one there. Lifestealer is already dead. Top Sanking kind of just blinks in, hoping for a good fight. Maiden is the one to get caught first, and then Amar. Obviously, the bane of his existence on these super strong Razor-type heroes is just getting BKB locked down. And Chrono, you're dealing with Chrono, you're dealing with Stampede. It's difficult if you don't have an item advantage or someone else who's super farmed to rely on, and that was probably what they were hoping for the Lifestealer, but Skeeter just doesn't have very much to work with.
And they went for a lot of Infest Bombs. We're going to see a nice double barrel strike with the Infest Bomb. And it looks like 2 kills going the way of Falcons, desperately needed.
That was a very unexpected hit for them. And nice for Skeeter to get both last hits there. Gonna unlock the Manta for him. Still not all that much in the way of offense.
Yeah.
And hit very hard.
28 minutes in the game and Faceless Void's top net worth. Not good news for the other team.
No.
Lifestealer, I think, has to have the lead at this point of the game to put up any kind of a fight.
Or at least be tied.
I feel like a lot of this has to do with their ganks. They've been trying to get him really active with the Infest Bombs, and a lot of them, until now, have come up empty.
Yep.
So he's basically an item behind.
You're going to see Mickey farm really, really fast now that he has this trio of items complete. Going to work on a Scotty next. This is actually not necessary to buy to unlock Refresher on Void when you're going Ags. A lot of the time when you play the Mjolnir build, you will see Voids by Scotty because they need the mana to get Refresher so they can get double Chrono. Ags does, however, give you enough mana, so he's just getting it regardless. There was obviously some other options you could have considered here as not getting out.
Cancellation, Skeeter. And they get the Frostbite again, and Skeeter's not going to find the actual last hit. They'll go to Snaking, but kill is a kill, and that is a killing spree ended for Nisha. And into a Tormentor as well.
Okay. It's starting to look like things were going too well for Liquid. I guess we can't have that in a game 3. Already had 2 stomps. Falcons say not a third one.
This has got to be the worst shard in the entire game. Genuinely, I think it's actual bottom. What do you think?
Yeah.
That is. It just increases his net worth mostly.
Actually, yeah. I think this needs some love, or it needs to just work differently entirely. I don't think I've ever seen anyone buy this shard on Lifestealer. So what it does, you do damage when you come out of Infest, out of a creep.
Which is never happening.
Which in this game, you're going to infest your allies almost always. And then you do a percentage of that creep's damage around yourself. Which makes it, you know, depending on what creep you infest, that's not really that great. It can be a decent amount of damage if you infest one of the strong creeps, but it's like, you're not going to pay 1,400 gold for this on a hero that desperately needs to itemize for damage.
Only time you would generally buy it is if you have 7 slots with the consumed Ags. You have Shard, you have Moon Shard, you have Buyback.
And you've given Shard to all your teammates.
That's right. Foxy find himself a little snack in CM.
Well, they can work for it a little bit. Stampede.
Okay.
Okay. Was that... Misha looked like he needed it in mid, actually. Just getting jumped by Malrine and crit.
The Infest again.
Ooh, this one would be a big connection. Crit, Flying Vision.
It gets the hook shot. Out comes the Lifestealer. Nisha has to try and stand his ground. Okay. Mickey coming in, gets the time dilation and the Chronosphere only onto 1. They find the Clockwork. Can they get the bash? They don't even need it. The Bushwhack is there, and the kill onto Lifestealer is there.
Wait, did he have cooldown or what?
I don't see how. Maybe we can get a replay of that one.
Okay, I don't know if he thinks you can get Light Strike Array off between Battery Assault ticks, so he didn't want to waste his rage. Or he was trying to time it perfectly on a Light Strike Array cast or whatever to get maximum value, but whatever it is, that was a total disaster. That Lina kill is 100% guaranteed if he rages. He probably dies after because of the massive rotation, but now it was just 2 for nothing. Big damage onto Amar.
Casual damage for Nisha. He's like, I got more where that came from. Let the TP out in the tree line. Oh, 7k lead for Liquid. 30 seconds on the Aegis. Yeah, that was a big moment.
That's actually a bit hard to get over. That's really rough to watch.
Do your best, Cinderin.
Yeah. All right, I'm good.
MKB looks to be next for Mickey. As the Aegis will expire, naturally. Still a good amount of outer towers for Falcons. As the Basher now picked up from, I mean, both Skeeter and Malrine have one. Wait, Skeeter wasn't actually finished with his. Oh man, I was looking at him a while ago. This farm is not ideal.
And yet he's topping his team.
Feels very low. Back inside of a teammate.
Groups them out.
Frostbite. They have the vision. Burrow Strike hits. That'll be a dead squirrel eventually.
Yeah, when Faceless Void is this far ahead of the field, I want to say anecdotally the hero wins like 4 out of 5 games at least.
Yeah, when
the gap is this big and it's good matchups, then yeah.
You get Refresher. This is maybe the. Maybe there's a better one. He's got to be top Refresher buyers in the game.
Among carries, this is the carry that suffered the least from not being able to refresh BKB, because you don't need the second BKB nearly as much when the entire enemy team is stunned. I think the hero that probably suffered the absolute most from that change might have been Sven. It's so important to get the second BKB so you can keep going. But yeah, on Void, I would agree. Refresher is still S tier in his build, and he will be getting it at some point.
Do you go the backtrack chance for 25 on him?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think the Chrono AoE is necessary here. Sometimes it even grieves your team.
How much do they even have to dump in the Chronosphere? I haven't really talked about that aspect too much.
Sharpshooter, Lina spells. It's a good amount. Viper can hit.
No Wombo combo, though.
No, not.
Which is what we love to see.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Winter was suggesting Elder Titan as a combo pick. That obviously would have been it, or Ancient Apparition. But
yeah, the ET games we've seen have been
it was not
very bad.
Yeah.
But it does make a little more sense with the Void, though. Crit, he's infested. Knee shut. Okay, round number 2. Hook shot. Does pop the rage this time, and will use it to get out of the cogs. And now Crit getting gone on. Boxy actually finds the hoof stomp onto the lifesteal. He's going to attempt to TP out, but he gets bushwhacked again. Just punishment after punishment. These lifestealer bombs have not worked out well at all this game for Falcons.
They can't kill Lina like that when she has Flame Cloak. She's just going to fly out of the cog. I mean, that was naive to begin with. He has Disc, 3k HP, and it's in the middle of the map with no information. This seems very, very desperate from Falcons.
Actually gets bushwhacked. Again, Tofu setting up a potential kill. Boxy gonna force out the BKB, so Amar scurry back to base. They haven't gotten the tier 2 yet in that bot lane.
I mean, they might just continue here. Mickey cracks 25. He didn't use Chrono on the Razor there. Probably would have got the kill, but is saving it for a more important upcoming moment. Seems very likely to just be able to push here. I wonder if Boxy's going to change his build. He's queuing up BKB right now on the Centaur. I was looking for a potential Axe on him. He's playing 4 Centaur. He's rich. He's got Blink, Glimmer already. If he gets an Axe, he can just save whoever gets Infest bombed. And then you can feel very comfortable on the Void. But they'll take the tower and be happy with that for now. Back out. And Liquid have to know that this is in a very good spot now.
Yep, Roche is up, so you can finish this Scotty on the Faceless Void. I wonder if Shard is on the table for Ace, because that's when they actually get some really good high ground potential in terms of taking buildings.
I would like to see him buy it next.
Could just kill the Tormentor when it comes back online, I suppose, and hope for the best.
Yeah, what are they missing? Do they have any shards except Void? No. So it's a 50-50.
He wouldn't. Wait, is it a 50-50?
Oh no, Viper can't even get it.
Yeah,
no,
he can't
it'll
get
be
it.
Centaur or Hoodwink, yeah.
Mar has a heart, by the way, on Razor.
Yeah,
he'll be tough to take down.
It's a little bit worrying to see him buy this item, though, knowing his normal build. Because I have serious damage concerns for Falcons going down the stretch here. this lifestealer is not where it needs to be able to match up. So if Razor doesn't hit very hard, I think you're effectively just not really going to win a team fight at this point unless you hit a massive epicenter. And Malrine does have an Abyssal. So this looks weird if you haven't played Dota for a while.
Yeah.
But the way it works with the Ags, with the Stingers, you can still get some value out of this. Also might see Daedalus later. Sanctions go for that too.
Alright, well, Falcons know that this is happening. If it wasn't the Rocket Flare, it was the Belch from Roche, and they're going to go for an Infest play. This is a huge moment in this game 3.
This has to work.
Yes.
It just has to work.
You can see Nisha and Tofu are on the outskirts of this fight as Mickey basically soloing Roche. Amar, he's going to be spotted by Nisha. Malrine. Don't have vision up here. Nisha's going to pop the smoke. Going to use his terrain walk now. Go for Dagon, apparently. Nisha going to be spotted, gets off the LSA, just trying to delay as much as possible as Roche is still being taken. Getting relatively low. Amar's going to go for the static link, but the Stampede immediately counteracts it. As Crick gets one inside his cogs, they're just going to blow him up easily. Malrine infested still, looking for an opening. Out comes Skeeter, not doing that much damage. All of it's mitigated as Mickey gets the Chronosphere now. Do they have the damage on top of it? Mickey focusing on the Sand King. BKB was still there, gets the Burrow Sharper, still falls in the end. Skeeter trying to kill off Niche, but again, the high ground potential going the favor of Lina again, as Amar with a BKB attempting to TP is successful, but triple kill for Nisha. They kill 4 onto Falcon's side. And now they can clean up Roche relatively easily, and even more of a lead for Liquid.
Just a masterclass in zone control there from Liquid. They have very, very good hero placements heading into that. All the angles were covered. It was super hard for Falcons to find any good initiation. They break it up nicely with the Stampede to start. Lina cancels Sand King's Blink Dagger. So Falcons just couldn't get into that fight, and now they might even Amar. There's no connection here. Nobody can get there in time. Tracking his movement. I say that. Actually, Nisha is cutting all the way around
the
with
hack, Dagon, LSA to follow into the hoof stomp. So many stuns for days. Amar dead, 80 seconds. And now it's all opened up for Liquid. They have this second life. They have Roche Banner. This should be buildings. Ace not even needing Shard here, as the Dagons will continue to rain on Nisha.
At the moment we said this wasn't going to be a stomp, it's been completely one-sided ever since. Every single engagement has been a resounding Liquid victory. And that's 2 full lanes. You still have Aegis, you have Chrono in 30 seconds, you have decent resources on your heroes.
And to add insult to injury, he gets Conjurer's Catalyst.
Of course.
Why not?
Yeah. Takes the cast range variant. Loses 14% max mana, so he only has 3,000.
And Mickey, with that second life, hasn't even hit full form yet. Still has a full item to go. Can consume Ags to get number 2. Not sure if you ever get
Dagon 5. That was fast.
Yeah, that was. That's what happens when you're up 25k, it seems. Malrine in the sideline. You're going to use Roche Banner. Ace has the Shard now. Grit looking for an opening. Will have to blink away. Mickey forcing out the Burrow Strike. Very scary Faceless Void right now. Hoof Stomp going to miss. There's the backtrack, Mickey. The reverse time walk, rather. Forcing out the Rage already. And now the Infest into a baby creep. It's a good thing he has that Shard, so he can do an extra 50 damage when he pops out. Building starting to go down pretty slowly. They have 2 siege units as well with the Roche Banner as cover. And Skeeter, he's backstabbing. He's trying to get back to his base, poor guy. Let that creep go.
Scouting.
Where's this epicenter? They get the range barracks. Only 1 to go for the Megas. And Amar trying to take out this Roche Banner. The creep also trying to, as Skeeter pops out. Mickey with the time walk. Malrine still looking for an opening on that epicenter. Needs a perfect one here if they're going to stay alive in this game number 3. They get the Hoof Stomp though. Now the damage comes out onto the Lifestealer. Skeeter is dead. Does have buyback. Amar still waiting for this epicenter. They know it's coming. Malrine continues to cancel as Amar not taking the reckless damage. We'll pop the BKB. There's the buyback now as epicenter onto the sideline. Not doing that much damage in the end though. It's Amar desperately trying to catch up to somebody, but the Stampede gives them all the move speed in the world. And they have still that second life on the Faceless Void. Another bushwhack for the road as Amar takes a tumble, and there's the Chrono onto 2. They get the kill onto Malrine. No buyback to come now. The bash, but again, Nisha has the Eon Disc. They're just going to call it GG. Falcons Falcons have been eliminated from TI. Liquid move on.
Just the better team overall today. Pretty clear in this third game. It looked quite even at times, but when we got to that later portion of the mid-game, this was one team dominating every single sequence, just arguably playing the map better, playing tighter together, and making fewer, I want to say almost unforced errors. There were multiple uncharacteristic mistakes in this game from Falcons, which is of course unfortunate to see, but you can see Liquid, it means a lot to them to get to fight another day here. And yeah, for Falcons, it's obviously soul-crushing. They've been at the very, very top previously, but it is not to be a repeat.
Yeah, they give the handshake. Much respect from both teams. And unfortunately, Falcons' road ends here in the main event. They will secure top 8. But no further will they go. This is the champion from last year, mind you. Liquid champions a year before. They stay alive to fight another day. Do you think that they can go much further in this tournament?
I definitely think so. Yeah, when Liquid play at their best, they can beat everybody. It's a matter of consistency and finding their stride. Unfortunately for them, in this tournament in general, there's been a couple of games here and there where it just seems a bit off. So if they can polish and get off on the right foot in their games, definitely still a team for everybody else to look out for.
And Crit, legendary player, of course.
And TI attendances on your screens right now.
Pretty absurd. And is obviously very crushed after this defeat. I mean, where did you have Falcons in this tournament coming in?
I don't know. It's hard to place. There's multiple teams in this tournament that were a little bit wildcardy. I definitely didn't have the vibe coming in that Falcons were going to be a top 3 placer. But that's the thing about this team. It could be any given tournament. They just hit their stride when you least expect it. And vice versa. Sometimes you're like, damn, Falcons are going to smash this. They're looking so good lately, and they have a one-off event. And this one just wasn't quite it. They kind of scraped through to even get top 8. And then they had 3 days in between. Sometimes that's where they level up the hardest. Sometimes it's not. And this was just not their event compared to the expectations.
And for Liquid, I mean, I don't know if you agree with this, but Tofu would definitely be the MVP, as we're going to go to the stage for an interview.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访。那现在在我身边的就是来自 Liquid 战队的 Nisha。
Thank you so much. Nisha, so good to have you here. Yesterday was looking tough. You guys got a very hard Mega Creep loss, then came back and then lost again in a very similar fashion. But here, today, you guys came back. I want to know what happened between today and yesterday in that very difficult match.
首先恭喜你，妮莎。昨天你们的话也是在超级兵领先的情况下输掉了比赛。我想问一下，今天的比赛你们做了哪些调整，然后拿下了今天的比赛？
For me personally, I think yesterday I played kind of heroes I didn't really wanna. Although I think Furion was kind of good, but could have won that game easily if I didn't fed. And today was just like comfort, Earth Spirit, Lina, and was kind of like brain off, just playing easy.
其实对我来说的话，昨天可能还是我拿到了一些我不趁手的英雄。千之确实是一个好的英雄，但是对我来说的话，还是不是很习惯。今天的话，我拿到自己想要的英雄，所以更多的就像是我自己尽情输出，然后不用去思考太多，然后拿下比赛。
Absolutely. Now, we have seen Team Liquid's improvement throughout the entire year to get back into TI shape. You guys did not do too great at EWC. You said in your exit interview you were upset. And then suddenly, you come back to the next tournament. You 3-0 Falcons. Now you come back here. You fight real hard. You beat him again. What changed there? Was that you? Blitz said you could almost lift as much as him in the gym now as well. So, was this a personal improvement? Was this a team improvement?
那其实之前的话 ，Team Liquid 的状态一直有所起伏，然后在 EWC 上的话，你们也是输给了 Falcons。当时你在退场的采访的时候说过你很不甘心，然后后面的比赛你们3-0战胜了对手，今天的话又是2-1带走了 Falcons。我想问问 Nisha， 今天到底有发生了什么样的改变？而且我们也听说你现在能够在健身房里举的重量比你们教练 Blaze 还要重了，这是你的改变吗？
I think in EWC we kind of choked, so I was a little frustrated because the expectations were a bit higher. And we won 3-0 in like boot camp. It was very chill. The scrims were good, so we were just like kind of comfort. And now we're back to like lower bracket. So I don't know what's gonna happen, to be honest.
我们之前的话，其实，在 EWC 也是没有发挥得很好。我们觉得我们自己还是打得太紧张了。然后之前3-0的话，当时在集训的时候心态比较放松，但是现在又来到了国际邀请赛的败者组。说实话，我也不知道后面会发生什么。
All right, well, I got some bad news for you. If you lost this series, you would have got 8th place, which means that you would have gotten all the placings from 1 to 13. So many internationals, so much history. I gotta ask, does playing the international in front of a crowd like this still mean something to you?
我要告诉你一个坏的消息啊！如果你刚才输掉这场比赛的话，你就能够收集的 TI 历史上第1名到最后13名的一个全制霸了。我想问一下，在这么多年 TI 之后啊，你在这样的舞台面对这样的观众去打我们国际邀请赛的比赛，还会在心态上有什么不一样吗？
Yeah, for sure. Like having crowd here is like a different game. Even energy is nice, and it's like nice to see who you're playing for. And yeah, I didn't get all the medals for the placements, but I cannot complain.
确实，每年在国际邀请赛，在观众面前打比赛都会有不一样的能量。非常感谢大家。然后我确实也比较可惜吧，没有拿到这个全排名制霸的一个成就。但是我觉得这并不重要，我们还要接下来继续努力。
I do have one more. I'm sorry. They said I had to end it, but I've been waiting for this time for years, and this is the most ripped I've ever seen you. Can I please just get one fight? Please, please. The audience wants it so bad. I'm begging you. I'm begging.
现场的
Come on!
想不想看到你上
Just one! Whoa! That's my boy! All right.
感谢你上，我们把剩下的时间回到我们的分析。
What? I didn't see it.
We got half a flex. No, no. They need to win again to get the full flex. You know, we got to tease the audience. We can't give them everything after one interview.
Oh my goodness.
Why not?
That's unfortunate. What a showing in this game as well. We talked about that draft after it was done. Like, did Liquid sacrifice too much for their draft integrity? And it turned out, Winter, that they sacrificed just the right amount in this game.
Yeah, just the right amount, but there were times in the game where we were worried for them. We were looking at the game, it felt like they were not really in control. Like Falcons they were in control. Like at the start of the game, they had a couple of really, really nice fights. They were taking control of the map. They were doing really well, but a couple of slip-ups just made the game, I want to say, close to impossible, because you're playing against a Faceless Void. You know that Lifesteal can't really fight against a Faceless Void in the late game, and every small little mistake you make is just going to compound.
I mean, that's literally the story of this game. Like, in a single game, your entire tournament life is on the line. When you look towards Liquid, it doesn't matter how many mistakes you make, right? Like, Viper can just Viper strike the Lifesteal, now he can't really do much, and then you got Chrono, you got Stampede to disengage, you got Nisha going 10, 5, and 17, buying Dagon on Alina, just getting kills left and right. Like, for Falcons, like, every spell has to connect, and unfortunately it just wasn't really working out. The initiations from the clock to the Sand King, where people were on the map, it wasn't always on the same page as you see here in this highlight reel, where Liquid, they were able to do much better.
Yeah. They did hit most of those.
It was an awkward fight I probably watched today, actually.
Yeah.
This was real symphony of skills.
Yeah, no,
It really was.
Yeah, we'll see it on YouTube later tonight, but it was a great fight, guys. Probably the best fight of TI.
No, it was definitely unique, and I think it's a fight that shows the pressure that goes into a game like this, right? With elimination on the line, both teams maybe a little bit shaky in their position.
Yeah, I think this is why I love the Faceless Void. It's a hero where it will win when you reach a certain point in the game. And I don't think a lot of teams are able to keep the composure needed to overcome that, right? It's like all Liquid needs to do is just not feed, and they win. And with Falcons, they hit this timer of Dagger on Malrine, and they start playing like we saw top. They do that little like TP rotation. When Liquid start going on them, they get a good trade. But they're not able to get enough. When you have Blink, you want to kill everyone.
Yeah.
And they were not. They were going like even or less. It's just not enough.
It was a really rough game for Team Falcons as they hereby take their leave from the international. The defending champions are no more, and they were so close to playing their 800 games on stage or together with the five of them. Stuck at 799 now. And for some final words, we're heading over to Crit.
Yeah, thanks indeed. I am here with Crit from Falcons. Crit, tough break on going out there. We're all sorry to see you guys go out. It's not usual that you see Falcons against Liquid in a lower bracket elimination game like this. Does that speak to the standard and the difficulty this year?
在败者组 Team Falcons 对战 Team Liquid 其实是很罕见的，这种重量级的对战，是不是能证明今年的比赛特别的激烈？
Yeah, I think it's very obvious that all 8 teams that were in the playoffs were able to beat each other, and we had 2 close series, and we were fortunate to lose out. But at the end of the day, we just didn't really hit our best, and yeah, that's what it took for this tournament.
That was your 799th game together as a 5. Talk to me about what it's been like playing with these guys, how fantastic it's been, and what a great group of lads they are.
对，说明了这淘汰赛的8支队伍都是实力非常接近的，谁都有机会打败谁。最后我们没有打到自己最好的状态，也就这样了。但是也是打了2场很竞争、很激烈的比赛。
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 years. It's a long time. A lot of memories. We had mixed results, but at the end of the day, we accomplished what we wanted last year. We were hoping to defend it this year, and it was a very hard tournament for us. I think everyone tried their best, and sometimes it just doesn't. It's not meant to be. So, unfortunate, but we'll move on, and I'm sure everyone's gonna be able to watch us against in the next few tournaments, and there will be another TI next year.
这支队伍一起打了鸡排99场比赛，是非常了不起的一个成就。然后想问一下 Crit， 就是有什么可以跟我们分享的？其实我们一起打了3年多，是非常之久的。然后我们去年也达到了自己想要的目标，很可惜今年没有达到自己想要的卫冕冠军。但是呢，我相信在未来的几个比赛里，还是能看到我们的身影。 然后明年还有 TI。
And final thought, Crit. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans, especially here in Shanghai, that have been supporting you guys and cheering for you guys, not just at this TI, but throughout the season?
最后感想，有没有什么想对现场或者家里的粉丝说？不只是支持了这个 TI， 也是过往历届支持你们的粉丝。
Yeah, I mean, it's always special. Last time I was here in 2019, it was also special. For me, this is probably the last TI. I'm happy to do it here. It's always amazing to be in China, but fans all around the world always cheering. It's a special thing to be at TI, and I'm gonna miss it. It's been a lot of TIs at this point, and yeah, it's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure watching you as well, Crit. Thank you.
上一次进来打 TI 上海已经是2019年了，也非常荣幸能回到上海打这一届的 TI。很可惜，这可能是我最后的一届 TI 了。非常荣幸可以站在这个舞台上，也感谢大家的支持。
I think the pleasure has been all ours. This was Crit's 10th international, and he said that there probably is not another one for him in store. A lot of weight with those words, Rhea.
I don't want to lose a player like Crit in the scene. I wish I could watch him at every TI to come. I think he's a wonderful 4. I think he brings a lot of... I don't know. He's like... For how cool and calm he is as a person, I think he's so expressive with how he plays Dota. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, it's just like the idea of like what Falcons and Crit has been able to achieve, right? Since their inception back in like 2024, it's like they dominated the scene then. They, of course, won last TI. This year maybe didn't go their way, but it's like they are the most decorated 5-man stack. They played the most games as a 5-man stack for Dota history. Like what they've done in 3 years will be on our minds for like the rest of Dota, right? Like they have done so much within such a short span, and that is testament to the experience of Crit, what he's been able to achieve, and all the other players, right? So if Crit isn't to play next TI and it's going to be a different Falcons roster, they've done a great job. So again, props to all of them.
And he's changed the game so much with like position for like what can you do on your role. I think he was one of the few players that started like maybe with Jerax together the roaming position for and what can you do in the game. I think it was really amazing all those years watching his gameplay and gonna miss it.
A lasting impact from a Crit, and of course a lasting impact here from this iteration potentially, of Team Falcons. But eliminations are part of the game. Team Liquid is the team that moves forward, and we'll see them again in the lower bracket. But take a deep breath. You can rest assured eliminations are done for the day. That is a heavy heart that we had here this morning. But now it is time for upper brackets to make some great Dota coming your way. We're going to have Team Spirit and Vision on the stage very, very soon. This was only the first half of the day. Yes, it was a long one. Only halfway. There's much more to come. Natty and her team will take you through that second half of the day. And to get you started on Vision versus Spirit, we're going to hear some words from Yotoro and Laurel.
Start group stage was good, then we lost 2 games. We saying okay, we a bit, not struggling. I have some problems with picks, also with how we play. Not only drafts, how we play, but make decision in game. So we guys, go chill.
The first game was against Xtreme. It was quite easy. We just won 2-0. No problem about it. Then we played against Aurora, I would say. And also games was pretty easy, pretty easy drafts, pretty easy to play. Then we met Liquid. Against them, a bit harder games. We won 2-1. They're a good team, I would say. And we messed up some drafts.
Then we play against Team Vision, and this happens we don't understand power of some heroes. They really play good.
After this game, we realized a lot. I would say we lost them 0-2.
Then we play against Nigma. Also, we have maybe not our best strategies. We just feel not tired, just playing better this day. I cannot say much.
And we played against Team Resilience the next day. It was pretty easy games, but we made a lot of mistakes, I would say, at games and second game. And we crashed out. The second game was, and we lost this map. After that, we played third game. It was pretty chill, pretty easy game, like the first one, and we just won them.
We're happy that we go to playoffs and we can play on arena stage with viewers. It's always different between group stage and playoffs. Everyone plays different. It's just real game begins, I guess. Always, we these viewers and people who cheering for you or hate. I don't know. It's always good just to be there and play against the best teams and beat them. It's sad when you lose, but it is what it is. You just think about happy way. Just you come, you need to show your best. That's all, and it's always great to play on stage.
The ATI for me, the best tournament of the year for sure. Way more ahead of other ones, any tournament like ESL, Wallachia, blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. Depending of the ATI, because it's the biggest tournament. You feel it by every part of tournament, stage, group stage. You see the faces of your opponents. They're nervous, unreal. You can watch the pressure of the games. Every game is cinematic. Absolute cinema, every game, and you just like to play in this scenery, and you like to play against these opponents. So I would say just the best tournament of the year, and we didn't play it 2 years in a row at the playoff. So we finally came back.
Day 2 of TI-15 main stage continues. We've had the heartbreak of a double elimination there with saying goodbye to both Falcons and IronWing. But we move on to greener pastures, much more enjoyable things. We're looking towards the upper bracket, and joining me for this one is none other than Insania, Effie, and Quinn themselves. Effie, how are you feeling for day number 2?
And I'm feeling good. A little bit sad, of course, when teams are eliminated, especially ones with veteran players such as Falcons. It's always a little bit bittersweet, but it's time to root out who's the best from the best, and I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, I think that's also what makes this tournament mean so much, is people do get knocked out. You see the loss, that's when you see how much it matters to them whenever they lose and they come back next year, and I don't know, the storylines build and build. So I think that's part of what makes this tournament so incredibly special.
Yeah, and it is the one event of the year that no matter what team you play for, everybody at the back of their minds think, like, if I win this year, what does it mean? Because I could actually be winning TI. This could be the one. And yeah, it means so much, and that's why the heartbreak also, like, as a viewer, you can feel it.
Yeah, we see it. It's easy to stand up there when you're winning to celebrate what it is to be at a TI, but it's another level when it doesn't necessarily go your way. But that's the hardship of being in the lower bracket for those teams that are down there. If you're in the upper bracket, though, you're feeling a little bit better. You're just off the edge of being able to make it to a top 3. I mean, that is where these two teams that are coming up are sitting for themselves now. They've talked about how long it has been for this roster since making it to the main stage of an international, how much it means to them, how close they are to be able to seeing success again in an org that has already lifted the Aegis twice. Their confidence is through the roof at the moment, but so is their opponent when it comes to Vision.
Team Vision!
4-0 in groups, coming in as the heavy favorites when we look towards our main stage. I would say, though, they have a formidable opponent up ahead against themselves here, and we're hoping that their ideas, their playstyle, and what brings these players to the forefront of our minds stays true, because that's the one thing in Insania that Vision are going to need is you don't want to end up playing Spirit's game. You want to be playing your own game.
No, absolutely. I think the really cool thing about Vision is they have such a defining position 4 player. He will play unexpected heroes. We saw him play Pudge yesterday. And by doing that, you're always making your opponents play your style. You're playing your game. So that is one of Vision's biggest strengths.
Yeah, there's it's such a young, sort of like new, crazy roster. Like none of these players, if you go back 2 years, a lot of people watching Pro Dota wouldn't even know who they are. And to go from complete obscurity to the best team in the world that quickly is unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen something quite like it before. And they are so individually talented on all of their players. And they've got such a match in Spirit. Like I couldn't be more excited for this.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about how scary Vision have looked recently in the last few months, we have to talk about Puppy joining as a coach and what he's done for the team, because he joined earlier on in the season in January. It was kind of growing pains. It happens with players alongside coaches too, and they didn't do so well for a couple of tournaments, but everything started to click. And this team has talked time and time again about how much Puppy has done for them, how he's helped them in drafts, how he's helped them shape Dota. And if we look at the screen right now, we've got the coach comparison where both Puppy and Miposhka, 2 legends in Insania, it's their first time attending TI as a coach.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, actually, considering like both these guys have been around for so long. This is the first time they appear head-to-head as coaches. I'm sure they played each other at TI10 when Spirit had that miracle run. And they obviously won that series. And yeah. I know from Matu how much that hurt to lose to them. So I'm sure Puppy, for him, this is like, finally he gets his rematch against Spirit.
Yeah, what a crazy TI history when you look at Miposhka. I mean, when you look at both of them, Puppy's so consistent for so long. And Miposhka, not really at a lot of the TIs, gets 1/7 early on in the TI history. And then first, 13th, first. Like, what is this record?
I remember all the way back when we ended up seeing Secret come second in the Singapore TI. We're like, the next one's Puppies. This is it. He's going to come first. And he ended up not qualifying as a player. But if you wanted to alter the story a little bit, we could just change it. The next TI he attends is his first. This is the first one he's attended since that second place that he got with Secret as a player. And it feels like he's on trajectory. He's on track.
It's scripted.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
He just needed to make it to TI, which he hadn't been able to do for the last 3 years.
I mean, it was like what? He is like 5th, 6th, and then 4th, then 3rd, then 2nd, and then... I mean, he has a good shot. Like, the team could not be any better coming into this.
I feel like the biggest part about what is giving Vision that little bit of extra oomph outside of the ideas, outside of the respect that they have for Puppy as a coach here, is the way that Satanic plays, who he is as a player as well, and the fact that they've been able to take a relatively new player that's had a little bit of fostering Quinn, but ultimately still build him into what they need and what they want from a carry.
Yeah, I think he's the single biggest talent of any player in the last year. It's crazy. People talk about this guy like he's God, and it's because he is an absolute prodigy. And it's also very funny for this matchup, specifically his team history, starting on Yellow Submarine, which is essentially Spirit's foster team, where they try to find players, and they're playing, and maybe sub in for Spirit sometimes, which eventually happens. Yatoro takes a break, he stands in for Spirit, and he sort of gets nurtured and grows up a lot on that team before eventually going to Vision. And so I think for a lot of the CIS scene, but for Satanic specifically, I think he looked up to Yatoro a lot. There's a lot of sort of rivalry and connection between these players because everyone looks up to Yatoro. You could see it in his play style and how much he farms in the I'm going to carry the game, I am Lee Sin Al-Gaib play style. I think you can see that huge connection between the two.
He's baby Yatoro, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the only way to put it.
He for sure is baby Yatoro. I mean, you can tell that he watched all of the Yatoro replays, and his playstyle was... whatever Yatoro was doing in pubs, Satanic was copying. And when he got asked to fill in for Yatoro when Yatoro was on his break, I can imagine he was over the moon about it. But now he's at a position where it's a disservice to him to call him baby Yatoro. He's not baby Yatoro, he's Satanic. And honestly, he's been looking even better than his #1 inspiration.
That's the goal for any player, is to make a name for yourself. And Satanic is going to do that for himself. Hopefully it's with lifting an Aegis for this TI, but I have no doubt there's so much longevity in his career. I think one of the funniest things is how easily these two teams also play into it. I mean, the voice lines that come out for every TI, you have your team packs. There's one coming out from Spirit about essentially the king referencing Yatoro, and Vision come out with one that's referencing the prince. Do you think that's still on the level of a little bit of disservice, Mira, or you're like, yeah, I love it. This is the fan service I signed up for?
I mean, they're just having fun with it. There's so much respect between these two teams and these two players, and I think it's anyone's goal to beat their inspiration and be better in every way. You know, when they talk about the student surpassing the teacher, that is definitely something that Satanic is taking pride in, but ultimately there's no disrespect there.
I also feel like both these two carries going into any other series except matching up against each other are going to say, I'm the best carry in this lobby, and there's no doubt about it. And
Would you even argue that?
I mean, I think there's different playstyles and stuff, but I think a lot of people would feel this way. Like, watching these two players, they will have the carry differential on their side. But specifically this matchup, like Yatoro versus Satanic, I don't know who I would like rather have on my team. Maybe Yatoro at TI, specifically. I think he tends to shine here. He's had a few more TI appearances, and obviously he's won 2 of them. So he knows what this tournament is all about.
Yeah, I think that's the most interesting dynamic is if you look at the entirety of the year, Satanic was absolutely the better carry. I don't think that's even a question, but TI is TI. Yatoro, when you think of him on the stage, you think of Bald Toro shaving his head, coming out and annihilating me. I know what that's like firsthand. Yeah, exactly. I remember it very well. It's seared into my memory, and I think him on TI stage is seared into a lot of people's memories. He has taken a lot of names and scythed a lot of doors. So I agree. When it comes to TI, I kind of have to lean toward Yatoro.
It was shown yesterday, right? We look at their groups. They were going up against Vision in groups, looking to be that 4-0 team for themselves. They lose that series. They could have still gone through 4-1. They lose that series. They have to go into elimination. They lose game 1. And you're wondering, is this Spirit going to crumble before we even see them get to main stage? They rock up yesterday. IronWing, it's like they'd never even heard of those players before. That's how phenomenal they looked.
Spirit are energized by the crowd like no team I've ever seen. Every single player feeds off of it, and especially Collapse and Yatoro. Like, they've talked in their vlogs so many times about how whenever the crowd is cheering with them, they feel like they're stronger. And if there are ever cheers against them, that makes them even stronger. And you have to be a vibes player at TI. It's a different tournament. It's a different beast. The stakes are different, regardless of how much you've competed throughout the year. And they've got experience like no other when it comes to this.
Yeah, I think it's... People also talk a lot about ramping up. At a TI, you play the group stage and you improve to main stage and you improve throughout the bracket. And I think Spirit is the poster child for this. There is this feeling when this team is improving and marching through the bracket that they're going from good to great to unstoppable by the end of the tournament. And so when you're in the middle of the bracket like this, you need to stop them now, because when they get to the end, if you let them keep rolling, you cannot do anything about it.
So, no, you go and see.
I also think the Spirit is just a completely different beast than any of the Spirits that we've seen in the past. Like, when we think of Spirit, we think of this team that kind of likes to play defensive, set up a lot of baits, like kind of play around Yatoro and rely on him a lot. I find that this new iteration of Spirit, they play around their supports a lot more, and the supports are a lot more enabled to make moves and play a much more active role.
The last time we saw these two teams come up against each other, it wasn't necessarily a fair fight. Vision had a lot of good ideas, but is it going to work a second time around when it comes to the TI main stage?
Team Spirit versus Team Vision. Game 1.
A win here for either of these teams means top 3 secured, and for Spirit, that would be an amazing accomplishment to be able to get back to. After winning TI in Seattle, we hadn't seen them on the main stage. They definitely fell below a lot of expectations, and now I do wonder, is the team that lost in group stages in a matchup going to come into this with an upper hand when it comes to a draft?
Yeah, so much has changed. The meta has shifted a lot. We talked about the break between the group stage and the main stage, and I think that comes into effect a lot here. You can see that by the Bounty Hunter first ban. That would not have even been in the game and anyone's thoughts in the group stage, but now this hero has risen to, I don't know, it just doesn't lose anymore, apparently. So the draft has definitely changed, so we'll have to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting that in the group stages, when Spirit lost to Team Vision, they lost twice to Earth Spirit. And they had this idea that they could beat it. I think in the series today, we're not going to see it be given away to either team. There's no idea of, oh, we're just going to let it through and play against it. I think that's a big takeaway for Team Spirit. On top of that, I think Lone Druid will be very contested in the series, where maybe other teams lost faith in him after his statistics in group stage, because he's been owning on the main stage.
Yatoro had an absolute pop-off on Lone Druid the other day, so for sure a hero for them to consider. I want to go back to the Bounty Hunter, because I think this hero being so popular actually hurts Vision, because it fits their playstyle. We talked about 9 class coming into today, and he is a very unique player that likes to play unique heroes, and the reason that is so successful is because people don't really know how to play against it. He's a lot more comfortable playing that position than anybody else going up against it, but now one of his favorite heroes is becoming a popular hero. Everybody's going to play it, and it's getting banned out immediately in the first stage. So I think Spirit kind of has a little bit of an edge in that regard.
On that note, I do want to say that it was really funny, because at EWC we saw a different version of 9 class where every single game he was Hoodwink or Dark Willow. He was playing very standard heroes, and when we asked about it, he basically said, well, Puppy told me to play regular Dota. We've been playing regular Dota. It's working. If there's an interesting hero I can throw every now and then, I will. But it seems like they have shifted their playstyle more towards laning together as a 3 and 4 instead of him just running around.
I would say even though they can play that way, it kind of favors Spirit, because now you're not sucked into playing this weird Vision game that, they want to set up and make you feel uncomfortable. We talked about it when we see Falcons play, you don't want to play their game. And I think getting him on a Hoodwink or a Willow is already a win in that regard.
Yeah, this Ember, I'm so curious to see how you respond to it. We've seen Ember become a first phase pick so often in metas, and the question becomes, what hero do you want to crush him in lane with? Because there are options, but a lot of these teams aren't super comfortable with. Stuff like the Huskar, the Necrophos. It's not generally how you want to play, these mid players want to play. Doom as a response is, honestly, I would say not that much of a response at all. I think it's kind of just a hero that you're picking, and the heroes have interactions, but there's both positive and negative on both sides.
I do wonder about this Doom, because conceptually, Doom is an anti-carry hero, right? There are very little carries that like to play against him, and the ones that aren't in meta the same way outside of Lone Druid. I think Vision might be trying to bait out a Lone Druid, and they've prepared a strategy against it.
I think another thing for this Doom is that he has kind of this like end game win the game build right now with the Shiva's Guard and Ags, and we have two really teams that like to play for the end game. And having that edge in the end game, like you have Satanic versus Yatoro, but it's also about how the surrounding cast comes together to enable these players and prevent the other guy from succeeding. So Doom kind of puts you on a timer in a sense where if he gets to that end game point, you're going to be the stronger player.
Now, there's the Nature's Prophet we've seen so many times. It's just good. We haven't really seen anything that felt like it countered it enough. His first phase banned it a lot of games. Nigma put it to great effect yesterday. So I don't see anything particularly wrong with this. One thing I do think that the Doom is interesting is sometimes whenever a hero's mid is first picked, it may seem like you want to just respond with the same hero in lane. You want to just counterpick them. But some heroes like the Monkey King, the Huskar, Necro, those heroes have counters in other lanes. And so you respond with other lanes to then get that gotcha counterpick a little bit later once you see more information and you can make a more educated decision about which one of the counters is better against the supporting cast.
So which archetype of hero do you see fit into that from the mid lane? Like, let's say double supports come out now. Do Vision show a third core, or do they just go for their supports?
I think Vision probably is waiting till the end. But I'm not entirely sure. Like, I think when you have got a Nature's Prophet on your team, you don't want double turret. We've talked about that before. You don't want these double ranged hitter guys. So something like a Necrophos or a Huskar gets a little bit worse. And you start looking at something more like a Monkey King or this melee dude who snowballs the lane, and you can get the moves rolling, a Satanic farm and connect.
When we saw the Slark the other day, that can happen. But I think because of the lack of Wisp for both these teams, it's probably a little bit lower on the priority.
Yeah, they didn't ban it either, so I think you mentioned them potentially baiting the Lone Druid and saying we have answers for it. I think there may be a bit of that for both teams, saying we've got there's heroes in the pool that are definitely contested and both teams are thinking about, and they're sort of moving around in a circle, looking at those heroes, looking at each other, seeing who will make the first sort of more committal move to something first.
I would say both these heroes, like both Nature's Prophet and Doom, kind of enables that playstyle that you like to play against a Lone Druid. They are fast at connecting to the safe lane. They can overwhelm like the guy on the safe lane that wants to just sit there and defend his tower. He doesn't really like when fast rotations can happen on him. So I think Spirit probably considering that here and decided to go for two supports. I think Hoodwink has looked extremely solid throughout this tournament. To me, it is one of the most stable position 4 heroes. It seems like the spells always have high impact, and Undying is one of those 5s that's just like, it's going to be stable, it's going to secure its lane, it creates a lot of issues, and opens up for a lot of potential pairings down the line.
She's a nice hero versus Nature's Prophet as well, because when he early teleports on her, she scurries out of Sprout. You look at Undying as well. If he gets teleported on early, he can live a little bit longer with the Decay, drop a Tombstone, maybe turn the tides there.
Yeah, it's smart picks, and they have great early game synergy with Ember. So even if he gets counterpicked, there's potential that you bring 3 heroes and you just fight them back. Especially with Rubik, which is a hero that traditionally is not super strong on the early fights because he has 1 spell that does damage. His other 2 spells don't do anything early, and so it's a little bit of a slower support, wants a little bit more time. And there's potential to abuse that for Spirit because their supports have got plenty of spells that all do stuff early on.
I do think an aspect of the Slark counterpick to Ember does come out. This is trending up. Honestly, it's been a lot of fun to watch, so I'll never root against this.
We were curious that if the lack of IO was going to be enough of a deterrent, that you're like, actually, we don't really feel comfortable that it will make it through the mid game out of mid lane that well, but no one's saying here. It's definitely going to be okay in Vision's eyes.
I think it's related to the 2 supports. So if you think about how Slark dies, it's if you can find an instant Hex or an instant Silence on him. But he's going up against Hoodwink, which has a slow-moving projectile that he can react to, and an Undying that has essentially no spells that prevent Slark from playing his game.
I was wondering why the crowd was cheering so loud, and then I realized it's a Yatoro Terrorblade. Like, if you've ever seen this Yatoro Ame back and forth, there has always been this hero at the center of it, and we know how much the Chinese crowd loves Yatoro based off of their little bromance between Ame and Yatoro.
Yeah, it's something worth cheering for, and I think it's a really cool TV game in a lot of ways. If you look at Vision's heroes, there's not that much teamfight, there's not that much AoE, it's a lot of sort of more greedy, selfish heroes who hit one guy, and now suddenly there's a wall of illusions, there's a tombstone, there's a lot of stuff in the fight, and it's hard to deal with that. And so if TB reaches a critical mass where he's got enough items to stand his ground and just hit, it's not easy for Vision to actually run into that illusion of the illusions. They can kind of just shred you.
Yeah, exactly. I think TB considered for a long time to be one of the best heroes against Doom because you're not reliant on the single hero to press a bunch of spells in the fight. He's going to enter the fight with a bunch of illusions and they'll do the damage. Same thing goes for Nature's Prophet. Both these heroes kind of struggle against TB, and now that you see the mid Slark that has essentially no spells either, it's a pretty good game to have illusions.
And the nerf to Satanic, the item, not the player, he's not nerfed, but the nerf to adding 10 extra seconds to the cooldown is going to be quite significant against Terrorblade because a lot of late game Nature's Prophet is around playing with your Satanic in a way where it's more valuable than the BKB even. And if the downtime is a lot lower on it, then TV is just going to have freer fights.
Yeah, it's very true. My one question for Spirit is, they knew this Lark was coming, and we've seen a lot of teams so scared of this matchup that they just dodge. It's a very scary lane and a very scary game matchup. Laurel is one of the best mid players at taking a bad matchup and still playing the game very well. It's put him and Malrine up there at the top. But this lane is particularly bad, and it doesn't get better as time passes. So I'm curious to see if Laurel has crafted some way to counterplay it, some new strategy, an item build, something. Because if you just play it straight up, you can have zero impact.
You know, I've seen Team Spirit do things for Laurel when he's put in Ember versus Huskar matchups where they bring all 5 heroes to the mid lane, do a late smoke, and try to kill the enemy mid laner. I've seen that happen a couple of times.
Even early carry rotations as well coming out from Yotaro if he's on a hero like that.
There's even the potential to dual lane for the first minute or two. I mean, we don't really think about it in terms of laning against the mid Slark, but if we think about it as a Huskar replacement, strategies do exist to make it easier.
It's just, it's a little bit tough. I think Laurel, General Malrine, I think he has these wave dragging things. He has a lot of these weird ways of making his lanes fine. We even saw it in the previous game when he played the Sand King as Lina. He pulls the waves into the camps. I don't really think of Laurel in the same way. Would you say he kind of fits that style, or is it more of what Mira said?
No, I agree in that I think he kind of just tanks it.
Yeah.
I think he tanks it really well. He doesn't feed. It's one of the biggest things. It's very hard to kill this guy. He's low CS and he's low net worth, but he's not dead. And he plays for that moment where you overstep. You're like, I'm going to kill this guy. And then you don't. And you go too deep and you die. I've fallen victim to that before. And he's tantalizing and he baits you in. And I think that's Laurel's skill set. And I agree. He doesn't really do the wave dragging, the farming so much.
Yeah.
Well, there's one last ban for Vision. Primal Beast was the other one, and I mean, it could make sense for their, what Spirit want for their last pick there, but it's just a hero that has somewhat been overlooked this TI. You go back 12 months, and this hero had way more success, way more flavor towards him too.
Then it's also Collapse Classic, right? It's it's his guy. I feel like when Primal Beast was first released into Dota and the hero was absolutely busted, he was playing it in every single pub and he was spamming voice lines and just laughing at you as he's running at you and XDing himself because his hero was so stupidly strong. And so he definitely loves it. I find it interesting here. We have kind of conceptually thinking about these teams. I think looking at Spirit's heroes, you can very much easily tell this is Yotaro that needs to 1 versus 9.
Yep.
This TB is everything. Everything else is just there to enable the Terrorblade to deal damage. Whereas Team Vision has a bit more of a balanced draft where there's a Doom that can cause an issue, there's the Prophet that can cause an issue, and there's a Slark that can cause an issue.
I was thinking about this Night Stalker coming up because he has played it before in this tournament and it's looked good. And the aspect of Vision that's hard to play into right now is, ironically, their Vision. These puns are coming out by accident, by the way. I'm really not intending them, but they're playing with the Slark D words and Nature's Prophet ability to instantly connect on it. When you're playing with a Night Stalker, because of his ulti, you can find the Doom before he initiates. You can find the Prophet in the tree lines, and most importantly, you have the crippling fear for the Slark. It's probably Slark's biggest counter in Dota when Night Stalker gets a blink and there is no save on his team up until Rubik gets shard. So it's a cool idea.
What on earth? An Ogre last pick here for the side of Vision. 0 picks, 0 bets. This hero was completely uncontested until this moment here.
Dupalis likes this hero. He's played it in pubs. It pairs well with Nature's Prophet, gives you the extra attack speed, and maybe can bridge the difference in carries. TP's got all the illusions. Well, Satanic's got the extra attack speed, and maybe that makes a little bit of a difference.
I think this is a puppy flavor because it was played a couple of times at EWC and it was with a Nature's Prophet or a ranged carry, and it just feels like Puppy used to love this hero back in the day. He used to always play it on secret when nobody wanted to, and it's just kind of naturally transitioned to his new team.
I also find it interesting because Ogre can actually buff more than one hero, right? The cooldown of Bloodlust is so short that you can keep it on multiple heroes. and you get the multicast eventually, which makes like the entire team stronger. And I feel like that again goes to like the concept of Vision are trying to accomplish, which is multiple answers for Yatoro. Whereas on the other side, I feel like Spirit, they just have a lot of tools that are going to enable Terrorblade to hit. They have the Tombstone, they have the Vision, they have all these things that are going to help him find these auto attacks and find the damage in the fight.
Yeah, I love this idea. I think it's so true, and it's like at the core of how Spirit drafts every game. You look at their heroes, they maybe don't make too much sense together until you put the TB in the picture. And oh, now I see the whole picture and it makes sense. The Night Stalker and the Ember and the Hoodwink, all these stuns, like you said, I fully agree. And it's why I love watching Spirit play, because they're drafting for the entirety of everything, how it all fits around Yatoro and not like individual stars.
I do want to know a little bit more insane of this Ogre, the item progression, how it plays as a 5, because for it to not necessarily be looked at by any other team and then come out now, it's just like, where does your vision go for how you see an Ogre have impact?
And a Midas Octarine Core.
Are you being legit with me right now? Or are you trolling everyone's pubs for the next month?
Yes.
All right, well, look, I'm not sure if I can fully trust you on that one, Insane. But Veer, anything else here? You're fully in the camp of what Spirit have done for themselves, or that last twist was enough for you to be swayed to Vision?
I think there's still the issue of the Slark counterpick to Ember mid, and a lot of this game will be dictated around how well Spirit deal with this, and if they can weather the pressure that it's going to bring. If they can, their draft is fantastic here.
Yeah, fully agree. I'm worried for Slark. Slark Ember is a scary matchup, so that's where I'm looking. But it's Spirit on main stage. It's game 1. I got to put my faith in Bald Yatoro.
He's not even bald yet. You can't do that.
He will be.
Oh, if he makes it to the finals. We haven't even looked towards that. By the way, I know you guys were reacting to the crowd reacting. That's because Zhao 8 is casting over on the Chinese stream. If any of you guys wanted to open that one up, maybe have a dual stream going on, you're more than welcome to. But we're going to go from one legend to another. It's Tsunami standing by with Miposhka.
That's right, standing by with Team Spirit's Miposhka. Miposhka, you spent quite a time in that booth before coming out. I'm wondering, how has your coaching style changed from your 5-position style when you're in the booth? Draft ends, you're telling your teammates, this is how we should play the game. Are you giving them more instructions since you're not playing with them now?
Definitely, yes. I mean, for draft stage, not changed much, because like I previously did a lot of in the sphere. Preparation and something like that. But now I trying to teach my supports, because I played a lot on that position. So always trying to help them, trying to help like how you should put vision, how you should approach the thing. And also I'm watching a lot of replays of enemies, our replays, and trying to find some mistakes, like how we should change our approach about some things. Like a lot of work. I don't know.
How well have your
very many things?
Yeah, it seems that way. How well have your supports taken your lessons? Because you're doing very well in this tournament right now.
So,
how are they understanding your lessons?
I would say slowly, but they do it. They're doing it anyway.
And then how about the lesson of Slark versus Ember Spirit? How are you feeling about that matchup?
I mean, we'll see. We played once, that matchup, and after the game, Lars said I would never play anymore on Slark against Ember, because this hero is doing nothing after the lane stage. But we'll see how it will go from enemy's view. So, I mean, I believe in our draft anyway.
All right, let's see if the belief pays out. Miposhka, good luck in game number 1.
Hearing from a legend of the game, it does provoke the question. What does it take to become a legend? There's no doubt about Spirit's status as one of the greatest teams of all time, but to achieve that status, they did so by trampling over the gods of their time, beating players like Puppey and Faith Beyond to claim the Aegis. Same path now lies in front of Team Vision. To stay on the high road, they have to beat Yatoro and collapse.
A lot of rings in this series here, and a lot more to potentially come for the young squad of Vision trying to seek their own. It's a tough team to play against on the main stage when the pressure's on, when you know these guys are going to clutch it up. And to me, these two teams, it's such a mirror match in some ways, because they are both defined so much from that one position carry role. Spirit love playing around Yatoro. He is your win condition. He is what's going to define how this game goes down past that 30, 40, 50 minute mark. And I think the same can be said for Vision. This is a team built around the young gun in Satanic. You need him to pop off. You need him to have a good time. When Satanic is ahead of his opponent carry at 10 minutes, you win the game 3 out of 4 times. Straight up. And the flip side, when Yatoro is behind at 10 minutes on the enemy carry, Spirit only managed to win that game 35% of the time. So you're looking at these two carries going up against each other, and if the net worth gap starts to open up around that 10 to 15 minute mark when Vision want to explode the map and take the game over, especially between a Furion and a Terrorblade, this could be a very one-sided series. Spirit need to find a way to equalize that advantage, control the map, and not fall behind. I think Vision have been the faster team so far this event, and they're proposing a lot of tempo here between the Furion and the Slark mid with an Ogre to back it up. Extra bloodlust, some extra attack speed, extra movement speed, it all comes together.
It does kind of link back to Satanic's entrance onto the scene, right? Like, he shows up when Yotaro wants to take this break. He plays for Team Spirit, right? And Team Spirit went from the slow kind of 4 protect 1 sort of team. Uh-oh, collapse. That is looking like your first blood. Satanic, beautiful body blocking there with the Treants to collect a kill on a former teammate.
That is a big gold injection for a hero that was already free farming. It's just so scary to give Vision this kind of start on their safe lane. They're already dominating this lane. That's the downside of the Night Stalker pick. He's just not that strong early on. You really have to get to this first nighttime period. It's a hero you're going to have to rotate into. And the issue is the Ember, he has the toughest matchup mid, already just having to walk the base. This lane stage is already incredibly rough for Spirit. And it comes down to who is going to salvage that. The Terrorblade? Like, does this have to be some crazy Yotaro game where he's the one making some moves, making something crazy happen? This is not the easiest hero to do it on because you have to commit metas to get through the lane yourself.
Yeah, we heard a lot of theory crafting from the panel about how they're going to get out of this Ember Spirit versus Slark matchup, and so far, Team Spirit have not hit us with any of those wrinkles. So maybe their plan is a little bit later on, but so far, it's going to be Team Vision running away with the lanes. They're going to win that safe lane. They're absolutely going to dominate the mid lane matchup. And it looks like the off lane matchup is going to go pretty damn well for Notice as well.
It's fine. He might die up here to some Tombstone plus meta drop. That's your one concern in this lane. Otherwise, you're free farming up here. And with a Rubik, that always feels super nice. A classic Team Secret support duo. You know, Puppy bringing his little flair here with the Rubik Ogre. I can't count how many times he played this with the Apsar on that Rubik.
Oh, no one comes so close to drawing the aggro. Yotaro gets overwhelmed here. He does manage to pop his wand, stay alive. 9 class is now going to be the one in trouble, trying to deal with the Tombstone. Both of them are solo. They collect on the kill on 9 class, staying in front of Notice. Can they get the second kill? Rue, low on mana, will not have the decay to finish him off.
Early raindrop boots stick for Yotaro, gets him out of trouble there. The reflection really hurts while you're trying to kill that Tombstone. That's going to be the toughest lane for Vision, and honestly, they're still pulling a little bit ahead there. As you mentioned, these other 2 lanes are where the damage can really be done. Laurel just forced into the jungle super early. No one having a free time mid.
What'd you make of what Maposhka said about Laurel in this matchup? That, like, yeah, okay, Slark dominates the lanes, but, you know, going into the mid game, what is this hero really doing for you?
I can kind of understand what he said, especially if they had scrims versus it and it went better. I don't think the mid Slark, without the IO at least, snowballs incredibly hard.
Okay.
However, I will say Vision, they're a peculiar team with it because they've played so much with the 9 class Slark.
Yeah.
They're familiar at how to control the map, get the proper D wards, utilize the Vision. It can do a lot of damage here. I think no one's going to be very comfortable playing this hero, and it's not necessarily the worst Slark game outside of that Night Stalker. I think it's pretty obnoxious for the supports. There's not a lot of direct control. The Terrorblade matchup is a little frustrating sometimes with the later Depth Shroud, and you can't really get some big ultimate off. You go in, you try and Sunder, someone gets Depth Shroud and he ults. It gets a little weird.
Yeah.
There are some interactions that are annoying, so I don't think this is a game where the Slark is going to have muted impact. And if anything, I think Spirit are more dependent on Laurel being able to make moves.
Teleport's coming in. They really set this one up, trying to get the D ward on the ward, barely outside of that. Rue is already rotated over to try and help Laurel, but yeah, Vision just throw everything they have in this mid lane. They do not want to let Laurel get to this level 6. Fortunately, a high ground Tombstone is going to be whatever is Vision. Just walk outside of the AoE. No real punish coming here from Team Spirit. And that means a whole lot of damage on this mid tower so early on to the game. I mean, just keep the heroes here. Laurel can't do anything about it.
Catapult stayed alive. You're not able to lane. Tower's just gone to Bloodlust Furion. Spirit read that move, and it still worked for Vision. That's a little concerning. Your only real turnaround on these aggressive Furion ports is collapse matching that, TPing in, just running the Furion down.
He is doing a really good job of taking this tower early.
Yeah, he got a lot of damage with the catapult too. Vision, I think a little late to defend that, honestly. Especially if you're going to TP the Slark down here in the end. This feels like a little bit of a wasted port.
Unless they can actually convince Team Spirit to fight into them, but of course, nighttime vision of Collapse should read most of this situation.
I also think this Slark going bottom is freedom for Laurel. It's like, yes, please, give me some time to CS mid without getting my regen drained.
Yeah.
Noticed he does have Doom available. You got to be careful up here. Don't want to linger too long with this Terrorblade and just give up that free kill.
Speaking of free kills, Ogre is very oftentimes a free kill. Takes a little while to get him sometimes because he's a big tanky boy, but an extra bit of golden experience for Collapse. And for me, I feel like that's so much rides on Collapse being able to deal with this Slark. Like if he can have a good enough lane, transition that into a mid game where he's shutting down the Slark, get a Blink Dagger, AoE silence on him. Those can be some pretty easy kills.
I think the Night Stalker is absolutely the X factor in this one. How much is Collapse going to be able to do in controlling some of these night times, being a presence on the map, not letting no one just play a free Slark team, control runes, get the D wards. Can he match some of the Fury on rotations? There's a lot of potential there. You just have to pick your moments really well. At least you get a tower down here. He'll take it. Nice little extra gold injection for him.
Yeah, I like that Collapse took the last hit too. For a second there, I thought Yotaro was going to walk in and take it, but you need this gold on Night Stalker.
You have to make this Night Stalker as strong as possible, as fast as possible. He's your best ticket into the early game team fighting that you know is coming to you at a pretty fast pace right now. I like this wave drag top. It's going to stall up this tower push considerably.
Yeah, it might die for it, but it's going to force a lot of heroes from Vision to try and catch him. He actually stays ahead of them.
They're TPing the Night Stalker.
Yeah, they want to fight with these heroes behind tower like this. Dark Ascension ready to go.
You got to find something off this rotation. Don't want to move Collapse without getting at least a support kill out of it.
Do you think it's okay if it just means Collapse this tower?
I think the tower was going to get held no matter what with both supports going up here like that.
Okay.
I think it's a little sad for the Night Stalker. Good defense from Spirit. They're not overly sad about the overall exchange. Collapse, he just wants to get more out of these night times. I mean, that's the nature of the hero. Sure. You're always looking for as much as you can during these 5-minute windows.
2,000 net worth lead as the laning phase kind of breaks down Team Vision. Get the lead that is about expected, right?
Yes, we're approaching that 10-minute mark, and it is the Furion ahead of the Terrorblade. So Vision have to be pretty confident with the early game advantage they've accrued here, as long as you don't give up some big core kills.
Oh, look at all those bounties. They got one apiece.
Nice even exchange. Very friendly rune battle, you know?
And we're back to daytime. So Vision, they ran over the first 5 minutes. Had to take a bit of a break with the Night Stalker threatening them. But now I feel like it's back on again.
I honestly think this period was not that bad for Spirit. There weren't too many extra Furion rotations. They defended top tower. The Embers recovering a little bit, and you didn't give up any just extra bad kills with the supports, which means this support duo for Vision is not that they're super low level, but they could have been a lot higher level. And it's actually the Undying who's the highest level support in this game. So that's pretty nice here. You don't have this Rubik ult online. He's nowhere close to it. The Ogre levels don't really matter. You have 3 points in Bloodlust. That's all he's contributing. You can keep playing around this top tower. Might be able to stabilize this early game. That is a very fast defusal, though.
Super scary. Any hero that gets caught alone by this Slark.
It is daytime. So you're a little weaker on this Slark running around. And Spirit, they're continuing to dodge him. Laurel just pulling waves. Does not want to go anywhere near no one. First item, Ghost Scepter out. That sounds like a little too
pulling free. Again. This time he'll be punished for it, but
does have
he gets a number of those creeps killed. Delays this push a lot. They still haven't taken that safe lane tower.
They've been really annoying on that top tier 1. Of course, last hit to Satanic off the Wrath of Nature. There's where the tip is coming through.
Yeah, of course.
Classic. Give me that gold.
Do you think these Furions like click their ultimate straight up on the hero when they're at 100?
No, it's if he's really low, yes. Usually it's 1 or 2 units. Finally, this tower will go down. You could have committed your Dark Ascension to again try and defend it even further, but I think you bought enough time here you're okay conceding it. Using that Dark Ascension for either a turnaround play or defending some power with the Ember, something like this. It's going to be a defensive game for Spirit, though. Until you're ready to just play through Collapse and his strength. He does have a blink. I mean, he's fairly farmed. With the game state.
I do feel like it's one of those weird things that... Oh, not me. That evasion's so obnoxious, man. It'll cost him a few extra seconds, and Collapse does TP away successfully there. I do feel like, can they make moves with Night Stalker? Because it's kind of like making moves with a Tidehunter, right? Like, oh, we've got Ravage, guys. Let's go use it. Okay.
It's not.
Yeah, you make a move, you use that Ravage. Well, guess what? That Ravage is now on cooldown, and Vision could just run you over.
I think the turnaround play is a lot more reliable for Spirit. You kind of know Vision are going to go into you, particularly the Slark with the Fury and backup. If you can bait him in a little bit, TP in with Night Stalker Blink on the backline, that's where the fight's going to look good for Collapse with this early Blink Dagger. It's very hard to just force the issue yourself, though. So Vision do have to be careful overextending deep into enemy territory.
Who's going to tank another gank?
This is that type of fight.
Around to kind of help him out. They burst down the Undying so quickly, and Tombstone's easily dealt with. Yeah, Team Spirit not actually going to fight this. It would be all up to Collapse if he wants to make that call, and he did not have TP.
Downside of him TPing the base there. Right. If that's 20 seconds later, I think Spirit would take that engagement. Otherwise, they're just going to write it off. Base for the Ember, who did commit for first item Ghost Scepter, by the way. Extremely defensive itemization here. It does save you against a lot of this damage early. It's just always one of those things, okay, you survive, but what are you surviving for if you're just some Ghost Scepter Ember? Are you actually doing anything after you get out of the Sark path? So you have to build in some more damage here. Looking for no one. There's that blink.
Got him on that AoE silence. They've got plenty of disables to follow through, so an easy pickoff.
Big kill.
On no one, and they use it at a period of time where there's going to be not that big of a daytime window.
Still half the duration here. Might be able to find an extra support. Toro, he's in the vicinity. He's going to meta for this. Yeah, that's another kill. 2 kills off that Dark Ascension, and you got the big one in the Sark.
And even going into the triangle here, take this stack.
Very smooth connection here for Collapse. As we mentioned, like 30 seconds till nighttime. It's a pretty small window for Vision to abuse. Try and steal the Ancients. This is a little greedy.
They absolutely should try and stop this, though. Nice, good. Okay, they have a Tombstone out, and they're going to be walking into that one. Doom already used out on Yatoro. He needs some help here. Notice also needs some help. They're actually doing a good amount. Doom already dead. Satanic coming through with the follow. He should just be able to clean most of this up. Team Spirit on the retreat, trying to get as many heroes out, and they will get 3 of them out. So in the end, definitely okay for Vision, but if you put together everything, like the stacks that were stolen, feels kind of even.
Not the worst gold exchange. I just don't like Spirit losing Yatoro there. I think you're okay losing almost anybody else other than the Terrorblade. He's too important for how you're going to scale in this game. It is nighttime, though.
Rubik.
Collapse continuing to do work here. He is really holding this game together with some clutch kills.
Yes.
Still, Satanic, he was the biggest beneficiary of that fight. 5-0 start for the Fury on 150 CS. I've seen this before, Austin. He's almost 3,000 ahead of the enemy carry. There's a limit to how much you can give this man before he just runs away with it.
It really is the perfect way to watch the Satanic versus Yatoro go down.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yatoro just trying to hold the game going. Satanic with his aggression of farming every single bit of the map while also being a part of these kills. Rubik is going to die in the mid lane. Satanic, here comes no one as well. Can he hit a pounce to get a kill here? Nah, both these heroes are way too mobile.
Coach goes right. This Slark is useless. He can't find the connections right now. Spirit are honestly playing really well around him. They're kind of initiating all these skirmishes away from where the Slark is. And maybe if you're no one, you're going to have to position yourself a little more aggressive on the map, but he's worried about this early Blink Night Stalker.
Yeah.
If Collapse finds him, just Blink Silence, the Slark's dead, so no one's trying to find this balance of being involved in the fights, being on the front line, the thing you want to do with Slark, and at the same time, you're afraid to give Collapse the jump Once more, they're going to try and backstab this tower. No one, he shows this is dangerous.
Gonna be no one. Caught inside the silence. Can he get out of the AoE? He was almost there, but no. Locked down and killed. The TP coming in from Team Vision. Still want to fight this out, but it's just Notice scaring back Team Spirit, preventing them from going for more kills and maybe objectives. He does complete out a Radiance on Notice, so as rough the game as no one is having these last few minutes, Notice is climbing the network charts.
Oh, they're incredibly far. The net worth is not going poorly for Vision. You can feel the impact of this Night Stalker, though. Collapse is controlling the game right now. And that's buying a lot of time for his other two cores. It's not that he's pulling ahead, it's this Ember is all of a sudden having a fine game. This Terrorblade is getting to punish a tower mid. This is all a product of the Night Stalker finding the clutch pickoffs.
Vision want to fight on this tower. They smoke up. No one TP's in.
You don't have any hard initiation, though. No blink on the Doom.
And Collapse getting the information. They see these heroes coming in on the left-hand side. Almost got him inside the silence. No one pounces away just in the nick of time. Team Spirit, do they keep this going here? Toss back, easy kill onto the Rubik, but up into the high ground. Are they willing to chase up there?
Oh, he is.
Collapse is willing to go up there, scouts it out, sees no heroes. They've already gone back behind their tier 2s. A really fast flip of who's controlling the map. It went Vision for the first, 5-6 minutes, and now it's Team Spirit taking most of it. But as you said, both teams are experienced enough to keep the losses. They're losing some heroes, they're losing some map, but they're still keeping the economy relatively even.
Oh, but if
Satanic dies, that would be a massive blow.
If he goes
He's trying to get to his BKB. This is the time for Team Spirit to kill him. He needs the hoodwink here.
Does a lot of damage.
Fighting back though. Collapse just gonna hold this ground. The TV goes out. They stop it with a bushwhack. Now a follow through with a sharpshooter. Collapse making sure he doesn't die.
He's so strong.
Oh my God! Wait a minute! He gets one kill when it shouldn't have happened. Almost got a second one, which would have been the improbable. Ultimately impossible for Satanic to stay alive, though.
You gotta respect this kid. You really gotta respect him. He does a lot of damage. He almost triple killed him there. That was extremely dangerous for Spirit. I do not think they're gonna make that mistake again. Yeah, you're strong in the Night Stalker if people are running away from you. If they just stand there and fight you, you're a Blink Dagger. You don't really have any extra stats.
Yeah, Satanic had no fear whatsoever. He saw the Night Stalker and said, okay, I see what's going on here.
That was a terrifying situation. However, they do get the big Furion kill. It's going to slow down his progression, help the Terrorblade close that gap. This has been a very interesting game so far, and I still feel like Spirit are controlling it a little bit more, while Vision are extracting a little more out of the map. Bloodlust is definitely going to do that. You are concerned about some BKB timings here, though. You have no BKB control in this Team Spirit lineup. And you can potentially have 3 cores that have BKBs and Bloodlust just sitting there. Are you going to be able to run into them and actually kill people?
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of steroids they've got in their
It's
lineup.
tough. That's when this game becomes tough. I also think these early fights have been difficult because you don't have a true initiator in this Vision lineup. It comes down to Blink Doom later, maybe Slark Ags, or the Slark having BKB so he can just confidently run in. We have not been at that point yet. Laurel, you are due.
Gets caught. Notice, blinks forward, hits him with the stun and a Doom.
He actually had a 3x streak, huh? A little extra gold in the way of the Doombringer. And there's that Blink Dagger. So the fights become a lot easier. You can send this Doom in first. You're going to have BKB on the Slark soon. Those are 2 points of attack to play behind here if you're Satanic looking for an opening. The Toro trying to get a little cheeky mid with some extra meta duration. Tombstone save is going to be huge in this game as well. Just being able to buy time on the target that gets doomed, stall out some of the Furion right clicks. This spell has been super impactful as TI. Spirit play really well around it. So already online, something you have to keep in mind. Can also bail heroes out of the Slark control if some of your utility is down. Trying to wade through this daytime. Do have a Dark Ascension available, level 2 now for Collapse. However, I think he needs BKB to really stick in the fight. You go in the fight, you get Ogre stunned, Rubik lifted into the Furion damage. You're just getting melted.
It is Vision. I feel like Tormentor's got to be pretty important. They've got great heroes on the side of Team Spirit. Of course, they already bought their shard on the Undying, but I also feel like Vision, like if 9 class can complete a 4-staff but also get the shard, from the Tormentor, they would have additional way to be able to help no one get out of that crippling fear. That would kind of even things out when it comes to the saves being on both sides.
Yeah, there's some nice extra shards for Vision in terms of those saves. On the flip side, Spirit have already bought 4 of them.
What? They bought 4 of them?
Yes, there's only one left to grab, and it's that Hoodwink Boomerang.
Yeah, I mean, all the Night Stalkers are doing it. It helps their farm. I guess everybody else kind of makes sense. Shield Rune.
Oh, that is a dangerous jump.
Yeah, collapse. Yeah, I don't know if that you just saw that power rune and thought I have to get to that or what, but that was not a good start for a fight.
Just didn't expect them all to be there right at the start. What can Vision get off that? A lot of time with the Night Stalker off the map. It is during the daytime, he's a little less valuable. However, I feel like every time you lose a core in this game, you're going to lose 1 or 2k net worth advantage as Furion just cleans up the map. Maybe they can just do Roche with some of the extra single target burst from the Bloodlust. The Midas is online for the Ogre, by the way, so Ducalis, he sometimes goes the Midas, sometimes goes more utility. This time he's going to opt for the Midas and just scale a bit better.
How did he make that decision in your head?
I honestly think it's one of the more difficult ones to make. I think it's about your read of when you're going to try and end this game. If you're going high ground around 30 to 35, you don't want the Midas. If you think this game is going to go to the 40, 50-minute period, the Midas is better. Okay. It's really just about how well this game's flowing, how much of a lead we've built up. Are you going to just run this over and be able to end it before any of the scale comes online? I think here he made the correct read. I don't think you're snowballing this game enough to just say, hey, I'm going to buy 4 staff and we're just going to go higher on this lane. This Midas will pay off. It always does.
$4,000 net worth lead for Team Vision, but an even kill score of 11-11. We are approaching this next nighttime. They do have Dark Ascension up on Team Spirit, so we might see them do kind of similar to what they did last time, which was try and connect for a play around this 24-minute marker. Pop Dark Ascension. That goes seamlessly into the next nighttime. The Collapse is going to have to part Dark Ascension here defensively. Not what he wanted whatsoever.
No, not at all.
We'll take the creeps, try and make the best of a bad situation there.
Will flow into that 25-minute nighttime period. You just don't have the extra damage for the fight.
He's skittering away from no one here in the trees, who's trying to figure out some D-ward situation here.
Honestly, I'm impressed with how much Laurel is found in this game. I think Spirit did get out of this Ember Slark matchup pretty well. I don't think that's been the issue here. Just a question of can you win a team fight. The team fight still looks difficult.
No one catches him. Force Zap. Nami gets away just before the pounce lands. Nicely done. Another support in some trouble. Though Yotaro is actually here, and it's going to force a fast TP away from the Furion. They're the same.
Oh, that bushwhack.
What a beautiful bushwhack. Locked down 2. Rue marches forward a little bit too far forward. No one turns around and kills him with his ultimate and gets out. He still has BKB. Not too much he's afraid of. In fact, he's even going to stand here. See Team Spirit stumble a little bit too far forward.
Does hit nighttime. Just a little too deep to push. There were still BKBs available for the 2 frontliners on Vision. Satanic did not like what he found on the other end of that teleport. Instantly pulled the Nightfall. He was out of there.
Speaking of BKBs, Collapse is about to be done with his, and he's already see his queue up of items, Snullifier and a Basher. No surprise there. Just anything to keep these heroes locked in crippling fear for as long as possible.
It's scanned down here. Vision really going to try and make a play. That's a hard play to connect on.
Drop the ward. I wonder if Collapse saw the ward being dropped. Certainly saw the heroes coming in.
A nice dodge here. Continuing to close this gap between the Terrorblade and the Furion. I mean, both farm extremely fast. It's going to be Butterfly for Satanic. It's going to be Butterfly for Yotaro. One of them is going to reign supreme here.
Do either one of them go MKB to deal with the other, or is it just both carries are going to try and kill everybody else on the enemy?
I think it would be quite hilarious. They both went Butterfly, saw it, and both went MKB. Though I think it's a much stronger item on Terrorblade than Furion on average. I'd be pretty surprised if Satanic ends up with MKB this game. He might. If he thinks he can just TP and BKB, bring this Terrorblade down quickly. Bloodlust does give some extra value to some of these proc items.
Sure.
That's a consideration.
Right now, he's queued up his namesake in Satanic. Collapse was in the top wave. Still have his off-lane tier 1 tower. It looks like he's even going to try and set up for, see if there's a support down here for the Wisdom Shrine. Maybe even take the Wisdom Shrine, or at least force Vision to defend. Flipping up the side.
They're smoking to him.
Those are emptied out.
He's trying to anchor a position that Spirit can go to here and get a really nice backstab on the fight. Just catch Vision off guard. It might work out here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good with the smoke happening. Collapse ready to pop the Dark Ascension. Instantly jumps onto the Rubik. Wants to go with the supports first. Same goes with the rest of the team after Jakalis. Both supports. Well, the sharpshooter doesn't land, but they got both of them anyway.
That was very fast. And you could see Vision, the attack came from multiple angles. They just weren't sure what this fight was looking like. Just kind of failed on it. Way too chaotic. Way too hard to get a read there.
Still caught no one.
Yeah?
His team is going to be pretty far away to get here, and the BKB has to be used. BKB exchange between Collapse and no one.
Going to continue to scout. Ascension's out. However, you do have that 5-on-3.
Yeah, Yatoro's already teleporting back to the triangle. He wants to just farm. Try and clear through these camps before the next minute spawns. Efficient as possible. There's the butterfly. More butterfly.
Pretty nice timing here for Satanic. He's not as far ahead as I thought he might be, given the early game. Once more speaks to Spirit's ability to limit the damage being done. The fact they're up kills in this game is kind of astounding to me.
All right, so Vision, they weren't able to snowball the game quite the way they probably wanted to, but there's nothing wrong with their scale.
No. You absolutely get to play game Dota here. Especially if you can find openings like that.
Pick off. Full Satanic, not even required. Just so well executed by
Let
Vision.
the Ogre beat him down.
Yeah.
That's going to be Roshan.
Straight to Roche. No defending for Team Spirit. Getting a kill like that during nighttime, doing Roche off of it, that's going to be a massive win for Vision in the context of this game.
Oh, what a sick smoke. Just straight into the Terrorblade right by the Roche pit. Spirit, they steal these though. They contest them.
But he doesn't have Dark Ascension. If he had the full flying Vision, maybe he could pull that off.
Not me, not going to go for the play. Tanic going to try and find the squirrel. It's going to be a difficult catch.
Time for Team Spirit to rad, especially as we go into another daytime. Vision, this feels like a moment where they're going to take a lot of objectives. They could start taking tier 2s in my head.
For sure. I think the only thing they're really missing for me is some of those extra saves between the Slark Rubik Shard. However, if they're snowballing and they're playing aggressive, you don't need them here by any means.
Yeah, if you're balled up, it's not like Team Spirit have big team fight that really punishes you, right? They've got, what, an AoE Void, an AoE Silence, Tombstone.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. If you have Depth Shroud and the Telekinesis, you can throw the Slark out of the Night Stalker range. You can Depth Shroud someone the Night Stalker goes on. It becomes a lot more difficult to latch on to some of these squishy heroes and just bring them down to get a numbers advantage.
Yep.
That's the reason I like it here. However, like you said, if you are just grouped and you're kind of forcing objectives, you can protect your backline just through close vicinity. You're not worried about clumping into anything in this game. There's no clump abuse in this Spirit lineup.
Move the Ember Spirit over here.
They're going to smoke. They're going to try and fight through this Aegis.
Yeah.
This is really difficult with the extra life on the Furion. You really have to find a good angle. Butterfly done for Yatoro, though. He says, I want to get something done with my timing.
Might find a good angle to get this Lark. Well, it's just the Ogre.
You don't want this Ogre. You don't want to commit the Night Stalker jump on it.
Well, they don't have to.
Yeah, you can poke him down.
Not too bad.
Very, very smartly played. Do not want to jump in with Night Stalker until you find the target you're looking for.
So they relieve some of this aggression for, about a minute with the Ogre dying and then coming back onto the map without having to use Dark Ascension. If they can pull it off again, they might just weather through this daytime without too much lost. It's still Vision that's going to be gaining an advantage through this.
For sure.
Between the Aegis and Furion being Furion, they've got a 7,000 net worth lead now.
I would say Yatoro's fairly comfortable right now scaling, other than this Doom, which it's just a skill-based thing. You can find the connection on the Terrorblade. It's a very one-sided matchup. If you can set up illusions, kind of enter the fight, it's not an easy jump for notice, then this Terrorblade's difficult to deal with right now.
It's 9 class, and the Dark Ascension for that kill. He's done. There's snowballing support pickoffs again to try and get through this period of time.
And he did go MKB on the Furion.
Okay.
He's going to commit for the ability to just bring Yatoro down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they get the Doom on him. He can't sunder. Furion then delivers the damage to kill that life.
Tombstone save is the one wild card there.
Yes, right? They can really hold down for a long time against Doom.
Oh, the jump, the stomp.
Initiation with the stomp there. A nice bushwhack. Is that going to be enough to save him?
No.
Panic teleports in. He goes straight for Yatoro with his MKB. Yatoro, he's dying. He's taking a lot of damage. Can't really thunder anything, but oh, what? They actually do manage to get the Ember Spirit. Satanic got low. They'll run down Rue as well. Managed to get 2 off of that one. Not too bad for Vision.
Tombstone stalled a long time. You're just coming out into a world of pain. No way to really turn that fight. Yeah, Toro definitely felt that MKB beating into him there. You have the serrated Shiv as well. So you have some extra True Strike on top of that MKB. A really nice roll here for Satanic.
Look how fast he attacks with his Bloodlust. That's scary.
That's that Ogre power. It skews these carry matchups.
We're going to keep the aggression going. Vision, they've done this a number of times. One of the teams that have closed out some of the fastest games here at TI. The question was, are they just that good, or is it part of their style?
I think it's a little bit of both. Still a minute left on this Aegis. Not going to risk the high ground push with it expiring.
Yeah, he got the glyph out of him. That's good enough.
Oh, Yatoro.
Yatoro. Where do you go from here? He doesn't have TP. He's kind of stuck. He has to make a Sunder play and kill Satanic. It's his only option. And he might just be able to take away the Aegis, but no one will clean up the rest of the life.
Another costly death. He's died twice on this bottom lane. Some of the deep wards for Vision really paying off, scouting the sides of the map.
Yeah, Dakalis had that deep ward earlier on the right-hand side, and I assume that's what spotted Yatoro making his way down there. I can't believe he was out there without TP, though.
That was a really weird situation to be in. Your Aegis expired. You can absolutely still go high ground, though. No way this Terrorblade has buybacks. You're not worried about that.
Yeah,
30 seconds
easily
here.
a tier 3, maybe a lane.
Slark might not have done a lot in this game. He might not have to do a lot at this rate.
And to get the hoodwink, nice force stab forward. Or maybe that was actually, unfortunately, not me using his force stab on himself.
Was trying to get out of there.
Way into Team Vision. And with 10 seconds to spare, they've got a full lane of barracks and out, hitting a tier 2 now. Satanic is just picking up speed, going faster and faster.
All of a sudden, he's 8,000 ahead of that Terrorblade. Blink and you'll miss it. You just can't afford bad deaths against the squad. They're playing too well right now, too efficient. They understand their win condition. They understand the game plan. They're not just going to go back to their side of the map and chill for 10 minutes. Let you recover. Nighttime will strike once more.
Now this is one of those night times where you're just desperately trying to claw back some net worth.
You have to.
Instead of putting your stamp on the game.
Have to get something here. You're very close to some big items too. It's going to be Ags for Laurel. We'll finish it here in 20 gold. You're close kind of to that Scotty for Yatoro. He's an ult orb away. I don't know if you can really wait for that. And you do have that Nullifier on the Night Stalker. So this is as good as it gets for Spirit for a long while until that next Roshan spawn. They would love to take a fight right here. Find a nice angle, bring down supports, assassinate this backline, and then rally around the Terrorblade.
Can they do a fight without Yatoro? Can Yatoro just farm his ultimate orb and the 4 just go hunting for heroes?
It's getting difficult.
Yeah, Vision aren't really splitting up too much, not giving too many chances. They're going to spot no one here. Instant slide jump away. The Power Rune will lie unclaimed, taken by no one now with a regen.
Full Hex on that Ogre, by the way. This might just absolutely paid off in this game. Get multi-shot on that.
Link Scythe the Vice, he's huge. Rue playing around this ward. Glap's actually going to go for this kill onto no one, but the BKB makes it simple. He'll try and deal with Dakalis with a bounce around there of the Aghanim Scepter. He'll get back. Notice chasing after Yatoro. Through the Lincoln's out on Yatoro. They're trying to work their way through it, but he's up to the high ground now. Bushwhack to hold back Satanic. Team Spirit, if they can just get out with a kill on Dekalis, it's not the worst, but they're actually kind of hiding Satanic.
They want to use the meta
Still
ascension.
thinking they can fight this one with the Dark Ascension and high ground.
No BKB on the Slark.
Bought a 9 class. Telekinesis is himself out of there.
Disengage is too good. Able to assassinate one support. That's all you get there.
That really can't be good enough for Team Spirit.
No, running into control issues. This Night Stalker was good for the first half of the game. Once the BKBs came out, it's a way different story. You also have the shards up on the Rubik and the Slark, so now you have the Depth Shroud plus the throw. Becomes way easier to disengage from this zone of control the Night Stalker's proposing.
Yeah, they have such single target focus, right? Nullifier on Night Stalker, who's right-clicking people down, Terrorblade, swinging on one hero. These single target saves are going to be amazing. Psychic Headband puts himself inside the Tombstone. They're farming a Tombstone inside of the base here. Team Spirit can do very little to stop it.
Very ult dependent. No meta, no ascension. You don't have the damage to take that fight.
They do finally get to that Scotty, and it's still nighttime vision. This would be very bold. They could just wait until daytime, but...
This Furion is peaking right now. He's 25. He has the player's Boda. His damage is out of control.
But if they lose this fight, it could be Team Spirit getting an Aegis off of it.
What can Spirit do here? Meta in 15. They force him in.
Force that in, trying to hit the Bushwhack. He activates the BKB in time. The cost not me, almost his life. Still trying to kill him here. Trying to sharpshooter his way out of here, but no.
Collapse.
Or do die.
Nowhere to go.
Collapse in some trouble. Fire blasted down. An easy kill. Pop through Lincoln's of Laurel. He's forced away. They're going to have to buy back for this one. They might be able to fight it though. Satanic turns, stands his ground. Up against Yatoro, but the Bushwhack telekinesis trying to get him away. But no, he dies all the same. Now it's up to Team Spirit. They got to get as many kills out of this as possible.
Got the stun.
No one. They get hit as well. How much more? A TP away from Dekalis, not in time. Collapse, unable to get the Void out. That'll be just 2 cores. They lost a lane of barracks. They have to get Roshan for this.
Triple buyback plus a lane. A brutal economic blow. You don't lose Yatoro. That's the silver lining. It's going to TP bottom, try and fix the map, and you're absolutely right. You have to play for the Roshan here.
The sad part for them is it's not going to be up another 40 seconds. There will kind of be a window if they really play to it.
I think you have to. I think you will have to park someone in here and man up for it.
Despair as Team Spirit go into the pit and find Roshan has not spawned yet.
That's a rough
There's
spawn.
still hope that they can get it. But it's
Collapse.
Got Hex. Collapse. Getting caught by the side device. He's in and whoa! Tombstone save. Could he possibly get out of here? Out of the Tombstone, he's going to be so low. It only takes so much for Vision to take him out. They're trying to push these heroes back, and he'll just hold inside the Tombstone. They
might get something more.
He's out now. Collapse. He's playing with them. He's toying with them, but he got doomed. The Doom is out. They'll get the Rubik for it. This kind of snowballed some kills now. Now Team Spirit do have a larger window to take this Roshan. It's up now.
You have the confidence to do it without Night Stalker for 90 seconds. That's the dieback there. He did tank the Doom. And honestly, it's kind of worth it in some ways, because now you can take this fight without Doom available. I think you have to man up here. You have to take the opportunities when they're presented.
Oh man, Roshan trying to get to the other side. Do they have to disable this?
I don't know if they do.
Oh, it's going to be really weird. He's full rushing out of the way. They're going to buy back.
It's a disaster.
This is an opportunity. If they can take it out, Roshan is throwing hero after hero. Moving to the Doom. They're being used by Yatoro. Oh my God. He just keeps on rampaging through these heroes. Rose trying to get away from Satanic. Yatoro's back to base. Vision will take the Roche.
That could not have gone worse for Spirit. They did not have enough time to do it as Roche just annihilated them in the river.
They were seconds away. If they could have just done it 5 seconds faster, they could have killed it even as Roshan was out the base, but instead Vision had the extra life on Furion, something that wasn't even necessary. And Aegis was a thread, a prayer for Spirit to have some sort of hold in this game against the extra life of Furion. It's gotta be over. I don't know how they can take this.
They're gonna get Vegas here. Damn damage for the Slark was just the cherry on top. We saw no one laughing all the way to the bank.
Watching Laurel throw himself after Roshan time and time again. knows that they needed that extra life. It's Megas, it's Vision hitting tier 4s. It's a buyback from Laurel. And a desperate hold, trying to make the initiation on the Furion. Got him on the bushwhack, no real follow through. Laurel, he jumps to the back line, spotting to cause, but he can't stick around, not against the site. The Vice, he has to play his distance. He's going to make a run for it, try and cut some waves. He gets hit by a stomp, break through Lincoln, see if they can get the site. Fire blast on him, and now he's dead. Doom guarantees it.
Too far, too deep. These heroes are too slippery. You just can't align the control and the damage. That's been the problem for Spirit all game. Without an Ember for 100 up against Megas. Metas was popped here. Vision, you can just wait out meta.
Yeah,
go back in.
They just hold this. They'll have plenty of time with the Ember Spirit still down. A 4 versus 5, 4 versus 6 if you include the Aegis.
So have to respect the Terrorblade. Yatoro is having some very free fights, being able to sit in the back and just bring these heroes down quickly.
Double pounce in, trying to catch not me. Force Staff gets Yatoro out of danger.
Meta down for 65 seconds here.
Yeah, what is that Melee Terrorblade able to do here against the range of the Furion? See it there. Sprout forces Yatoro into a Manta. Telekinesis toss back in, and he's gets off asunder. It doesn't matter though. They can just fight right through all of it because Satanic stands there and swings on his former mentor. He goes down, and that is too easy for Vision. They'll finish off the rest of these Team Spirit heroes without a carry. They don't have the damage to stop Satanic. GG is called. Team Spirit will go down. Vision, a dominant Game 1 victory. No surprises there.
Team looks almost unbeatable right now. When they're behind, they recover. When they're ahead, they snowball. And then in weird games like this, where it kind of feels even for a long time, it feels like they're always the team that finds that one kill, that one opening, and the second the levy breaks, you're down 10K, you're down 15K. Now you have to make some desperate move. That Roshan play almost bails Spirit out. Even if they get that, do they win this game? I don't know how much it shifts the odds. I think this situation for Spirit's just very uncomfortable. You're in a game where the onus is on you to make all these incredibly difficult moves with Night Stalker because your Ember just doesn't have a lane to play. It's all on Collapse. He finds some of those, but he just had to find so many.
Too many problems. Vision constantly pose too many problems for their opponents.
Though Miposhka there at the end of the draft talked about how Slark doesn't really do anything post the lane. You have to question, but is your Ember going to be able to do anything in the lane after that as well? It felt like so often we were seeing Lyle be put in precarious situations and have to do so much with so little, but still massive props to Spirit for being able to drag out this game that they did, put themselves in a position where they're contesting objectives, they're taking towers, and we actually almost saw them get a strong grip on this game, potentially even lead it into that win.
Yeah, I think it's an incredibly impressive performance from Laurel because his position is super hard, and we saw what we talked about. He didn't die. He's holding on. He catches up really well. His net worth is totally respectable, even in a situation where he's playing an impossible lane. I think it's a great show of resilience and the magic Spirit has, but I don't know. This Vision team is they're just on fire right now.
Yeah, in a way, the Doom pick to me was the really genius aspect of how Vision played it with the opening in the draft. I think you alluded to it a bit, Quinn, about how they're going to set up for something even later on, and then the Doom kind of looked like the backup plan. They had the Slark up their pocket. They were going to shut him down later on. They didn't want them to pre-address the Slark in the earlier picks. And even if Laurel managed to recover it, that was where Doom existed. So many fights, even though Slark was being handled by the Night Stalker, Doom was dooming the Ember. And what can you do after that? Even if you try to recover, it's very hard to take those fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think the prior draft, obviously, like, it played out into their favor, but I think this game is a lot closer than people think it is. I think Spirit, it's not a lot of things that needed to go different for them to actually win this game. I feel like we mentioned it already, but the way they recovered Ember's game with, like, some really clutch moves, because I don't think it's just Laurel. It's something to do as a unit, and they're really good at helping him find his footing back into the game. And in this game in particular, I think it was when you saw the Slark TP down to the bottom lane, they opened up the mid tower, it ends up actually favoring Laurel, I think, this whole rotation that they do there. And it's because of Collapse's pressure. And they're just, I think Spirit are really good at finding these key moments. And unfortunately, the game breaks for them when I think Yatoro gets smoked on and they lose the first Roshan. I think that really is a key moment that closed the game for Vision. But if you're playing a game like this, it feels really close.
No, 100%. Collapse is A special shout out to him because I think he played incredible this game. I think one of the only players in the world that could play the way he did, buying Blink first, finding so many kills, and still having solid net worth, making space for Laurel, making space for the rest of his team to farm and catch up. Like, Yatoro had no pressure on him for such a huge portion of this game. It was honestly an incredible performance that ends up not working out, but I still have hope for them for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I look at Vision, everything that they were able to do for themselves, and it is hard to pick a player or a hero that stood out just that little bit above because they were all doing everything they needed to do. This Slark is supposed to win lane, it does it. This Nature's Prophet is supposed to be able to either get on the back line, shut down whatever Yatoro wants to do, and Satanic played that beautifully. The supports are the ones where I always like to draw my attention a little bit more, Mira, because normally they do make or break, but in this game, it felt like they were kind of just there, almost in a way that we could have seen Vision succeed with a multitude or a plethora of different heroes for themselves.
Yeah, Vision are so good at enabling Satanic within their drafts and their support picks and creating situations where he's at least 3k net worth ahead of anyone else in the game very early on. And even if situations happen in the game, like when Collapse got his Blink Dagger and started to find kills, even if this happens and they lose a little bit of grip on the game, they still have their carry 3k net worth ahead of anyone else. And it gives them that security and that failsafe where when the games slow down, it feels comfortable for them always. And Vision are looking really scary because of that. They've consistently picked Nature's Prophet. Teams have tried to counter Nature's Prophet, and he still wins with it.
We're going to talk about those later portions of the game in a little bit, but for now we wanted to look more towards what that earlier part entailed for Vision and how they were able to find a lead and a success for themselves in those lanes. The person walking us through that is Paj.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, these drafts have been very instrumental, not just in this series, but lots of other ones. We saw the Slark versus Ember matchup earlier in the Liquid series yesterday, actually. But let's take a look at the laning stage. It wasn't just that matchup. It was also this cool Ogre pick. Last pick Ogre. Not very often your support gets to pick last, but what he's doing for his team is he's giving Bloodlust to the best player in the world, Satanic. And that extra attack speed and that extra movement speed allows him to bully the crap out of his opponents. And it also allows him to potentially get first blood here. They do a nice Sprout into a Fire Blast with some right-click rundowns. That's how they got the first kill. And then as the lane continues, it's the same kind of story. The Night Stalker's getting hit like 6 times every time he might have one opportunity to get a last hit. So he gets bullied out of the lane, and generally really good starting farm for Satanic. But again, Team Spirit did do a good job stabilizing. But Slark is the guy that we need to talk about. He's the little fish in the room, basically. There's some small changes to the hero that you might not be up to date at, but he's got a new ability, his third one here. It basically steals regen from his opponents and gives it to himself. And his old passive is actually right here. It's near an innate. So he just gets this for free. So his melee trades are disgusting. So when you lane him against a hero like Ember Spirit, you're basically putting your regen down to 0 whenever Slark hits you. And that's going to make a bad outcome for you in your game. Take a look at this. 0 HP regen per second as he gets hit by Slark. So he basically can't lane in this matchup here, which makes his CS very, very bad. And even at the 6-minute mark, they're ready to pressure. The net worths right now are already looking kind of bad, and them diving under this tower, killing the Undying, backing and taking the tier 1. They got what they wanted out of this early game. They would have loved to have more kills, certainly, but this is basically the hero matchups that we need to be looking for in further matchups if there is an Ember Spirit that shows up, because it will get you off to a really bad early start.
Thank you so much, Paj. We've spoken multiple times about the theory behind a Slark coming up against an Ember, and whilst it did happen in groups, seeing it here in the main stage get picked the way it did, they're trying to close out their second phase in the draft, be able to protect it as much as they can with the remaining bans they do, but at the end of the day, it felt like they didn't even really necessarily have to do that. I would love to see Spirit focus up a bit more on lanes, because Mira, we do see that Night Stalker struggle up against the Nature's Prophet, but later on, what was it, around the 14-15 minute mark, still have so much impact, so we could see the ideas behind what Miposhka was talking about, what the teams wanted for themselves.
Yeah, it did look like a really rough lane for Collapse, but what that hero was able to achieve in that game definitely justified the pick. I really think the big issue here and the big story of the game, like we mentioned, was the Ember versus Slark mid. That's truly where all of the issues were created. That's what changed the gameplay, and that's what forced Night Stalker to have to overperform. In situations like that, you don't really want to be in there, but it just happens. The Slark mid as a counter to Ember is kind of a new thing that's going on, and teams are going to have to adjust to it in real time. But, you know, as we can see here, this team fight, I think, happened after Collapse's pickoffs. But the game kind of looked like it was Visions all along.
Yeah, it's tough. It's just it's a hard game, and they fought back very well. I think this Vision team, part of what makes them so strong is those early moves. You saw Purge talk about it in the video, but the fact that they're a team that consistently makes these. You see some teams, they make a move once every few games. They open a tower. Vision, every game, they're making a move, combining cores, opening towers. That's a sort of a really basic concept that was everyone sort of agreed upon at some point years ago, that you combine cores sometime in the first 10 minutes, and that allows you to make the heroes that are strong actually, be in the same place. You can open a tower and start opening up the map. And they have crystallize that, and they do it every game. They do it so consistently, and I think that's one of the things that they do better than everyone else that allows them to have such good positions, to Satanic be so farmed every game. It's not wizardry. They've got a formula going that works really well.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree. I mean, this concept in Dota has existed that you kind of always want to play where you're strong, and as supports, it's especially important that you want to move to the areas of the map where you have strong cores. And what they're doing that excellently. And then when you add another core to an area, that area suddenly becomes like your fortress, and nothing can enter it. And that's what we see here. Like, they have Nature's Prophet winning his lane, connecting to Slark winning his lane, and opening up the mid tower.
Yeah, I mean, these collapse moves, again, were very valuable, especially the early kills on Slark to get Laurel back into the game. But when the Ember came back into the game, there was still the threat of Doom that I touched upon a little bit earlier. There were a few fights that were taken, but if Ember is getting doomed, it doesn't really matter if Slark's getting blinked on, because at some point, the game's going to stabilize, Slark's going to go farm a BKB, and they're content to let Doom devour creeps, let Nature's Prophet hit whatever, and wait for an opportunity to take a fight.
Yeah, you can see it in Ember's itemization. He goes Ghost Scepter first, into Kaya, into Lincoln Sphere.
How many games could you say you've done that build, or you feel like people...
0.
Okay.
And I've played like 3,000 Ember games.
I just want to put context out there as to why you're talking about that, because that is a thing that people are not looking towards at all.
Yeah, you're just buying incredibly weird items, and it makes you not only uncomfortable, but also weaker. And you just, I don't know, you're missing those normal timings you have. It makes you have to play off of the moment and not so much off of the bank of knowledge you've acquired over playing so many officials on those heroes and other heroes. You're just put in an uncomfortable position. And that is a way of countering heroes that is not easy to create, but when you do, like owning both paths of their itemization. Ember wants a BKB, or he wants just the Ghost Scepter, but now he needs both, and he needs a Lincoln's too, and you can't buy them all. You can't buy 4 defensive items. It's not how Dota works, right? You need something that allows you to build damage, and so I think it's a great point, and part of why this game looks so intolerable. If there's no Doom and just a Slark, well, Ember buys a Ghost Scepter, and these fights look very different.
So double whammy from Vision doing so much for themselves, and we saw in that clip as well there is, it was this lead or this comeback, whatever you want to coin it for Spirit, it was surmounting for themselves. The ball was really rolling, but Vision wanted to nip it in the bud. They go, we're going to smoke up, and the only target we're looking for at this point is Yatoro. We want that Terrorblade, and they find him. It's really hard in Stadia these days to praise enough how well a successful smoke can go, because more often than not, supports are aware of it. Supports are in positions to be the ones to sacrifice themselves for it. So Vision getting it, is this like a big brain 100% on them, or also a little bit to, we could have seen Spirit be slightly more aware of it, and we're hoping they're going to be more critically thinking when it comes to a game 2.
I mean, I think that kind of move, you have to credit Vision for it. It's essentially what's happening is Roche is there, and they're smoking towards the triangle, which is close to Roshan, and looking for any sort of kill that will allow them to get Roche, and they happen to find the most important target, which is Yatoro. When he dies, there's just absolutely no way that Roshan is getting contested. And for me, I think prior to that moment, everything we've said about like Ember being countered, his item build being weird, all this stuff is true, but I think up until that moment, Spirit had a realistic chance of winning the game, because I feel like their heroes were finally coming online, but when they get that move, they kind of solidify that like the game is now ours, and you have to let us like dominate the map for the next 5 minutes with the Aegis.
Yeah, it's just tough. And I think when I look at Spirit in those cams, I find it interesting to look at them between games when they're in the hallway about to come out on stage again. Like, how is the vibe? How do they look? And when I look at them, they look kind of tense. They look a little tight. I don't know. To me, they're not talking that much. Little mutterings here and there. And I've been there when you're about to go back out on stage and things feel kind of tight. You lost the last game. You didn't play super well. And so I'm looking straight at the gate. How does the draft go? How does the beginning of the lanes go? Because when I look at them, it didn't look ultra inspiring, if I'm being honest, between games.
Yeah, I mean, to add to your point, Insania, about how it could have been close up until TV got smoked on, I think that's something that Vision really have to be praised for, because if one smoke on your carry at one point of the game is why you lost, then there are issues within your draft, because while Vision do a similar thing in building up Satanic to be the end-all and be-all for them, there's still backup plans. There's still Doom, who is a secondary carry who's scaling. There's still a Slark that's playing with an Ogre with Bloodlust. it's not that if Nature's Prophet dies, you don't have a means to fight back. So potentially incorporating, more of a fail-safe into Team Spirit's draft could be better in this game too.
I just feel like that's not Spirit, though. You know what I mean? I feel like they are that team. They will go all in on Yatoro, and he has delivered for them in the past. And I think that is like one of the, sometimes it's plays to their strengths, and sometimes it's to their detriment, like in this game, right? Where it is all in on Yatoro, and he has to do it. And if he doesn't, then there just isn't any plan B.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you can't win with just Yatoro versus Team Vision. You need Laurel as well, and you need to enable him within your drafts.
I think if you're essentially giving 2 lanes to the advantage of Vision and you go the only lane that matters is Yatoro's, that's where the issue arises. If you're like, okay, 1 lane is going to have an issue, you could walk away with it. I feel like that very much falls into the multitude of formulas Spirit has for success. But both Lal and Collapse walking away with rough lanes, that's where, the big question mark ensues of can you actually get a win from that one here? And Vision is another one that we have to talk about here because the draft has been so tough to predict for everyone. Their supports have always been changing it up. Their cores, despite Satanic staying more towards that Nature's Prophet side, it feels like everyone else is able to experiment in some way, shape, or form because of how stable of a pillar Satanic has been.
Yeah, it's just individual excellence across the board. You look at all of their players, and you can argue that all of them are the top player in their role across the whole tournament's field. I think it's very rare you look at a team and you can do that. Oftentimes there's a star player, and then these other guys are fine. They're good players, but they're not quite at the same caliber as this guy. But you look at that team, and they're all incredible. They're all super high MMR. They're grinders. They have dedicated their lives to this game. They're playing it day in, day out. And you just see them online. You see them in their pubs. I see them more than any other team in my games when I'm playing pubs, and you can feel it. These little small things, the little intricacies, the knowing the matchups, I think that's why we see so many different heroes from them, is because they are so in love and dedicated to the game that they just know all these things intuitively and they can find the right moments for them.
And that's a very valuable thing that you bring up, because in the past, Dota could not be won, or TI could not be won with just the best players. We've seen all-star rosters be formed in the past and it not being enough. But now it's become so streamlined. The fundamentals are pretty universal amongst most teams. It's agreed upon what the best way to play Dota is in any current patch. What the big difference maker is now in 2026 compared to 10 years ago is how good are your players individually, how much do they study the little things, and can they step up and clutch when they need to? For Vision, they can.
They must be the highest MMR team, right, in the world.
I think so.
I think, like, just thinking about their players, I think all of them are, like, probably in the top 30.
Top 50 at lowest, I think.
Yeah.
Wow. Top 50 at lowest. It's insane to think that the caliber of a team like Vision is even going to potentially falter here, but we'll see if game number 2 is Spirits.
Team Spirit versus Team Vision. Game 2.
It all starts with a draft. Looking towards this second game, we do wonder, is there going to be a reaction to what was let through in terms of bans? Do we have to look at anything new that needs to be taken out of the hero pool here? As this time around, we're going to have Spirit with the opening. Sorry, we're going to have Vision with the opening pick here. Game 1, it was Spirit who had that. So Bane being taken out, Lina being taken out, and the Slaughter for the side of Vision, whereas it is a Tree, Bounty Hunter, and Earth Spirit. And that is a change-up in the bans.
And the Slaughter is a fun one because this is considered one of the counters to Earth Spirit mid, and Team Spirit are like, okay, we're not going to give it to you. We lost to it twice, you bound Slaughter. You don't get to have your Earth Spirit.
They do leave the Nature's Prophet in the pool, though, so they could potentially be taken again. Like, Nature's Prophet owned that game, and he's farmed, and he's doing everything he should do. But at the same time, it didn't feel unbeatable to me. It feels like Spirit has potential answers for it. And I agree with Mira's point that I think the Doom and the fact they lose mid so bad, like, Nature's Prophet is strong, but he's not infallible is kind of how I feel. And they agree. They don't even take it. They say, maybe we'll look at it later, but not right now.
It is a hero that they do like to have more towards the second phase. They want to see a little bit more. They don't necessarily like to open up with it. But we've seen teams in the group stage try and target Satanic's hero pool. And I promise you, you cannot do that. You could use every single ban against him as a player, and he will still find the best hero in the situation that can possibly be found and play it to an S tier level.
that's just what you get when you have Satanic on your team, right?
Yeah.
It's the benefit of having him. But so interesting stat that popped up. Willow has had 100% win rate for 9 class, and I think when I think of Vision and their style of drafting, I think they're generally speaking more of like a second pick team. And what they've done here is they've gone with a pretty casual pick. They picked a hero that they know is going to be good for their draft. It doesn't have to be anything special. It's not too defining, and it allows them to get some information leading into the next phase for what type of hero that they want.
Yeah, this is also the second time we've seen this happen where someone first picks a support and there's a winner Wyvern on the second pick after in response. We saw it yesterday against the Bounty Hunter, and I think this is another situation where this doesn't really make a ton of sense.
I think Spirit just really prioritized the Wyvern because in game 1, even though they had first pick, they weren't necessarily willing to pick it for themselves, and they banned it. They used one of their 3 bans to take out the Wyvern. It gets let through here. It's not picked up by Vision, so they clearly place some importance on it. No one else necessarily is, or something we aren't seeing, for them to be able to confidently say, this is what we want in this trade.
I do think an aspect of this Wyvern that we talked about a little bit in game 1 is that Lone Druid is a hero that has to be on the mind for both of these teams. They both played it yesterday on the main stage, had incredible games on Lone Druid, and Wyvern is one of the only supports that you can pick comfortably to play against it. So if you secure it early for yourself within the draft, you've pre-solved an issue. It's not the only solution, but it's one that teams do like.
There you go. Stand out.
It's a very fair point. I do think at the same time it's weird to pick a hero that is really good against physical damage and against heroes that commit, against a hero that kites you, that plays sort of far back and is exclusively magic damage. Like, I think that's like the hero Wyvern has no interaction with Willow that's particularly good other than cursing a guy and taking her out of the Shadow Realm by force.
My take on that is when Team Vision pick Willow, or at least what I've seen, is that they pick to lane. Like when 9 class is on Willow, he wants to play with Noticed, and that's when we'll see kill threat heroes like Centaur come out. I think Centaur should be on the radar of Team Spirit, and Wyvern, while he doesn't interact with Willow, can counteract a lot of the lane harass that comes out of kill threat lanes with the Cold Embrace. That Cold Embrace early on does a good chunk of healing.
It does do a lot of healing. And to add to what you said, like, Wyvern hates playing against these position 4s that like to pull waves. Like when we saw the Bounty the other day, he can pull the wave, he can make the lane weird. So if you have a hero that wants to lane up against you, you're almost always very happy to play that matchup out.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think Spirit, like, to be honest, they lose last game because they're behind early and they're playing on the back foot and it's just a tough game. Like, they have to play extremely well to close it out. And so maybe their takeaway is our scaling was fine, scaling wasn't an issue, but we have to actually get to play the game from a reasonable footing. And so they say, okay, maybe it's slightly worse scaling, but we're prioritizing the laning because we think that's what we need. That's their course correction from a game 1.
Yeah, no early pick Ember. It's good for Laurel, you know? They can do it, but it hurts.
There was this conversation throughout the year. Spirit have undergone a number of roster changes, so keep that in mind when I say this, but they were no longer the Spirit of old. They were no longer that Spirit that could surmount when it comes to late game. They weren't necessarily that different beast they used to be.
I feel like in the last game we saw glimpses of the old Spirit. I feel like what they were trying to accomplish was you could sense Miposhka's impact, right? Because I think that is the type of game that Miposhka shined in. And like, I really feel like the last game, they had opportunities, they did a lot of the right things. It just unfortunately came down to a couple of small moments that completely flipped the game. But this time around, I think like Mira said, they're not putting all their eggs in one basket. They're going with Doom, which is like almost guaranteed a second core in every single game that you pick him. And he has this, like, again, inevitable time bomb that's coming in the Shivas on the Axe.
Well, that is a hero that I feel like has been missing for quite some time. I don't know if for the good or the bad here, but it's nice to see some different carries have their moments. But at the end of the day, Drow will always be there if you can get your hands on an Undying as well.
Yeah, it's probably the single best lane you could craft against Doom. Not only do you have Undying, who steals his strength hero, you're stealing his damage as well as his HP, but Drow Ranger is just insanely good against this hero because he does damage through Scorched Earth and through Infernal Blade. Neither of these spells is far ranging, so you just kite him and you slow him, and if he runs at you and he tries to get close to Infernal Blade you, well, you just slow him and you walk away. So he has a really hard time really doing damage to you without a pretty good setup, and you've got an Undying up to body in front, so you just get pelted with arrows indefinitely, and then you're slow, and you're a hero who needs to farm a lot, so you can end up with sort of dead weight on your team.
Yeah, Spirit's going to need some lane pulling shenanigans to be able to withstand this. Like some melee hero that's going to drag the wave and make Collapse's life a little bit easier.
I feel like that's usually one of the most common approaches against Undying, is just you try to avoid the lane. Adding Drow on top of it even makes it more, you make you more inclined to do it. Doom does have a pretty decent recovery though. Like he has a way to farm jungle camps pretty fast. You can stack farm. If you think about how IronWing plays with Doom, it tends to not be so focused on the lane, but also like how do we recover this hero quite effectively. And that's usually when you look more towards heroes like Rubik and stuff like the ranged boys. So they have kind of like a choice to make here.
What?
Wow.
It's been a minute.
Was it Spirit that picked like first phase PL against
I think that was XG that picked it.
It was the other way around.
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, this hero is great against all three of these heroes. There's very little AoE. It's very little ways to kill the illusions. And Manta is super good, which is what PL wants. He wants a game where Manta makes him invincible. He gets rid of the silence, gets rid of the roots, and can doppel away. The real worry is the heroes that counter PL are offlaners. It's the big chunky guys who sit there and they kick you out of lane and they own you and they make you sad. That's what's good against PL, stuff that clears the illusions, and the offlane has not been picked yet. And so while it's amazing PL game against these three heroes, there's two heroes yet to be picked that could potentially screw him real hard.
I feel like mid heroes also fall into the category of what beats PL. PL isn't so much about the carry matchups per se. Like obviously he's good against Drow, but the heroes that cause issues for him are going to be mid and offlaners.
That's why Doom's kind of cool though, right? Like you're picking PL after you've picked Doom for yourself. So things like Ember from the mid lane seem a little bit harder to pick. Things like Tidehunter that could be played from the off lane to itemize against PL. They also don't want to play into Doom. And they just go for a very old school hero in Timbersaw.
I do have a question about the PL Drow, because Drow has the hypothermia with her arrows. It doesn't work on PL. Like, what's that?
There's too many PLs.
Okay, so you're like, it does, but it doesn't matter because of the HP.
I mean,
and
it
how many-
works.
Yeah.
Obviously, like, it's an effective item, and if you combine it with, like, some Mjolnir or something, you have a way to play against the hero. But there's so many illusions that it's not, like, necessarily... It's still PL favored.
But you can just disjoint it with Doppelganger, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well then, yeah, that definitely does not make it feel good at all.
She'll still buy it for sure, and it is like the route you have, and it's a great itemization. You know, you do what you can, and you're looking for the other heroes that are upcoming to do the brunt of it. But Drow Ranger, if she's got help on her team, is not that bad. Like the hypothermia is something you can spot the real PL relatively easily with those stacks, so it's not all bad. But I mean, there's the Timbersaw. It's the hero you're expecting. It's the kind of thing you're looking at. And at the same time, while Spirit does have the double prong scaling, you know, they've got a Doom that goes late, a PL that goes late. They've checked those boxes. But do you get Raffle Stomped? Does Vision just run you over? Because you now got two cores that want to farm for a long time. They're not good at making moves to other cores. They're selfish heroes. They want people to make moves to them. And Vision, we've seen the tempo that they can bring. That's a big question mark now, is how does Spirit actually survive the onslaught that's coming?
Yeah, this Timber pick is very strong in this phase because Winter Wyvern, while she does sustain a lot and help in the laning stage, at some point it's going to be too much damage coming out of Willow and coming out of Timbersaw. And every Cold Embrace is going to have a Bedlam and a Chakram on top of whatever target that it is. And this Timbersaw to me feels like the scariest piece of this draft. I've seen Notice have games on Timbersaw where he's just completely carried.
Yeah.
Like, at this TI, he's been a bit more quiet, where it's just kind of been the Satanic show. But only a month ago, he was solo winning games on his Timbersaw.
I do have a question about the clock pick. Like, what does the clock add that other position 4s that are being favorable right now doesn't?
It's the wave dragging, right? The wave dragging for Doom.
They're saying, like Mira said, they're going to decide to not play the lane. They're going to try to pull the waves, and they're looking for what hero can do this effectively without like too much problems. And
it's almost always melee.
It's a lot easier because you have the damage block, so creeps don't deal as much damage to you. You're also, generally speaking, a harder hero to just kill. And melee heroes tend to be faster. Clockwork is one of the faster heroes, and that gives you an edge in that regard too.
Holy, Nightstalker mid? Question mark?
It must be.
Yeah,
Miss
it is.
against Puck, right?
Yeah, so we've seen Niku try this a couple times for Navi. It worked to pretty decent effect. We also saw Chira Jr. do it a couple of times, so it is something that people have dabbled with in the past. I think the real weird thing with this hero is always Spirit needed a tempo maker, someone to make moves, to connect to the other heroes. The problem is Nightstalker only exists for half the game.
Yep.
And so there will be big chunks of time where the sun is shining and he doesn't do anything and your other guys are farming. So I'm always a little bit skeptical. If Puck chills, he doesn't feed, and you don't get this snowball rolling from the Nightstalker, then, well, every 5 minutes you don't do anything for 5 minutes.
It's also one of those games where, like, I look at their heroes and they're going to silence them with Nightstalker, but then where's the damage coming from? Like, PL's going to want to farm, Doom is going to want to farm, and we talked about this concept about connecting cores, and when you look at the cores from Team Spirit, and this doesn't really have the best synergies with PL or Doom in that, like, early game section of the game.
Yeah, that's a very valid and concerning point. there's a lot on Laro's shoulders to crush the lane and just make things happen even without his cores. Just play with his supports for as long as possible, make the first 20 minutes difficult for the enemy team, and hope that your PL gets strong early enough. If anything goes wrong, it's going to be really hard. It's also worth noting that Dark Willow shuts down Nightstalker pretty effectively with her Brambles and her Essence Distillers, and it's not the most comfortable NS game outside of the lane.
I like the fact, though, that Spirit seemingly have that slight edge in the lane, because we saw what they were able to do when they didn't have favorable lanes. So even though it could get potentially tough in the nitty-gritty, Quinn, there is a light for them and a stronger start.
Yeah, I think the lanes will be better. I mean, their off lane's going to be rough, but I think both mid and safe lane will be pretty solid.
Alrighty, we'll see how game 2 plays out, but before we jump into the game, we're going to get some more words on this draft and what this series means with Tsunami and Puppy.
Thank you. I'm standing by with a Puppy of Team Vision. Puppy, you guys had a very clean group stage, and even now in this playoff bracket, you're not dropping many games. How often do you find in tournaments that early losses help you out in figuring out what your team may need to fix as you get deeper into the playoffs?
I mean, there's not enough games actually in this group stage. We only played 4 teams before we went to playoffs. So losses do matter a lot. I think losses actually build the team that actually does win the tournament. But in this case, we're just trying our best to do whatever we like the most.
So then, in terms of what you tried to develop after the group stage, since you lost so few games, were there any things that you were like, we need to work on this, we need to improve on this, or were you just doubling down on the things that you already are doing well?
Mostly double downing, but we weren't doing the things correctly anyway, so there's always room for improvement. So we were just trying to figure out exactly why we weren't perhaps capable of doing everything we wanted. So yeah, we're mostly trying to force our playstyle.
And my last question, I heard in the Chinese interview that you did with Dove after game number 1, draft did not go according to plan, and so you had to just start improvising. How often is that happening during this TI where you're like, all right, first 2 picks, not sure what's happening, I need to start figuring out a backup plan quick?
I think I'm aware of craziness, and I do like to do crazy drafts from time to time, so this is not anything, unrealistic for me, so it's fine,
All right, something crazy seems to be happening in the game, so Puppy, I'll let you go as we get into game number 2.
Well, if there's any man who knows what it takes to win, it's that man right there, one of the best Dota players of all time, one of the longest living careers in Dota, and he's been helping Vision quite a lot because they look like a crazy dominant team. They were good last year. In fact, they had podium finishes for 3 of these players, something that is rather unique. Not many players managed to, on their TI debut, managed to get a podium finish. And even rare, of course, is winning your very first TI. But what's also pretty rare is back-to-back podium finishes after your TI debut. And that is on the table for 3 of these players for Team Vision.
Certainly making a run for it here. They are the team to beat right now. They're the team to beat in this series. Spirit have got to step up in this game, too, if they want to take on Vision and the Puppy drafts. Because honestly, I favor them again. I think their draft looks easier to make moves with. The connection seemed a little more straightforward. The 2 or 3 man kill squads, the lockdown the puck's going to provide with the damage coming in. My big concern for Spirit here is I see the counterplay they have. I see the counter picks they went for. What is going to deal the damage under the control? I think it takes a long time for these 3 cores to build up and start to connect towards each other. And I'm really surprised they went back to the Nightstalker again. Because to me, this is a hero that it's difficult to execute on any position, and once you don't win with it, it tends to get written off really quickly. So maybe it speaks to the confidence Spirit have in both their drafts and themselves, of being able to look past game 1 and still go back to a hero that is very difficult to run right now. On the flip side, could be a little bit of hubris.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I was looking at that Nightstalker and going, okay, did they have a conversation about Team Vision's playstyle? Nightstalker is their solution and it has to work in a way?
They might have put some extra emphasis on it in this matchup. It is a backline assassin. It is one of those things that can kill unkillable supports quickly, make the game a lot more straightforward to play if you're looking for a numbers advantage. Can also sometimes cause some issues for carries if you can gap close them early and just take the man fight. They also did show the Yatoro hero very early in that second phase with this PL. Gave 2 core counter picks Also not something that I think Yatoro likes to do that often. He doesn't like to put himself in a position where you can decide how much scale he's allowed to have. And that is the choice that they gave Vision in this game too. So he's really going to have to play this PL into some tough answers, make the hero work in the team fights. He's one of his signature heroes. If anybody can do it, it's absolutely him.
Yeah, and that's really interesting with Miposhka drafting especially. How often do you feel like Team Spirit did that when Miposhka was doing the drafting and playing on Team Spirit?
Maybe not as much, or at least they were better at securing his game, I want to say.
Okay.
I think this version of Spirit is better at some of the random skirmishing. The supports are super mechanically gifted. They can definitely play a little bit of a faster game if things start rolling. However, I feel like the piece that's been missing for them in some of these is getting over that finish line. Actually getting to a point where Yatoro does scale past the point of no return and you just win that game. I think we saw it last game. This Terrorblade's getting bad. Did he ever feel like the true threat he was supposed to? I felt like that game always felt tough going into some of those counters.
Not me. He was wondering where his core is at. He's going for the kill. Collapse wasn't certain about getting this kill. High ground tombstone is going to make things difficult. The zombies are building up, but they get the kill all the same. That's a first blood to Collapse.
Might go up high ground and kill the tombstone here. Still has a decent time to do it. It's worth a lot of gold.
And they'll have some neutrals that are
look at
low too that they can farm.
Expensive death. Give it to Collapse plus 125. Eats one of the little creeps. You get the extra mana aura. Not a bad sequence here for the Doom. And honestly, that's one of the things in this game. They took the Doom very early after it won that first game. To me, this hero has looked pretty strong on the main stage. It did lose some games earlier today, but I think it was still a force in all of those games.
Nami making some moves here. Unfortunately, does not have the speed to get the Water Rune ahead of no one's puck, but not a bad idea. Eating away a Yatoro Courier, so he misses out on the Gloves of Haste in a matchup that is already quite difficult. I mean, the Timber Saw. Did you see that coming? When you had all the picks in the world, did you think, okay, Timber Saw's got to be the pick up against Phantom Lancer?
I think it's a totally reasonable one, for sure. It's one of the better answers. You always have damage. He doesn't threaten you. This is not a mana burn Phantom Lancer anymore, right?
Right.
That version, I think, had more gameplay against the Timber. You could take away his mana. This one, you're pretty much just completely impotent. It's also a really good matchup against Wyvern. Wyvern hates playing against Timbersaw. None of your spells do anything to this guy, so you debilitated the entire lane phase.
Tombstone, get a Blood Grenade. If they can land the Bramble, Laurel might just die. In fact, Laurel has to run away from the Brambles and try and fight them, but they just get run over here in this mid lane. The supports not bringing the same kind of firepower.
Might get the Clockwork here. Dodge the orb.
Trying to dodge the orb. 1-2 more hits. He's going to get run down. No one gets a double kill for that one.
What a nice timing to make this play. Right before the nighttime hits. The two supports on Spirit are not going to offer you a lot in this turnaround play. And you're pretty happy leaving your side lanes. Drow against the Doom is going to freefarm. Timber against the PL is going to kick Yatoro out of lane. Top 3 CS all belong to Vision here. They get the double kill mid for the puck. And now if you're Laurel, you have to come back to this lane a little behind in XP. Worried about where their supports are going to stay around here and defend against your move. And that's another concern. If you just defend the Night Stalker gameplay here, who else is creating pressure in the first 15 or 20 minutes? It's not Phantom Lancer. And the Doom is in a lane where you're pulling waves and playing that a little defensively. You might be able to find a Doom connection. It's a long cooldown. So Vision are just going to have to keep checks on Laurel, and I think they're pretty cruising here in the early game. Maybe find a little bit extra here. Bramble connection.
Rude trying to play the cliff line area. Vision are just going to give up on the chase.
Well, did find a shielder. Honestly, probably the better rune you can get here without the bottle. Just to exist with it mid. Super tanky.
Nice little double mana burn there. Maybe almost a courier. No one gets control of that before it goes too far.
Are you going to try and use this Night Stalker, though? Who are you bringing this Night Stalker to find some extra kills during the nighttime? You got to do something with him, right? This is not a game where you just want Laurel to sit mid and trade farm against Puck.
Yeah, in a way, it feels even harder for this Night Stalker to stabilize the game for Spirit.
It's going to run top. They don't have any ward vision on this, so in theory, this move can land. But right now, no one. He's hitting an empty lane. He's going to make the call. Hey, this Night Stalker just ran somewhere. We had the ward on the bottom jungle. He didn't go that way.
This is kind of an interesting play. They're going to go through the gate and put the pressure onto Phantom Lancer away from these gankers, but they're also going to go through the gate.
They're getting
and they
backstabbed.
could maybe sandwich here. DeCall's going to drop the tombstone. They're going to choose to fight this one. The Cogs immediately go out. Satanic is spotted. Are they going to run him down, trying to deal with the Undying with the tombstones first? Notice coming in with his level 6. It's scary hero to fight into. They're going to leave the clockwork behind. Got the tombstone. Laurel will chase after some of these heroes.
Gotta find something off this
away from the Phantom Lancer. He's good. And Night Stalker, none of these heroes are isolated enough that he can get a kill. So Team Vision playing against Night Stalker 2 times in a row. They know what to do. They just clump up. Don't give him the opening.
Tension runs out. You still have some Knight to play with here.
Well, it's going to be slowed down. Body blocks. Cogs nicely placed by Not Me, pushing back these heroes. And they're the ones, they went for the aggression, and they are the ones who die. It's Rue is the casualty of Satanic. And now that the pressure is relieved from that Night Stalker, he goes back to top.
Maybe the best thing to happen for Spirit there is time for Collapse to free farm top. Honestly, the one guy who didn't go to it got the most out of the play. It's Laurel trying to make something happen on the map, but the play call was too good with the empty lane mid. And I like the idea.
Laurel just going to run the map at the Drow Ranger just non-stop.
If you connect, it's amazing.
It is just not connecting so far, but maybe Satanic will think, okay, they're not going to go this deep, right?
Have to bypass the Watcher here. They do take the long route. He doesn't see this. They don't commit. One of those moments could have been huge for Laurel.
Laurel is going to be very underleveled at this rate.
He's full committing to the roam.
You go for Takalas. They have to get this kill just to get some levels for Laurel. They will get it.
I feel like the last time I saw a roaming mid-Night Stalker at TI was, what, TI3, like S4 type of gameplay?
Yeah, I literally thought like to myself, this looks like Cinderin on the main stage. Playing Mid-Night Stalker and roaming around, that was 100% what he did.
I don't think this looks like Cinderin. Let's keep the bar high, but I agree. This is a really old school style of mid-roaming gameplay. It can free up some space for your 2 greedy side laners. Like, you're attracting a lot of attention to where's this Night Stalker going, what is he trying to do, can we counterplay?
But unless he's actually getting the kills, he's just going to fall so far behind by 20 minutes.
So you got to be careful with it. Don't want to overdo it here. Not the worst nighttime. You have Dark Ascension available. Collapsing super deep on the map. How do you end up there? Super fast in that river, too. My God. He has the Quicken Stonefeather Satchel, plus Drum, plus Phase Boots, plus Speed Aura. The man be zooming out here.
Percentage-based movement speed from the Aura on all these extra small bonuses.
That's a cool idea here. Gives you a lot more extra gap close in the early game. Notice did take that bottom tower eventually. Automatic kick out on this Phantom Lancer. Nothing Yatoro can do about it. And he is real fat on this Timber. We've seen him take games over on this hero.
Toro got level 6 to 10 minutes. He's hitting neutrals without Doppelganger. Like, he is very slowed down, even more than Laurel. Yeah, it's looking like Collapse once again has to put Team Spirit on his back, shoulder the burden to try and close this net worth.
Toro bottom.
First crown on the real one here. And no one commits for the kill. They do get him. Punish is going to come through from Laurel. Dark Ascension with the silence. Easily cleans up no one. They didn't even get the last hit on Yatoro. He died to the neutrals. So that actually worked out very well for Team Spirit. In particular, Laurel.
Probably the best trade you could hope for right there.
Yeah.
I don't think Yatoro's happy about it. He has to spend some time on the sideline. That is time he needs to recover in this game. However, it's great for his Night Stalker. A little extra puck kill going Laurel's way.
Yeah, Laurel's actually not that far away from Blink Dagger now. He's got the chip vest to help him farm.
Is this a kill?
This is just an instant TP. Yeah, they've got tons of slows, no stuns.
Heads up play. You're on target.
Hook shot, really? They're going for notice. They actually got him down to about half, but now his armor is full up. Can Yatoro finish him off here? They do manage to get him with the final nuke from Yatoro. They get that kill.
That's huge. The fact that you bring the Doom, you don't have to use the Doom, and you can keep that spell on the map. You do lose your mid tower. That's costly. Nice rotation from Satanic, making his presence felt again. I guess you did have some mana burn in this lineup. It's the Cogs. Bringing that Timber's mana down low. Nice spell against him for sure. The Clockwork matchup's quite good. Always has been.
Such a nuisance, man. These Cogs are so stupid.
This is another one of those games, like game one. I think it could be going worse for Spirit in some ways, but they're making some nice moves, getting some kills.
100%. They're only down 1,000 net worth.
Oh, yeah.
I expected them to be much further behind.
And they have hookshot up in 5. You can go for hookshot Cogs into the Doom play. This can catch no one off guard.
Yeah, with an amp damage, it could be
they're
really
going.
easy. Even the Timbersaw is an easy kill.
Very deep.
It's going to break. Hookshot lands, managed to clear through the neutrals, and the Doom is dropped.
And he's done. Can you get out, though?
Nicely placed. Yeah, that's going to be a coil drop. With all this extra movement speed.
He's so fast.
Fight. He's going to do with this amp damage. He thinks there's a possibility here. They're going to deal with the Tombstone as quick as they can, trying to keep their distance away from no one. Make sure that they don't die to this puck. They're just taking kills, not losing any lives.
This Doom build looks insane in this game. There's so little control for him. He's just hazed it every fight. He's running the map at 525 MS, 13 minutes in. What are you supposed to do against that if you're Vision? You only have Bramble. You only have Coil.
Hit him with a winner's first set up, not me.
Couple Cog hits.
Cogs. That one doesn't land, but it doesn't matter. Got him.
This is just Spirit finding openings where there are none. Like making something happen in a game that is otherwise going to look very Vision favored. And this is all without the Night Stalker playing through nighttime or using that Dark Ascension. So that's amazing.
That movement speed was actually going to die to Satanic, but he was so fast he outrun the multi-shot.
He's 550 in Scorched Earth. This is super value in this game. Creating some space, time for Yatoro to recover here.
Laurel can complete his Blink Dagger with this wave and maybe 1 or 2 neutrals. You get that alongside the second nighttime. Then they can start cooking a bit more. Laurel's reads in the first nighttime were too easily read, but the extra mobility does give way better opportunity.
Blink Night Stalker plus the Blink Doom coming out, 50-minute nighttime, supports Hevolds. You have way more play options across the map. And maybe it's Vision who are going to have to be on the defensive a little bit and just try and protect the Drow, protect the Timbersaw until he's tanky enough to weather the storm. Because I don't think you can run this Timber in head first into that Doom.
Another hookshot land, another
Great Cog
round of Cogs. Do not meet, does not miss on these Cogs. Go for another one. Why not? Oh, the Cog expired right as he was about to get that final hit. 9 class will still tick out from the Distiller.
Supports are doing work in this game.
As they tend to do. Team Spirit supports this season have been amazing ever since the pickup of Not Me. They're going to 3-man smoke up. Time to connect this nighttime. They go for the Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger must be shut down because Satanic is about to get to an Aghanim Scepter. And that's when his farm is really going to start picking up. This move can connect. It'll do a lot for them.
Very deep play. It's hard to find the carries behind this tier 2 unless you already have Vision there. They get 1 deep ward under a Sentry.
Managed to get the scan. But he's going to run down, and he's actually maybe going to run straight to Laurel, though the supports are connecting here. They've already dropped the Tombstone. They win for the blink onto the Drow Ranger. Didn't connect. Terrorize pushes Rue back into the rest of the team with a coil locking down Not Me as well.
Too awkward.
The 2 supports to die. And, oh, wait, the hook shot. Not Me can't get away from the decay, though.
And that's Vision just defending the Drow.
Another neutral creep deny, man. Team Spirit have gotten lucky. Indeed, Tukala says lucky. They couldn't, they had some problems with Roshan. Oh, got the silence on no one's puck. But with notice here, they don't have the damage, yeah.
The Doom is lingering. Has Blink available.
Maybe Vision get baited. Oh, they ran away. They're still looking for the fight. Try to get the Doom on him. No one.
Should get him here.
Got the Doom on him. Can they finish him off? Yeah, with the Infernal Blade. That's probably going to take him out. Laurel's getting low. Yatoro meets this on the other side. Laurel almost dies there. Satanic chasing after Clash, but there's that boost of movement speed. Oh, Juki left and right, blinks back to the other side. You can't catch this guy. He's too smooth with it.
This build has done so much work in this game. It is absurd. Just dancing around them. Laurel, he's even going back in.
Yeah, going back in for the support. They've got to be careful of Satanic. Still is a threat to slow down these heroes.
I really want something off the back of that.
Well, maybe once it 3 more seconds. Hookshot lands. They're not letting him go. Ducalis has to die, they say. And die he will.
Are they going to get out with everybody?
Rambo. Maybe it's going to be the clockwork.
Yeah, he's still TP.
Yeah, he's no way out. So support for support, but it did force Vision, all of these heroes back to this side of the map. But very importantly, Satanic did not die. And now he's got his Aghanim Scepter.
They did defend the Drow. The Timber was also farming that entire time period. Good space for Yatoro. Spirit are overall happy with that exchange. They get some space for this PL to continue to find some more impact in this game. He's definitely strong. You can't underestimate the damage this Phantom Lancer can do if he's not the one just getting focused at the start of a fight. He has 2 other cores to go in and start things for him. You also have a Clockwork to go in and start things for him. If you can take out the Timber early with a Doom or something like that, the fight doesn't look that difficult.
Notice wants to go for the Phantom Lancer, but little does he know that Team Spirit is one step ahead of them.
Trap.
They're going to kill the Timber Saw before the supports even get here.
Are they?
Chain trying to get away, but there's the Winner's Curse. They just lined it up. Hits onto 3. The setup, though, with the Tombstone out, they actually can't keep this going. Team Spirit have to retreat. Wait, the Silence back in onto Notice. Now they run him down. The Terrorize finally
Manta dodge.
But Notice, Manta dodge from Yatoro, plus not me with a hook shot. Finish him off.
They're outplaying him.
Down. Now Yatoro's trying to run down 9 class. Doppelganger dodge the puck nukes. They get away from that. Jakal's being kited around. They'll finish him off. Jakal tries to do what damage he can to Yatoro, but he can't fight him here. A killing spree for Yatoro, and you know what? Chased away by Laurel.
He's still hunting him. The Doom, he can
still got him
potentially
inside
connect.
the silence. Can he kill him with just him?
Collapse running.
Collapse on his way. Can he get the Blink Dagger? Doom, hold the phase shift. A blink away. He's got the orb out. Can he jump far enough away? They're chasing after him. He jumps the orb as far as way he can. Laurel on the hunt, all the way in.
Oh, they got him.
Got the silence. They don't need the Doom. They've got the kill anyway.
Team Spirit, Magic on the main stage. Absolutely outplaying Vision in this team fight bottom. Finding so much afterwards. So much extra gold going in Yatoro's pocket. Such a clutch Manta dodge so he can finish some of these heroes off. It takes so much time to bring this Timber Saw down that you need all this outplay to convert that fight into a win. And guess what? The spell's on cooldown. You
Back
still
and
have Doom
forth.
available.
Now the Doom will be dropped on the Timber Saw, who's not going anywhere with the hook shot.
2 more.
Kill on the Dark Willow as well. All of a sudden, Team Spirit are moving too fast for Team Vision to keep up.
They have absolutely stepped up in this game too. Just out of nowhere, this game has become a feeding frenzy. Vision need to find a way to stabilize. They need to slow this game down, regroup, control the map, and not continue to bleed more kills. Because this is getting a little out of hand, 18-6.
This is the pace. The Team Spirit, they bet on it 2 times in a row. It didn't work the first time around with the Night Stalker, but it's working now in game 2.
The crazy thing is I don't even view their lineup as this fast. You look at these heroes on paper, you kind of have to...
Doom.
Yeah, Phantom Lancer takes time to come online. The Doom and Night Stalker can sometimes be a little cooldown dependent. You're really looking to land...
The biggest playmaker, little skirmishes.
You don't have Enchantress Bane or something setting stuff up. I think Spirit are just the best team, perhaps ever, at playing slow heroes fast and making the game speed up in a way where it feels uncomfortable for you because you're losing fights while they also have a tremendous amount of scale. It's one of those games that highlights it. I do not know how Nami ended up here, but he might just get out.
Gets the hook shot, TP way, goodbye!
They're dancing on him. They're absolutely dancing on him here. The chat wheels are flowing. The Ags is almost done for the Phantom Lancer. His damage is going to pick up considerably. You still have Satanic at the top of that net worth chart, but he does not have the carry matchup at all in this game. You cannot rely on him to come in and deal with the Yatoro if the Timber Saw gets doomed, if the puck gets found by the Night Stalker. This is the teamfight advantage that Spirit have in this game, the strength of their draft and their counter pace. You have tools to debilitate the other 2 cores to free the fight up for the Phantom Lancer. Especially if you can get to BKBs. What is your control for BKB? Running at you in this game if you're Vision.
Here comes that 3-man team. Not me, Rue, Laurel.
There's a lot
on
of
the
touch for this puck.
They're trying to bait out the Phantom Lancer. Yatoro's going to run down the lane.
With a hook shot, Cogs into follow-up spells. No one gets out of there. You really have to be careful in this game as puck. If you get cursed, if you get hook shot, there's going to be follow-up chain stun silence from the Night Stalker, the Doom, the other support. All of these spells can be death sentences for no one in this game. We'll likely see him go some early defensive item here. I'd say you generally want the BKB here on the puck against the NS. It's expensive. It's going to take some time.
now that they're herding Team Vision back into their side of the map. But, I mean, you said it, like Team Vision, they needed to slow things down. They're doing just that.
They're getting to some of the items they need.
Yeah. It comes at the cost of map control. Nice.
That's an amp damage.
Goes back in with an amp damage. Cash shots the Dark Willow. Nicole's going to be up next. No escape for these supports. Farther and farther back, Team Vision are pushed all the way into their base. And Laurel,
he's thinking about it
every step of the way. He's thinking about that satanic kill with the amp damage. He blinks away. No one who's kind of pushing out. Thought, okay, maybe they have vision of me. Don't want to be caught in a coil in a bad spot. They deal with the ward. Not me. They can't even go after him.
That's a super nice D ward because the only 2 wards on the map were kind of double placed bottom. So Vision are just not going to have a lot of ward vision to play around here in the next 5 minutes or so.
It does leave us to a daytime period with no Dark Ascension. So
definitely some downtime.
Yeah, they can definitely. I don't know if they're going to make any moves during this window, or if this is just going to be a time where they could farm more aggressively on the map.
It's a little awkward. I think you can force Roshan with this cooldown. It's just not that fast right now. Otherwise, I think it's tough to find the play. Spirit are well aware of the downtime here. They're not going to give you some crazy opening. BKB is done for Doom, so Collapse can push waves mid. He's not too afraid. Very difficult to find the Phantom Lancer. Toro, he's actually going to TP top, kind of into where they are.
Good shot actually lands here from Nami. He's got a Blink Dagger, so he can still escape
look at
if
the
anything
cogs,
comes
man.
his way, but the clocks are just too good. He pushes himself inside the tombstone, but the Phantom Lancer deals with that so quickly. The calls have to pop back out. A support for support.
Good damage.
Up, they manage to get the coil, and this is the build-up of that Aghanim Scepter. You stumbled into the Drow Ranger, and Satanic delivers.
He took a lot of the pop damage off the Clockwork dying. Satanic had a really good position there. Toro overplayed his hand. A costly death. Spirit gonna try and make up for it. The same ward.
They will get the kill on Satanic in return. Wait, the damage. Surely they've got enough. Okay, he's just dying inside the fountain. Didn't have the stuns, but they did have the damage.
Not respecting the potential vision on that spot. Kind of a rare misplay from Satanic in terms of his map read. This guy's usually untouchable. Spirit will find him, even out the score. Look who's about to be top net worth in this game. It's your boy Collapse.
Yep.
Doing it again. 4-0 and 6. A perfect Doom performance here so far.
Yeah, they've just, the trio of Team Spirit have given so much space to Collapse and Yatoro. Yatoro may have thrown some of that away. Collapse has not.
This guy's just ridiculous. Every time Spirit need him to step up, he steps up. And they need him in this series.
He's going to try and connect, but they do have a ward to spot this, but it might be too late for Vision. They're going to start getting run down here. TP away from Notice. Good call there. 9 class. No hope for him. And Collapse doesn't need to go through the gate. He's going to stay on that top side if he wants. Laurel is going to sweep across the map.
This is a scary nighttime period for Vision right now. Really scary.
No one's playing out like this.
He has no defensive item, by the way.
Okay, Collapse trying to kill Decals on the top side while they're also going for the kill onto no one with a silence, but no one barely gets away. A TP out from the Doom. Lack of stuns are beginning to hurt Vision, that's for sure.
They were very close to grabbing the puck there. And no objectives being taken. That's the other interesting thing about this game. It's just all brawl. All trying to force heroes out of these jungle areas. Tormentor's available. Roche is available. Surely someone eventually wants to try and do one here.
He's so obnoxious with the cogs. He doesn't care if you know he's there. He's going to burn you out with at least 2 of them every time.
There's a lot of map control going Spirit's way during this nighttime, especially with the D-wards we mentioned earlier. This is kind of at the end of that 5-minute interval where Vision didn't have another set of obs to get on the map. They're flying blind here in this nighttime. They're very low on information. You don't know if this PL is just trying to do the Roche right now. You don't know if the Night Stalker is running at you. So you're very clumped. You're very grouped. You're playing defensive. Need to get this mid lane out so you can just see something in this game.
And when you stack so much, it usually means you know, maybe you don't die as much, but you fall behind in net worth. They're not down that much. We'll see how that grows over the next 3.5 minutes. This nighttime pulls through. Right now, Spirit only up by 4K, though they are threatening Roshan in a way, something Vision kind of have to clump up and deal with.
They're definitely getting the clump out of Vision.
And Team Spirit not clumping at all. You've got Collapse from the top side, Yatoro bottom, Laurel sweeping through the map, same as the supports, but in different areas.
It's rare we see Vision put in this situation where they feel they have to just kind of move as a 4 or 5 man ball. They're usually very efficient on the map, always looking for some sort of setup play. 9 class is one of the best killing supports of all time. There's not enough information to look for that type of thing here. You need to see a little something top with this Night Stalker going through the gate. This should let you push out top lane and sort of reset the map equilibrium. Still a little worried about the Roche play if Yatoro feels strong enough. Otherwise, you're okay playing a traded map.
I mean, surely Team Spirit trying to Roche.
That's what it feels like.
Right? Like, you have so much map control.
I would be really tempted here. And again, if you're not going to do the Roche, you're just conceding an even map state to Vision while they have less information to go off of with. It's not going to feel great 3 or 4 minutes from now.
But Vision, I mean, in a way it's working out for them because Vision keeps playing to this Roche and Team Spirit's not doing it. Collapse trying to make the jump with the congregation to the deep. It doesn't land. He's going to have to bop BKB. Immediately Dooms up. Timbersaw goes to the TP away, but they're going to overwhelm. There's just too much damage.
Oh, the curse.
First in the back catches more. The hook. The undying. No hook shot land. Onto no one. Here comes that Phantom Lancer after Satanic. Satanic not able to do much about it at all. The Terrorize trying to push these heroes back, but here comes Yatoro to finish him off. Put him inside the tombstone. Nah, can't get it. It's going to be over.
They call it.
What? Satanic was out of here. They say there's no chance. No shot!
What just happened?
The fastest GG call that Vision has put out. Crazy.
I cannot believe they called it there. Maybe that game was going to be really rough after that team fight. It certainly looked like PL just was completely out of control there. Another sick mana dodge on the Terrorize. You don't have control. You're getting run down. But was that game over completely? And for Vision to GG out like that when they have been the most arguably dominant team of this TI, you kind of got to believe in yourself to some degree of like, hey, we can come back.
Yeah,
really
no matter the game.
Maybe they
can always pull it in. Right?
Yeah, maybe something goes wrong for them later on.
I'm like a tilt, and I don't fully understand why. You know, like, okay, they got things really snowballed really badly, and that what? It was like 15 to 20.
Okay, but here's the thing I go back to. You lose that fight, you get team wiped, you're going to be down 12 or 13K, they get Roche. That game state's terrible. But what you have to say is you had 2 picks to counter this Phantom Lancer. You should not be in that game thinking to yourself, man, we're on a clock, and the second the PL wins 1 fight, this game is over. Because if you're in that situation, you feel that way after you had 2 core counter picks this hero, then you're in for a rough draft game 3. Like, he's going to first pick Phantom Lancer, and you know, what are you doing?
I mean, Yatoro might want that purely because of the fact that he didn't get to play a game. He like showed up to one team fight, said, hell yeah, this is great. Wait, the game's over? What happened?
All it takes is a couple Manta dodges, and suddenly Vision are Manta dodged off this stadium right now. Brutal stuff. What a way to that game to end.
Spirit even up the series against Vision.
An unprecedented, I want to say, early GG out of this game. We don't normally get that at TI. Teams fight till the very end, the bitter end. But on the side of Vision, they say, we realize we don't have any answers to this Phantom Lancer. Had way too much time for himself to be able to get online. And Insania, we heard Cap and SVG mention it. You had a lot of the draft to do it. You had what should have been a slightly better lanes for yourselves to be able to snowball into something, but Spirit really showed up for game 2.
I mean, I think Spirit just completely played like 5 times better. It was just unbelievable. It wasn't close. They out-execute them. I think they have a much harder draft to play. I think if I'm Puppy, I look at these heroes, I'm like, yeah, I like our draft. We have good setups. We have good ways to snowball this game. We have ways to deal with PL later. We have a pretty free puck game, but somehow Spirit finds like these small openings. And I think this is the same thing that I saw in game 1, which is signs of Spirit just outperforming their matchups.
Yeah, that was a masterclass. It was actually beautiful to watch. Some of these team fights and these little executions, the individual play from all the players. Laurel is beyond godlike. Not Me is the most annoying player I've ever seen playing a game in this game with the Cogs. They all stepped up. Pio with the Manta dodges like he's Arteezy. This game was like, holy crap, that was impressive.
Yeah, I just love to see Laurel not be shafted, to be honest, because people forget Laurel's also a TI veteran. He does have an Aegis under his belt. He has delivered many times for this team, and if you put him in a position where he gets the counter pick and he gets to play the game, you can absolutely depend on him. He's such a dependable player, and the end-all be-all Yatoro strategy, we didn't see it in this game too. It looked infinitely better.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think, honestly, that the fact that they gave Laurel a real game and he wasn't just completely sent to the wolves was a huge and pivotal turning point. Like, Laurel was everywhere. He's a part of every kill. We talked about how their other two cores are greedy. We need someone to connect. Well, Laurel connected to just about everything, and Collapse also bought Drum and Blink, shifted from the normal Doom gameplay we'd see a little bit, and he's fighting too. Even PL is coming to the fights pretty early on. Like, they all recognized, I think, why they lost the last game and changed course quite a bit.
I love that, right? They go, okay, we want to put this all in for Yotaro. Everything felt like we want to wait for him. But at the end of the day, we look at it, you have someone like Nightstalker that can do so much early. We have this Doom that when it comes to that mid part, he's still able to have a great initiation, be able to try and put numbers in your favor, because a Doomed hero feels like pretty much a hero that's dead. You can't really do much more there, Effie. So I just love it. Spirit having so much more for themselves into this. But at the same time, like, you see these cores building up for themselves. The Winter Wyvern is the one, again, for me that I want to go back to, because you like to pick something up, whether it's to dissuade the Lone Druid, which has been favorable for these two teams or not, still ends up having a great impact for them, and not just this dead weight of a support that we picked early and then didn't amount to much.
For sure. I mean, Rue is such an impressive player, and one of the things that goes understated about Rue is that he doesn't need to be the main character. Like, picking up a Wyvern early in the draft just for the sake of the draft and not for his own gameplay, and just kind of being a guy who's just going to be able to help his team with teamfight, he does that very well. He was able to take a step back and allow Not Me to take his role as the position 4. He transitioned to position 5 comfortably, and that's not something, Aiden, that most people can do. Most people don't want to give up the role they've practiced for so long.
It's also, you underestimate how different position 4 and 5 are. I think for many, many years, they were quite interchangeable, but I think the skill set that players have developed over the years as a 5 and a 4 vary greatly. And Rue, honestly, he's not been around for that long.
Yeah.
He's been on the pro scene for 2 or maybe even, is it 3 years? I think it's 2 years.
I want to say 2, because it was that time where we saw a lot of Spirit plays take a break right after the Seattle TI, the Copenhagen TI. That's where he came in. A couple of people took breaks, and then we didn't know how long he was going to stick around, who was going to come back for them, and it was this sort of soft way of them wanting to replace Mira, who used to be their position 4.
Yeah, he joined after TI 13, and it's just been a really incredible journey for him. You always sing his praises about how he's such
I think
a good player.
when he first came to Spirit, I honestly thought he was quite a weak player. Like, he came up from the tier 2 scene, he didn't have the experience, and I remember laning against him, it felt like this guy is like, does not know what he's doing, and we used to make jokes about how Collapse misses Mira all the time, but by the end of that same season, it was incredible how fast he learned, and that speaks to his talents. Like, it's very difficult to learn Pro Dota that fast as he did, and now he's transitioned to 5, and I personally think Spirit's support duo is the best support duo in the world.
Yeah, I know when I play pubs with this guy, he's just always in the right place at the right time. Some players you play with, I wish this guy was here, or why isn't this guy doing that? With that guy, it's like, man, he's here. That's awesome. Like, it's the whole feeling is like he just is always in the right place at the right time. When Poshka says he's trying to teach them, and they learn slowly, but they're learning. To me, that's what I think of. This guy, I feel like he just gets better over time. He's like the opposite of milk. He is just, I don't know, he's just a beast.
Wine is normally the opposite of milk, by the way, Quinn, in terms of aging.
I'll note that down for future use.
You can have that one for free.
He really is a beast. But I do want to talk about how Team Spirit channeled their TI magic in this game too. We can praise the support duo over and over, but I really do think Yotaro, Laurel, and Collapse delivered. Every single one of them brought their A-game, and something that they did this game that I thought was so cool was that they brought all 5 of their heroes to the safe lane early on. They all connected to PL, and they killed the Timbersaw that was diving his tier 1. Usually you don't bring both of your other cores from other lanes to early moves like that.
Yeah, and I think this is a really old concept of Dota that we've talked about earlier on the panels too, but you pick slow heroes and then you play them really fast. Mm-hmm. You have this PL that's considered a slow hero, you have Doom that's also considered a slow hero, and the way you buy time for yourself is by connecting to these early moves and finding the opportunities where you can outnumber your opponents. Because every time you get kills, essentially what you're doing is buying yourself more time.
Yeah, no, it's super true, and I think also the best place to do that is, like Mira said, at these towers oftentimes, because if your heroes don't naturally fight and kill stuff, that often means they lack catch, and so you want them to be close to you, because that means they're already overextended, so you can kind of just run them down, which allows you to actually get your damage off, which is why in modern Dota, towers are so important, because it's a place to fight. It's not so much that you have a place to TP and that it like keeps the map state. There's some truth to that, but a lot of it is it lets lineups that don't have natural ways to fight have a way to fight, especially when you're waiting for that overextension. There's such a fine fine, delicate balance of where the enemy walks. Are they over the invisible line? And as soon as they cross, bam, Spirit snaps, they jump, and they win fights. And it's so true. It buys you so much time.
I feel like that's also like the Miposhka influence, because like Spirit's way of making moves is through baits. It's been their MO for so long, and I think throughout the season, Spirits look kind of like a different team, but ever since Miposhka has joined, I'm now seeing like his influence seeping into them, and they're finding those opportunities to make those moves that they used to do with him.
He did say as well that in the coach interview after game one, he's like, I'm trying to give them all the lessons I can. And then Neil follows up like, how are the players taking that? He's like, slowly. And look, maybe the game one was the slow idea there, but game number two, it felt like everything really ramped up. And I love that Miposhka not only is offering so much when it comes to guiding these players and how they play, but of course in the draft, right? That's where we really see a lot of impact when it comes to coaches and not losing the idea or the faith behind the Night Stalker. It was in that off lane, did still do really well for them in game one, but to pick it up, shift it to mid, and give Lal the playstyle, the opportunity to demonstrate why they're so confident in picking it in back-to-back games. Look at this, 12-1 and 7 at the 28-minute mark. That isn't 28-minute mark of the game. That's the end of the game. That's when GG was called compared to no one's puck, which was 3-4 and 2.
This just brings me back to you can count on Laurel. Like, oftentimes he's put in situations where because he's so able to tank bad lanes and he's so able to be a sacrificial pawn during the drafting stage, we don't really see him have performances like this. But when we see him get heroes like counter picks to a puck with a Night Stalker, when we see those rare Invoker games where he has like an axe set up for him, he can put the game on his shoulders. And the big difference from game one to game two to me is very impressive, because a team to adjust their playstyle entirely in one map, it's hard to do.
I think it speaks to Laurel's skill as well, because like while he's enabled in his like hero-to-hero matchup mid, he has nothing really to play with. He has like a heal, a Doom, a Wyvern, and a Clock. Like, it's not natural combos that you would think, like, because NS wants to silence the guy and then he just dies. But there's nothing to dump on top of it. And you could see how they were fighting. Like, there was some team fight where they commit on the Timbersaw, and he's like silencing him, and they're hitting him the entire time. Timber's not dying. And then they reset back and wait for the silence to come off cooldown again, and then recommit. And I think these things require so much skill for you to time correctly. Because if you're off by half a millisecond, you're caught and you're done.
Yeah, there was even one moment where we laughed about in the green room because Yatoro and PL just ran mid because Yatoro didn't have anybody. So like, oh, okay, I guess I'm coming. And he gave them a few right clicks during a crippling fear, and they didn't get the kill. But the fact that they were moving PL to the Night Stalker means that they were aware of this too. But they somehow made it happen.
Yeah, I think it's actually an unbelievably difficult thing to pull off in games. And I think it's one of the most beautiful and high skill parts of the game is whenever you walk into the kitchen and there's no like normal ingredients and you've still got to make something great, like that is, it's very hard. And he takes a radish and a knife and a pizza and he ends up with something gorgeous.
A whole pizza already.
That's right. And I think like you see it in this game. Like, how do you combine these heroes? And that's one of, I don't know, that's something you build over time is these situations. Okay, the draft is the way it is. Now, how do we play good Dota with the weird tools we've been given that worked well together later, but early on it's not as obvious? Like that is, it's so impressive and difficult. Watching this game backstage, we're all like amazed. It's so fun to watch. We're locked in like we're watching a Christopher Nolan movie because it's just, it's cinema.
If you had to title it, what would you...
Maybe the Odyssey.
I don't know if that's his best one, but I'll give it to that. Yeah. For sure. There's like one extra bit about it as well. It's almost this mental game because we're talking about, okay, they poke a little bit, they reset, and then they re-engage. There's a lot of times as well where we see them poke, they fully disengage, and they're getting reactions out of Vision, but now they go to re-engage, and Vision go, we don't want to react because they're probably just doing this whole, oh, they're poking at us, and they're not actually going to commit. They fully commit, and that's it. Now your Timbersaw is gone. They fully commit. Your puck's gone. They do it again. They disengage, and you've reacted to it. So I think also that mental back and forth toying with Vision was something that really treated them well with the heroes and the toolkits they had.
That's a great point that you bring, and it begs the question of the early GG. We haven't really talked about it, but it's not something that we see at TI where teams just give up after a bad fight. Can you guys shed some light on maybe why that happened?
I think it's like Puppy also talked about it in his interview where he says like you build at TI you need to have some losses to build like stuff and learn from it, and there's not enough games at this TI. They've won all their games in the groups. They played 4 teams, won all their games, came to playoffs. They lost 1 game but they won the series, so they haven't had that experience of experiencing defeat. And if you want to be a TI winner, you're going to have to go through that part as well. You're going to run into losses.
Yeah, and it's weird to like have that loss, to be in a rough position to say, you know what, call it quits. Because I think the teams that win TI are the teams that play hard games. I remember playing against Spirit in the finals and being up 15k gold, and they come back and they beat us and they lift the Aegis. And I think at the same time, while that game is hard and I don't think their odds of winning are very high, I also think it's not great practice for the future of the tournament to just be snap calling GG like that. Because to me, the fact that Satanic said it and there's a delay before the others say it, to me it feels like I'm pissed, I'm dead, I'm calling GG as sort of like a I know best type deal, and it can be okay. You can recover from that, people can agree, but at the same time, it's a little contentious.
I do wonder about it because Team Spirit would never call GG in a position like that. They're the team known for playing the hardest games and dragging them out until the very end. And if you mentioned that Satanic did it before everyone else, is that okay? I mean, it's hard for me to understand whether this was good or bad, because you can make an argument that they knew it was over and they didn't want to waste time and energy, but you can also make an argument that
I think those situations do exist where like sometimes it's just better to call the game and like let's reset and go head over to the next game. But I agree with Quinn that the way it was done here didn't feel like one of those moments where everybody's like, you know what, we messed up so much that we should just drop this game and move on and go to the next one. It more felt like where did that come from? You know, like they just called it. Satanic calls it and nothing happens from a couple of teammates, and then the GG start rolling in. They're like, oh, okay, I guess it's GG.
That was like an Ame style GG.
Yeah, I think we got a new emote.
The Spirit comparison is pretty fair, though. They've said it multiple times in different iterations of Spirit that if as long as one person has one idea to see an avenue back into a game, not even winning it, but back into the game, that's enough for them to not want to call GG. But not to not have a conversation around it. I will also add a grain of salt, or tell everyone to take it with a grain of salt, because you weren't liking the vibes coming out from Spirit after game 1, Quinn. You're like, it seems a little tense in the Spirit camp. I'm not sure if they're going to reset for game 2. You're building up this whole, Vision's got it on luck type of narrative.
Yeah, apparently I'm just bad at reading people. So take what I say with maybe not a grain, but an entire shaker of salt. But no, I think I don't know. Like, so you saw Satanic smiling after, and you also have to keep in mind that he's a kid. And some of the players on his team are a lot older and more experienced. You look at No One and Puppy. Like, I think they have the experience and the wherewithal to come out from that, say it's fine. You know, the game was very hard. We're probably going to lose anyway. And you can, like, it's not some, I don't know, it's not some end-all, be-all, some doomsday thing to call GG like that. You can cover from that. It may not be ideal, but it's also okay.
Yeah, for sure. And that's like where I think people like No One or Puppy, where you're going to tell someone like this, like say, we don't know, we're speculating, right? But let's say Satanic is tilted. You tell them, like, these opportunities, there's only so many of them that you're going to come across. There's only so many times you're going to be a TI main stage with a good team around you coming in as favorites. And let's not waste this opportunity by being upset in this moment. Let's reset, go into the next game, being fresh. It's 0-0, right? We start over from scratch. There's nothing from the last game actually affects the next game if we don't carry emotion over.
Yep. Nine Class is zoned out just thinking about Pudge. He's like, I played a regular hero. That wasn't fun for me.
I missed the Monkey King patch. Pick me, Bounty Hunter. Pick me, Clockwork. Anything.
Yeah, I think, honestly, his progression as a player is so interesting because he was one of the most unique players ever whenever he first entered the scene. The way he played Dota was unlike anything I've ever seen. It was completely bizarre and strange. And to then go from the weirdest player ever to now someone who plays normal heroes and is a cog in a machine rather than some other machine entirely, that's such a wild transition. And I think it makes him such an incredibly interesting player to watch and see how he changes.
You know what I really like about him? He started off being like an old Techies player.
Yeah.
Like the original Techies.
Oh, you should have just started with that then.
So he played that. The hero gets reworked, essentially just disappears from the game. And I think at the time he was like a top 100-ish ranked player. His hero disappears. He loses a bunch of MMR and then comes back to becoming a pro player with other heroes.
Hopefully we get to see some more of that old Techies in style come into game 3.
Team Spirit versus Team Vision. Game 3.
Whether you love it or hate it, you have to acknowledge that is a flare of 9 Class, a flare of Vision. We've only gotten to see in dabbles here and there of the last few months, and hopefully they go back to that. It is an elimination for them. We're looking at the upper bracket here, but a win top 3 at the bare minimum. That's something you would love to be able to do, especially Vision. That would be back-to-back TIs of a top 3 finish. For Spirit, it would be getting back into that top 3 form for themselves after missing out on main stage for 2 years in a row. Looking at our bans, or our draft in general here, not so much just our bans, we're going to have Vision be our first pick. That's similar to game number 2, how it went in draft order. And looking down the list of the bans, there is a small change up. Vision have left Lena in the pool and decided to ban out Darkseer instead.
Yeah, the Nature's Prophet is also first phase banned. Was it last game?
No, it was not. It was second phase. It was Coddle that was in that place.
Okay. So that is a very potent 9-class hero, but they're just going to rip a Shadow Fiend. Man, it's so hard to predict what this team will do.
It's crazy. I think SF last game was also in the pool, and they didn't pick it. They ended up being a second phase ban for them. So they decided to go a different route here. I find the NP ban so interesting, because I feel like for Spirit, that means like we now played against them without NP, and they just look like a completely different team. They weren't able to find that tempo, they weren't able to find that ramp, and we had like essentially like the most possible solo losing off lane ever. So playing up against SF, one of the biggest threats is you just get destroyed on your lane. And we're happy to give them that so long as we get our Wyvern.
Yeah, it could be that what they had planned for the NP today was the TV, and it didn't work out for them, and they don't have a plan B against it.
Yeah, it is very possible and very smart, I think. I like the idea if you come in, you have one strategy, the strategy doesn't work, and you're like, okay, let's not disrespect this. And how the bans move and when the draft happens is very interesting from game to game. I totally agree with that read that like, okay, we're going to ban it second phase. Like, we're okay if they first overall it, but then they lose, they get smacked, and they're like, okay, now we're going to move it up a little bit because maybe they want to go back to comfort. Like, a lot of draft is the ideas and the technical aspects of the heroes, how they match up against each other, but there's another level that is reading what they want. What do they actually want to play? What's comfortable for them? Are they, they're on the back foot. When you're the back foot, well, you go to something that's comfortable, that's chill. And so that ban, maybe there's more psychology than actual like practicality to it.
And on top of that, it's like within their comfort, what makes us unable to play our comfort? And it seems to be like the Nature's Prophet, the tempo that it brought, it was too difficult for them to play. And I think this current Spirit, we see it in the last game, and they want to be able to set some degree of pace. They're not as passive as the old Spirit. They're not as okay with being ran out as the old Spirit. So I like the removal of the NP. What's really interesting is that the Coddle gets skipped now by Vision. And do Spirit decide to ban it, or is it left through for another phase?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's very good against Wyvern because you're not trying to pressure the lane, right? He's playing for the heal and the harass, like I mentioned last game. Well, Coddle's like, yeah, sure, whatever you want. And he stacks the camps and he gets super farmed. And then you get into this mid game where he's got all the heals of his own and he's got the slow and the magic amp and he plays some very long range. So it's hard for Wyvern to actually get good curses off. So I could definitely see it being a potential hero that the 9-class goes for.
Yeah, I mean, going for Coddle would mean that it's about enabling no one from the mid lane. And something that I did want to bring up was that Noticed was put in a situation where he could shine. He was the solution to PL with his Timbersaw. He got a Dark Willow and he had a very strong laning phase, but he couldn't turn it into anything. And that's very rare from Noticed because he had a fantastic performance 1 month ago at EWC where he looked like the best player on that team. It seems like he's had a bit of a weaker TI showing despite Team Vision doing so well. I've just seen him in a better state.
I think that might be the case, but I also feel like it doesn't matter if you're Miracle or who you are. When you get doomed, you don't get to play the game, right? So, he was getting doomed. He was the target of being silenced. They were not letting him click his buttons. So I think that's just where I credit that to Spirit. I think Noticed was put in a rough position in that regard.
On that note, Doom's won both games this series, and it's got to have gone up in value now.
Yeah, you would think so. But it's funny because last game you picked the Doom blind and then they countered you with the Drow Ranger. It's a slightly different tone in this game in that you would be picking Doom into Shadow Fiend, which is also one of the biggest counters to Doom. And there's a bit different picking hero and saying, counter me, compared to seeing a counter and said, I'm down to be countered, and just walking right into it. Like, there's a different feeling to that.
Yeah. I mean, this pick is really interesting because usually, like, you're on second pick, you pick a support. The next follow-up pick that you want to pick here is a core. Also, we didn't mention it, but the Coddle is banned. So Spirit recognizes the same thing that we talked about, where they are going to be able to dodge the lane that way. And for Wyvern, you absolutely do not want that. So yeah, here you generally try to look for a core hero, but this core hero is very blind. Like, you only see the SF. SF at the moment is a hero that's quite stable in almost every single game. I think it's quite hard hero to counterpick just like 1-to-1. Usually you want to set up a strategy that beats it at the end of the line.
Wow.
Wow, good? Or...
Wow, good.
Okay.
A bit surprising because I think Spirit's not been a team that's prioritized Invoker a ton, but in the same way that a Coddle will be good against a Wyvern because you outrange him and you play a slower fight, it's the same way that Invoker is good against Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend wants to sit there and hit people, and he's a stationary dude, and he's getting Tornado, he's getting Deafening Blasted, Cold Snapped, and getting kited, and so we can't actually get all of his immense damage off. And so I think when you combine that with a Winter Wyvern, it's a lineup that makes it very difficult for Shadow Fiend to actually function because he gets kited and people get Cold Embrace that he goes on.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just psychologically, it also says that Team Spirit, after that game too, they're like, we love you, Laurel. You're good at Dota. Like, let's go back to some of our old school strategies, because while we only saw him play Invoker one time this TI, it is a strategy they used to run often, particularly with Axe on the offlane and like a stunning carry from the safe lane, like a Tiny or a Sven or something, and they would just give him as many Sunstrike kills as possible, then he would run over the map.
I think it's also cool that Invo is one of those heroes that can kind of play a lane and have very low CS and recover his game through kills, through Sunstrikes on the side lanes. So you pick him quite early and you tell Vision that you can counter me and I'm going to be fine with that because I can recover in other ways. But they decide to go with Ember, which is another hero that's a little bit of the same kind of thing. And I guess, Quinn, you can explain it better than anybody.
Yeah, I mean, the hero is just, like, these two heroes, they lack a lot of solid lockdown. So if you get cursed and then there's an Invoker there, how can they kill you, right? You can just press Slight and Remnant away. And on the inverse, you've got Chains, you've got something that can really hold the Invoker in place, and you've got the Shadow Fiend who's being kited. And so these follow-up picks, you want them to have tools to actually lock these Spirit heroes in place, to let your Shadow Fiend have a way to interact with the enemy heroes. You're enabling this hero that has been countered, and so you need to pick stuff to help him get back into the game, as he's been taken out a little bit by the Invoker and Wyvern and Ember, Willow. Now you've got multiple routes, lots of disables, lots of stuff to help your Shadow Fiend. I think these picks with your first pick make a lot of sense.
I also think it's the first time this series that we see an honest matchup mid. We have the Slark against the Ember that is like very one-sided, NS against Puck that to some degree is very one-sided as the NS comes online. But Invoker and Ember are like classic honest mid heroes. It's like skill heroes that don't necessarily screw each other's game over, and they're both gonna have like a decent chance to play the game.
Yeah, it's cool, and I think it's a lane that can swing one way or the other a decent amount, pending skill. Like, I think it can be a lane that can be 60-40 either side, and there aren't many matchups that actually can be like that. It could even go further than 60-40 depending on skill. So I'm looking forward to see how they lock in for the game 3.
Do you guys think that Largo may be an issue for Team Spirit? Because you've got this Ember, like Ember-Largo combination popped off quite a bit. Is it something they're concerned about? Do they want to ban it? Do they want to just let it happen? How do their heroes fare against it?
In my mind, Invoker is quite good against Largo because he has such high single target burst damage when he clicks all his spells on one dude. And they have the Finger of Death, they have the Underlord, they have a lot of like damage that they can just pump onto a target and keep him in place. So I'm not sure. It might still be a good pick for them, just like you said, because of the innate combinations that they have with their own heroes. But I love these heroes from Spirit. They see Ember likes mobility, he hates playing his instant disables. They go strongest disabling offlaner into strongest disabling +4.
Yeah, it's a great response. Spirit loves making sure that none of your heroes are immortal. They hate when one guy is untouched and has a free game, and they love to respond in ways that we can always kill everyone. We don't want to have a situation where you're immortal. I think that's Spirit's worst nightmare as a team, and so this directly addresses the Ember, but good old Satan's back in the game.
I mean, Doom won both games so far, but I will say it looks like a less scary hero versus Spirit than it did in the game 1, where they had one core in the Terrorblade, and they had an Ember that was shut down, so there wasn't really a means to play against the Doom. This time around, the Underlord's going to be strong. The Invoker's gonna have a game regardless of what happens, and there's still the Yatoro hero that you don't see. So there's a tri-core that you have to pick one, and the other two can carry the game after that. And when Doom plays against dual-core or tri-core lineups, it's a lot more complicated than it was in game 1.
We were playing Guess Who with that shot, by the way. You know whose back of the head that was?
I believe it was Zhao 8.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was curious whose back of the head is so significant. That makes sense. The guy winner. Yeah, I think the other element of why it's a trickier Doom game is they've got a lot of ways to disengage.
Yeah.
If he Dooms a guy, suddenly he gets cursed. Yep. Or if he doesn't pop BKB, he gets pitted, or Lion Stunned, or Tornadoed, and they just run away. Like, that is one of the best ways to deal with Doom, is he presses it, and sure, you're stunned for an hour. But if you just run away and you reset that, then that's probably the ideal way to deal with it.
And we haven't seen it come online in the series because the games have been so fast, but this Aghanim's Doom with Shiva's Guard is a really big problem, and Wyvern kind of pre-solves it, because it's one of the few ways that you can peel that Doom off of yourself, so you can play that game out. I agree. It doesn't look as quite as scary like endgame, end boss Doom in this game.
Oh, yeah, you know who's missing, though, is Yatoro.
I was going to say it, but he's overall last pick, so I was like, I kind of want to focus on Vision a little bit more, but gosh, there's always a joy in knowing that Spirit are going to last pick overall a Yatoro hero, but he is going to see everything before we even get to that.
This position's kind of interesting when you're Pulse 5 because you're not used to getting last picked, right? When you play your practice games in your pubs, you're almost always first picking your hero, and being in a position where you get to see the entirety of the enemy draft, it kind of can get into your head of like, I need to find something special. I need to find something unique because I can finally last pick my hero with all this information, and I'm going to pick the hero that people always first pick in Mirana.
It's a good combination with Ember's chains. It'll give them a lot of kill threat early on. Like, this support duo with Ember is very strong. There's a lot of damage, there's a lot of layering stuns, there's a lot of follow-up. The only thing that Mirana lacks this game is a save. When you play against Lion drafts, it's going to be, oh, we're going to blink Hex, insta-burst you, and you're going to die. There's nothing really offsetting that for Team Vision, so they have to be the aggressors with the way that they've set their draft up.
I think Mirana's only way to become a save in this game is to buy a 4-staff. And
or
a really
Wind
good or a Wind Waker, yeah. But that's very far down.
If it gets there.
Yeah, exactly. So you see on Spirit's side, they have a lot of stuns that they want to throw damage on top of. And 4-staff is the best way to like break those kinds of combinations.
I mean, this Sven is just setting up for Laurel's Invoker. Like we mentioned, stuns on side lanes, that's what you need.
Yeah,
how early can Sven end up joining, right? Because that's what we also kind of lagged in certain games that Spirit have won for themselves, is Yotaro being able to do either early rotations mid, going through those twin gates, joining team fights between the 12 and 15 minute mark.
I could definitely see something through the twin gates, and I could see people come to him with the Underlord pit. It is a game where I think they're going to have to get creative again because Invoker, super stationary. Sven, typically very stationary. And same with Underlord. He wants to gate into things. And so I think it's a game where Spirit, they have to exercise those Dota memories and the muscles of the things you've seen, how you can combine heroes in different ways, because it's not overly clear.
I do like it though, conceptually. Like, you have the Lion plus pit set up on the side for Sunstrikes, then you have the Sven and the Wyvern who are also going to be able to give them to Laurel, and this BKB timing will be strong. Like, you've got the Warcry armor to fight into a Shadow Fiend. His biggest strength is, minus armor, and you're protecting your whole team. The God strength is really good against Doom because if you get doomed and you've ulted, it doesn't matter. You're still going to have impact in the team fight. So it makes sense.
Yeah, and to tie back to Quinn's point earlier, nobody's unkillable when you play against Sven. And nobody's unkillable when you play against Sven Invoker. I feel like Spirit has all the damage in the world, and they're going to have options to play this game out.
You know what I love the most, what you've brought up in the last couple of days in Senior, is having two heroes that can always be together to kill it off. And is that what you see a lot in Spirit's draft, that any combo of two heroes are going to find something successful for themselves to have that aggression, to be able to snowball in what feels like a new Spirit playstyle?
So in this game, like, any two heroes, yes, but it's not any two heroes, because at all times there's an Underlord pit and there's a Sunstrike. Right. So even if you're only two, you're actually four. And that is a power in of itself. Supports are going to be very enabled to make moves.
Yeah, I love Spirit's draft this game. I think it's a step in the right direction. I was so impressed by the gameplay last game. I'm Spirit all the way. They're just too cool.
And Mira, very quickly, last one. You're also Spirit all the way. You loved their adjustments too?
Yeah, I love the draft. To me, it makes sense on paper, but Vision are a very strong team. They have the means to make a lot of early game moves, and they're going to have to be the ones to set the tempo here.
Well, the fun and the narrative of our Vision up against Spirit matchup here is the King up against the Prince. And, well, we have our own King and Prince. It's Cap at SPG.
Thank you, Nat. That's right. There are some serious legends on the stage here. Some legends to be, in fact, in the case of Satanic. A matchup of Yotaro versus Satanic here at TI on the main stage in a Game 3. Who is the best carry, Avery?
The old gods versus the new. So much Dota knowledge between those two coaches as well. That was something I was looking at. This Game 3 draft, Puppy against Maposhka.
Yep.
What is that? 30 years of cumulative CIS Dota experience? It's absurd. That might be one of the most goated coach matchups we've ever seen on this stage. Think of how many TI finals those two coaches have been in alone.
Yep.
Let alone these 10 players. So I think this is the closest draft we've had of all three games. I think both teams are very happy with what they have. I don't think we're going to see an early GG out. I think these are two drafts that can scale really well, play the mid game, connect with some fast moves on the supports. A lot of stuns in this game, a lot of big hitters. This game has everything, Austin. It has everything.
Will it give us everything in the execution? That's the part that really strikes me for TI. Right throughout the year, we can talk about draft and mechanics and strategy and all these little things that make a team great in Dota 2. But TI, I feel like, is the one tournament, the only tournament perhaps, that truly tests mentality, right? That truly tests how tough you are inside of that booth. when the lights are absolutely the brightest that they can be, do you shrink under that or do you flourish? And Vision, in their case, how do you bounce back after a rough loss? Because we've already seen, and we already know, from game one to history in general, that Team Spirit can bounce back after a rough loss. What is Vision going to do after that game two?
Spirit's proven they can be clutch when those lights are the brightest. And it's up to Vision to prove that they can hang with the big dogs now in a very high-pressure Game 3 for a top 3 at this year's International. It's all on the line. You do not want to leave anything on the table here. Get into a laning phase that has some very interesting matchups. That first pick, SF for Satanic, trying to bully a melee hero. That Ember counter pick to the Invoker. There were other options in the pool, but I think they wanted something just more versatile for the game. See how much Laurel can find with these stun strikes as well. A lot of stuns in this laning phase for Spirit he might be able to connect on. And then Toro Sven.
Ami getting low there. An early blood grenade thrown out and then a bit of a pressure thrown down so far. Team Spirit have not given up that first blood to a Shadow Fiend who can be an absolute menace in the laning phase. We've got the Ember Spirit versus the Invoker mid lane matchup. Rue? Maybe he's
got Fairy Fire.
He's got double Fairy Fire, in fact, yeah.
Satanic does get Hex Top with the Sunstrike.
Sunstrike and it lands on a Satanic. Can they finish him off? Not quite. Fairy Fires keep him live. Well, not me. He doesn't have the same luxury. DeGaule's going to hop to the other side. He'll claim the first blood, and maybe he gets away. Raises slowdown collapse. He can't finish the job.
Even with the Sunstrike connection, the extra wand charges plus the Fairy Fires. Satanic stunned, but he's not dead here. Gonna need another connection up top. That was the first blood that Spirit really wanted with this extra Sunstrike capability. So that's a big win for Vision. Can ferry out some extra regen, can stay alive up here, continue to CS with that Shadow Fiend soul advantage.
Is top lane where you feel like the much of the laning phase is decided? It feels like the most volatile of all the lane matchups.
I think this lane has the most potential to be explosive for Vision.
Okay.
That's what happens when you pick Shadow Fiend against a melee hero. You either start just raising this hero down, you get to that level 3, you pump in the damage, you snowball completely with the extra Necromastery, or you get killed a couple times and it swings the other way. It's looking really solid for Satanic here early, though. You have the 3 CS leaders across the board as well. Ember did well on the early waves mid, just what you would expect from a veteran in No One. And this Doom is going to return for Game 3. Doom has won every game in this series. Scary hero to give away when it's performed so well here. A bold move by Miposhka.
Okay, how do you address Doom, and what has Team Spirit done in this game to address it?
They have multiple carries. I think that's one thing. You don't want to end up in a 4-protect-1 where the Doom target's super straightforward.
Sure.
Underlord can create a gap against this hero where you get stuck in the pits later on. You can disengage and re-engage. Invoker can do the same thing. Wyvern can also just freeze the Doom on the Blinken and help create that gap. So they have a lot of mechanisms to reset the fight once the Doom goes out, hold Noticed in place, and then either just completely disengage or buy time for the Doom target to look for the second half of the fight. I think that's mainly what you're trying to do here. You can also just try and start things on your turn, jam in damage with Alacrity Sven, blinking, stunning somebody, and just bulldozing through them. Very little BKB control in this Vision lineup for the Sven when your Toro goes in, if he can get big.
Got him on the Bramble, blood grenade slowing him down. Notice Steve, though, he, maybe a misclick there? I think he went the wrong way around the trees. He popped Scorched Earth, but didn't really get anything for it. Unfortunately, Dark Will aggression never really going to get punished just because Zero has Shadow Realm to get out if necessary. Rue's going to get a bit low. The Sunstrike's going to land, and nonetheless, it's baited in by Rue.
You have all these stuns. Sometimes you don't need it. Just land a casual Sunstrike, help ruin that trade, some extra gold for the Invoker. These lanes are really going Vision's way in terms of just the straight up CS. So you got to nab some extra kills here and there where you can, or at least maybe get some stacks up. That is something else we could see this top lane fall back on if the lane just becomes too overwhelming. Because right now, Satanic is taking control. The CS department threatening that triple
range. In the mid lane. Laurel is 11-5, lowest CS of all the cores.
He's feeling the pressure right now. I think Spirit have had the slower start in lanes all 3 games.
Yes.
And they're not a team that's afraid of taking that route towards victory. They don't need to win lanes. They don't even need to win the early game. They probably don't need to win the mid game. They can probably start losing most of the late game. And if they find that one fight, that's all it takes. Yeah. So you really have to be careful
Hit laid down, trying to get Collapse away from the SF. Quick X, turn around, Blood Grenade.
Does have Lotus.
Ultimately, fading in, trying to hit that Sunstrike. Not going to happen. Not me is going to die to the Raze.
Very volatile lane up here.
Yeah.
You're trying to bait with wand charges and all these Lotuses and Fairy Fires. Both teams are thinking about this Sunstrike a lot. The aggressive man up from Satanic pays off here, and Yatoro, he's just getting his regen burn down here, even if he survives.
Well hit. It's going to be close call. Couldn't get through the Cold Embrace heal. Does a bit too
Lion.
much. Not me. TP's in. What'd you make of the Lion pickup anyway? Not a hero that we see a whole lot of.
Definitely an outlier for this event. It was performing pretty well over the course of the year at various points, and then just fell off for this tournament in the last month in general. It is a good Sunstrike setup. It is a hero that historically has worked well for Spirit. Not necessarily this iteration, but just as a team concept. Always gives you that instant Hex potential, which is, again, if you're playing with confidence, if the other team is perhaps tilting a little nervous, Lion does take advantage of that. I think it could pose problems for the Ember in this game. Maybe the Doom on the Blinken, if you don't pre-BKB, which we've seen a lot of this event.
Yeah.
Things like this. This hero can make a huge impact from a low net worth position. Still a difficult hero to execute, though. So again, you're looking towards these Spirit supports to really mechanically play well, give us a performance like they did in Game 2, and then this support duo can really cause Vision some problems. They just end up in some open skirmishes in jungle areas or get run over on the map by this Ember. They could become a liability pretty fast because they need some early items to really come online. I think both of these supports need a blink to really play the fights well.
I love that. Yatoro using the line. You're not panicking, are you? Well, Vision don't seem to be panicking in this laning phase. They are walking away with a 3-laning phase win. As you said, Team Spirit have never been a team very dependent on a laning phase.
This is a very big lane win, though, which is causing you a little concern. Mainly just how much the Sven is getting bullied bottom. I think Underlord getting bullied, whatever. Invoker's always going to lose some of the early CS. He'll make it up with some Sunstrike kills. Just Yatoro getting bullied. It's uncommon to lose your safe lane in this patch. We don't see it happen to a lot of teams and players when you have so many options at your disposal to just dominate the lane. So that's a big sacrifice to make. There's some payoff here with the Wyvern coming online later. It's giving a lot of room to this off-lane duo for Vision to maybe gain some momentum and snowball this game.
And I feel like that's only going to be compounded by the fact that Vision also have a more active mid, right? If you're already down off of lanes and then you get those first couple of rotations from the Ember Spirit, which the Invoker can't really match, it's going to be a problem.
Always the risk with playing against Ember if you don't choose him out of the lane. In Game 1, he just got completely cheesed. None of that tempo came into play. In this one, he's going to have a lot more freedom to control the map, play off the power runes, make rotations that are not going to be matched. You really have to keep no one in check, keep him in the back of your mind, not overextend, and make sure you don't feed away some double, triple kill to this Ember in the first 15 minutes here.
Back to this bait in the bottom lane. Really need this line rotation to work.
A big committal down here. You're leaving that Underlord alone top, which has been a brutal lane for him.
Oh, and the ward's going to get dropped. They just immediately going to de-ward it. Not me. Spotted by that one. The Underlord Collapse is trying to pull waves, but okay, they say, all right, two can play that game. We can also try lane, try and catch Collapse, stop him from pulling at least.
I actually really dislike that TP from 9 class. Because this is not a lane the Underlord can enter no matter what.
Sure.
You can leave the SF up here solo and the Underlord can't enter. So if anything, you want to bring supports elsewhere in this game. And this is relieving pressure from the Sven, who was the one suffering the most.
Notice is tanky enough to survive, though. Double gauntlets and 2 bracers. He just, raw HP is all it takes.
That is a tanky boy early on. They are going to be able to rotate these supports into mid, which is a great point of attack. Anytime you kill this Invoker early, he's just a sitting duck. Ember automatically gives you the gap close. It's a 6-minute power rune as well. So there's a lot to fight for here on the side of Vision.
Good use of the Forge Spirits to pull the creeps back. They will not be able to contest the power runes at all. A regen for an Ember Spirit. This is already starting fantastic for no one. Meanwhile,
a lot of time.
1 CS for Satanic.
He's just absolute free farm up there, which, you know, I don't know the exact stat for how often Vision win when Satanic has an empty lane, which is effectively what this has been, but it's got to be quite high. This is what Vision wants. They want the attention around mid. their 2 side laners to just free farm, scale, and let no one control the pace of the game. They're going to rotate the supports back top. They want this SF kill with the Sunstrike on top.
This would fix so much of the damage. They've got him in place. The Sunstrike's going to land. They surely have enough damage. They're going to stop the Requiem. That's good enough.
Wisdom Shrine is getting contested off this kill. That is the bigger prize. Spirit needed that early SF kill. However, they're going to sacrifice some experience to get the job done. Both shrines are going to go Vision's way here.
The level 6's supports on Vision going to be a whole lot faster than Team Spirit, that's for sure. Unless they can get more core pickoffs, cover that experience.
That was just that kill was almost more important for Collapse than it was shutting down the SF. The Thunderlord needed something out of this laning phase.
Yeah.
That was a big boost. He's going to get to farm another wave, pulled his camp, kind of reset the wave. Satanic, he's got to think twice about stepping up here again if you don't know where these supports are lingering. Nice little rotation. And honestly, Spirit, they relieved a lot of the pressure in this laning phase that was going into the Sven too. With these Vision supports going top, and Bull gets the farm bottom. These little things stabilize that game. This was a 2K lead for Vision a minute and a half ago. They weren't able to snowball it more. So the game's stabilizing for Spirit right now. Gotta, again, look towards the Ember, look towards the power runes. Try and connect something with no one here.
That class pops out underneath the tower, quickly Hex stunned, but they do not try and kill him, knowing that the Ember Spirit is going to be trying to run them down. Another power rune to work with. I mean, the Ember Spirit is just going to be the strongest hero in the game for quite some time if he's able to get every single power rune.
He's going to get every power. You're just not contesting 2 supports behind this guy with an Invoker and a Winter Wyvern. It's not happening. You're just hoping he doesn't get the early haste and amp damage, which he didn't. He got Regen Arcane. A little weaker here for sure. Blows. You do have Doom available.
Spirit jumps after Nami, caught him on the other side of the tower.
Easy pickoff. This is a very dangerous area for Spirit to linger in. I think you're either getting something done here or you are just defensively bailing Laurel out. But you don't want to just linger around the river against this Ember. It's a death sentence.
Yeah, he's basically playing Forge Spirit instead of his hero. His hero is always pretty far back, and he just keeps using the Forge Spirit to draw the aggro. Prevents too much tower damage being done.
Can also block the arrow off the chains combo, so he has a little defensive capability on his own.
He will certainly not have any sort of recovery. I mean, Vision have full control of the triangle in case there was stacks, but Spirit also haven't had the chance to make any stacks in the first place. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
A little short there.
One with being a flag bearer as well.
Spirit are getting some nice D-wards. That is giving you some extra gold here and limiting the damage Vision are inflicting with December.
Me pushes out past the tower, immediately punished. Now, the slowdown isn't enough for Satanic. They got him on the Bramble and the arrow, landed both of those abilities, and 9 class will return the tip back to Not Me.
December is starting to be a massive threat. This 10-minute power rune's gotta be a good one unless it's the illusion spawn. They get taken. Oh, man.
His first power rune of the game.
No one not happy about that. Again, you're looking for the haste and amp damage in the next 2 or 3 here. You really wanted those for the Ember. So the fact Laurel gets to steal one of those away is huge. Base for the Sven. Spirit just trying to defend right now.
How does this Sven versus SF matchup kind of go as the game moves along?
Sunstrike damage, is it enough? So tanky.
Yeah, he just, man, full bracer build makes him too much for Team Spirit to handle, even with the extra Sunstrike damage.
Oh, Satanic.
Oh, if only they had a Sunstrike.
Yeah, they needed it.
They bottom, it would have made all the difference. Instead, Collapse almost dies.
They did get double support TP bottom. That's huge for Spirit. Limiting the aggression going through the Ember right now. 9 class finds a courier kill, but that's it.
Chase after Yatoro with the Moonlight Shadow kind of trailing him as he works his way through.
Oh, not me. Does he have enough here with Sunstrike? Sunstrike's back off cooldown level 4 in the X-Sword.
I think Mask of Madness has healed him up so much.
No shot now, that's for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Rue getting chased out of bottom. They do not want to let anybody linger behind this tier 1 tower and just absorb XP.
Playing around the neutrals. Will be able to get the cold embrace. Actually, they're going to think about gating in. SF is coming through the gate, but he managed to get stopped by the Lion. But Underlord is not going through that gate to join what is a death sentence in this bottom lane.
Gonna have to concede some early fights here for your Spirit. Just try and find trades. Vision know it. They're getting real aggressive right now. Vessel is around the corner for no one, and that's when the presence around the map is going to pick up significantly. You bring SF into any of these engagements and let him convert on the objective. No one's going to want to defend these towers once Satanic shows up. You'd have to really preemptively smoke there to make it happen.
Yeah, you kind of gotta jump him first, kill him fast.
Yeah. And that's a lot of the Sven matchup. You mentioned the carry matchup in this game. Sven can absolutely deal with Chap. You just jump, BKB, God Strength. SF doesn't fight you, especially in this game with Alacrity on top. It's a huge carry differential. So you have to hit some nice timings here if you're Satanic to really get the most out of this matchup. Of course, SF's always going to scale. It can be a massive threat.
So he's going to have a number of timings early on when the Sven is still kind of building up. He'll have another time later on when he gets Butterfly against Sven, right?
Potentially Aegis in line with that, and you're going to maybe try and push. I just think Invoker, it's such a tough hero to play against. It's really hard to interact with early, and then he gives your carry so much extra boost in these late game matchups. Just the Alacrity, also the Sunstrike damage on top of initiations. He's a second primary damage dealer in himself. It's tough to initiate on the Invoker. Can be a real big thorn for Vision in this game 3. They are up 5K. So this laning stage did pan out for them quite nicely.
No surprise there. Notice is getting so much farm in this game. Like, it's no surprise that Satanic gets big. He kind of gets big no matter what happens in Vision's games. But the fact that their other two cores are keeping up with the Sven says a lot.
They have their early fighting items too. Drum done for the Doom. Spear Vessel for no one, and that's kind of the signal to start getting more aggressive with this Ember Spirit. There's a 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. They're not really heading that direction. They're looking for the Sven bottom. The juiciest kill on the map right now is he's the fastest farming hero for Spirit.
Rue trying to run interference. He's going to break some of the smoke. See some of these heroes, Moonlight Shadow, they're going to chase after him. Manage to get the scan.
Get out.
Look at that.
Oh, he's running right in.
Right there on the other side. Hello. And goodbye, Yatoro. Matched by Satanic.
What a move there. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They broke that gank and he still died because the execution from Vision was so on point.
Very sick play.
And what's your trade-off? Normally you're trying to get some sort of equivalent exchange. Underlord cannot push out deep top, which means it has to be around this mid lane. And that is just not a target you can kill in this game. Just way too tanky with the double bracer build-up. We've absolutely seen the strength of Doom in this series. Still eyeing Yatoro bottom. Vision going to try and continue to put some more pressure into this Sven, not let him push lanes out, not let him sit down here comfortably.
It'll be the Wyvern pick off of the deep ward that they have. Which Rue promptly pings out, not me. They brought Laurel. Joined in the mid lane, smoked him up, made a fast rotation up the top, but Satanic has already cleared this out. Made his way back next to this tier 2.
Gonna have to go deep for that kill.
So many of these ganks, time and time again, and it'll happen.
Immaculate map read. Spirit having a hard time finding a pressure point right now. Just gonna have to settle for some power hammering. Try and open up the map a little bit.
They got to. They're going to have this really awkward window where this Underlord Collapse isn't really much of a hero yet until you have that Aghanim Scepter, and it's still, you know, a solid 1,500 away.
Vici recovered pretty nicely here. Even without stacks, he got the job done. Closing in on that Ags will make a big difference in this game. You have a lot of global capability. It's going to make your net worth count for a lot more here, even from a behind position.
Ball's getting out of sight, Moonlight Shadow. Might have been spotted there by the Forge Spirit. But another power rune, this time in amp damage.
Love this
Spirit just doing everything they can to dodge.
Yeah, that's the thing. You want to defend this mid tower. You also don't want to get caught in a bad fight right now against all the strength on no one. the bend don't break scenario for them.
Which is where Rue has to kind of come in clutch, right? He's playing behind these heroes all the time. He's kind of like some of the biggest threat that they have to be able to stop a Vision aggressive play.
Yes. There's a lot of defensive capability in the Spirit lineup if they're set up and ready for the play. You think you're just going to go on Laurel and kill him, and all of a sudden you get stuck in a pit, Firestorm, there's a Wyvern Curse, Sven TP's in, he's going to stun someone out of it. It's a lot of chain stun off of any sort of overextension. However, once again, Vision not forcing the issue into the mid invoker. They're hunting the Yatoro Sven. They refuse to let him hit camps down here.
And even without the ward, which did get dealt with, they're still going to try and find heroes in this area. Rue kind of spotted Sven a little bit out of sight. Team Spirit are beginning to group up around this tier 2, thinking maybe this is an opportunity for a fast kill, and they've got it with the Sunstrike. Here comes 9 class, though.
Trying
to keep Rue alive, throws down a Winter's Curse, actually backs up and stunning the rest of his team, but it doesn't matter. Team Spirit, their defense, they parry Vision's aggression perfectly.
Nice map read from Yatoro. This time it's him knowing the gank is coming in, and Spirit just set up on it, and that's where that fight is dangerous. You do not want to overcommit around these towers into all of the muck that Spirit can propose. Which is where this game can feel a little awkward for Vision. You have all this strength. How were you able to use it in the last few minutes here? You lost net worthly. You're just watching Invoker recover off the Ancients. You're watching Sven recover off of some of these smaller jungle stacks. Weren't able to kick him out of bottom. The fact that Yatoro can sit down here is really important for Spirit right now if they want to give the Ancient priority to the Invoker. Only one of these cores can take those Ancient stacks, so you need the other core to be able to farm somewhere. And the Invoker cannot go anywhere on this map right now. So it has to be Yatoro finding farm deep on the side of the map. That's why Vision are hunting him down here. This is very efficient for Spirit in terms of the recovery.
And eventually the Invoker pays that back out to the Sven, right? He gets to Boots of Travel, BKB, then he's able to play out on the map with his Shard, with Ghost Walk, pushing waves, and then the Sven gets to farm the nicer parts of the map.
It'll switch at some point. And at that point, the threat on the map goes up a lot for Spirit with the gate global capability. For now, just kind of play through Yatoro. Does have Blink available, is level 13, he's strong. Gotta remember this Sven has the Sunstrike behind his initiation too. There's a lot of burst damage coming out off this jump. Vision just going to try and dodge this play right now. They're trying to just get to triple BKB in this game. It's going to take a little bit of time here. However, they get there. They're very strong with that timing. They can absolutely take a team fight into a Roshan.
Kind of a crazy backstab, especially the fact it's just the two of them. They don't have a tier 1 tower to play off. No heroes can TP in. Yatoro tried to get the initiation and he missed. A fast Shadow Realm from 9 class, and Yatoro's going to be stalled up. This is going to get real rough for him. Terrorize, push him away. Nice arrow. Beautiful stuff from Dekalis to combo with that one. A play call from Yatoro and Rue goes horrifically wrong. Vision are gifted into a fantastic fight.
So hard for either team to make aggressive plays in this game. Very quick reaction from 9 class. Completely kills this play attempt, and you're able to bring all your heroes into it. And guess what? Tormentor, 20 seconds. If Vision wanted to just man up for an objective here, they were in the area. Opting not to.
Now Vision back up to a 6,000 net worth lead.
Every kill is going to count for a lot when both these teams have so much lane push and farm capability.
Team
Maybe
Spirit
they get this mid tower. Really like they're going to glyph this.
They refuse to give this up. Jeez.
It's a very strong objective in this game with the Invoker and all your defensive capability. Can really bait Vision onto this objective and try and get some extra kills out of it.
Mid tower is also the one that controls that triangle, right?
For sure. See that Dark Realm come out just in time, and now all of a sudden if you're Yatoro, you're like, please get me out of here.
And that's going to be a problem for him. He may have the matchup against the SF, but you've got some very, very mobile heroes in the supports. The Dark Willow and the Marauder are both difficult to kill. Ember Spirit obviously highly mobile. Be difficult for Yatoro to find openings for fast kills like he wants.
Also just needs BKB to deal with a lot of the control here. The Brambles, the Moonlight Shadow, Doom's waiting for you. There's a lot you have to worry about right now.
That's not a problem for Satanic. Mask of Madness, Hurricane Pike, BKB. He's going to start working towards a Silver Edge. 13,000 net worth for him. Not me. It's a risk, isn't it? Is this a bait? Is there an opportunity here? He's waiting for some support to come by and he can impale, finger, sunstrike, but instead, Vision are making a move. Finding Rue, who tries with the flight to find an opening. TP out, not going to happen.
It's a big smoke break. This was double BKB timing for Vision on the Ember and the SF, and they get the Wisdom Shrine on the other side with the line. So honestly, Spirit, they dodged that pretty successfully here. Oh, he's out of mana now. Oh, he's going to peek his head out.
Nope. Okay. Stun, TP.
Should be fine.
And doesn't have it.
Big space created. Dodging this BKB window for Vision, which only left them with, you get some deep wards out, and you're getting to the point in this game where you're going to start to threaten a Roche after any big 4-kill. Laurel trying to make a big play.
BKB inside of this Aghanim Scepter, the combination of the Ice Wall and the pit. You just don't go anywhere. It doesn't matter. Before, in the laning phase, right, all that extra HP allowed him to survive through the burst, but that is not really a problem now. Team Spirit have ways to just hold you there and never really run out of damage.
Game's starting to feel a lot more comfortable for Laurel. We're going to see him impact the side lanes a lot more. It's been centered around mid. That mid tower died. He got a lot of time out of that. The farm Ancients recover off of a rough lane. And now he's going to start to do Invoker things with that Ghost Walk. The map's going to become more difficult to play with this Meteor Sunstrike threat with a gate on top of it. That's what makes it extra deadly here for these otherwise survivable heroes. Might have to pop some BKBs just to be able to get the lanes out at some point in this game.
Panel said it's not just 1 or 2 heroes, it's potentially 3 or 4 with this global capability, something that they'll have the advantage for. Vision. What a crucial kill that would have been, catching a Toro on the TP.
Spirit are starting to outmaneuver them a little bit. Perhaps feeling like game 2, they're starting to flow.
Fortunately, Satanic is still the rock that is keeping that net worth solid for them. They're still holding on to a 5,000 net worth because he's just getting so much gold. Nobody is getting more gold than Satanic on the map, and that continues as he takes the tower.
Insane how much extra he gets compared to everybody else in this event. Every minute he gets left alone, it's a net worth advantage.
Just got the reads. He's able to play aggressively in the right parts of the map.
He has to execute well, though. If he dies in a random fight, it's going to be a massive blow.
Rue running into the Vision duo once again. To call us in. No one searching for kills. He's just trying to buy as much time as possible.
Toro kind of lingering around here. You don't have BKB, though.
What is he looking at?
Just looking for the next mid wave.
He can collect that because Vision going to back up to do Roche.
I think this is the correct call. Put an Aegis on this SF. Make sure all this net worth gets guaranteed use on the map. He's closing it on Daedalus as well. Sunstrike will not.
Nice job. They pulled Roshan outside of his default position to make sure there was no Sunstrike steal. Make sure it's a little bit more difficult for crazy Aegis steals.
Always got to worry about that. You're playing against Team Spirit here. They pick up a gem at the exact same time. So this is Vision signaling, we know how strong our SF is. We're going to take over the map in this time period.
Notice, runs right into the line. Now, there are 2 cores close by. The Sunstrike, it's not going to land. That is crucial, missing damage. The Spec still goes for it anyway, and he got him off the cleave. No one pops a BKB with a Terrorize inside of these brambles. These heroes are going to be held here for a while. DeCalls, especially now,
Arrow
off of this one. They're going to Firestorm, try and fight, but Satanic is too much to handle. Fortnite trying to get Yotoro away.
Uphill miss?
High ground hits. They just keep on missing. Yotoro is out. Collapse is making a run for it now with the pit. It's going to hold back the rest of these heroes. Oh, Vision got a bit unlucky there.
I can't believe they couldn't capitalize on that more. A full duration arrow on Yotoro. SF hitting him. And he just walked it off. The armor. Doing a lot of work for Yotoro right there.
And they got the kill. They got all these Vision heroes to one side of the map immediately. Yep. Laurel TP's up to the top lane, shoving that out. The support's pushing in mid. Team Spirit knows that this is one of those windows. We can claw back another 1K net worth, maybe another 2K.
They're really playing the map well. You have so much extra advantage on this SF, and you're not pulling ahead in this game. You're not finding anything with this Ember Spirit. No one's running around with Gem now. It's going to give you some extra map control. Still looking for some kills of his own. 9 assists for that Ember, not a kill to his name. Would like some extra gold here.
TP, they actually want to defend this tier 2.
They're going to fight this?
Phoenix quite alone.
It's really bold to go into the Aegis, though. You don't know where other heroes on the map are. You don't have God Strength.
Yeah, I think maybe the only reason they were even considering it was just because they know the BKB got used earlier.
That is true.
There
Could've
was a
been an
real
opening.
chance they could 100-0 Satanic twice. Especially with no real saves on the side of Vision. But Satanic, once again, great map read, backs out right before danger strikes.
I'm still worried for the SF in this game if ever gets jumped. There's no save in this lineup. One of the downsides of that Mirana pick, the offensive potential in the early game, maybe the ultra late Mirana scale, super nice, doesn't help the SF here. Other than, I guess, Moonlight Shadow maybe giving you a little more entry to the fight. If Satanic gets jumped and blown up in this game, it's going to happen very quickly. The fight can look very one-sided. Smoke right now for Spirit looking on mid. It's going to take...
Ooh, he's fast with it. It won't
can't get out
save
of there.
him, but that was an impressive bit of reaction time.
They're going to try and get more off this. Still have God Strength running.
Are you willing to run into the SF, even in a 4 versus 5?
It's tricky. He already has Daedalus done, almost about to hit level 20.
Yeah, you could see Vision feel confident. They're not really heading for the hills. They're not running away.
They are lingering.
If Spirit run into us, we can take this fight.
Not me, got around it without the smoke break.
Interesting position to be in. He doesn't really have any wards he's working off of here. Can't get
scout the
Vision
SF.
down, but yeah, his high ground vision on Satanic.
It's one of those moments. Are you bold enough to go for this play and make the call? It's just such a high-risk play. If it goes wrong, it's going to go so wrong while he has this Aegis for another minute. I don't think Spirit are too interested in trying to bring him down
he's
twice.
not just so alone here.
No, you can't gamble on it.
They'll poke at him, see what kind of response there is from Vision. Vision are going to show very soon. They were away, but now they're smoking straight into him. Collapse is going to be the first one jumped here. Winner's Curse, but BKB does go off from notice, and he's going to ensure they get multiple kills out of this. They'll finish off Collapse, and Rue, inside the cold embrace, stuck there long enough that the SF shows up. 2 fast kills for Vision, and off this Aegis, maybe can take some objectives as well. This tier 2 bottom right for the taking, but
for Laurel top.
Yeah, Vision want to keep this going.
Really tough to catch Invoker in this game. 9 class is going to try and get it.
Hit him with a Bramble. Does land the Bramble with alongside the Curse Ground. Force down, pushing him away. One fast kill from Yatoro. He pops out with a damn damage. No God Strength needed.
See you later. That is some burst damage right there. No Vision finding kills across the map, using this Aegis to kind of bait Spirit into a fight.
Fast ward. D-ward can't get spotted by Laurel here. Otherwise, they'll
They
know
saw
about the ward.
Distiller.
They managed to get the Distiller on him, but Satanic's far enough away. They're not actually...
No stun setup there. You need a Yule's Marauder or something to make that kind of play. Aegis going to expire here. It was somewhat a successful Aegis period for Vision. Kind of a difficult one to use. You're not going to go high ground with it. Did get that tier 2.
Crazy to me how this SF is here. He's got high ground vision and he's playing around, of course. So, but it's still just kind of crazy to me that he is playing so far forward when the rest of his team is so far back.
You got to extract something off the map with how strong you are. You can't just sit back and let Invoker Sven farm up in this game. They're not good matchups for you. They put this first pick SF in a little bit of a bind. He's not going to feel insanely comfortable scaling here on his own. It has to be a team effort as you go into that late game.
It was really surprising to me they placed those double high ground wards. Those are like the most obvious D wards.
Yeah, they both
normally
got killed.
when you do that, it's when you're so much control of the game, you're not leaving the enemy side of the map, right?
I agree. It's too bold for your position. If you're going to place those high ground wards, you need to stay on the side. You need to defend those wards. Instead, they conceded both of them. There's a gem running on this Invoker. And now you're flying blind for another 5 or 6 minutes here.
Right.
Which is deadly against lineups that operate off of single target jump burst.
They got a good scan. Ember Spirit's going to jump after it. Spots the Winter Wyvern. Great kill to start this fight out. Curse will not save you.
Got doomed.
And he got doomed. He got up to God's Strength first, and BKB, he'll go for the TP out.
Okay, he's going to live.
Fine there. Everybody else, BKB, Laurel also TP.
The Nightfalls get him out of trouble.
The cores get out, the supports do not.
And that's the type of fight that Vision are looking for in terms of just sending the Ember on supports. He already has an Ag done. What are you going to do about that? You pretty much have to land some clutch Hex or something. If no one BKBs early, there's nothing you can really do about it. It's going to create a lot of space in the fight, break the formation early. You're going to get Vision on the Sven, and the second the Sven gets tagged, SF has free entry into the fight. You're not worried about getting jumped on Satanic. No one has a really important role in this game for Vision, maybe the most important on this Ember in terms of just setting the fight up, being a nuisance, giving Vision, letting Satanic have the confidence to go in. The other route is to put an Aegis on the SF and let him hit a building. And we'll see if it ever comes to that. AK gold lead now. Starting to build a little bit here off the back of that as we approach the second Roshan in this game, a minute away. That's where losing some of those wards is going to cost Vision a bit. This next Roshan fight, you're not going to have the extra obs to place in the river. Spirit can take advantage of it. Vision counts so much for their lineup. Finding that jump, finding that big Wyvern curse, not getting doomed on the right target. Not sure where Vision are right now. Just trying to ghost push the waves bottom, play off the map mid, try and break some more smokes here.
Light Shadow, but they do have the Sword Sentry combo mid. Vision, if they try and shortcut through, they'll be spotted, and they do get spotted trying to play for the power room.
Could see this ward here as well.
Yeah, they'll handle it.
Spirit also losing some vision in this game.
And considering the fact they're the ones trying to dodge, it becomes real spooky when you don't have too many wards out on the map.
At least Invoker can always go shove. Pretty hard to find this hero. Forward Spirits get the job done. He's going to show bottom just to try and bait some TPs. Nice little heads up play from Laurel. He's instantly out of there. Gem running on both of these mid heroes that are just untouchable right now. It's going to create a lot of pressure on the enemy team. Still, Yatoro climbing that chart. Almost level 25, has the Daedalus and the Harpoon. He's fat. He does a lot of burst damage with the Invoker backup. Whoever he jumps is just gone. Even if you doom him, he's still just got to sit there and cleave.
Not me. Straight up an arrow. Blinks back.
Did scout Yatoro.
Vision gets some information to work with. Roshan spawn time is here, so both teams are going to be playing for that Rosh, trying to get this map control in this area.
Long spawn.
And counting into the pit.
With Blink for Satanic, he's going to buy out going into this Rosh fight. Farmed all this gold for a reason.
Good time, yes. My internet.
Collapse is always on point with the voice lines.
All right, items coming up. Some additional utility from the Wyvern. We've got the Harpoon Daedalus for Yatoro, and he's level 23. He's getting closer and closer to that 25. We get the God Strength damage. Alongside, as we talked about, all these levels play to Wrath of God, his innate. The hero scales better than maybe he kind of ever has. Invoker looking at a Shiva's next. Got an Aether Lens build up for Not Me. BKB required for Collapse in this game. Vision, meanwhile, Satanic. Trying to go back for a Satanic, replace that Mask of Madness at some point. Notice is just fit, man. He's just full HP. He went all the bracers early. He's going an Aeon Disc, and he wants to go for a heart after that.
The game plan is let him tank some of the Sven hits. Right. Create some space for this SF. Because you got to remember, we talked earlier about this SF-Sven matchup. You have a butterfly timing. He skipped it entirely. This SF item build is really susceptible to the Sven jump. You have no defensive capability other than a really fast Hurricane Pike. On that instant, it's only going to take 3 hits and you're just gone in this game. So he went Swift Blink. This is an insane amount of offensive potential for Satanic. And it requires the other 2 cores to set the fight up for him. Go on some targets, let the SF Swift Blink in, BKB, start hitting them. His damage is also going to be insane in this game. It's all about the jump. Who gets more information for their team early on, who's able to set the control up. And this is one of those games where having instant stuns counts for a lot. That Lion, that pesky Lion, if you can find that clutch hex on a core that lets you jump in BKB first, it could be everything. You have to keep buybacks in mind as well. This is one of those games where you commit a lot on the initiations on the side of both teams. You have to keep the buybacks in mind. The second round of that fight can win you a Roshan, can win you some of these later team fights. Especially with how tanky 2 offlaners are.
We're making a move. Smoke up across the other side of the map. Vision. Are they going to get caught by this? The Ember Spirit might show. He's the one with the gem, too. They cannot afford for him to be jumped on here.
Very sneaky move. They're taking the long road around.
Light chain, so he kind of shows Team Spirit drop a very deep lane ward.
That's a great obs. But if they're patient on this, it might pay off. The smoke is running out. They see 9 class not wanting to. They don't want to force the fight under the tier 2, jumping a hero that likely has buyback in this situation. Would not have ended well, so they give up their obs back through the gate.
There is a Tormentor on the other side.
Yeah, there is.
They would be kind of forfeiting the Radiant side Roshan potentially, which they Sunstrike.
It's going to switch sides now. You're okay playing down here. How many wards do you have left to plan for the fight, though? They have no obs.
Toro feeling like Vision can't get here fast enough. They'll take that tier 1 tower, but they are going to be here soon. Already catching Not Knee. An arrow to the knee, tries to deal with the ward. He's going to die. No one leaves him for more. Trying to get the BKB out of Yatoro, who harpoons pretty far away. He's going to blink. He really wants to hold his BKB intact.
Should be able to here. Actually, I don't know. Satanic, he's super fast. Yeah, you have the BKB now.
Going to have the BKB TP.
He's
Toro.
So long.
He's going to be spotted by the Doom, and now he's just caught kill.
So greedy there with the camps.
Yeah, no respect whatsoever for Vision potentially scouting him out here.
Maybe just underestimating how much they were going to commit for that kill. It's one of those instances you're thinking to yourself, there's no way they chased me to the corner of the map, right? Well, they did. And that SF is really fast with that Swift Blink. That's Roshan. Didn't even get the fight for it.
Yeah.
Every core pick-off in this game is going to count for so much.
Look at Noah, pushed so far outside of the pit. He's making sure the Winter Wyvern can't get close. They even maybe getting a jump here on Laurel that forces his BKB. He's going to drop the Meteors onto the Dark Willow, hoping he gets a kill in return of that BKB usage.
Oh, what is happening in this pit?
Taking a Rue. They actually, yeah, Collapse going in. Oh, Collapse, Satanic Hurricane dude piked himself outside of the pit. If Roshan
can't kill it though.
But Collapse can't finish it off. He's going to get killed. And Roshan, he got it. He gets the steal. A massive pick up by the support. The man with the least net worth makes the biggest move.
What a stat. Just when you thought there's no way Spirit do it again, they do it again. A sick read in that situation. It does cost them a couple more heroes, but well worth it to take an Aegis out of this SF's hands when Vision needed this to push the net worth advantage on top of Satanic and threaten that high ground. Now you miss that window, and you're left sitting in this game thinking, we want to go high ground, but can we go high ground without an Aegis? Yeah. Who's going to tank all these jumps? Who's going to go first against the Invoker, against the Sven, the Lion Hex? Without a save, this is where not having that save for the SF really hurts you. Aegis is supposed to be your save.
Here comes the Chain's arrow. He's got to dodge this one, but he can't dodge the stuff. Oh, Satanic wastes no time. BKB, amp damage, goes to work.
That is a big pickoff. Might be able to just run down the mid lane here.
Rue may have pulled off that great move, but Spirit are still crumbling in the bigger picture here.
Yeah, they're bleeding a lot of kills right now. They played that 10 to 20 minutes really well around the map. This 25 to 35 has been Vision's. Building a significant lead. Getting this SF to the big 25 talent. He really hurts with these Raze connections. Some big crits, serrated Shiv on top, insane attack speed. 3,500 HP. He got Pendulum as well, so a little survivability here for this SF. If he does not die in the instant burst and he gets to swing back with the Satanic hits, you're going to be in big trouble.
There is so much burst with a Sven. And an Invoker. X-turn back, not neat. Nice two-man stun, but
no way to get out of here.
Still be run down all the same.
Power the Ember in this game. No one can just run its supports, make their life miserable. Nothing they can really do about it with so many remnants to play on. He's also almost level 25. It's going to be a big talent in this game. Vision are coming alive here towards the end of this mid game. Yeah. Really putting the pressure on Spirit. I don't think we've seen 5 Spirit heroes alive in the last 5 minutes. Just always someone dead. Always someone getting forced off the map.
Oro loses his courier. Didn't have a Satanic
heart right now
or anything, but there's the heart. Notice is getting bigger and bigger. He's able to play more and more of the front line. The bigger threat he is, because he's kind of like, I mean, this version of Doom, right? It's kind of similar to the Centaurs we see with the Shard.
A little bit, yeah.
Him, and he does double edge after double edge. In Doom's case, it's this Infernal Blade that has percentage-based damage.
It does a lot. If he just exists, he's killing you. He gets to Doom you as well.
He's got that new 66 damage talent at level 20.
Juicy. I was just about to say, can you go high ground in this period? Because surely that was second Roche, you got banner, right?
Yeah.
No, Rue got the banner too.
He got both?
He took both away. Just extra value on top of that Aegis snatch. That's insane he got both. Though I guess when everybody's cursed in that pit, you have some time to click everything, right? So you killed that banner play as well. Pretty nice here. First banner's not as strong. However, you'll take anything extra you can get here down 15K.
Maybe we could see a replay of that play at some point in time because it was so sick.
And honestly, it could have gone better for Spirit if Vision were not very disciplined around the initial gate-in from Collapse. Because if they just kill Roche there, I think there's a very high chance Collapse snatches it with his record.
They definitely did not banner.
No, they just said, okay, we'll leave Roche, we'll just kill you. You don't have the damage to finish it. It was a smart read of the situation as...
Like Shadow, they've got some entrances here. They can go after the Underlord if they want. BKB instantly going out. Rue trying to get away from this Ember Spirit, who just keeps hunting them down time and time again. Good force tap, gets him away from the arrow. Collapse also takes that one up, and no one has to give up on the support. He's been able to get these kills most of the time, thanks to the Aghanim Scepter. Not here.
A big bailout. You don't want to die near your base right here, given easy high ground. Sven did hit 25, by the way, and they did get Conjure Catalyst on the Invoker, so the damage is picking up. They're just parking this Doom on the front line. Aeon Disc, 4,000 HP Doom. This is not a target you can jump lightly if you are Team Spirit here. Gotta find a different angle, a different path into the fight.
Wrapping all the way around the
Night Class, no.
Night Class is gonna break this beautiful stuff. Instant Shadow Realm, instant Brambles, and now Spirit are in an awkward spot here. They're gonna use the gate to hold back Notice.
That's not the target though.
For the kill, but yeah, he's got that hard. He's so tanky, he's so hard to kill. Ember Spirit jumps right in, got him inside the pit. There goes the line, dealt with him rather easily. Satanic is having a free game right now with the Ghost Scepter onto the Sven. He's not hitting anything. He's gonna try it. Oh, now he connects onto no one. Now he fights Satanic. A battle of the carries. Who's gonna win with the help of Laurel? They get it. Yatoro once again.
There's the buy.
Whoa, the arrow. It's gonna land. Now here comes back Satanic. He's gonna get his revenge. He's gonna get the opportunity to kill Yatoro right back.
The buybacks are too powerful here. And the arrows from Ducal is debilitating Spirit at every turn.
And the buyback is not the same for Team Spirit because of the net worth advantage from Vision.
He doesn't have it.
Yatoro doesn't have it, not for 500 gold.
Even if you use it here, you don't have God Strength.
Yeah.
Not the same battle. Vision are going to get some base damage here. You're going to have to defend. You do have a great high ground defense lineup between the Underlord and the Invoker. You have a lot of outspam here. No BKB on Satanic, no buyback. If he somehow dies here.
And they slow this down enough. They minimize the losses.
They'll have Doom available.
Vision into going too deep.
Refresher on top of Laurel. He's going to buy out.
They drop the board. They're looking for an opportunity to end the game. They want to see if they can get a fight going while the Sven is dead.
It's too hard to go super deep here, though.
They're going to go for him. XF in some trouble. Drops a meteor.
Great force staff.
Meteor, but the force staff got him completely out of there. Now the Doom's going to be dropped on Laurel, and Spirit thought they had a chance, but it was a total bait. And Vision, a massive opening now.
Go buy on this Invoker. 250 gold short.
But they could end the game potentially.
You got to go more here. You have the momentum. This game is flowing in your direction. You're getting a lot of economic damage.
Gate to the bounty runes to try and get buyback.
Heads up play.
Poker is so close.
He's 60 off.
And Vision, I think off of that, say, oh, the Sven is up and they went to get the bounty rune. That must mean that Laurel has buyback.
Yeah, you got it back there.
They respect it, but maybe they don't respect it. Maybe go back.
This is Butterfly. Surprise late Butterfly for Satanic, saying you don't have the evasion pierce on this Sven. I can take the man fight now. Buyback still not available. 20 gold for this Invoker. That's going to be 2 lanes. You have a tier 2 top. Vision are going to have to call it quits here. Up 20k with 2 lanes. They're feeling a lot more comfortable than they were before that team fight. And that's the power of buybacks in this game. They're a big deal for both teams because you have to just full send your initiation here between the Doom and the Sven.
Yeah, like SF died so casually in that last fight, but it was right next
didn't matter.
to tier 2. It didn't matter. They just won it just purely through the power of net worth. You've got a 30,000 net worth SF twice.
And the only advantage you get as Spirit in all this is, okay, SF doesn't have buyback for 5 minutes. Vision can dodge for 5 minutes.
Sure.
There's gonna be a Roche spawn in that interval. That's the only downside for them here. It's a fast Roche, so you might have to fight this without the SF buy.
Is it even worth it? If you're going to dodge for 5 minutes, well, that's you can dodge the Aegis time.
Yeah, you can give it away. It doesn't feel good to do, though.
Put the ball in Spirit's court. Let them try and use that Aegis against you aggressively.
The thing is, you're missing 2 core buybacks. You bought the Ember as well. You give Aegis to them, they take some aggressive fight, and you die. It's also a spooky situation. However, Yatoro, he's going to take the time to try and farm towards that MKB, deal with the butterfly threat before he has to fight it heads-on without the evasion pierce. Not a bad idea here. That SF is incredibly scary right now. Full Wind Waker for Ducalis, by the way, quietly having himself a game here with the arrow lands, and now you get a save in this lineup, which is huge. There is no nullifier in this lineup right now. No way to deal with the 4 staffs, the Wind Wakers on the Shadow Fiend.
No, this team has all the same game plan because Notice has queued up a Wind Waker as well.
Spirit, they're hugging a high ground ward. You do not want to fight Spirit.
Fire. Underlord picks one up.
That's incredibly clutch at the right time.
If they think the Wind Waker is the be-all, end-all save and they don't have an answer because Sven's not going to get a nullifier, they might just be shocked to see that Collapse has picked one.
Spirit are all in, though. They have no buys available. They have a Wyvern buy, not really relevant at this point in the game. Their cores are just all in.
I mean, in some way.
They got to Laurel's buyback. He's going to hold it here.
Vision's pretty all in for this fight. They spot Laurel. Tornado trying to stop the initiation.
Look at 9 class.
Affected. They back away.
9 class in the back.
Sneaking in with the Moonlight Shadow.
What an angle.
Vision on him.
What a stun.
At the same time, they jump on the Lion. It's a masterpiece of initiation from Vision. Now Yatoro, a must-win fight.
He's not winning this.
Satanic.
He's not winning this.
Off the carries, trying once again, but he pulls back in, but it's not gonna work. It is just Satanic now. Collapse is holding this, try and get him with the pin. They're going to drop the Meteor.
Big Meteor.
Panic, but they can't handle him. This carry is too much.
There's another one.
Mercy can't kill. Notice another Meteor going to be dropped onto the Sunstrike. There's the Wind Waker. They get the save.
Ducalis gone.
Still alive. A Tornado Laurel on the run, but they are done.
It's over.
Satanic is taking it. Satanic wins the fight. He is the #1, knocking out the other #1. You are not #1 anymore. You are just another casualty on Satanic's climb to the top. Vision's climb to top 3. Vision closing it out in just the most beautiful way. A perfect initiation. You couldn't ask for better.
And I think that's what defines this team. Their support duo is so obnoxious to play against on the map. In the team fights, they always have some weird angle. 9 class. He's sitting on that high ground. The jump from Notice, too, with the AoE stun hitting 2, setting up the terrorize, setting up a beautiful initiation for this Ember to just go in and wreck them. Caught Spirit off guard completely. They just don't get a chance to play that fight nearly how they want to. Their lineup is super predicated on getting the jump, having the vision. They're not able to find it. They full sent it with all the item buyouts. Vision come on top in this series in a very close, very clutch game 3.
I love the way they wanted to. The fact that they didn't have a buyback from these heroes. That could have been.
They just sent it.
Completely throwing the game, but it didn't matter. They played with aggression still.
Confidence.
They played to win. They played with confidence. That's what you need to claim an Aegis.
Yeah, you want to be a championship team here in the arena. You got to play like that. You got to play to win.
A step forward. No one on the main stage ready for an interview.
这一场精彩的比赛，不仅仅是 Team Spirit 和 Team Vision 两支队伍粉丝的狂欢，也是所有 Dota 2爱好者们的狂欢。朋友们，你们看得还开心吗？
No, and that was a very, very fun series to watch with one very quick game. That game 2 had a real fast GG. I wonder if you could tell me about it.
我们想来问一下 No One， 第二场比赛他们很快的就敲出了 GG， 在现在的版本当中其实不常看到，可以跟我们讲一下发生了什么吗？
I think they surprised us a lot with PL pick and the last pick NS, and I think they just outplayed us in the second game super hard. Like this clocker is so annoying for us. Like props to this guy. I think they just outplayed us super hard.
第二场比赛，我觉得我们感到有一点点惊讶的是，他们选出了猴子，和他们的最后一手选择也让我们感觉有一点难处理。而且在比赛当中，我觉得他们比我们打得好太多了，他们直接是实力上碾压了我们在第二场比赛当中。而且他们的这个发条技师这个英雄也给我们造成了很多的困难和阻碍。所以在第二场比赛，我觉得我们没有打过他们，所以我们就敲了。
I saw you did an interview on your team's vlogs where you mentioned that once upon a time, getting the Aegis was your singular focus. Since then, as you've gotten older and wiser, perhaps you realize it's not just about that. It's about having a good time with your team, about making good friends and enjoying the journey. And I was wondering if you could tell me about that journey and how you made that realization.
在他们自己的 vlog 当中 ，No One 曾经提到过，过去的他曾经将举起冠军盾作为自己唯一的目标。现在他可能随着年龄的增长，并且变得更加睿智了之后，他开始享受和他喜欢的人们一起打比赛，和他喜欢的人们一起做队友。那现在 Tsunami 想问他说 ，No One 可不可以给我们讲一下你现在在这个队伍里面的感受
Well, through the young kid of me, I just dreamed about the wins, about the win of Aegis and stuff. And like time keep go, and my life getting harder and harder because like you get grown up and you need to do a lot of things to your life, and like you starting to realize that it's not only about the wins, it's actually the journey that's the most important. Yep.
在我年轻的时候，我曾经傻傻的、天真的以为胜利是我唯一想要达到的目标。随着我年龄的增长，我在现实生活当中也发现，我的这个生活上可能有很多生活出给我的难题。在这个时候，我意识到，其实最终胜利的那个目标好像变得没有那么重要了，而更加重要的是通向胜利的这条道路，这个旅程它怎么样？
And in that journey, you've been playing Dota for a very long time. And Dove, I was wondering if you could maybe check the crowd to see how many people have been watching this man play Dota for years and years.
那么在 No One 成长的道路上，我相信有很多的观众，有很多的粉丝一路陪伴着他，从他过去的队友到他现在的这支队伍。想问一下，现场有哪些观众朋友们是一路陪伴 No One 看着他成长的呢？
And to all these people who have been following your journey for all of these years, what does it mean to be able to play in front of them yet again and get another top 3 minimum placement after this event or after this game?
在所有支持你的粉丝面前，在现场，在上海，在他们面前赢下这场比赛，锁定了你们 TI 2026前3的名额，对你来说意味着什么呢？
I think to me as a human being, this is everything, to be honest, because like that's what my journey about, you know, like to be here, like, and to end up in this position, if I can, of course. So it's incredible to play in this in front of this crowd. Thank you so much, guys. I love you all.
生而为人，这就是我刚刚所讲的，这就是我所要体验的旅程。在这里，在大家在现场这么热情的粉丝面前赢下这场比赛，对我来说意义非凡，非常感谢你们，谢谢。最后，让我们把掌声和欢呼声送给 No One， 送给 Vision。
So beautiful from No One there. A top 3, back-to-back top 3s for himself, for Team Vision here. TI last year, it ended in 3rd place for them, but I feel like the way that they could bounce back and be so candid of, we got simply outplayed in Game 2, and we wanted to come back even stronger in Game 3. To be able to execute it, to be able to have the game that they did, to now secure minimum top 3 and maybe even make it into the grand finals through the upper bracket. I just love this growth of No One, just the journey he's had and just everything that he's giving us this year at this TI.
I mean, watching No One talk, you can't help but feel emotional alongside him. He has been around for so long in Dota, has had so many phases from his dominance on that Virtus Pro roster that was winning every single major for 2 years, to taking a break, to then joining some wishy-washy flip-floppy teams for a bit, and then finally finding a home in Team Vision after all of these years, and still finding a way to keep up with the young kids, be on top of his game, and potentially even be the best in the world here at this international. They could do it. They could just win the whole thing.
Yeah, it's genuinely, I think he's one of one in that I don't think anyone else has been the best in the world, fallen off quite a bit, become, I don't know, sort of a mediocre player for a long time and then go back up again. Like that arc, I think has never been done in the same way that he has. He stands alone to me as someone that was the best mid player in the world and then whatever, and then the best mid player in the world again. And so I think he deserves all the praise in the world, not just for like how he's changed, I think emotionally and his maturity over time, but his gameplay. And to do that arc is astounding.
I think also alongside, you mentioned it quickly there, but he's also grown a lot as a human being throughout these years. Like when I think of VP No One, it's like toxic kid, you know, like you would play pubs
Most
with
mid
him.
laners are, right?
Maybe, but I think he stood out even in that regard. You know, he was impressively toxic in pubs back then, I have to say. And the person that he's become today, I feel like is someone that his teammates can look to for support. He inspires them, and when he talks about his journey, I feel like it's not only as a Dota player, it's also as a human being. And what he's learned about like how to be able to appreciate the moments and appreciate his teammates, and even just, you know, have a positive influence on the people around him so that they can also shine.
I think that's one of the things that has probably helped him grow so exponentially as a person is you now have young people looking up to you. You don't get to be that young, cocky mid laner anymore. You have to set an example, and bringing in someone as young as Satanic under your wing, you have to make sure that your head's on your shoulder, because you need to ensure that this player who is going to be such a pivotal role in your team is going to be doing the same thing, that they're going to be able to bounce back. I love just the laughs, the emotions that were happening at the start of Game 3, and you could see it displayed in their gameplay there. It was so good from Vision. They were able to say, Spirit stepped it up in Game 2. They were being the aggressors towards us. Now we're going to make sure our draft is able to do that, and we're not going to give them any space on the map. And so we see it shine in Game 3 here, and that's what ultimately secures them a top 3 at TI 15.
Yeah, you can even see it in his scoreline, 5-1 and 28. That's a scoreline if he's not trying to like solo carry this game. He's there to help people out. He's the supplementary role. That's how it is in the draft. It's how it was in the gameplay, and I think that's how it is in his sort of vibe and the way he carries himself these days. It is a very well-deserved victory, and I would be shocked if we didn't see them go further in this tournament, because they came into it with the favorites, and I think that pressure can dampen a lot of people and make you play worse and be worrisome, and people focus you and they learn about you, but they've had none of that, and they've continued to stand strong, not dropping a series yet. They are beasts.
Yeah, they've shown us why they're considered the best team in this tournament. Coming into this tournament, everyone was afraid of them. Everyone was studying their replays. They're just so clean with their execution. And you mentioned, Aiden, that this is an honest 1v1, finally, that we're going to see in the mid lane. And no one delivered. He crushed his lane as an Ember Spirit versus an Invoker, which really destroyed the game a little bit, because a lot of what Spirit wanted to do was get those Sunstrike kills, play through their Invoker, have their side lanes maybe be more of an enabling role, but no one said, nope, leave him to me.
Yeah, it was instrumental, and it's not an easy thing to do, and it's a lane that oftentimes goes pretty even, and so to squeeze out that little bit extra to get that gap there, it is huge, and it's so much about individual skill and being in the moment, and it's just, I don't know, it's massive.
I also feel like his supporting cast in this game deserves a lot of credit. Like there were a lot of clutch moments. And towards the end of this game, we see Ducalis, like, he leaps in, and then Wind Waker's his SF that's about to die to, like, the Invoker combo that's coming from the Refresher Orb. And I honestly think I see a lot of signs that I look for in a TI winning team in them already. They are finding the clutch moments. They're able to win games fast. In this game, they're able to play, like, kind of a slower game and be more clutch. So huge praises to the entire team. I think they're all playing extremely well.
Yeah, that Wind Waker moment that you're talking about was so key in the final fight, especially because what we had seen earlier was when Satanic and Yatoro were almost having this 1v1 in the middle of a fight, right? This took place on the dire side of the map, down mid lane, and Yatoro was able to come out victorious. They had to force a buyback from Satanic. So not only is it imperative that Satanic lives through that because he doesn't have buyback anymore, but you're just so mindful on the side of supports that if it comes down to it, Yatoro is going to be able to do a lot. And at the end of the game, this is our carry-to-carry comparison, what they're able to do for themselves and the rest of their team.
Absolutely. I mean, we know the meme, we know the joke. You can't beat Satanic, and Satanic proved that in this game. But I do want to mention that out-executing Team Spirit in late-game team fights, even if you're in a net worth advantage, is an impressive thing to do, because this is their bread and butter. This is their forte. And Team Vision did that. They got the jump at the very last fight there, and they won off of getting the jump. And maybe you could say it was a mistake that Winter Wyvern did the D ward and then got jumped and the fight was a mess. Potentially that can be called out, but those are situations that you don't know if the other team is ready to jump you in that moment. Maybe they thought they had a few extra seconds, and that's due to Team Vision and how well they played.
I think that requires something special. To recognize that, like, Wyvern's just de-warding a ward, which is, like, perfectly normal for a support to do, but the moment the Wyvern shows, I don't know how many frames it took before Doom blinked in and doomed 2 people.
Not many.
It was so fast, and Notice was so ready to do it. And like, this is a sign of confidence. You know, he jumps up the high ground immediately when he sees the Wyvern, recognizing that this is what we need to do. Next second sees, I think, Laurel, and just dooms him immediately too. And that is just a sign of a team that's playing well.
It's poetic that we see this series between Vision and Spirit go to a game 3. But on top of that, Vision coming out on top, Spirit are going to fall to that lower bracket. But we have to look towards who is going to be facing Vision for that spot in the grand finals. They've secured themselves top 3, but we don't know that other team right now. It's a choice either between Yandex or Nigma Galaxy. And both of these teams have such different paths in which they've made it to the main stage, in which they've made it to a minimum of a top 6, because as you're seeing here, Yandex, they came in, they toured Liquid. The crazy thing about this is at the end of group stage, they were 2 and 3. They were one of the lowest seeded teams when it came to the elimination round. They come into this, they're one of the lowest seeded teams again that you can pick from, going up against Liquid, who were 4 and 1, and had a blistering 2-0 best of 3 for themselves.
Yeah, they've really gotten it together. I think they use those losses really well. And I think we talk about Sox all the time, but it's hard not to. The maturity that he brings to the team with all these younger players, I think he's such an instrumental role. And I have to give props to them to be able to improve like that. It's not easy to, we talk about how losses are important, but the hard part is actually converting that, because you can say all you want that, yeah, we lost and now we learned from that, but the actual learning and the implementing of that, you don't have a lot of time and you're also under a lot of pressure. And so to see them go from the shaky state they were in into group stage into what they've become in main stage is very impressive.
Even the way that the series versus Liquid played out for them, I think is very indicative of that, where the first game was very unstable, lots of back and forth, lots of throws, and then eventually you lean on your carry, he pushes you through a really difficult situation, and then the game 2, everyone's feeling themselves, and they stomp Liquid. And I think that maybe that could be symbolic for what we're going to see from Yandex, where it started off shaky, and they gained confidence, and maybe they're going to go back to being that top 2 team that we saw before this TI.
I feel like Saksa also, it hasn't been mentioned, but a lot of these top tier teams, like no one has Puppy. There is another experienced guy there with him that can help guide the boys forward, but he's truly like the only really experienced player there. Their coach Excel, I think, has been around for a while, but it's mostly been with like slightly lower tier teams. So Saksa truly is the only person that like can give the team the experience and what it means to be at TI and how to take these losses and convert that into wins. It is super impressive. I have so much respect for this guy.
They've all talked about it time and time again on Yandex, how they started feeling like a proper team, a tier 1 team, a team that can contest for those #1 spots once Saksa joined them. They ended up getting 3 trophies under their banner for that, and so it is just phenomenal to get to see that it worked for them throughout the season. But is it enough to come up against a Nigma Galaxy, who people still kind of have question marks around Insania?
I mean, yeah, I think we'll see. Nigma, this tournament is a dark horse. I don't think anybody expected them to be here, but I also wanted to add to the fact that, like, I feel like the coolest thing about Saksa is how he's been able to enable the other players on his team to shine. Like, I have never seen a Watson this good.
Yeah. He's owning. And I'm so happy for Maldy and Watson as someone who played with him in the past, but also like they're flourishing and they're shining. And I think part of that is due to Saksa, and part of that is due to their own hard work over years of grinding and building synergy. And I'm excited to see them play again and again on main stage because they deserve it.
Well, you don't have to wait too long, because whilst we're talking about it, they could be moving into that top 3 position for themselves. It's Nigma Galaxy or Yandex. And before we even get to talk about the drafts and everything like that, we want to welcome them to the stage. An org that the majority of Dota viewers never heard of 12 months ago. Reform around Chira Jr., their mid laner. Bring in the safe lane duo of Watson and Malady, and are able to have success once Saksa joins them. It is even more success once DM Stand-In and officially joins them. But is it enough to be able to make it to a top 3, to have an outshining performance when they come up against Nigma Galaxy? They have been pushed to the limits in a game number 3 yesterday in the upper bracket against Falcons. A lot of question marks around what their run has been throughout that group stage and what they're going to bring when it comes to their future here at TI15 and when it comes to the best of 3s to make it to that top 3 slot for themselves. It's crazy to think that a year ago they ended their TI journey at top 6. They want more than that, and they're able to get it if they can show up against Yandex today. But it is not an easy feat at all in Senior. I don't even know where to begin if you're Nigma and you're trying to prepare for the side of Yandex.
I feel like in the last series, we talked about the king going up against the prince, but the real king has arrived. Sumail is here, and he's ready to own. I feel like the last time I saw him play carry at TI was with OG.
Yeah,
and that TI for them, they lost against Spirit. But I truly believe they were like one of the strongest teams there, and they never were able to show that. So Sumail's back on carry. I feel like he is a big threat, and you have to be ready to face him.
He's been doing really well, too. I mean, Sumail, of course, is a very talented player, and it's natural for him to do well, but to switch roles in such a short period of time and expand your hero pool as much as he has in the last 2 months is no easy feat. Like, he went from picking carry Invoker at EWC because he ran out of options to having one of the bigger carry pools in this tournament.
Yeah, he's been honestly super owning, and it's, I don't know, watching them walk out on the stage is so weird for me to see Nigma Galaxy fighting for a top 3 after so many years of not even making the tournament, and then last year getting and falling a little bit short, to now this year being in the best position they've been in years with a roster that if you look a year back, you'd be like, what is this team? It's, I don't know, it's such a crazy story, and it's so cool as someone who's seen this team's trajectory from being the best team in the world to terrible to now being one of the best teams in the world again.
I think it's also so different from last year. I feel like last year they were kind of relying on these like cheesy heroes. They're playing Muerta mid that people didn't know what to do against. They were buying a bunch of Helm of Dominators. Their playstyle was so weird and like people weren't used to playing against it. Whilst this year they feel like a solid team. Their foundations are working. They seem to have good ideas for heroes. I think yesterday GH went like 1-9 and 57 on Mirana. So like it's not just like Sumail, it's also the backup of the rest of the team. They're all performing well. They are an honest team. They're here to show what they go for.
And the foundation that you talk about, it kind of begins with Lorinov, which is their new addition, the player that changed and allowed the team to build around him. And I think it speaks a lot to a player when you have Sumail on your team and the team is still built around you in the draft and in the gameplay. Sumail plays more of an enabling role with his carry. He'll fight aggressively. And yesterday we saw Lorinov just, go on Nature's Prophet mid and be the win condition for his team. And his ability to do that is not only amplified by Sumail, but also the support duo in Ahmed and GH. They really, really cooked yesterday. I know you guys were really excited to talk about it. We had no faith in, how's Mirana going to land arrows? She only has a bounty hunter. They made it work.
Yeah, they really did. GH, I mean, Aiden said it. He looked incredible yesterday. And this duo, they played it twice yesterday. It was the duo they won both their games with. And these heroes have looked incredibly dominant this series. And I think they'll be very important for both teams. We saw Yandex first pick it, and Nigma picked it very early in the draft. So it's high priority. These teams have a lot of heroes that they prioritize very similarly between the Nature's Prophet, the IO, Bounty Hunter, Mirana. There's a lot that they agree on. To me, that says, hey, we're on the right track on the meta. If the other team that's in the upper bracket has similar ideas as us. And so to me, this is an execution battle, not so much an ideas battle, because I think they actually agree on a lot of ideas.
For sure. And if we look at the drafts here, what I thought was very, very funny is like if you look at the bans against Nigma, they're very centered around support heroes. Like GH over the years has been getting his IO banned, he's been getting his Coddle banned. Fast forward 6 years later, he's also getting his IO banned and his Coddle banned. Now he's getting his Bane banned, his Winter Wyvern. There is so much factored in when playing against him that it's just impressive. You don't see this that often from many support players.
This was the case in their TI7 run, right? GH was the guy that was getting banned. He was playing Wisp, he was playing Shaker, and he was playing Coddle. And then these heroes kept getting banned, and he would play whatever's left over between them, and teams seem to be taking the same approach against them this year as well.
Yeah, he's decided, this is the way I play the game, and you're going to have to deal with that because I ain't changing.
I mean, look at this. Io, Bane, Wyvern within the first 4. Io, Coddle, Wyvern, Coddle, Io, Largo, Io, Coddle, Ember, which is a very lore enough thing, getting Ember banned in the first phase. That's something that many teams don't have happen to them. It's a weapon within your draft to have so many unusual bans, make space for heroes like Lina, heroes like Treant, potentially, to come out in the first phase.
Yeah, and this is also not even a core IO. It's just a support IO, which no one else is playing. He is... I don't know, he's creating a lot of space. It's hard to properly estimate how much impact this has just having bans plays, because it's kind of a boring part of the game and a boring part of the draft. Like, bans seems rather inconsequential, but it opens up so much more for your team. Yep. Not only are you being sacrificial in terms of your gameplay, but you're letting Lorinov play as Nature's Prophet more often, or Sumail play as Wind Ranger, because they're banning these random heroes that no one else bans.
And it's crazy to think about, but like, GH has truly aged like fine wine. His heroes are the exact same heroes that are getting banned. It's still Wisp and Coddle. It's been like 10 years since he won TI, and people are still putting the same amount of respect on his two signature heroes.
Now he's going to get his Mirana banned. Now he's going to
I was going to say, you got to look towards his Mirana, right? But I think that one's going to be sitting in the first phase of bans, because the one thing Yandex has that all of those other teams didn't, that we showed there when it comes to banning against Nigma Galaxy, is they have players willing to play IO. Yandex love playing IO on core. And I say core because they played it mid yesterday on Tira Jr. They played it on carry yesterday with Watson. And both of them owned in completely different ways. So not only do they love it, it's a flex, and they can have multiple playstyles with it.
Yeah, it's a great point, and it's going to change how the drafting works, because now Nigma Galaxy may have to consider banning it themselves whenever they're on second pick. That's going to alter how the structure of your bans will work. Maybe you have to play against a hero that you aren't used to playing against. It's going to change things, and these subtle changes in the heroes that are making up a draft, this can have really big impact.
And on the screen, we see Melody. This is his first TI appearance. He was such a rock yesterday on his Hoodwink. In that game of Froze versus Liquid, it felt like he was able to deliver on some clutch bushwhacks, some clutch plays around the Tormentor. It didn't feel like it was his first TI appearance, honestly.
I actually get emotional thinking about it because, you know, just to put it bluntly, he was robbed of a TI appearance last year. So to get to come out on main stage to 2-0 after a shaky groups, to be like, we're fighting for top 3, I genuinely couldn't think of a better story for him or a better way to bounce back after 12 years, after what felt like such a crummy end to their last season.
Yeah, I think Malady and Watson are serially underappreciated players. Watson was constantly, this guy's a choker. Yeah, he doesn't have it when it comes to the main stage. He doesn't have it whenever it's the big games. When, you know, it gets down to brass tacks, you'd rather have somebody else. And he proved indisputably yesterday that that's not the case. He put the team on his shoulders. When other people were having hard games, he said, hop on, guys. I got plenty of space back here. And Malady is a big part of that, setting him up for success. I think that duo, having duos, you had it with Mickey over the years, building that synergy in a lane and in gameplay over a long period of time is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, I feel like when Watson did it yesterday, he was doing it in a game where the other four were kind of struggling, and Mickey was having like TI winning performance. You know, he's a TI winning carry, and he was playing like a TI winning carry, and he still was the better carry in that series.
And I honestly, I'm not exaggerating when I say that I think for me that was one of the highest value carry performances in all of TI main stage. What he was able to do with the Wind Ranger. Like, sure, okay, there were some moments where he got burst and didn't press his BKB, but that's because he was the only target that they had to go on Liquid. There were so many moments in that game that had he not won the lane as hard, had he not moved to the mid lane, had he not clutched a lot of early game team fights, it would have been Liquid's game from the very start. Like, from start to finish, he was locked in. And had he not been the X factor there, we wouldn't see Yandex today.
A lot of people would crumble in that game. Like, a lot of carries would crumble in that game. We even, like, not to harp on it, but we saw it in the previous series. Satanic just GG'd out. But you know what? Watson decides, I'm going to play to the bitter end. I'm going to keep trying to the bitter end. And despite the game being so tough and us just getting comboed by Tiny over and over again, find that one opening that leads to the game victory in the end.
Yeah, and I think even apart from just the gameplay of Watson, I think he's an amazing teammate. As someone who's been around him, he is super humble. He's very willing to take criticism. He just wants to do what's best for the team. He'll play whatever, do whatever that people think is best. He's great vibes. Like, I think he is genuinely just like a good, kind-hearted guy who's there and fun to be around. And I think that's also so valuable and so important in as you go further into the main stage. The pressure is high, the stress is there, and having someone who's like, hey, this guy's reliable, we can count on him, and he's also not getting mad at other people if they have bad games. He gets it. But he's everyone's been there. Everyone's had the bad games, but he's chill regardless.
This is his player spotlight, the Wind Ranger game that we were talking about yesterday. It was game number 1 up against Liquid, and looking at his stats, reflecting back on it, it feels like it was just insane what he was able to do on the Wind Ranger. The ending for it was also just phenomenal. I don't want to, people can go back and relive that moment when they're ready to, but I'm just hoping that we get a run back of it. I'm hoping that it's going to be a similar thing coming up between Yandex and Nigma Galaxy, because both of these teams love to play a little bit scrappy. That is something I feel like we can be 100% guaranteed in getting in this best of 3.
It's not going to be a boring IronWing versus Falcon matchup. This is going to be high octane
You picked the
entertainment.
only two eliminated teams.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's the truth. I'm not going to lie to the people. This is going to be high octane, fun gameplay. I mean, we saw it yesterday. Yandex have the ability to pressure and play like old gaming gladiators. I feel like despite Lorenoff being added, Nigma's shown that they still got that pressure gameplay inside of them, and they can bring that out when it's needed and when the right time for it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they've created a nice balance. Lorenoff farms, the rest of them attack, and then Lorenoff joins the fights too. They've got a nice mixing of the heroes, combining, making sure no one is too AFK or no one's too involved. Devi, I think, went from being a suicidal maniac in his gameplay to being someone who can join fights, but can also farm and value his own game and getting net worth up.
It reminds me a little bit of when 33 joined us on Liquid when that year, where we were a very pressure-heavy team, and 33 was a very macro-heavy, like more farm-oriented player. And when we found the perfect balance, that is how you win TI. That is what makes a team click. And I feel like Nigma has a little bit of that going on, where Lorenoff is kind of more of the macro mind, and the other four are like the old school, like pressure players.
I like that it's at least one core that's willing to have a little bit of hands off, but I'm hoping hands are all in for this best of three, because the winner goes to a top three, and we've got a game one on our hands.
Team Yandex versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 1.
We'll see what these two teams want to draft for themselves, where that IO ultimately falls, because despite Nigma Galaxy having that respect banned against them so often, Yandex gonna need a similar sort of respect towards it as well. They won't shy away from opening up their draft with it. However, Nigma Galaxy are first pick, so if it's left in the pool, it's very easily going to be taken by them, and they're not going to want to let Yandex look towards it.
And this first phase Ember ban is so funny to see. Every team is doing it, and you'd think Yandex is one of the teams that's willing to play Slark mid against Ember, but that just speaks to how good Lorenoff is on this hero and how scary his group stage performances were. He was 1v5ing on some of these games on Ember.
I think there's absolutely some parts of it is purely Lorenoff, but a degree of it also has to be the fact that Sumail played it on the safe lane. And when you can no longer cheese the Ember on mid, this hero becomes a completely different beast.
Yeah, it's very true. They've left the IO. So it's the first time someone's done that against them in a long time, and there it is. You've got to take it. That's the thing, whenever somebody calls your bluff like that, you feel very compelled to take it. Sometimes you may not even want to, because you haven't practiced it in so long, because it's banned against you all the time, but you see it, it's GH, look at him. He's got to play his hero.
Yeah, of course, of course.
I do wonder, though, like, we haven't seen Nigma Galaxy get their hands on IO this whole TI because it's been consistently banned against GH. Have they been watching the meta unfold as well with these mid IOs and carry IOs? And is this going to be like a bait and switch where they also end up running a carry IO?
I think that's a great question. Maybe there's also a little bit extra that we're not seeing when it comes to scrims. Maybe they are also able to get their hands on it in that regard. But do we feel that a support IO is easier to answer, or does it still fall under that category of it's a support, you don't want to put too much emphasis on it in a draft?
Wisp is a very game-defining hero. Regardless of if it's a core IO or if it's a support IO, it defines your entire draft. It changes the way Dota functions. So it doesn't matter. You're forced to address it.
Yeah, I mean, the key functionality of this hero is that he is a battery. He is tethered to someone else and empowers them, especially from a support role. And so you need... it just changes what you need and what you have, because now you need extra damage to kill this guy. You need more stuff so that whenever they run in with all this healing and movement speed, you can actually mow them down, which is why stuff like Drow Ranger, TB, heroes that are ranged turrets and can buy Scotty so that you can deal with a lot of that HP regen or classic counters, or stuff like Disruptor, Silencer, which we may not see here, but they deal with relocate completely and delete some of that global pressure that IO also brings.
There are supports as well that are popular within the meta that are good historically against support IO, who ganks you and surprises you with relocate. Like Winter Wyvern, for example, is one that's been popular. Bane is one that you could play. Willow kind of functions as a soft counter with the Terrorize as well. There are means to address a support IO.
I feel like the big question for me is, does Nigma play it as a core? Because I could see Sumail being the kind of guy where he goes like, yeah, of course I play IO core.
He does, actually.
He does, actually?
Yes, I believe during the OG period, IO core was still something that was done a little bit. Or there was, I remember distinctly, there was some team that Sumail was on at a point where he was playing core IO from time to time, and I believe it was when he was playing safe lane.
Okay.
So I think he is capable of doing so.
That was a while ago, though. I'm not saying muscle memory doesn't count for something, but I was changed.
It absolutely has, but I think Sumail is the kind of player who has the confidence to do something like that.
I will say Sumail has not changed though.
Yes.
If he believes that he can play it, he will play it.
Yeah.
We saw an Invoker safe lane from him, so like, of course he'll play it.
It would be nice to see the bait and switch, because that could just change the way that Yandex wanted to approach this IO, with the knowledge that it's probably a support. I mean, if we talk about the Earth Spirit that's come out, we did mention a little bit that sometimes Yandex first bans the Earth Spirit when they have first pick, which you don't necessarily want to do as a first pick team, because CJ has played it. He's played it 3 times, I believe, and it hasn't looked amazing in his hands. He has like 1 win, 2 losses. He's not the most comfortable on this hero, but versus the IO, you've got the damage, you've got the early vessel buyer, which is the most important thing, and you've got the pressure.
I think it's also interesting how these 2 heroes to me are 2 of the hardest scaling heroes that we've seen here at TI. Like when I think about it, like when Wisp reaches 25, the game is just over, or when Earthspirit reaches 25, the game is just over, and now we finally get to see them battle it out between each other.
Yeah, with the Largo band as well, it opens up the Vessel for Earth Spirit having a really great timing there, so you don't have this easy Vessel purge super early on in the game, so it makes a lot of sense. As a counter, I like it a lot. I find it funny that Yandex bans the Huskar whenever last series we saw Nigma being the ones banning the Huskar. A little bit of a Lornoff respect once again, because he is pretty competent on that hero, and I think this Earth Spirit hero, if he gets shut down early, you don't get to that stage where you're snowballing out of control and you're getting like higher and higher in levels, because this is a hero that has some downtime periods, and so you want to make sure the early game is rolling, that you get those kills, and I think the Hoodwink pairs very well with that to keep the steamroll and make sure Earth Spirit continues scaling, it doesn't get halted.
I feel like stylistically, Lornoff should be a pretty good player against Earth Spirit. I think the type of heroes that he likes to play are more of like the carry types, and they tend to be strong laners that like to play against like slightly weaker melee laners in the mid lane. So for that reason, I found it interesting that Nigma left it through. We also saw, like we already mentioned, Yandex were banning this hero yesterday, so question marks about how comfortable Chira is on our Spirit. Though we saw him play a Wisp yesterday that wasn't super comfortable, and he still managed to pull it off.
Yeah, this also ties a little bit into the first ban Ember. Ember is one of the best heroes against Earth Spirit because you buy the Vessel and the Mage Slayer yourself, and you can sort of outfight him in the skirmishes. The chains locks him down so he can't roll around like a crazy person. So having that pre-ban in the first phase, sometimes it can actually give you free bans later on because you don't have to ban Ember like you would have. Instead, you get to ban the Huskar, and now maybe you feel like his responses are not really there.
And this hero fell off a bit, but I think Slardar has been kind of underutilized as a mid-hero versus Earth Spirit, where some teams had the idea and they did. I've seen a couple of Slardar bans against Earth Spirits. I've also seen a couple of teams try it early on in the tournament, and it worked on the lane, but they just couldn't win. But it does make me feel a little bit sad that it hasn't been experimented with more, because it works really well on the lane.
I agree with you. It is a very strong laning counter. I sadly don't think we're going to see Lornoff play it, because I just don't think it's his type of hero. It's not like the guy that's going to become the carry at the end of the day and win them the game. But maybe Lornoff has more tricks up his sleeve than I know.
Yeah, this is funny because it feels very similar to the way the Game 1 draft of the Yandex series went yesterday, where they picked the IO plus Largo. Now we see the IO plus Necrophos. It's we're the Giga Healers. Respond to us. We've got the Ball of Death coming towards you. You need to deal with that in some way. And so I look to Yandex for high DPS or something like a Drow Ranger or a Shadow Fiend or some hero that can sit there and pump out the damage, because if you don't have that, then it can look like Nigma's series last night and the Necrophos becomes unkillable. He's blinking into your face and you just can't deal with him.
Yeah, I think generally when you play against Wisp, you always need to try to figure out, how do we kill one hero? How do we manage to overcome the healing? How do we manage to overcome all of this stuff that they're presenting to us? And going back to like the 25s, I think of Earth Spirit as like infinite damage. That's basically what his 25 is. He just keeps magnetizing forever. And Wisp is like infinite healing, so we're truly going to get like Unstoppable Force meets Unbreakable Wall in this game.
The thing is, though, infinite healing, I mean, up until level 25, after the level 20 Magnetize amplification, infinite healing works very well against Magnetize. Like, the early levels in Magnetize aren't that much damage. It's like for slower, drawn-out fights. And it's not going to be just the healing from Io and his Locket. It's the Necrophos as well. It's too much healing for the early Magnetizes. So while there is damage between Yandex's first 2 picks, it's not enough.
Is the only way to look at a healing lineup counter to be, we need to burst them down, or are there other avenues that you could go down?
I mean, generally speaking, drafts that have a lot of healing tend to have very low catch. So if you think about Io has absolutely no way to catch you, Necro has very little ways to catch you. Technically, he can scythe you from full HP, but that's not really
Those
how
big
you want to
ways.
use the spell. Yeah, so you can try to abuse the map instead and say that, you know, they can run around as 5 and be an unbreakable ball, but we will just abuse the map and get way more resources out of the map and play the game that way.
Yeah, you're playing for a later, more key timing where you can just run them over and out-damage the healing. And they're prioritizing the carry last pick. Picking Underlord into Necrophos here, it can potentially be a little worrisome. This is a lane, I mean, it's a big high HP melee hero who's running into now Heartstopper Aura. So it's going to tick him down, and over a long lane, especially with Io, that's so many resources if they're laning together that you have to get through. This is a potential problem that I am curious to see how Yandex can actually deal with, because they think it's fine, right? They picked the Underlord into the Necrophos.
I mean, Underlord provides a lot of damage, right? That's what they're looking at. They're looking at the Firestorm rather than him being a tanky blob sitting in the front lines. I think that's what they're looking for. And also, it ends up becoming a very good tool for them to kill the Storm Spirit. The route that he has, amazing against Storm. It's one of the fastest casting stuns that you could have, and it will immediately catch the Storm when he zips in.
Another aspect to it is just the global presence of Underlord is really valuable versus IO Relocate, especially if it's support IO, who's going to be making aggressive moves early on. You can match that with the Underlord if he has a good lane. You were talking about how you can play the map versus healing lineups. Doesn't that, I mean, isn't Watson the type of guy to call for an overall last pick Naga Siren?
It's an interesting idea, but I feel like Necro is like quite strong against it, and Storm kind of fixes the map issues, right? That's why Storm IO is so strong, is because you can now, you have the healing, and now you shut down the map play with the Storm. You have a hero that can basically catch from anywhere on the map. They've solved that issue, and you know, this is just a prime example of Nigma understand IO better than probably any team in the world.
That's a good point. I do feel like Watson's looking at an illusion hero, though. Like, he's just the type of guy to see it.
I feel like any hero that buys Scotty, and a lot of the illusion heroes do like heavy stat items, and so, you know, Terrorblade potentially could be there.
Yeah, it's very possible. I think one of the, like, whenever you pick Clockwork Storm like this on Nigma Galaxy, you are fixing some of your catch issues, but you are opening a new problem, which is that your damage is, it doesn't come from that many heroes. Storm is not a particularly high damage hero. Neither is Clockwork. Io is not either. And so it's a lot of sort of slower, more low damage. And so if you're not ahead and snowballing, then they can reach a point where now Yandex, even though they don't have healing or stuff that's particularly tanky, you don't have amazing ways to actually deal the damage if you're not able to stick on top of them and man up. And so a lot depends on the early game and can you get the ball rolling? Can you actually reach the point where we're so tanky we can run into the pit, arrow, burst, or magnetize, and we're not going to die anyway? Because if you do die, then running in, which is how you do your damage with these heroes, can be very problemsome.
I mean, IO providing that extra mana amplification for Storm Spirit could solve a little bit of the damage issues you talked about. Like, if early game he can go in with 2 more zips, 2 more extra remnants than he can because of the overcharge, could that be the difference maker?
It's definitely part of it, for sure. And IO Storm is a very solid combo. Storm has a good lane against Earth Spirit, one of the few heroes that can actually pressure him a little bit at least. And you don't have to fight into the Underlord early on. That is definitely a great counter to Storm, but it doesn't kick in really until later when you get like Atos or Underlord has the Ags and can pit you easier. If he riffs in, well, you see it coming and you can just zip away. And so they do have the potential to play fast and aggressive and abuse their early laning advantage with IO Necro.
I think the last piece missing for Nigma here is to solve their team fight. When you're trying to create a very strong IO draft, the last hero that you need is something that really enables the team fight, because that's the last aspect of your game that you're looking for. And they went for Kez and SF bans, which I think traditionally are very good at killing the tanky frontline boys. So I'm looking for some sort of team fight solve here for them.
I mean, what's left? It's usually Darkseer as the team fighting offlaner when Centaur's gone and Timber's gone. Enigma.
It's the king of team fighting at TI.
It is.
It's the black hole.
I feel like if you're going to pick Enigma against DM, you better know what you're doing. This bro loves this hero. He's going to know the ins and outs. He's going to know where you're going to want to farm. He's going to know how to counter you. You need to be confident in the Enigma plays you're bringing.
I saw one of the greatest Enigma players in the world play this hero up against Drow Ranger and really struggle. I feel like there's a lot of value for Drow here. It's very good against IO. It has the healing reduction. It's a hero that could snowball out of control here. I'm looking at the Drow for Watson as a potential hero here.
Yeah, I think he's looking at it too. I think you want something like that. I can tell you, while DM may love Enigma, okay, there's the illusion guy, so it's Scotty Buyer.
That's right.
As always, it's one of the classic IO answers whenever we would pick that hero back in the day. Literally every game you play against Dry Ranger or TV. You never play against anything else. It's just one of those two heroes, and I think they knew that was coming, and they are okay with it. Like the issue with the TB into this is that it's a bit of a slower hero. You don't do anything against the Ghost Shroud. Necrophos versus TB is generally a pretty decent matchup for Necro, so I think they were pretty okay with it. So it's a very back and forth lineup. I think there's timings that change as time passes. It's one of those games where if you've got an advantage, you want to seize it because you never really have a full understanding of when the timing will switch into the other direction because there's so many factors at play.
The only thing I would want to add is that regardless of it not being the perfect TV game, I believe Watson, it's one of his top 3 best carry heroes. He's delivered, he's been stable, he hasn't choked, and he hasn't felt the pressure on this main stage. What I really want to look towards is CJ. And to see if yesterday's game versus Liquid injected him with the confidence to finally pop off on Earth Spirit, because if he does, I do feel like Yandex have a fantastic draft. Earth Spirit is still a hero that can set all of the tempo. It can take advantage of big cooldowns like Relocate in the early game and Black Hole. So let's see what you're made of, CJ.
Personally, I'm super excited about the Enigma. I feel like it's one of the few games where he can actually get Blink, BKB, and be that end game threat, you know? A single Black Hole could win them this game at any moment. And I feel like that's super exciting to have here at the TI main stage.
More importantly, have Yandex been able to deal with the first pick, IO? That was something every other team that has come up against Nigma Galaxy has been afraid of. A GH IO, an IO lineup in the hands of Nigma Galaxy. Do Yandex have the answer when we look at draft?
I think they have good answers, yes. But I think IO is a hero that in practice, or in theory rather, you may have counters and these things, but in actuality, when you play against it, he's running around super fast and he's everywhere, and the game is really weird and strange. And so you never really know if you've properly dealt with it until the ending screen says victory. And so until they see those green words, then who knows?
Is that a similar thing for you as well, Sadia, or is it just you're only focusing on the Enigma still?
I mean, I'm very focused on the Enigma. I feel like for Nigma's side, what I see is they have tried to set up a potential we win all the lanes kind of situation, and then we can snowball that to victory. And IO from ahead is one of the scariest heroes that you can go up against. So I'm honestly really excited to see this game. I can't wait.
And any last thoughts as well from you, Mira? Very quickly.
I do think the pressure is on CJ to deliver on the main stage, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Alrighty, we'll see if CJ can have a game for himself. But more importantly, before we get into the game, we're going to hear exactly how Yandex's coach feels about that Game 1 draft.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Excel of a Yandex. Bold idea to let IO go through. IO has been one of the centerpieces of all of your drafts recently, and yet you let Nigma get first pick on it. I was wondering if you could tell me your reasoning.
I mean, I think IO is main imbo if it's the core. As a support, it doesn't feel too strong, so we will see.
Were you at all worried that they may flex the IO? Because I saw even your last phase bans, you were only targeting offlaners. You seemed quite confident this was going to be a GH IO and not a Sumail IO.
I mean, we were aware like it can be flexed, but I think it's very high chance it's going to be post-5. So we don't overthink it too much, but we were aware.
Okay. And then your final pick, ending up for the Terrorblade. I was wondering what the options were, because we were thinking maybe Drow Ranger might be another option. Is there any reason why you ended up going with Terrorblade?
I mean, we had options, but I will not speak them, tell them, obviously. TB, I mean, I think it's just a Giga Watson hero. It's also a really good matchup into Enigma, so yeah.
And then my last question is about your movement throughout the tournament. I know we had spoken yesterday that at the group stage, you guys weren't too confident in yourself. Then you end up doing extremely well yesterday. How are you trying to keep that same carefree attitude as you go further into the bracket?
I mean, first, I didn't say we were not confident. We were confident, but we didn't have any expectations. And it's just the attitude, right? Like how we take things. It's not about us not being confident. So, yeah. Now, nothing changed from yesterday. We just here play every game like last, try our best.
Let's see if your best pays off. Excel, good luck in game number 1 as we send it to our casters.
Thank you very much there, Excel and Tsunami, getting ready for what should be a fantastic end to the day here. Yandex versus Nigma Galaxy. Fog, two teams with sort of very different sort of trajectory getting to this point, right? We have Yandex, who's been kind of hot through the season. They came in a little shaky in the group stage, but as we saw yesterday against Liquid, kind of broke Liquid down. They look to be back on form. Nigma Galaxy, ever since we saw them in the qualifiers for International, it was clear that this iteration is better than ever.
there's some magic going with them for sure. I know me and you covered them a bunch during that call.
And he was like, oh,
these guys are doing it. Like this Lorenoff edition, he is incredible.
Samael on the carry, pretty
Things are just
good.
working. So I'm really looking forward to this one. I think we have, yesterday we did see this kind of similar thing where it's this team of burst damage versus this healing type of strategy. This one, sure, there's some different nuances that come into play, but it could come into that similar factor